At the press conference of the wind color team, the incessantly flashing magnesium lights were blinding. Qin Mo stood alone on the stage, gently closing his eyes for a moment. Then, grasping the microphone, he softly declared, "I have decided to officially withdraw from the Wind Color Club and leave the professional league starting today. I sincerely apologize to my fans and supporters. I regret disappointing you." The quiver in the young man's voice was palpable, and his complexion appeared particularly pale. Upon hearing his words, the journalists in the audience surged forward, eagerly thrusting their microphones toward him. "Qin Mo, did you choose to retire before turning 18 due to overwhelming psychological pressure? Did losing several matches recently shatter your confidence? Your master entrusted the team to you. How can you abandon it like this and repay your master's dedication? Don't you owe your supporters an explanation?" The reporters' incisive inquiries pierced through the air like sharp blades, each one chilling to the bone. Qin Mo took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the crowd, uttering, "I'm sorry." Then, he straightened his back and resolutely turned to leave the venue. "I no longer wish to be an esports player." Qin Mo glanced at him and softly uttered, "While I'm still young, it is not too late to change my path. Have you forgotten our agreement?" The young man placed his hand on Qin Mo's shoulder, earnestly gazing into his eyes. "You promised that if you lost to me this season, you would ensure victory over me next season." Qin Mo remained silent, his complexion growing even paler. The youth could not help but feel a pang of concern. "Your complexion appears rather pallid. Are you unwell?" He reached out to touch the other's forehead, only to have the latter stiffly evade his gesture. "Xiao Han," Qin Mo interrupted, lifting his gaze to meet his, speaking with serene resolve. "I have my reasons for this decision. Please refrain from further inquiries. Focus on your match. Farewell." With that, he turned swiftly, hastening away as if eager to escape the moment. "There will come a day," Xiao Han declared resolutely, though Qin Mo's steps did not falter as he dashed down the lengthy corridor, akin to a fleeing specter. The golden rays of the evening sun elongated the solitary figure of the youth, his slender silhouette appearing both fragile and yet imbued with pride. He left only the proud image of his back to his childhood friend and rival, concealing the glimmer of tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. Xiao Han stood rooted in place, watching until the silhouette vanished into the fading light. "There will come that day," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "I shall await you." The prodigious talent of the Fengsa battle team, Qin Mo, announced his withdrawal from the club due to a rapid decline in performance, concluding his brief esports career with a simple apology. Once a champion representing the national team in global competitions, Qin Mo was heralded as a promising up-and-comer, with many anticipating his evolution into the next generation's esports deity, a pillar of strength for the Fengsa battle team, much like his mentor. Yet, this youth, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, had not yet truly shone before his untimely fall into oblivion. 3 years later, with the Guild of Conquest gearing up for the summer launch of Duke of the Jianghu in the new server, we welcome everyone to join us in the Telecom District 1, West Rivermoon. The Howren Guild has established itself in the Netcom District 1 of Duke of the Jianghu, inviting all honorable brothers to join our ranks. The announcement of the impending open beta for Duke of the Jianghu resounded through the gaming forums like a thunderclap, revitalizing the long-dormant discussions. Unlike other domestic online games, Duke of the Jianghu is integrated with the latest VR visual system. Developed by Tianhuan Game Company, this grand MMORPG boasts a genuine 3D perspective and has garnered widespread attention since its inception. It is said that Duke of the Jianghu employs cutting-edge VR terminal technology, allowing players to immerse themselves in the game's environment, rendering the visuals before their eyes with an astonishing realism, as if they were truly traversing into the game world. Today marks the day of the comprehensive open beta for Duke of the Jianghu. The game operates on a time-based billing model, requiring players to purchase an identity card to register an account and top up their game time. This identity card serves as the player's identification within the game world. Due to the outstanding promotional efforts surrounding Duke of the Jianghu, the pre-launch buzz has reached extraordinary heights, with the official website's identity cards nearly sold out. Delivery personnel have frequently encountered these elegantly designed boxes emblazoned with the four stylish characters of Duke of the Jianghu, while a transparent film in the lower left corner reveals the card nestled within. Such deliveries have become quite frequent, to the extent that even the courier is aware that this is the identity card for the game dominating the Jianghu. Good day, Mr. Qin. I'm the courier. Kindly take a moment to collect your package at the south gate of the community. Less than 10 minutes after the message was sent, a young man appeared at the entrance of the community. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, the young man donned a crisp, white short-sleeved shirt and light beige fitted trousers. As he approached from a distance, his long, straight legs were undeniably eye-catching. His hair was neatly trimmed, imparting a refreshingly clean appearance. His facial features rivaled those of a movie star, with exquisite and attractive traits. His slightly upturned, peach blossom eyes left a lasting impression. However, despite their beauty, the young man's gaze was remarkably indifferent, and his expression was devoid of any warmth, making him seem quite unapproachable. Hello, I am here to collect a package. The recipient is Qin Mo, the young man stated in a flat tone. Oh, is it this one? The courier promptly handed him a box. Indeed, the young man replied, verifying the recipient information before signing and taking the box away. With his refined appearance and polished attire, he resembled a corporate executive or a model from the fashion world. It was perplexing how someone so seemingly sophisticated could be so engrossed in gaming. The courier scratched his head in confusion, watching the slender figure swiftly vanish into the community. The Tianhuan Game Company has evidently invested considerable effort into the creation of Dupu Jianghu. The faction settings are remarkably innovative, eschewing the more conventional martial arts sects such as Wudong, Amei, and Tangmin that are prevalent in previous works, and instead, they have crafted an entirely original system of factions. The official website currently lists 8 factions, each offering 2 diverse cultivation paths, resulting in a multitude of gameplay possibilities. As midday swiftly approached, Qin Mo ventured into the kitchen to prepare a bowl of sweet rice balls to satiate his hunger. Shortly thereafter, he launched the downloaded game. Logging into the Zijianjiu server of the telecommunications region, the game's stunningly realistic CG unfolded before him like a cinematic experience, depicting 2 elite masters engaged in fierce combat deep within a bamboo grove. The verdant bamboo, the pristine glint of swords, the resonant clashing of weapons, combined with the evocative background music, swiftly immersed him in this enchanting, antiquated world. Upon the conclusion of the introductory CG, the initial designs and brief descriptions of the 8 major factions appeared before him, accompanied by a prompt window inviting him to select a faction to join. In his youth, to align with the composition of the Fengsa battle team, Qin Mo had played for several years as a summoner under the player ID Shepherd. His master had been a world-class summoner, imparting a wealth of knowledge to him. In addition to mastering the summoning playstyle, he possessed a profound understanding of the various professions commonly found within the game. Now, as he embarked on a new gaming journey, it was only natural that he would explore a different approach. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo resolved without hesitation to choose a melee swordsman profession, the Cold Flower Sword sect, which was entirely distinct from his previous role as a summoner. Upon pressing the confirmation key and selecting the male gender, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, brandishing a sharp sword, immediately materializes before Qin Mo. He makes some rudimentary adjustments to the character's visage and proceeds to the next step. Please enter the character's name. Qin Mo casually types an antiquated ID, Mo Hen. Welcome, Mo Hen, to the brand new realm of unparalleled Jianghu. You are currently in the queue for the Novice Village. Please wait, with 756 players ahead of you. The creation of the character took merely a few seconds, yet the queue exceeds 1,700, indicating the overwhelming influx of players entering the Western Jianghu server simultaneously. Turning around, Qin Mo prepares a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly as he waits. He never adds sugar to his coffee, as the slight bitterness heightens his alertness. Joining the game Unparalleled Jianghu represents a fresh beginning for him, an opportunity for renewal. 10 minutes later, Qin Mo's little swordsman finally manages to squeeze into the novice village. The place is named Luo Family Village, and it is now dusk. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, the shimmering river appears to be strewn with countless fragments of gold. The distant sky is bathed in a beautiful crimson hue, while the thatched cottages, arranged neatly from south to north, lend an air of orderliness to the village. The bleating of sheep can be distinctly heard from a nearby hillside. Thanks to the VR system, the scene before him is astonishingly lifelike. Verdant mountains, clear waters, flowing rivers, and grazing sheep seem to be within arm's reach, as if he has truly stepped into this world steeped in ancient charm and elegance. The visual effects in this game undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of excellence within the domestic market, which explains its overwhelming popularity. With forum engagement surpassing 10 million and attracting several prestigious esports clubs, Qin Mo bestowed a commendation upon the 3D virtual system, squinting his eyes to admire the immersive ambience of the Twilight Village. Following the system's prompt, he proceeded to configure the game controls. A gentle female voice resonated in his ears, simultaneously presenting a notification window before him. Qin Mo scrutinized the prompt that appeared on the screen, as he had previously learned. The game offers two operational modes, one being the conventional keyboard and mouse mode, akin to traditional online games, and the other a more innovative touchscreen mode. The game operators provided a specialized touchscreen panel for Jianghu, allowing players to customize their shortcuts for unleashing various skills. Movement controls, advancing and retreating, as well as camera transitions, rely on the sliding motions of one's fingers across the touchscreen. In a realm of online gaming predominantly dominated by keyboard and mouse controls, the touchscreen manipulation represents a significant revolution. However, during intense combat scenarios, simultaneously maneuvering the character while executing diverse skills can easily lead to confusion and mismanagement. Consequently, the sales of the touchscreen panel compatible with Jianghu have not fared well, with over 95% of players still favoring the traditional mouse and keyboard setup. Yet at this moment, Qin Mo had a beautifully crafted touchscreen panel at his side. The connected LCD panel glimmered with a soft blue hue along its edges, the luminous blue light accentuating the elegance of his long, fair fingers. The official setup guide recommends that players best configure the touchscreen to a 3x3 grid layout. However, Qin Mo opted for a 4x4 grid, resulting in a total of 16 buttons, 7 more than the 9 buttons setup advised by the guide. Instantly, a warning appeared. The touchscreen button configuration exceeds the recommended limit, which may complicate operations. Do you wish to confirm this setting? Qin Mo, with a serene expression, pressed confirm. The LCD screen before him was immediately divided into a 4x4 grid by delicate blue lines, and the technologically advanced touchscreen panel began to emanate a rippling blue glow. Under the illumination of this azure light, the young man's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet within his deep, clear eyes, a flicker of long-lost brilliance suddenly ignited. Chapter 2. The Hanhua Sword Sect. The quest in the Novice Village primarily aimed to familiarize players with fundamental operations. For seasoned gamers, these tasks are mere trifles. However, as Jianghu is the first VR perspective game in the country, the immersive scenes can be overwhelmingly realistic. Many newcomers find themselves struggling to adapt to the three-dimensional environment upon entering the game, experiencing dizziness and disorientation with just a shift in viewpoint. The map channel is flooded with various complaints. I almost crashed into a tree just now. I instinctively touched my forehead to check for pain. What should I do about my acrophobia? I heard that joining a sect allows one to learn lightness skills. If I could fly, I would cry in fright. Skills can't be locked on, and the small monsters keep running around. How am I supposed to hit them? The quest to locate Granny Sue at level 3 proves to be exceedingly arduous. Where on earth could she be? A directionally challenged individual seeks navigation assistance. A multitude of novices expresses their discontent, and even Qin Mo, a former esports champion, encounters difficulties during the beginner tasks. Compared to the straightforward keyboard and mouse setup, the touchscreen mode, despite its sophisticated appearance, demands a higher level of dexterity from the fingers. Qin Mo takes a deep breath, calming his mind to meticulously observe the game interface. In the upper right corner of his view lies a compass icon alongside a semi-transparent minimap. This design is remarkably considerate and provides substantial aid to Qin Mo. He traverses the entirety of the novice village in accordance with the compass's direction. The scenery here is enchanting, resembling a serene paradise untouched by conflict. The shadows of the houses, the silhouettes of players, and even the reflections in the water are vividly rendered before him. The heightened sensory experience is the greatest advantage of VR gaming. Yet it also presents the most significant challenge in terms of control. The deeper Qin Mo delves into the game, the more he finds himself enamored with it. Unlike most players around him, who are preoccupied with admiring the aesthetic beauty of the VR world, his objective is distinctly clear: the professional league next year. Consequently, his points of observation become increasingly meticulous and professional. He is no longer the brash youth he once was. From this moment forth, he is determined to establish a solid foundation in this entirely new gaming realm and start anew. After nearly 2 hours of effort, Qin Mo has finally completed the novice tasks. Before departing from the novice village, he has already gained a preliminary mastery of the new touchscreen control mode, adeptly maneuvering the camera to rotate according to his will. Perched atop the majestic Kunlun Mountain, the Cold Hua Sword Sect is renowned for its breathtaking snowy vistas. Here, snow falls perpetually, cloaking the solemn and dignified architecture in a pristine white blanket. The 3 towering snow-capped peaks rise majestically into the clouds, presenting a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight from afar. Upon exploration, he discovered a significant innovation within the game. The intricate interplay of weather, light, and vegetation profoundly influences the player's experience. Snowy landscapes, rainy scenes, the tranquility of night, the freshness of dawn, and the warmth of dusk all exhibit distinct effects on the player's field of vision. Just moments ago, while in the novice village during dusk, Qin Mo could clearly perceive his surroundings within a radius of approximately 50 feet. However, upon ascending the snowy mountain, the blinding reflection of sunlight on the snow diminished his visual range to about 30 feet. Yet, when he turned the camera away from the sun, his sight distance expanded once more. This nearly replicates the parameters of the real world. Qin Mo could scarcely believe that contemporary VR gaming had reached such advanced heights. Consequently, future encounters would not only necessitate consideration of one's own and the opponent's fixed visual ranges, but would also require an awareness of external factors such as weather, light, and vegetation. This undoubtedly adds layers of complexity to the arena, making it all the more intricate and engaging. After meticulously observing the spectacular snowy scenery atop Kunlun Mountain, Qin Mo proceeded along the mountain path towards the main hall of the Cold Hua Sword Sect to pay his respects to the sect leader. The leader of the Cold Hua Sword Sect is named Qi Mufeng, a man in his 30s, adorned in a flowing moon-white robe, wielding a gleaming sword that shimmers with a cold light. He stands tall within the grand hall, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a graceful tree in the wind. His reputation as a sword immortal in the martial world may well be attributed to his striking appearance. The Cold Hua Sword Sect attracts a multitude of players, who crowd around him in throngs. Qin Mo steps forward to engage in conversation, choosing to join the sect. Instantly, the emblem of the Cold Hua Sword Sect appears beside his avatar, and he receives the foundational attire known as the Cold Moon Set. Upon donning his new gear, Qin Mo hears the gentle voice of the leader. The Cold Hua Sword Sect offers 2 paths of martial cultivation. The first is the Autumn Water Sword technique, which employs a long sword, characterized by a light and ethereal form, akin to an elusive specter, requiring considerable talent and skill to master. The second is the Wuhin Sword technique, utilizing a short sword, marked by its sharpness and decisive strikes, capable of delivering lethal blows with remarkable damage. As a newly initiated member, allow your senior brothers and sisters to demonstrate the distinctions between our 2 training methodologies. Qin Mo opens the pop-up video, attentively observing the skill demonstrations by his seniors. After a thorough viewing, he swiftly grasps the game's core mechanics of combo attacks. In the game Wandering the Martial World, players can learn a total of 7 foundational skills from the moment they join a sect until they reach the maximum level. Repeatedly executing the same skill or combining different skills in succession yields various effects. Unlike the rigid playstyles of previous games, Wandering the Martial World offers a high degree of freedom due to the presence of combo techniques and linked skills. In other words, if one's skills are sufficiently refined, one could even devise an entirely new combination of moves. A typical adage: a master opens the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. Each faction offers 2 distinct paths of cultivation, enriching the choices available to players. Taking the Hanhua Sword Sect as an example, the operation of the Qiushui Sword technique, long sword, requires the intricate combination of various skills, resulting in a more complex operation, yet yielding greater control. In contrast, the Wuhin Sword technique, short sword, relies on the continuous execution of the same skill, which is simpler to perform but inflicts higher damage. After watching the video, Qin Mo opted for the long sword as his weapon, as he preferred the intricacies of a control-focused gameplay style. With his choice of weapon, the foundational skill of the Qiushui sword technique, Zhangjian Tianya, along with the sect's lightness skill Pianro Jinghong, appeared in his skill bar. Qin Mo placed these two skills in the upper left corner of the 16-slot interface and experimented with them before proceeding to follow the sect leader's instructions for the main storyline quests. The main quests primarily introduce players to the background of the sect and share intriguing anecdotes about various NPCs, rich in narrative depth. Qin Mo immersed himself in the tasks while enjoying the unfolding story. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally reached level 15. The sect leader gifted him a complete set of level 15 equipment and taught him the second skill of the Qiushui sword technique, Jinyu Qinyang, before sending him down the mountain for further training. Qin Mo arrived at the game's first major city, Mingzhou. As the main city, the number of players in Mingzhou naturally exceeded that of the Hanhua sword sect by several folds. The streets were teeming with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, the majority of players appeared to be in a hurry, evidently preoccupied with quests and leveling up. In the lower left corner, the communication area incessantly displayed team recruitment notifications, as joining forces for tasks proved significantly more efficient than undertaking them solo. Qin Mo summoned the team recruitment panel and chanced upon a newly posted request. Level 15 Mingzhou City main quest. All welcome. His application to join the team was promptly accepted. Following the teammate marker on the map, Qin Mo arrived at the Grand Arena in the center of Mingzhou City, where he found 3 teammates awaiting him. Having thoroughly familiarized himself with the sects in the game dueling in the Jianghu prior to entering, Qin Mo swiftly discerned the professions of his companions. The team leader, named Jinghua Shuiwei, donned a deep green outfit and carried a medicine basket on his back, likely hailing from the sect Fengkeiting, specializing in the use of various poisons. Another teammate, with a towering and robust physique, was clad in striking red attire and wielded a curved dagger, unmistakably a member of the Northern Desert sect, Quangdaemon. The third, Feng Qingya, was attired in white, brandishing a longsword, clearly sharing Qin Mo's affiliation with the Hanhua sword sect. Mo Hen, are you a novice or an experienced player? Have you played this game before? Appeared a message from the team leader, Jinghua Shuiwei, in the lower left communication area. Qin Mo gently swiped his finger to activate the character input mode on the touchscreen panel and quickly typed, I am a novice. Oh, as a newcomer. Please refrain from wandering off. Remember to stick close to me. The minor monsters in this game can be quite challenging. All right, he replied. Just then, another member joined the team, identified as Xiao Yaoxian, adorned in a light green dress, evidently another member of Feng Keitang and a female. Jinghua Shuiwei inquired, Sister, is your weapon a silver needle? Are you specializing in healing? Indeed, Xiao Yaoxian confirmed. As a novice, I humbly seek your guidance. Mirror Flower Watermoon, please. No need for formality. I am with the Cunning Laughing Blade and the Agile Wenqingye. The 3 of us have participated in the closed beta. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult us. Little Medicine Fairy. That's wonderful. Thank you. Mirror Flower Watermoon. I shall proceed to take on the task. Kindly await me by the city gate. The leader, rather decisive, swiftly utilized their lightness skill to connect 3 tasks, shared them in the team channel, and then gathered everyone outside Mingzhou City. The first task, eliminate 8 beehives located in the woods outside the city. The forest was teeming with players engaged in their tasks, and the incessant buzzing of bees filled the air. Mirror Flower Watermoon led the group deeper into the woods, discovering a particularly dense cluster of beehives. Just as they were about to type a message, the eager novice Little Medicine Fairy rushed forward to clear a beehive. In the next instant, a swarm of bees surged towards the fore, creating a formidable visual spectacle that was both alarming and awe-inspiring. With agility, Mirror Flower Watermoon executed a backward leap to create distance, only to witness the novice Little Medicine Fairy approach yet another beehive. What on earth? Mirror Flower Watermoon couldn't help but exclaim, dodging the oncoming swarm while hastily typing. Why are you provoking so many? Mirror Flower Watermoon, somewhat exasperated, remarked, the task is to eliminate 8. Are you intending to summon 8 swarms for us to battle? Little Medicine Fairy replied, in previous games, we would lure monsters together to defeat them. I'll heal you. You can give it a try. Try what? Mirror Flower Watermoon retorted, this is a 3D game. There are so many bees, my eyes are going to go blind. as Jinghua Shuei was about to type a warning to refrain from attracting monsters. She witnessed her companion swiftly opening 2 beehives. "Dear girl, your enthusiasm for agitating beehives is rather excessive," she mused. In an instant, bees swarmed from every direction, front, back, left, and right, creating an incessant buzzing cacophony. Those with fragile nerves would likely be reduced to tears upon encountering such a vivid spectacle. Surrounded by the swarm, Jinghua Shuei's composure faltered as she vented in the voice channel. Where did this novice come from to provoke such chaos? Meanwhile, Xiao Yaoxian, pursued relentlessly by the bees and unable to free her hands to type, exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my goodness, I think I'm going blind." Wen Qingyi maintained a calm demeanor, offering reassurance, "Stay composed. If you die, you can always start anew. Besides, a sting won't cause much pain." Jinghua Shuei furrowed her brow, reflecting, "Xiao Yaoxian truly knows how to stir up trouble. She is indeed a novice." This exchange unfolded within the game's built-in voice room, where Qin Mo had not activated the free voice system and thus remained oblivious to their discussions. At that moment, he was intently focused on the swarm before him. As Xiao Yaoxian was the first to provoke the beasts, all their ire was directed towards her. Terrified, she took flight, prompting Qin Mo to swiftly engage the agility key he had just configured, moving with the grace of a startled swan. The white-clad swordsman within the game soared forward with the grace of a great rock, suddenly darting 5 feet ahead before plunging from the sky. With decisive force, he swept his long sword horizontally, carving 2 exquisite arcs in the air. The tip of his sword flicked forward, launching a splendid array of sword flowers. As he effortlessly unleashed a combo technique, wielding the sword across the horizon, followed by rain of swords at dusk, the pristine sword light enveloped the swarm of bees perfectly, and the dual strike of wielding the sword across the horizon inflicted substantial area damage. To everyone's astonishment, the densely packed swarm seemed to freeze in place as if under a spell. The character Hidden Blade in a smile was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening? The swarm is immobilized?" Even the usually composed Feng Qingye was astonished. "Isn't this Imohen a novice? How can he execute such advanced maneuvers as dual strike of the sun?" The white-clad swordsman continued to assault the swarm with a dizzying speed, his sharp sword sweeping rapidly in a fan-shaped arc, creating an impenetrable barrier of white light around him. The bees, akin to a collective lapse of intelligence, remained firmly rooted in place, utterly unable to move. This scene sent a chill down the spine of the veteran player Mirage, who had participated in several rounds of internal testing. Could this Imohen truly be a novice? Chapter 3. A mysterious origin. The so-called Tianyang 2 combo that Feng Qingye mentioned refers to the combination of the skills Zhangjian Tianya and Jinyu Qinyang, which are fundamental techniques of the Changjin style practiced by the Hanhua sword sect. The former is a minor area of effect attack with minimal damage, while the latter is a single target silencing skill that can impose a silence effect on one target for a mere 2 seconds. When used in isolation, these 2 skills appear rather unremarkable. However, when executed in tandem, their effects amplify significantly, the area of effect damage doubles, and the single target silence transforms into a group silence, extending its duration to 3 seconds. This conclusion was drawn by internal testers after extensive experimentation. Due to the rarity of critical hits with Zhangjian Tianya, the subsequent combination with Jinyu Qinyang becomes increasingly challenging. Consequently, internal testers have classified the Tianyang 2 combo as one of the relatively advanced maneuvers within the Changjin style of the Hanhua sword sect. Unexpectedly, this self-proclaimed novice, Imohen, executed such an exquisite combination skill right from the start, prompting Feng Qingye to question his origins. As a fellow practitioner of the Hanhua sword sect, Feng Qingye had only managed to achieve the Tianyang combo twice out of 5 attempts. Nevertheless, it is possible that Imohen's execution of the combination was merely a stroke of luck. After all, a level 15 swordsman possesses only the skills Zhangjian Tianya and Jinyu Qinyang. Perhaps he inadvertently activated the conditions for the combination by consecutively using the 2 skills? Imohen, indeed. Thus, was the earlier display merely a coincidence? With this thought, Feng Qingye decided not to pursue the matter further. An entire afternoon passed as the 5 individuals diligently pursued their tasks, guided by the main storyline. The quests near Mingzhou City allowed players to advance to around level 20. And with seasoned players leading the way, there was no concern about locating the quest sites. Qin Mo's leveling speed significantly increased. "All right," exclaimed the little medicine fairy. Feng Qingye added, The minor monsters here are exceedingly dense. Mo Hen, you will use your sword beyond the horizon area of attack to lure the monsters. Then make your way into the forest. Understood, Mo Hen replied. Now, let us proceed. With the captain's command, the five swiftly dispersed, with a brief 3-second buffer. Their agility and stamina rapidly replenished. Qin Mo turned and swiftly exited the courtyard, pursued relentlessly by a dozen minor monsters, yet they could not breach his defenses. The swordsman clad in white gracefully darted deeper into the woods, a throng of minor monsters trailing behind him, vanishing from the sight of his companions. However, the swordsman Feng Qingye, responsible for drawing the monsters, had already succumbed to the assault of the monsters in the back courtyard. How is it possible that he survived? Feng Qingye pondered, at a loss for the appropriate expression to convey this incredulity. Survived? Even Jinghua Shuiwe, engaged in battling the boss on the second floor, was taken aback, peering down to ascertain the situation. Given that this quest bore a difficulty rating of 3 stars, those tasked with luring monsters typically met their demise. How was he still alive? Could it be? The ever-cunning Xiao Litsang Dao was equally astonished. Being chased by a swarm of minor monsters with such inferior equipment, how could he still be alive? Mo Hen not only managed to survive, but thrived remarkably well. His health remained at a steadfast 100, indicating that the swarm of minor creatures pursuing him into the woods had inflicted no harm whatsoever. This suggests he had consistently maintained a safe distance from the creatures. His adept control over the distance while evading them and executing the Tianyang double strike silence effect was evident. Feng Qingye, with a mixture of emotions, pondered. If his earlier combo was merely a stroke of luck, what about now? The way he expertly managed the distance, evading the monsters while simultaneously delivering the Tianyang combo. Surely, this individual could not be a novice? Indeed, he bore no resemblance to a beginner. Jinghua Shuiyu paused momentarily, yet if he were truly skilled, why did he claim to be a newcomer when I inquired? Could it be that he intended to conceal his identity? Feng Qingye speculated that during the internal testing phase, the Hanhua sword sect had dispatched numerous experts. Perhaps he wished to remain unrecognized, and thus feigned being a novice. That was certainly a possibility. Jinghua Shuiyu nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Mo Hen's health plummeted from 100 to 0 in an instant, causing his avatar to dim. Jinghua Shuiyu was taken aback. What transpired? If he had been slain by the minor creatures, there should have been a gradual depletion of health. The abruptness of Mo Hen's demise led to the improbable conclusion that he had encountered a wild boss and was dispatched with a single blow. However, the line of text that appeared in the team channel left Jinghua Shuiyu both amused and bewildered. Mo Hen announced, I fell off a cliff. Jinghua Shuiyu, Feng Qingye, Xiao Litsang. To commit such a fundamental blunder as to perish from falling off a cliff. Could this individual truly be a novice? But why does his performance evoke an illusion of effortless grace? The 3 individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating whether this skilled player was deliberately concealing his identity, only to discover that he was, in fact, an inexperienced novice who had fallen off a cliff and was unfamiliar with the terrain. Mo Hen remarked, that option does not exist. Mo Hen continued, only the first 2 are available. Feng Qingye, at a loss for words, asked, you haven't activated the resurrection point in the main city, have you? Mo Hen responded, how does one activate the resurrection point in the main city? Feng Qingye felt on the verge of despair. Mo Hen added, thank you. Feng Qingye replied, you're welcome. After completing this task of 3-star difficulty, everyone reached level 20. At level 20, the game's first narrative dungeon would be unlocked, offering substantial experience points and a wealth of materials and equipment, albeit with a daily limit of 5 entries. As everyone was feeling hungry, they decided to log off and have a meal. Meanwhile, at the Changsha Longyin eSports Club, in the conference room, I received news from the eSports Alliance that numerous clubs had entered the new game Dubu Jianghu. This game is a product of the renowned Tianhuan Game Company, the creators of the earlier Wulin, and is meticulously crafted. Moreover, it is the first VR virtual perspective game in the country, holding a unique significance in the online gaming realm. I have a premonition that within a year, this game will undoubtedly achieve great popularity. The club's owner, Lu Chuan, unusually serious, stated that after discussions among the shareholders, they had decided to invest in the new game Dubu Jianghu, and that Xiao Han would be responsible for this endeavor. The young man who had been called upon lifted his head and confidently replied, no problem. His hair is a naturally radiant gold, while his eyes are as dark as ink. The prominent bridge of his nose accentuates his striking facial features, rendering him exceptionally handsome. The combination of golden locks and ebony gaze beautifully melds the characteristics of both Eastern and Western men. The mixed heritage imbues his glossy, pitch-black eyes with an extraordinary depth, akin to a mysterious abyss concealing hidden emotions. Unlike the typical handsome man, Xiao Han possesses a unique allure attributed to his mixed lineage. At the age of 21, he currently serves as the captain of the Myth Division of the Dragon's Roar Club. He has previously competed in World Championships, earning the prestigious title of Most Valuable Player of the Season. Coupled with his distinctive aura, his popularity within the eSports realm is undoubtedly at its pinnacle. The owner has entrusted him with leading the team into a new game, clearly indicating the significance placed on the forthcoming professional league of Dubu Jianghu. Very well, Lu Chuan remarked, casting a glance at him with a smile. There are numerous newcomers in the training camp at present. What are your thoughts on selecting team members? Those aspiring to join Dubu Jianghu may approach me for registration. I will conduct an open selection from the applicants, Xiao Han replied calmly. Upon hearing this, many newcomers in the conference room exhibited eager expressions. The established professional scene of the old games is comparatively mature, yet it is saturated with talent, making it exceedingly challenging to stand out. In contrast, the professional league of the new game, though nascent, presents a blank canvas. What captivating stories will be inscribed upon this canvas is determined by the first cohort of players, if they are fortunate enough to join the inaugural professional league. In a few years, they could very well become the pioneers of this domain. After the newcomers departed in succession, Lu Chuan lowered his voice and said, Xiao Han, let me confide in you. Before the public beta of Unparalleled in the Jianghu, there were 3 closed beta tests. Many clubs sent representatives during the first beta to familiarize themselves with the game. Our club was among the last to enter Unparalleled in the Jianghu compared to the major clubs. Xiao Han nodded and replied, there is a Chinese saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Being late is not necessarily a disadvantage. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Han felt a sudden tightening in his heart as a flood of memories surged forth. Qin Mo, the proud yet kind youth, would tirelessly correct his various Chinese grammar mistakes. Sometimes, when Xiao Han struggled with conjunction usage, he would chat with Qin Mo late into the night, misusing words. And Qin Mo would respond with a cascade of ellipses, expressing his exasperation. At that time, they were both quite young, though they belonged to different teams. Their masters shared a strong bond, allowing them to often create alternate accounts in online games to practice together, exchange ideas, spar, and grow side by side. Xiao Han transformed from a novice into the season's most valuable player, with Qin Mo by his side every step of the way. They were once innocent and inseparable, akin to childhood sweethearts. Xiao Han had believed that Qin Mo would accompany him in competitions for many years until they grew too old to play and would retire together. Little did he know that Qin Mo would leave so suddenly. For 3 long years, there had been no news. Xiao Han gently clenched his fist at his side, feigning calmness as he shifted the topic. Has the Fengsa Club also entered the new game? The Wind Color Club stands as a formidable rival to the Longing Club. Since Xiao Han inquired, Lu Chuan chose to disclose. Stating plainly, Wind Color established its presence the earliest, dispatching experts during the initial closed beta to gauge the landscape. They have delved deeply into the game, and it is rumored that they have formed an entirely new team. However, the roster remains confidential, classified as team secrets. As for your role in leading our entry into the new game, that too must remain under wraps for now. We shall convene a press conference when the time is ripe. Xiao Han nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Several major clubs in the country have received invitations from the game developers, and with our inclusion, there are currently 8 clubs involved, alongside various grassroots teams formed by skilled individuals. The inaugural professional league next year is bound to be a gathering of exceptional talent. Lu Chuan paused momentarily and inquired, given that we are commencing the latest, do you feel considerable pressure? Not at all, Xiao Han replied confidently. There are still 6 months remaining, which is ample time. You appear quite assured, Lu Chuan remarked with a slight smile, retrieving a stack of identity cards emblazoned with unique in the world from his drawer and handing them to him. Go forth, and may fortune favor you. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao Han logged into his QQ account and located a familiar name in his friend list, Shepard. This was Qin Mo's online alias, as well as his registered ID in the professional league. In the past, during his leisure hours, Xiao Han would often engage him in conversation to learn various usages of Chinese vocabulary or to share his own insights and experiences. However, Ever since Qin Mo abruptly departed from the professional league 3 years ago, his avatar has remained dormant, and the notification sound that Xiao Han had specifically assigned to him has ceased to echo. Xiao Han opened the dialogue window and sent a message. I am about to lead the team into the new game, dominating the Jianghu. Where are you? How have you been lately? For the past few years, the messages sent to Qin Mo have vanished into the void, a reality to which Xiao Han has grown accustomed. He calmly closed the chat window and casually posted a message in the Longing Club training camp group. Those who wish to sign up for the new game may come to my dormitory to collect their identity cards. The deadline is 7 p.m. With that, he turned to open the door to his dormitory. Moments later, newcomers began to arrive to collect their cards. By 6:50 p.m., 7 individuals had registered among the newcomers at the Longing Club, a notably high ratio. Yet, Xiao Han did not close the dormitory door, seemingly still awaiting someone. It was not until 6:59 p.m. that 2 young men arrived at his doorstep. The boy in front possessed a gentle appearance, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Standing roughly at 1.7 meters. When he smiled, a pair of shallow dimples graced his cheeks, and his eyes curved charmingly, exuding an aura of meekness and obedience. His name was Pei Yu, the swiftest among this batch of newcomers. Although Xiao Han was not responsible for training the newcomers during his tenure as captain, he remained well informed about the club's training camp. Pei Yu, feeling somewhat bashful, smiled shyly and inquired, Captain, we are here to register. Is it still possible? Xiao Han handed over 2 identity cards and remarked, It is precisely 7 o'clock. Did you time your arrival perfectly? One of the youths, brushing the back of his head, replied, Ahem, Xiao Yu wishes to explore the new game, while I am somewhat reluctant. We deliberated for quite some time, which led to our delay. This fellow truly lacks a certain awareness, openly expressing my disinterest in front of the captain. The youth was named He Beiguang, standing over 185 centimeters tall, making him the tallest among the newcomers. Due to the size of his head, the team members privately referred to him as Big Head. Unlike Pei Yu's nimble and swift style, He Beiguang's approach is straightforward and aggressive. Xiao Han had previously observed his training, noting his decent talent, though his game awareness still required substantial improvement. The two had arrived at the club together as fellow townsmen, naturally fostering a closer bond than with others. Why the reluctance to engage in the new game? Xiao Han inquired. He Beiguang candidly responded, I have primarily played Shinji. I have never experienced an ancient-style game before, and I fear I may struggle to adapt. The 2 youths promptly fell and stepped behind him. Inside the training room, all the newly registered members had gathered, clustering in small groups. Upon Xiao Han's entrance, they hurriedly stood in formation, respectfully calling out, Captain. Well, let me first brief you on the new game, Xiao Han stated, connecting a USB drive to the projector and unveiling a previously prepared PowerPoint presentation. Naturally, as professional players, blind typing should pose no challenge for you. Xiao Han subsequently introduced the distinctive features of the game's factions. The faction system bears resemblance to most online games, featuring 8 major sects that encompass healing, support, ranged and melee damage output, as well as robust tanks with high defense. Players may select their faction according to personal preference. Xiao Han retrieved a box of glasses and placed it upon the table, stating, Everyone, find a computer to log into the game, and all enter the Telecommunications District 1, striving to reach the maximum level with utmost speed. Once you attain the pinnacle level, I shall have you participate in a selection tournament, where your final performance will determine your fate. Upon hearing this, the team members eagerly rushed to find computers to log into the client. The visual transition, akin to traversing through time and space, filled the newcomers with exhilaration. After ensuring the newcomers were settled, Xiao Han also sat at a computer, logging into the game. He chose the Assassin faction, Eternal Night City, and casually named his character 1,000 Miles of Icebound, before entering the novice village. At that moment, a character message suddenly popped up in the announcement area above. The former leader of the Cold Hua Sword sect has left behind a mysterious martial arts manual in the snow cave of Kunlun Mountain. Adventurers above level 20 are invited to explore. Xiao Han paid no heed to such event announcements and commenced leveling up from the first novice quest. At the same time, at the entrance of the snow cave of Kunlun Mountain, Jing Hua Shuiyu, shall we challenge the secret manual boss? Feng Qingyi, our current gear is insufficient for such a feat, Shaoli Songdao. Should we simply abandon the attempt? Xiao Yaoxian inquired with curiosity. What exactly is the secret manual boss? Mirror Flower and Water Moon explained. The ultimate boss in this dungeon has a 1 chance of dropping a secret manual and a 99 chance of dropping fragments of the manual. Hence the common moniker of secret manual boss. What purpose does the secret manual serve? The curious little apothecary inquired. It allows one to learn an additional skill, unrestricted by sect or weapon type, available to all. And the fragments? Accumulate 50 fragments to exchange for a secret manual. The manuals can be bought, sold, and traded, but the fragments cannot. Oh, so wealthy individuals could simply purchase numerous manuals, making them significantly stronger than others? Not quite, for the skills from the manuals are limited. Each individual may only utilize one. Only one? What if one learns the wrong skill? Mirror Flower and Water Moon sighed in exasperation at this question and elaborated. Once learned. If one is dissatisfied, they may choose to forget it. The forgotten manual does not vanish. Rather, it remains on your bookshelf. The skill bar can accommodate only one manual skill, but the bookshelf can hold many. You can learn several manuals that suit you to handle various lineups in the arena. I understand now. The little apothecary exclaimed excitedly. So, one can learn many manuals to keep on the bookshelf and select which to use based on the opponent's lineup, correct? Precisely. The skills from the manuals in this game are exceptionally diverse. How much does a manual cost? I wish to learn several. The cheapest manual costs at least 10,000 gold coins. The little apothecary gazed despondently at the meager 100 gold coins in her pouch, immediately losing her desire to speak. At that moment, the previously silent Mo Hen suddenly inquired in the team channel, how do we defeat the secret boss? Perhaps we could give it a try. Jianghu Online was taken aback, astonished that this newcomer, unfamiliar with the path, exhibited interest in challenging a high-difficulty boss. Since the question was posed in the team channel, he responded directly, the secret boss in the Kunlun Snow Cave continually summons sword spirits to attack nearby players. The first wave summons 5 spirits, each following one of the 5 players, and after 20 seconds, another 5 will be summoned. Furthermore, every 3 seconds, the sword spirits will inflict a state of dizziness. Mo Hen remarked, so we must eliminate the sword spirits behind us within 20 seconds. Otherwise, their numbers will only increase? Exactly, Jianghu Online affirmed. A team of inexperienced players with subpar equipment will find it exceedingly difficult to manage. Mo Hen then asked, are the sword spirits controllable? Let us give it a try, he added. In the voice channel, Feng Qingyi, usually composed, now displayed signs of unease. Does he truly wish to confront this boss? Xiaoli Tsong Dao chuckled. If he wants to fight, let him. After all, dying below level 30 incurs no experience loss. A few more deaths, and he will learn his place. With a sigh of resignation, Jianghu Online replied, very well, let us attempt it. The 5 of them entered the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave instance. This snow cave was a place Qin Mo had previously passed while undertaking quests, but at that time, he was too low in level to gain entry. Now, upon stepping inside, he discovered an entirely different world within. Icicles of various shapes hung above, resembling exquisite crystal pendants, surrounded by countless luminous pearls. The icicles sparkled under the illumination, their translucent beauty evoking gasps of awe from passers-by. The little herbalist exclaimed, this place is breathtaking. Qin Mo, captivated by the lifelike scene within the snow cave, could not help but admire the game's technological prowess. He believed that soon, many who do not typically indulge in online gaming would be drawn by the enchanting visuals of this world, purchasing an identity card, investing some time, and donning VR goggles as if embarking on a journey through time, an experience quite worthwhile. Having participated in the beta test, Jianghu Online was no stranger to the visuals and typed, let us first defeat the first 2 bosses. The group followed him forward, encountering clusters of minor foes that were relatively easy to vanquish. Before long, they came upon a character with a purple name above him, known as the Sword Boy. Further ahead, they encountered another boss named the Demonic Sword Boy, slightly more challenging, yet his group attack skill could be evaded with ease, making his defeat manageable. Typically, novices would exit the dungeon through a secret passage after defeating these 2 bosses. Jianghu Online agreed to tackle the third one and led the party deeper into the cave. As they ventured into the depths of the snow cave, they indeed found a woman in white seated upon a millennium-old ice block, her name above her head reading Frost Blossom. She murmured to herself, appearing somewhat disoriented. Jianghu Online inquired, shall we engage? Mo Hen replied, let us give it a try. A smile concealing a dagger sent a series of smiles. Master, how should we proceed? The sarcasm in this statement was unmistakable. Qin Mo chose to disregard it and stated directly, 3 damage dealers, position yourselves closely, while the healer should keep a distance. Once the sword spirits respawn, do not concern yourselves with them. Focus solely on attacking the boss. The one concealing a dagger couldn't help but chuckle. Buddy, 5 sword spirits inflict substantial damage. The healer won't be able to keep up. If we ignore the sword spirits, we are all doomed. Mo Hen interjected. I will handle it. The one concealing a dagger was instantly taken aback. Are you serious? 5 sword spirits? You can manage that. Mo Hen replied calmly. Yes. I will draw the sword spirits. You all focus on the boss. The expressions of the 3 veteran players became somewhat awkward, as they collectively believed that Mo Hen's assertion was nothing short of fanciful, utterly unattainable. Yet, when Mo Hen made this declaration, he bore no semblance of jest. His tone was remarkably tranquil, as if stating, I will eat rice while you enjoy noodles. The team channel fell into an eerie silence for a moment before the one concealing a dagger retorted with a cold laugh. Very well then, you draw the sword spirits. We will engage the boss. Jianghu Online smiled as well, stepping forward with a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama, while only Feng Qingyi remained silent. As a fellow player of the Hanhua sword sect, Feng Qingyi understood well that if the swordsman's skills were sufficiently adept, the continuous execution of the Tianyang double strike crowd control effect could indeed be feasible. However, the issue at hand was whether this Mo Hen was not merely a newcomer, having tumbled off a cliff, lost his way, and was unaware of how to activate the resurrection point. Though he was merely a novice, he audaciously proclaimed his ability to control 5 moving sword spirits simultaneously. What, one might wonder, was his true identity? Feng Qingyi, deep in thought, stroked his chin and intently gazed at the screen before him. According to Qin Mo's instructions, Xiao Xian stood at a distance while Xiaoli Tsongdao positioned himself nearby, prepared to restrain the boss. Suddenly, Shuanghua recited a line. Who dares intrude upon my Kunlun's secret realm? No sooner had the words left her lips than 5 sword spirits materialized, launching a frenzied assault upon the 5 players. Xiao Xian aimed to heal her allies, yet the sword spirits behind her relentlessly attacked. In her moment of desperation, the swordsman Mo Hen leaped from a distance, landing deftly behind Xiao Xian and thrusting his blade directly into the chest of a sword spirit. Without delay, he swiftly maneuvered behind Jinghua Shuiwei, Xiaoli Tsongdao, and Feng Qingyi, executing a sweeping area attack that struck 3 sword spirits with precision. Realizing that Mo Hen had ventured beyond her healing range, Xiao Xian hastily typed, Mo Hen, I can't heal you. To which Mo Hen replied simply, no need. Those 3 succinct words, imbued with calm assurance, conveyed immense confidence. It soon became evident to Xiao Xian that Mo Hen required no healing. He expertly immobilized the 5 sword spirits with a successive strike of Jian Yukin Yang and his earlier technique, leaving them utterly restrained. Could it truly be that he had indeed controlled them? Feng Qingyi, Jinghua Shuiwei, and Xiaoli Tsongdao were all profoundly astonished. During their previous tasks, they had witnessed Mo Hen execute the impressive Tianyang 2-hit combo, yet they were utterly astonished by his mastery and precision of this technique. He had calculated the 3-second window of the sword spirit's stun ability perfectly, immobilizing 5 sword spirits in that fleeting moment before gracefully evading with his agility, flowing like water. This single phrase was all they could muster to encapsulate his performance. 20 seconds later, as the second wave of sword spirits emerged, Mo Hen suddenly pivoted and soared behind the little medicine fairy, first piercing the sword spirit lurking behind her. Without hesitation, he unleashed the skill wielding the sword to the horizon, striking down several freshly spawned sword spirits with decisive critical hits. Following this, he executed Sword Rain at dusk, silencing the 5 newly appeared sword spirits on the spot. The previous 5, now in pursuit, were met with Mo Hen's swift retreat as he elegantly circled the arena, drawing a total of 10 sword spirits in his wake. This breathtaking spectacle left his teammates in awe. Feng Qingyi was so captivated that he momentarily forgot about the boss, his expression a complex mix of admiration and bewilderment as he observed Mo Hen's finesse. How could the disparity between players be so profound? Thanks to his precise calculations of distance and skill cooldowns, Mo Hen sustained minimal damage. By the time he unleashed another 2-hit combo, the first batch of pursuing sword spirits had already been vanquished, collapsing almost simultaneously. Once again, the sword spirits behind him dwindled to 5. The accuracy with which he calculated even the damage output of his skills left his teammates utterly spellbound. First, summon 5 spirit beings, and after 20 seconds, summon another 5. By the time the total number of spirit beings reaches 10, the initial batch of 5 will be on the brink of demise. This cycle continues seamlessly, rendering the completion of the level an effortless task. As long as the spirit beings are managed effectively, the inherent difficulty of the boss is rather trivial. The remaining team members merely need to focus on dealing damage to the boss. What was once a boss battle that annihilated countless novice teams gradually transformed into a solo performance by Mo Hen. However, just as the boss's health dipped below 30%, an unexpected mishap occurred. Mo Hen, who had been diligently summoning enemies, found himself incapacitated due to a missed skill connection, leaving him stunned by the spirit beings. Fortunately, the healer reacted with remarkable promptness, immediately casting a single target healing spell. Mo Hen's health was restored, and Qin Mo swiftly typed, "I'm out of mana. Does anyone have blue potions?" Jianghu Online promptly replied, "I have some. Will 10 groups of replenishing elixirs suffice?" Xiaoli Tsong Dao chimed in, "I have 5 groups." Feng Qingyi added, "I have 3 groups." Observing the simultaneous influx of messages in the team chat, the three felt a touch of awkwardness. Moments ago, they had been mocking him in the voice channel, eagerly anticipating his downfall. Yet now they were scrambling to provide him with mana potions. The transition from ridicule to reverence was truly indescribable. Jianghu Online tossed 10 groups of replenishing elixirs onto the ground, and Mo Hen hurriedly collected them. After consuming a potion, his mana was partially restored, allowing him to resume casting skills to control the spirit beings. The ensuing events unfolded without further peril, as the boss's health steadily decreased, soon dwindling to a mere sliver. With a smile, the little medicine fairy typed, "This boss isn't as difficult as it seems, is it?" Jianghu Online felt an acute sense of embarrassment he longed to convey. "Sister, you have no idea how tragically other novice teams have perished here. Your perception of ease stems from the presence of a skilled player in our group. It is no simple feat to single-handedly draw 10 sword spirits. At least Feng Qingyi, who is also a swordsman, could not achieve such a thing. As for the trivial blunders made by Mo Hen in the game, like plummeting off cliffs or failing to locate the resurrection point, but they remain inexplicable for now." Jianghu Online possessed an instinctive awareness that this individual was far from ordinary. Just as Jianghu Online was lost in thought, a message in golden letters suddenly appeared in the announcement area above. "Hero Mo Hen, by a stroke of fortune, has acquired the secret manual Sword Rain fragrance within the snow cave of Kunlun Mountain." This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the entire server. As numerous veteran players who had participated in the closed beta were aware of the immense value of such a manual in the realm of martial arts, the world channel erupted in a flurry of messages. "Has anyone defeated a level 20 boss? Is this the first manual in the new area? There hasn't been an announcement before. It must be the very first. My friend is quite fortunate indeed." Newcomers inquired, "What is Sword Rain fragrance?" It allows the user to summon sword spirits to attack targets within range, stunning them for 3 seconds. A formidable area attack skill, especially effective in the arena. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's private chat was inundated with messages. "Hey, are you selling that manual? How much? Can I buy the manual for 1,000? If not, then 2,000. Is the secret manual for sale?" The little medicine fairy was evidently very excited. Wasn't it said that the chance of obtaining a secret manual is only 1? Our luck seems to be astonishingly good. In addition to the secret manual, the boss also dropped 5 pieces of purple materials, Ice Crystal Stone X5 and Purple Gold Sand X5. Jinghua Shuiwei remarked, "Ice Crystal Stones and Purple Gold Sands are essential materials for crafting equipment in the later stages. Since we have 5, let us divide them evenly." Mo Hen inquired, "How do we divide the secret manual?" Just as the boss fell, he happened to be nearby and, with a stroke of good fortune, opened the package dropped by the boss to find the secret manual, which is why his name appeared in the announcement on the World Channel. However, in reality, the secret manual is a collective achievement of the entire team, and the distribution rights lie with the captain. Qin Mo understood the rules of online games. Even if he had contributed the most in this dungeon, it was impossible for him to claim it all for himself. In the voice chat room, Feng Qingyi also asked, "Boss, what shall we do with the secret manual? Should we sell it in the trading market?" Xiaoli Tsong Dao suggested, "Let us sell it. If we sell it for 10,000, each of us would receive 2,000 gold." Jinghua Shuiwa paused for a moment before saying, "This secret manual is perfectly suitable for a swordsman. I think I should give it directly to Mo Hen." "No way." Xiaoli Tsong Dao is clearly unwilling. Although he had contributed significantly, without our team defeating the boss, he wouldn't have been able to clear the dungeon alone. let alone obtain the secret manual. Moreover, Yezi also plays as swordsman. Even if we were to black market the manual, it should be among our own. Jinghua Shuiwei calmly interrupted him. Can't you see? Mo Hen is not an ordinary expert. Given our current capabilities, it is quite challenging to befriend a master. One should not be overly fixated on immediate, trivial gains. Jinghua Shuiwei remarked, it is indeed commendable that Yezi harbors ambitions. Xiao Dao, you ought to learn from him. With a hint of resentment, Xiaolatzi replied, very well, you have spoken. But what about Xiaoyaxian? How shall we explain this to her? Jinghua Shuiwei responded, I will speak with her. At worst, I shall offer her some monetary compensation. After a consensus was reached, Jinghua Shuiwei privately messaged Xiaoyaxian. In today's dungeon, Ma Ken contributed the most. The skill book is perfectly suited for a swordsman. I intend to allocate it to him and would like to hear your thoughts. Instantly, Jinghua Shuiwei's impression of Xiaoyaxian shifted. Although she often posed naive questions and occasionally made rookie mistakes, she was certainly not the type to be petty or calculating. Captain Jinghua Shuiwei allocated the skill book Sword Rain Fragrance to Ma Ken. Upon seeing the message in the team channel, Qin Mo inquired, what does this mean? Jinghua Shuiwei explained, without your presence today, we would not have succeeded in the dungeon. This skill book rightfully belongs to you. Let us forge a friendship and tackle dungeons together in the future. He endeavored to maintain a tone that was not overly obsequious, yet Qin Mo saw through his intentions. Seizing the opportunity, Jinghua Shuiwei sent a friend request, which was promptly accepted. Qin Mo opened the skill book and learned the skill Sword Rain Fragrance, placing it in the lower left corner of his 16-slot skill bar. Upon activation, a designated area icon appeared before him. With a gentle swipe of his finger, an overwhelming cascade of white-clad sword spirits suddenly descended from the sky, dazzling him as if celestial maidens were gracing the earth. In the hands of the white-clad sword spirits, glistening blades were held aloft. As there were no hostile targets within the designated area specified by Qin Mo, the sword spirits, upon landing, executed a swift assassination maneuver before vanishing entirely. It is easy to imagine that had there been adversaries within the vicinity, these summoned sword spirits would undoubtedly have struck true, inflicting substantial damage while simultaneously incapacitating their foes for 3 seconds. Xiao Yaoxian marveled, how magnificent! Meanwhile, the cunning laughing blade could not help but salivate, exclaiming, the effects of this secret skill are indeed impressive. The white-clad sword spirits are utterly remarkable. Jinghua Shuiwei also expressed his admiration, acknowledging that the imagery of Mo Hen unleashing this skill was undeniably striking. After acquiring this secret technique, his prowess had seen a significant increase. And with his already keen abilities, facing lesser foes would soon feel as effortless as slicing through vegetables. If only he could form a fixed team with Mo Hen. Leveling up would no longer be a concern. However, how to broach such a subject? After a moment's contemplation, Jinghua Shuiwei mustered the courage to say, by the way, the storyline quests after level 20 are quite challenging. Many require a party to complete. Why don't we form a fixed team for leveling? Xiao Yaoxian immediately chimed in, that sounds splendid. I shall serve as your devoted healer. Naturally, Laughing Blade and Feng Qingyi had no objections, as the three were already a cohesive unit. Thus, all eyes turned towards Mo Hen. At that moment, Qin Mo was engrossed in analyzing the newly learned secret skill. He discovered that after unleashing the Sword Rain Fragrant technique, the cooldown timer displayed a lengthy 3 minutes. This implies that while the secret skill was formidable, its considerable cooldown necessitated precise timing for maximum efficacy in the arena. Xiao Yaoxian, I am also a university student, spending my holidays leisurely. Mo Hen, all right. How about we sleep at midnight and gather at 9 a.m.? Jinghua Shuiwei, no problem. Xiao Yaoxian, I'm fine with it too. Qin Mo was aware that the skills of these individuals were rather modest, merely a blend of seasoned players and novices commonly found in online games. However, he found himself struggling alone in the new game, where completing quests and leveling up proved to be a tedious endeavor. He often had to resort to online searches for solutions to various challenges, which consumed significant time. Jinghua Shuiwei, being an experienced player who had participated in several internal tests, could assist him in swiftly acclimatizing to this game. Since they expressed a desire to befriend him, he decided to seize the opportunity to form a small team for questing, benefiting both parties involved. With Qin Mo controlling the sword spirit, the ultimate boss became exceedingly manageable. The 5 of them skillfully completed the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave dungeon for the day and leveled up to 22, subsequently teleporting together to the next map, Qingqing Mountain. What Qin Mo was unaware of was that he had become the first player in the new district to master the sword rain drifting fragrance skill. As a result, Mo Hen's name suddenly ascended to the top of the Jianghu power rankings and the Telecom District 1, Zijianjiu. Chapter 6, City of Eternal Night. Upon exiting the novice village, Xiao Han was transported to the sect he had chosen during character creation, the City of Eternal Night. Having always played as an assassin, he possessed a profound understanding of the class's mechanics. This time, returning to his roots as an assassin in a new game was a strategic choice, especially since he bore the responsibility of leading his team, allowing him to swiftly regain his footing in familiar territory. The assassin profession in the world of dueling in the Jianghu hails from the depths of the southern wilderness, specifically the sect known as Evernight City. Due to the treacherous terrain surrounding the valley, which is both steep and unfathomably deep, outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate its secrets, rendering the hidden castle nearly undetectable. The founder of Evernight City was a renowned beauty, celebrated throughout the realm. Tragically, she fell for a duplicitous scoundrel who ultimately betrayed her, leading to the destruction of her entire family in a devastating fire. Fueled by intense hatred, she constructed a vast underground fortress deep within the southern wilderness and developed a myriad of enigmatic assassination techniques. After avenging herself upon the hypocrite, she grew increasingly ruthless, amassing disciples and imparting to them various assassination skills, utilizing sharp iron claws for close combat or cold daggers for distant strikes. These two styles slowly evolved into distinct factions within Evernight City. Given its secluded location, access to Evernight City is solely facilitated by aerial iron cables. Descending from great heights along these cables into the valley can be quite daunting for those with a fear of heights. Fortunately, Xiao Han felt little trepidation, gliding calmly down the iron cable into the hall of Evernight City, where he sought out the city lord to observe skill demonstration videos. From the footage, one could discern that the principal distinction between the iron claws and daggers lies in their attack range. The claws, worn on the hands, necessitate close proximity, resulting in a more brutal and bloody approach, while the dagger serves as a versatile weapon for both mid-range and close-quarter assassinations, allowing for greater agility in positioning. Xiao Han opted for the dagger as his weapon, successfully learning two fundamental skills: Valley Phantom and Long Rainbow Piercing the Sun. The Misty Valley is a universal light skill of Eternal Night City, enabling one to enter a state of invisibility while temporarily doubling agility attributes. Whether lurking in wait to assassinate foes or evading danger in dire moments, this skill grants immense convenience to the disciples of Eternal Night City. However, it bears a notable drawback. Any attack will reveal the user, and once exposed, they cannot become invisible again. Conversely, Rainbow Piercing the Sun is a rudimentary offensive skill of the dagger faction. Xiao Han experimented several times and swiftly discerned that achieving critical hits is not particularly challenging by consistently targeting the opponent's weaknesses, reminiscent of his past experiences as an assassin. At that moment, a message in golden text suddenly appeared in the announcement area above his head. Hero, Mo Hen, serendipitously acquired the manual sword rain fragrance in the snowy caves of Kunlun Mountain. The World Channel erupted with discussions on the prowess of this manual. Captivated by the news, Xiao Han promptly exited the game and searched online for information regarding the manuals of unrivaled Jianghu. The forums listed numerous manuals discovered by players during the beta testing phase, detailing the origin of each. The diverse array of manuals encompassing attack, control removal, healing, and defense promises to enrich the gameplay within the arena. Upon reading this, Xiao Han remarked, "Once we reach level 20, let us complete the daily dungeons to accumulate fragments in exchange for manuals. I aspire to collect them all." "What is a manual?" inquired He Beiguang, who, being accustomed to fantasy MMORPGs, was utterly perplexed by the ancient style of the game, scratching his head in curiosity. Beside him, Peiyu softly elucidated, "These are supplementary skills that can be learned without restrictions on sect or weapon." He Beiguang suddenly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "Ah, how intriguing! A warrior wielding a priest's healing skills would be formidable." Xiao Han nodded in agreement. The power rankings in the upper right corner were flashing, indicating an update. Upon checking, Xiao Han discovered that the top rank was held by Mo Hen of the Han Hua Sword sect. It was hardly surprising, as Mo Hen was the first player on the server to learn the secret skill. However, as more players acquired the secret skills, their impact on individual strength would diminish, with the emphasis shifting towards the team's synergy and skill combinations. Xiao Han closed the window and resumed his storyline quest, swiftly reaching level 20 and teleporting to Mingzhou City. Meanwhile, the Qin Mo team had departed Mingzhou, arriving at the next leveling map, Qingqing Mountain. The tasks here were designated for levels 20 to 30, presenting a noticeable increase in difficulty compared to the main quests in Mingzhou. The first task assigned to Jianghu Online was a 4-star delivery mission, where Chu Linger requested that the heroes deliver a confidential letter to the pavilion in the east to be handed to the designated recipient. The experience reward for this task was substantial, and the 4-star difficulty was evidently challenging. Jianghu Online remarked, "The graphics of this game are in 3D, and the text floats. It makes my eyes dizzy after a while. Mo Hen, Xiao Yaoxian, could you activate the voice system so we can communicate directly?" Xiao Yaoxian replied, "Sure." The game features an integrated voice system that allows players to log in directly. Upon logging in, one can hear the voices of nearby players. However, when there are too many players in proximity, one can opt to mute the voices of strangers, only listening to teammates. Players can also create private voice rooms, inviting distant friends to join and converse. As Qin Mo logged into the game's voice system, a cheerful female voice immediately reached his ears. "You three are all here. Has Mo Hen arrived?" This was likely Xiao Yaoxian. Qin Mo calmly replied, "Hello, I am Mo Hen." Suddenly, a hush fell over the surroundings. The voice transmitted through the headset was remarkably clear and pleasant. Even Jianghu Online had to concede that such a cool, crisp tone was particularly favored by the ladies. Mo Hen's voice exuded an aura of a high-cold male deity, rendering everyone silent as they seemed to await his next command. After a prolonged silence in the voice channel, Qin Mo inquired, "What should we pay attention to regarding this task?" Although Mo Hen was adept at gameplay, he appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the game itself. Reflecting on this, Jianghu Online eagerly explained, "Chu Linger's true identity is the daughter of the Wulian Alliance leader. She brought a confidential letter to Qingqing Mountain and is worried about her identity being exposed, fearing the loss of the letter. Therefore, she has entrusted us with delivering it to the contact person." Xiao Yaoxian praised, "Mirror, you seem quite familiar with the storyline of the game." Jianghu Online chuckled, "Of course. I have participated in the closed beta 3 times, and I can almost recite the task narratives." Little Medicine Immortal expressed his confusion. "Delivering a message shouldn't be too difficult, right?" The one with a hidden dagger in his smile interjected, "This is not merely a delivery task from the novice village. In this mission, assassins will intercept us along the way. If we are attacked, the confidential letter will drop, and the mission will be deemed a failure." Little Medicine Immortal gasped in astonishment. "So we must evade the assassins?" Mirror Flower, Water Moon explained, "Typically, the confidential letter is entrusted to someone skilled in lightness techniques, while the others are tasked with protecting him. As long as the messenger is not attacked and reaches the destination swiftly, we shall succeed." He paused before continuing, "Brother Mo Hen, you shall be the one to carry this confidential letter. Your skills surpass those of the rest of us." Qin Mo replied, "No problem." Within the game, Mirror Flower, Water Moon traded the confidential letter to Mo Hen, simultaneously handing over the captaincy to him. A countdown timer promptly appeared in the upper right corner, indicating a 5-minute limit. Realizing it was a time-sensitive task, Qin Mo turned and swiftly advanced along the winding path up the hill, his lightness skills allowing him to move with the grace of a startled swan. Naturally, the others were not inept. They closely followed Qin Mo, employing their respective sex lightness techniques to hasten their journey. Upon reaching a fork in the path, a group of masked figures in dark clothing suddenly emerged, rushing at them without a word. Qin Mo's right index finger glided lightly across the LCD panel, and instantly, the character Mo Hen executed a deft sidestep, evading the assassin's sword aimed at him. Mirror Flower, Water Moon displayed quick wit, producing a pouch of medicinal powder from his satchel and scattering it forward, creating a cloud of deadly breaking heart grass. A dense green fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering the assassins incapacitated. Jianghu Online swiftly engaged the group with a collective poison attack, articulating with remarkable speed, "Mo Hen, you should flee first. If you encounter any minor adversaries along the way, utilize your secret skills or the Twin Sun technique to immobilize them. Focus solely on your journey. We shall handle the lesser foes." Qin Mo nodded in understanding. The time-sensitive mission demanded utmost urgency. If all 5 individuals lingered to combat the minor enemies, it was likely they would fail to complete the task within 5 minutes. Jianghu Online's strategy was astute, entrusting the delivery of the confidential message to the one with the most adept agility. Should any minor foes arise, they would be subdued, allowing the swift traveler to reach the destination in the shortest time possible. Naturally, this plan hinged on the person carrying the message possessing not only exceptional agility, but also quick reflexes. Otherwise, should a minor enemy strike and cause the message to drop, the mission would be jeopardized. Jianghu Xiaohan evidently had great faith in Mo Han, who, in turn, did not disappoint. The skill, Sword Rain Fragrance, guaranteed a 100% chance of stunning the target. This particular secret skill's strength lay in its absolute control. It was not subject to probability, but ensured a definitive immobilization. In the arena, such unassailable control skills were immensely powerful, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Qin Mo relished this newly acquired secret skill, and upon witnessing all the assassins rendered unconscious, he disregarded the minor foes and continued onward. Throughout the ensuing journey, he encountered several disruptive assassins, all of whom he effortlessly subdued with his twin strike technique. The team of 4 swiftly dispatched the smaller foes, their coordination impeccable. As the countdown dwindled to a mere minute, Qin Mo finally arrived at the designated location, delivering the clandestine message to the enigmatic elder in the pavilion. Congratulations to the brave adventurer for successfully completing the challenge. Task completion rating, 5 stars. The little medicine immortal exclaimed in astonishment. There's even a rating. Jianghu Xiaohan, filled with excitement, responded, high difficulty tasks always come with completion ratings. 5 stars is the pinnacle. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. After all this time playing, it was Jianghu Xiaohan's first time attaining a 5-star rating. Indeed, the experience awarded upon task completion was substantial, propelling the 5 of them from level 22 to level 23 in an instant, an entire level gained from a single task. The little medicine immortal was also exhilarated. It's precisely these high-difficulty tasks that make it all the more enjoyable. The experience gained is remarkable. This was due to the presence of a skilled player in their team. Jianghu Xiaohan mused silently. Having boldly insisted on keeping Mo Han in their fixed team was undeniably a wise decision. With him aboard, tasks became both swift and straightforward. Reaching level 30 by nightfall was certainly within reach. With this thought, Jianghu Xiaohan felt invigorated and his voice grew animated. How about this? Since we are coordinating increasingly well, let us tackle high-difficulty, star-rated tasks next. The knife hiding in a smiling face laughed heartily. This way, our leveling speed will undoubtedly outpace that of the average players. The little medicine immortal chimed in. Sounds great. Jianghu Xiaohan then sought Mo Han's opinion. Mo Han, what do you think? Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, that's fine. Let us undertake the most challenging tasks. In the training room of the Longing Club, amidst a shared resolve, the difficulty of tasks in the game was discussed. We only select the most challenging missions, Xiao Han declared, emphasizing that undertaking tasks of lesser complexity bore no significance. The newcomers needed to level up promptly. Upon hearing this, the novices rushed toward the location for star-level tasks. Chapter 7. Bidirectional missions. The club's newcomers swiftly ascended to level 20. Xiao Han glanced at the leveling guide and stated, I will reassign personnel for the Kunlun Mountain Dungeon at level 20. 2 ranged players from Team 1 and 2 from Team 2 shall accompany me into the dungeon. We shall swiftly complete it twice to acquire some equipment. Hearing this, Pei Yu, responsible for Team 2, promptly disbanded the team and joined forces with another ranged player to align with the captain. I have just reviewed the strategy for this dungeon, Xiao Han continued. Our current equipment is insufficient, and our damage output is lacking. Thus, we cannot follow the strategy as outlined. We must rely on skill to prevail. With no healer in our team, after the sword spirit respawns, each of you must utilize lightness skills to evade while simultaneously kiting the boss and attacking. I am eager to observe your maneuvers. The group nodded in understanding, yet it was only a fleeting assurance. The boss's health dwindled to a mere 5. But the 4 ranged players in the team succumbed to the relentless assault of the sword spirit. As they gazed at the ashen screen, an awkward silence enveloped them. The thought of the Longing Club's professional players being annihilated in a level 20 dungeon on a new server would be a considerable embarrassment. Fortunately, Xiao Han remained alive. Upon witnessing his teammates fall, he swiftly reacted, pressing the keyboard 3 times to execute Phantom of the Valley, Long Rainbow Through the Sun, and Flowing Moon Flying Star. In that fleeting moment, the shadowy assassin on the screen vanished without a trace. The sword spirits, having lost their target, began to scatter in disarray. Just then, the assassin reappeared behind the boss, deftly wielding his dagger. with a seamless combination of long rainbow piercing the sun and flowing moon flying stars. He inflicted a bleeding status on the boss, swiftly following up with a rapid series of 3 strikes, each delivering critical damage of terrifying magnitude. After a fluid sequence of attacks, the boss collapsed with a resounding crash. Xiao Han, wearing a calm expression, approached the fallen boss to collect a trove of equipment before turning to exit the dungeon. It was then that his voice echoed, "What are you waiting for? Leave the dungeon and distribute the gear." With the enhancement provided by the equipment, the subsequent dungeon run progressed remarkably smoothly, culminating in the demise of the final boss in under 10 minutes. The group quickly completed all 5 dungeons for the day, acquiring numerous fragments of the Sword Rain Fragrance Tome, as well as various materials. The fragments, unable to be traded, were held by each individual, while the materials were consolidated into the captain's repository for later distribution. Pei Yu observed Xiao Han's consistently serene demeanor, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Years ago, when Xiao Han, still young, had assumed the role of captain, he had faced considerable skepticism from the outside world. Yet, in the years that followed, Xiao Han's growth had been nothing short of astonishing. In just a year, the awkward, introverted mixed-race boy who struggled with the Chinese language had transformed into the composed and dependable captain he was today, marked by a serious demeanor. It is said that in his youth, Xiao Han was affectionately referred to as the Little Prince, sharing a title with Qin Mo, the Little Prince of the Wind Color Club, and both were renowned as the twin stars of their league. They were nurtured as successors to their respective teams, with high hopes placed upon them by their predecessors. Regrettably, the other half of the twin stars, Qin Mo, remains an enigma to the newcomers, as he departed from the eSports realm long ago. It seems that the very year Qin Mo left, Xiao Han ascended rapidly to become the new generation's deity, evolving into a remarkably responsible captain. In Pei Yu's recollection, Xiao Han seldom spoke. This was reportedly due to his upbringing abroad, which left him somewhat lacking in his command of the Chinese language. However, whenever he did speak, his words carried an undeniable authority. During their recent dungeon run, what appeared to be a straightforward distribution of roles was, in fact, a meticulous arrangement by Xiao Han, who had already mapped out the professional configuration of the 10 players, selecting the most suitable formation to conquer the dungeon efficiently. His ability to expedite the acquisition of equipment and reorganize the team facilitated a remarkably swift leveling process that was beyond the capabilities of the newcomers. Pei Yu awkwardly chuckled and confessed, "Captain, I actually played a beta test on a Smurf account once." Xiao Han replied, "I know." Pei Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? How did you know?" Xiao Han explained, "When you mentioned the strategies earlier, your knowledge was evident. It was clear you had played this game before." The young man's voice, naturally soft, carried a hint of pleading, as if to convey that he had not neglected his training and hoped the captain would refrain from punishing him. Xiao Han reassured him, "I will not pursue the matter. Beyond the training hours, what one wishes to pursue is entirely one's own prerogative." Pei Yu let out a sigh of relief and leaned in to say, "In truth, there exists another method to obtain secrets within this game." Given that the captain did not reprimand him for clandestinely playing a new game, Pei Yu felt emboldened to share once one reaches level 30. The wilderness maps will sporadically refresh with some chivalrous figures from the martial world. Successfully challenging them yields substantial experience points and rare secret tomes, along with precious materials. Oh, so it is akin to a wilderness boss? Indeed. The level 30 wilderness boss appears in the Sword God Valley. However, we want to reach level 30 by tonight. We can attempt to confront it tomorrow after leveling up. Very well. Shall we commence our ascent to Qingqing Mountain for leveling men? Yes. You take 2 teams to continue the quest. Upon arriving at Qingqing Mountain, Xiao Han first surveyed the task distribution on the mini-map located in the upper right corner. In the southeast of Qingqing Mountain, several high-difficulty quests marked with 4 to 5 stars awaited. He led a few teammates to the southeast corner and selected a 5-star difficulty quest, the treasure map of the Leisurely Villa. This was a series of interconnected tasks that offered bountiful experience rewards and numerous precious materials. For the first phase of the quest, one must employ agile lightness skills to soar to the mountaintop and locate the first fragment of the treasure map. This required exceptionally adept maneuvering. Otherwise, one would be unable to ascend. However, for Xiao Han, this was a mere trifling challenge. The second phase involved vanquishing a band of thieves lurking within the woods to uncover the second fragment of the treasure map. The number of thieves was considerable, yet Xiao Han was accompanied by seasoned professionals, making the extermination of a horde of minor adversaries a swift endeavor. As the third ring commenced, The difficulty of the task escalated significantly, requiring players to infiltrate the serene villa and, under the cover of the owner's slumber, stealthily extract the third fragment of the treasure map. This particular infiltration mission tested the players' positional skills, for the villa was patrolled by numerous guards wielding lanterns. Any player who ventured within a 10-foot radius of these sentinels would be detected, resulting in immediate failure of the mission. Moreover, all stealth abilities were rendered ineffective during this task to prevent assassin players from circumventing the challenge altogether. Xiao Han meticulously surveyed the villa's layout and declared, "Let us commence. Stay close to me." He seized the opportune moment when a guard turned away, leaping agilely to the next intersection. As a guard approached from the direction ahead, he prudently retreated a few steps to maintain a safe distance, resuming his advance only after the guard had turned. His movements were fluid, marked by a harmonious balance of approach and retreat. The villa's terrain was notably intricate. Yet the team observed that their captain effortlessly navigated through the labyrinthine formation of guards in less than a minute. Upon gaining entry to the villa's interior, they stealthily approached the owner's chamber, where the proprietor was indeed fast asleep upon the bed. However, just as Xiao Han intended to retrieve the treasure map fragment from the chest on the table, the owner abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed, "What audacity! Dare you steal my treasures?" With that, he seized a large blade at his side and swung it violently towards Xiao Han's position. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Han leaped back a few paces, evading the owner's ferocious strike. This was a formidable boss, and the difficulty was considerable upon hearing the owner's roar. The guards in the courtyard rushed in to assist, complicating the situation with a swarm of lesser foes. "You engage the owner, I will draw away the guards." Upon concluding his statement, Xiao Han swiftly retreated to the doorway, pressing the button thrice on the long rainbow. In an instant, numerous gleaming daggers shot forth from his hands, precisely enveloping the guardians ahead. The ones drawn by animosity promptly turned and pursued him, allowing Xiao Han to lead them on a whimsical chase throughout the courtyard. With the guardians diverted, the remaining four swiftly subdued the estate owner, securing the coveted fragments of the treasure map. Xiao Han exhaled in relief, believing the mission had finally reached its conclusion, only to be confronted by an unexpected notification. The hero has collected 3 fragments of the treasure map. You may return the fragments to me for rewards, or assemble them into a complete treasure map to unlock the treasure instance of the leisurely villa. Note, this instance is a dual instance, offering double rewards but presenting a high degree of difficulty. Please proceed with caution. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's screen illuminated with the same message. The group had recently reached level 25, having just completed the task for the treasure map fragments. Curiously, Qin Mo inquired, "What is a dual instance?" Jianghu Shui Yu eagerly elucidated. In this game, the treasure map series of tasks consists of dual instances, meaning that 2 teams enter the instance simultaneously. Within the instance, teams engage in combat, and only by eliminating all members of the opposing team can one seize the treasure for themselves. The difficulty of such dual instances varies greatly, as we cannot ascertain the strength of the rival team that has also been summoned. Xiao Yao Xian excitedly chimed in. 2 teams vying for treasure sounds immensely entertaining. Feng Qingye remarked, "We have been undertaking tasks of considerable difficulty, and now we have reached level 25. With Mo Hen's presence, we might as well attempt this dungeon." Ever since completing the message delivery task at Qingqing Mountain, they had successfully accomplished several high-stakes missions, including escorting an NPC and vanquishing bandits, each time earning a 5-star completion rating and receiving multiple rewards. The 5 members advanced in levels at an astonishing pace, swiftly securing a place among the top 3 pages of the local leaderboard. It is no wonder that Feng Qingye held such confidence in the treasure map dungeon for Team PvP. Given the prospect of doubled rewards, Qin Mo was naturally inclined to give it a try. "Let us proceed," he decided. Upon selecting the second option, the 3 fragments of the treasure map in his inventory were instantly combined into a complete map, and shortly thereafter, the group was transported to an entirely new dungeon, the secret realm of Yuran Villa. The map of the realm resembled that of Yuran Villa from earlier, but this time, instead of the night scene encountered during their prior theft of fragments, it was now daylight, offering a much clearer view. With the owner slain, the villa was devoid of guards. Qin Mo led his companions to the villa's rear courtyard. In the center of the courtyard's pond lay a conspicuous mechanism. As Qin Mo approached and activated it, a hidden passageway materialized before them, presumably the location of the treasure. Just as Qin Mo prepared to enter the secret passage, A message suddenly flashed in the communication window at the lower left corner. Friend, please leave the treasure to us. I do not wish to resort to violence. The sender was Qianli Bingfeng. The members in the Dragon's Roar training room were all astonished. They had never witnessed anyone daring to speak to the captain in such a manner. The ink stain truly signifies a refusal to heed a gracious invitation, compelling our captain to take matters into his own hands. I trust you won't find yourself weeping and begging for mercy later on. The opponent was unwilling to relent, prompting Xiao Han to propose, do you prefer a one-on-one duel or a full-scale team battle? Bestowing the choice upon the adversary reflects Xiao Han's sportsmanship as a professional player. After all, leading a group of seasoned competitors against casual gamers in a team confrontation lacks honor. A duel would undoubtedly be the more time-efficient resolution, aligning perfectly with Qin Mo's intentions. With the skills of Jianghu Online, Xiao Litsong Dao, and Feng Qingyi being relatively modest, and the naive newcomer, Xiao Yaoxian, the team would be at a significant disadvantage in a 5-on-5 skirmish. However, in a duel, Qin Mo would hold the upper hand. Since the opponent was willing to grant him a choice, Qin Mo would not hesitate to assert, you come over, we shall duel. The loser must withdraw from leading the team. Xiao Han promptly replied, agreed. Without further ado, he activated the stealth ability of Yugumi Zone and, with lightning speed, dashed towards the treasure's location in the manor's rear courtyard. Step back, Qin Mo calmly instructed in the voice channel. I will handle this. The four teammates immediately retreated from the garden, leaving only Qin Mo, the white-clad swordsman, standing alone in the center, his expression serene as he awaited the challenge. Due to the large tree obscuring his view, Qin Mo had not spotted Xiao Han and his group earlier. Moreover, with Xiao Han's assassin capable of vanishing from sight, Qin Mo would naturally lose the advantage of initiative. In a one-on-one duel, failing to seize the initiative is a significant disadvantage, as the party that strikes first invariably inflicts greater damage and employs more control skills, thus gaining a substantial advantage. Conversely, if the responding party does not react promptly, they will undoubtedly find themselves in a passive position, subjected to relentless assaults. The newcomers surrounding Xiao Han were convinced that the swordsman known as Mo Hen was destined to lose. Once their captain made an appearance, a casual series of critical strikes would bestow an enormous advantage. Xiao Han, true to form, did not disappoint his team. He instructed Qianli Bingfeng to stealthily position himself not far behind Mo Hen. Without the latter's awareness, Qianli Bingfeng suddenly emerged from concealment, thrusting his icy dagger towards Mo Hen's back with a flurry of lethal strikes. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Long rainbow piercing the sun. From a distance, Jianghu Online couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This assassin is truly skilled. Xiao Yaoxian, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the battle unfolding in the garden, perceived the assassin's movements as swift and decisive. Yet, her loyalty remained with her teammate, prompting her to assert, Mo Hen is level 25, while Qianli Bingfeng is only level 22. Mo Hen's higher level surely guarantees his victory. With a sly grin, Xiao Litsong Dao chuckled, indeed, indeed. However, Feng Qingyi remained composed, fixated on the scene in the garden, harboring a sense of intuition that the three-level disparity was not insurmountable. Whether Mo Hen could secure victory remained uncertain. At that moment, Xiao Han swiftly followed up with the subsequent damage, Lu Yu Fei Xing. This skill, a close-range assassination technique, enabled the distant assassin to instantaneously close the gap, lunging behind the enemy to deliver a deadly strike to the heart with his dagger, achieving a critical blow. Draped in a cloak of black, the assassin wore a mysterious ebony mask. With a swift movement, the onlookers scarcely registered the fleeting shadow as Qianli Bingfeng, who had just been positioned at a distance, suddenly appeared behind Mo Hen. With decisive precision, the assassin thrust his blade towards the heart, causing Mo Hen's health to plummet from 100 to 50. This dramatic reduction was not solely the result of a single skill, but rather a culmination of the combined damage from the long rainbow, piercing the sun's 3 consecutive strikes, and the lunar star's critical hit. The sheer speed of Qianli Bingfeng's execution was astonishing. Within a mere 3 seconds, he unleashed a flurry of techniques that seemed to sever Mo Hen's vitality in half, leaving the distant spectators in utter awe. Even Qin Mo was taken aback, not anticipating such a rapid and ferocious assault from the assassin. In an instant, he discerned that he was facing an elite master of assassination. The opponent had skillfully obscured his line of sight and executed a surprise attack, seizing the initiative and inflicting a significant blow to his health. In a competitive arena, such a seamless display of skill could easily shatter an opponent's resolve, particularly if their mental fortitude was lacking. This oppressive style of play was the hallmark of a true master, capable of gaining a substantial advantage by forcing the adversary to bear greater pressure. Under such strain, mistakes became all too likely, and this assassin would undoubtedly seize any opportunity for exploitation. Yet, who was Qin Mo? Despite having departed the eSports realm in his youth, he was once the ace of the Fengsi team and had participated in international competitions. His experience was unparalleled. Having encountered numerous adverse situations, he had long since grown accustomed to them. The moment his health was reduced by half, Qin Mo immediately reacted. The white-clad swordsman on the screen abruptly pivoted, his long sword deftly flipping to the left and right, elegantly carving two beautiful arcs before thrusting diagonally forward, striking his opponent's abdomen with precision. Sword journey to the horizon. Rain of swords under the setting sun. It was yet another instance of the famed Tianyang double strike that Feng Qingye had witnessed countless times. Those who wield the sword are acutely aware that when facing a stationary target, landing a critical hit by aiming for their weakness is a straightforward task. However, how does one gauge the position of an adversary lurking behind them? Before Feng Qingye could ponder further, he observed the black-clad assassin being rendered immobile by Mo Xiao, who then executed a graceful escape, akin to a stunning white bird taking flight, swiftly distancing himself from the opponent. This spectacle left the onlooking teammates in the training room astounded. Under Xiao Han's oppressive presence, those of lesser skill typically found themselves effortlessly dispatched in a single lethal combo. Yet this individual, he had managed to execute a clean counterattack? At the moment Xiao Han seized the advantage by ambushing him from behind and having his health, he seemed utterly unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to instantly retaliate. Pinning Xiao Han in place? Peiyu was profoundly shaken. Everyone was well aware of Captain Xiao Han's prowess. The season's MVP award was not bestowed without merit. On the battlefield of professional tournaments, Xiao Han has rarely encountered an opponent who could match his prowess. His assassin is utterly formidable. Not only does his swift and decisive barrage of critical strikes inflict significant damage upon his adversaries, but his astonishing hand speed, adaptable tactics, and unpredictable mobility techniques also impose immense psychological pressure on his foes. Many seasoned players find themselves burdened by this anxiety when facing Xiao Han. However, one individual, known as Mo Xiao, appears impervious to such mental strain. After deftly immobilizing Xiao Han, he astutely created distance, leveraging the longer reach of his swordplay to unleash two more journey with his sword attacks from afar. Admittedly, the damage inflicted by these strikes was not as substantial as the triple strike of long rainbow piercing the sun, reducing the opponent's health only to a mere 75. Utilizing the effects of Misty Valley's elusive steps, Mo Xiao re-entered a state of invisibility, his agility attributes doubling, allowing him to swiftly close the gap and position himself behind Xiao Han. Although this area attack yielded minimal damage, it produced an unexpectedly effective outcome at that moment. The hidden assassin was revealed. The initial combo was successfully interrupted by this maneuver. Subsequently, Mo Xiao, like a graceful swan, retreated rapidly with his lightness skill, distancing himself from Xiao Han. With Xiao Han's lightness skill on cooldown and having been forced out of his hidden state, he could no longer disrupt Mo Xiao's movements. Consequently, Mo Xiao could comfortably exploit the advantage of distance to gradually equalize their health disparity. Yet, Xiao Han was far from conceding defeat. Although his lightness skill was in cooldown, he possessed other pursuit techniques at his disposal. Flowing moon, flying stars. The shadowy assassin, like a wraith, once again teleported behind Mo Xiao, his dagger dancing in a deadly rhythm, executing a rapid double strike of the lunar star. If the 3 consecutive strikes of the rainbow piercing the sun inflicted notable area damage, then the close-quarter double strike of the lunar star unleashed a far more terrifying single-target devastation. Mo Xiao's health had plummeted to a mere 20. It was only at this moment that a slight change flickered across Xiao Han's countenance. In the distance, the white-clad swordsman moved with extraordinary agility, his mastery of lightness techniques reaching an almost transcendent level. Mo Xiao was indeed a formidable opponent, and not just an ordinary one. His reactions in combat were remarkably swift, and his strikes decisive. Even when he had been nearly halved in health at the onset of the battle, he managed to withstand the pressure and devised the most rational strategy to narrow the health gap by leveraging his distance advantage, while Xiao Han relentlessly pursued him. A lesser opponent would have already succumbed to exhaustion. Yet he remained composed, deftly countering each move without the slightest hint of panic. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not quite place its origin. Simultaneously, Qin Mo was deeply astonished. The assassin's technique was razor-sharp and imposing. In the face of his lightning-fast, relentless attacks, one misstep could lead to annihilation. Although Qin Mo managed to stabilize the situation with his rapid reflexes and agile maneuvers, beads of sweat began to form in the palm of his hand. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in such a fierce confrontation. Just moments ago, he had drawn upon the focus and caution he had honed during competitive matches to narrowly evade the opponent's critical strikes. Yet he understood that if this continued, he would ultimately be overwhelmed. The opponent was simply too swift. Qin Mo originally intended to create distance and wear down the adversary gradually. But it was evident that this assassin was exceptionally astute, recognizing that engaging in a war of attrition would be to his detriment. Thus, he adhered to the principle of swift resolution, repeatedly utilizing the skill of Luiyue Feishing to launch aggressive assaults, relentlessly pursuing Qin Mo. At present, Mo Hin was left with merely 20 of his health, while his opponent still boasted approximately 50. Prolonging this engagement was not a viable strategy. With this thought, Qin Mo's expression turned icy as he decisively slid his finger towards the lower left corner of the blue crystal screen. The onlookers witnessed the white-clad swordsman suddenly raise his sword before him, followed by a multitude of snow-white sword spirits cascading from the heavens, encircling the black-clad assassin. The rain of swords was perfumed with an enchanting fragrance. He activated a secret skill with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Xiao Han was caught off guard and was instantly incapacitated by the sword spirits, allowing Qin Mo to seize the opportunity during those 3 seconds of daze to unleash his utmost speed. Executing the combo of Zhang Jian Tianya and Jian Yukan Yang with silent precision. Thus, as the 3 seconds of daze concluded, he followed up with another 3 seconds of silence control. Remarkably, he achieved a seamless control chain. Pei Yu gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as he fixated on the captain's computer screen, his expression betraying disbelief. The term seamless control refers to a high-level player's ability to precisely time the effects of 2 controlling skills, immediately transitioning to the next control skill just as the effect of the preceding skill is about to expire. Mo Hin, through this dazzling display of skill, managed to eliminate Xiao Han's 1,000 miles of ice in an instant. He unleashed a series of skills that inflicted nearly 50 damage, seemingly delivering a powerful counterattack against Xiao Han, who had initially pressed him down to half health. In a surprising turn of events, just as the captain was gaining the upper hand and had reduced the opponent's health to nearly half, he was unexpectedly slain by the opponent's low health. The atmosphere in the training room instantly became exceedingly awkward. At first, everyone believed that the captain could easily dispatch players in the online game within moments, and they all thought that Mo Hin would be reduced to tears. No one anticipated that Xiao Han would actually lose. A group of people exchanged glances, unsure of how to break the peculiar silence. Fortunately, Pei Yu, displaying his intelligence, quickly grasped the crux of the match and diplomatically remarked, Mo Hin is 2 levels higher than the captain and has additionally learned a unique skill. Moreover, swordsmen below level 30 possess various control skills, while assassins are unable to dispel control effects, rendering a significant disadvantage in skills. Pei Yu's reasoning was indeed sound, yet Xiao Han, being a professional player, did not consider the level and skill disparity as consequential in the eyes of his teammates. Xiao Han stated plainly, a loss is a loss. There is no need to seek excuses. His nonchalant demeanor offered a slight sense of relief to the newcomers. Pei Yu promptly shifted the topic, asking, Captain, what is the background of this Mo Hin? Xiao Han replied, he is likely a professional player. This individual must possess extensive experience in confronting assassins. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to predict the movements of an assassin after they have gone invisible, let alone remain so composed when faced with the swift pursuit of an assassin. Besides being a professional player, Xiao Han could not conceive of any other explanation. Which team could he possibly belong to? Pei Yu inquired with curiosity. Numerous clubs have established themselves in the newly developed area, yet it remains premature to draw any conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han remarked, I do not wish for him to harbor any suspicions towards us. Let us feign ignorance for the time being. Very well. In the game, Mo Hin sent a message in the dungeon scene channel. I have triumphed. As per our agreement, you shall lead the team in retreat, and the treasure will belong to me. No problem. Xiao Han decisively ordered the team to withdraw, promptly adding the other party as a friend, only to be met with a system notification. The other party has declined your friend request. Why the rejection? Xiao Han pondered aloud. We could engage in some sparring when time permits. No need. Qin Mo replied candidly. I possess an advantage in techniques. It would not be fair to continue sparring. Xiao Han could only respond with a resigned ellipsis. The newcomers in the training room exchanged glances, surprised that their captain not only faced a setback before this individual but also failed to secure a friendship. Chapter 9. Fond memories to be bested by a master in the online game, and subsequently have one's friend request declined might be a source of embarrassment for an ordinary captain. However, Xiao Han remained unfazed, his demeanor composed as he stated, we must closely monitor the members of Mo Xiao's team and report any information to me at once. The newcomers suddenly grasped the captain's intentions. He had set his sights on Mo Xiao. Pei Yu, the most perceptive among the newcomers, immediately smiled and inquired, Captain, could this individual possibly be someone you are acquainted with, a formidable figure from your past? He gives me a sense of familiarity, as though we have crossed paths before. Xiao Han paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I cannot immediately ascertain which swordsman from the alliance he might be. Let us remain vigilant, for we may uncover something. Given that Mo Xiao occupies the top position in the power rankings due to the skills outlined in the Sword Rain Fragrance Manual, perhaps we should also acquire a manual tomorrow and engage in a sparring session with him? Pei Yu suggested. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they discussed the boss in Sword God Valley. What is the difficulty of this boss? It is more challenging than a dungeon boss, but simpler than a world boss. With seamless coordination, a small team could defeat it. Xiao Han nodded in agreement and instructed, let us all exert ourselves a bit tonight. Reach level 30 before resting. We shall rise at 8:30 tomorrow to prepare for the boss battle in Sword God Valley. Understood. The group promptly immersed themselves in quests to level up. As the opposing team opted to exit the dungeon, automatically relinquishing the treasures, Qin Mo successfully claimed the rewards from Yuran Village Treasure Secret Realm. The doubled rewards propelled the 5 into level 26. Little Medicine Fairy expressed his delight, exclaiming, Mo Xiao is truly remarkable. That individual earlier boasted about sharing the treasure. Yet he was driven away by Mo Xiao. With a sly smile, Hidden Blade chimed in, indeed, he was no match for Mo Xiao. In contrast, Jianghu Online and Feng Qingyi maintained a more composed demeanor, exchanging private messages. The level of that individual who froze the expanse in an icy grip was not insignificant. I believe Mo Xiao will ultimately prevail. As the manual skills play a crucial role, Feng Qingyi noted. Indeed, that person's combat style was swift and ruthless. Had I been in his place, I would have been swiftly eliminated by a barrage of critical strikes at the onset, he added. Jinghua Shueishui felt a twinge of embarrassment. Moke was his equal. Both masters in their own right, far superior to them. Today, have we offended that icebound figure? Will he seek retribution against us? Feng Qingye expressed his concerns. After all, the pride of a master is far more intense than that of an ordinary person. Losing face in front of so many might lead to lingering resentment. And if trouble were to arise, they would not stand a chance against such a formidable opponent. Surely not, Jinghua Shueishui reassured him. After his defeat, he decisively retreated with his companions. He appears to be a rather straightforward individual, unlikely to harbor petty grudges and seek vengeance. Let us hope so. Feng Qingye sighed in relief. Regardless, our priority tonight is to reach level 30. The two concluded their private chat and rejoined their teammates to tackle high-difficulty missions. By around midnight, they successfully reached level 30, while most players were still languishing at level 20. Jinghua Shueishui marveled, so this is level 30. Last time in the closed beta, it took me a grueling 20 hours of non-stop play to reach level 30. Today, with Moke's assistance, I accomplished it in just 12 hours. Qin Mo glanced at the time and said, I'm heading to bed now. Good night, everyone. Jinghua Shueishui immediately replied, Good night, everyone. See you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. After shutting down his computer, Qin Mo rubbed his tired, aching eyes and rose to head to the bathroom. Extended periods immersed in virtual reality gaming can pose a significant challenge to the eyes, as the hyper-realistic environments can exponentially amplify fatigue. Thus, a harmonious balance between exertion and relaxation becomes imperative. Qin Mo reclined in a sumptuous bathtub, shutting his eyes to fully unwind and indulge in a soothing bath. After his refreshing soak, he retired to his bedroom, intending to enjoy a restorative slumber. However, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to drift into sleep. His mind incessantly replayed the encounter with the assassin in the treasure-laden realm of Ur and Mountain Villa. The icy approach of the opponent evoked a bizarre sense of familiarity within him, leading his thoughts to a certain individual. This person had risen to become a professional player at a remarkably young age, exhibiting an audacious and incisive style of play. Notably, he showcased remarkable adaptability on the battlefield, at times launching sudden offensive combinations that swiftly dispatched his adversaries, while at others, he would deftly maneuver and conceal himself, seeking opportunities to execute elegant tactical skirmishes. He adeptly adjusted his strategies according to the unique characteristics of his opponents, his methods enigmatic and unpredictable, achieving an exceptionally high win rate in one-on-one confrontations. It was this prowess that earned him the coveted Rookie of the Year award that season. Qin Mo himself had once claimed that accolade a year prior, having debuted later than this individual yet rapidly closing the gap in skill. Although Qin Mo never voiced it, he held a profound respect for his rival's capabilities. Moreover, their close friendship during their youth was well documented. Xiao Han had even publicly declared in an interview, "Qin Mo is my best friend." Two individuals, akin in age and blessed with remarkable talents, found themselves fortunate in their mentorship, for both were guided by the captains of illustrious teams who regarded them as their successors. Thus, they earned the moniker of Little Princes. Furthermore, Xiao Han frequently proclaimed Qin Mo as his dearest friend, leading their fans to dub them the twin stars of the league, signifying their potential as the most promising young talents in the professional arena. Journalists often convened discussions surrounding the duo, and supporters eagerly anticipated the day when, following the retirement of their mentors, these successors would command their respective teams, possibly emerging as the next generation's elite deities, crafting countless classic matchups on the battlefield. Regrettably, Qin Mo departed far too soon, and the anticipated confrontations never materialized. Reflecting on the poignant farewell, a sense of turmoil enveloped Qin Mo, compelling him to bury his face in his pillow, urging himself to succumb to slumber swiftly. It was not until 3 a.m. that he finally drifted into sleep, only to be haunted once more by memories of the past. The scenes unfolded, his 15-year-old self joining the Wind Color Club, recognized and taken under the wing of Captain Ling Xiefeng. The moment of triumph at the award ceremony when he was bestowed the Best Newcomer award after a tumultuous journey, the awe he felt upon first encountering the golden-haired, dark-eyed youth Xiao Han, and the intense matches against global experts under his mentor-esque guidance in world competitions. As the dream reached its conclusion, he found himself back at the press conference of that year. With a heavy heart, the youthful Qin Mo bowed to the reporters, choking on his words as he expressed, "I am deeply sorry to those who have supported and believed in me. I have let you down." The reporters surged forward, eagerly bombarding him with a barrage of incisive questions, while the photographers incessantly clicked their shutters, capturing his disheveled appearance. Qin Mo felt as though he were a gorilla on display at a zoo, surrounded by onlookers. A chilling sensation enveloped him, rendering his entire being akin to that of a prisoner in an ice cellar. His legs grew numb, nearly devoid of sensation, and his mind descended into a void. He could not recall how he had departed from the press conference, yet he distinctly remembered Xiao Han suddenly intercepting him. This statement struck Qin Mo like a sledgehammer upon his heart, jolting him awake from his reverie. As dawn broke, Qin Mo casually draped a black robe over himself and approached the window. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, shrouding the city in a hazy veil. Reminiscent of that rainy night when he had left the Fengsa Club, the rain blurred his vision, and as he tilted his head, the elegant characters of Fengsa remained indistinct. At that time, he had departed the Fengsa Club alone, not yet 18, with a heart laden with sorrow and helplessness, feelings that no one could truly comprehend. Over the years, those fragmented dreams had incessantly tormented him. He understood that he could not let go, which was why he had granted himself a fresh opportunity. Yearning to start anew, he had developed a fondness for the game Dubu Jianghu, where he could embark on a new journey, a rare chance for him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, striving to awaken himself completely. He had overlooked the notice posted in the elevator. Now, he found himself without water and electricity at home. Reluctantly, he grabbed his wallet and ventured downstairs for breakfast. On a drizzly morning, coinciding perfectly with the weekend, the streets were sparsely populated. Fortunately, several breakfast establishments below had already commenced their operations. Qin Mo opened a large black umbrella and crossed the street to a soy milk shop, where he ordered a bowl of soy milk and a meat-filled bun. As he savored his meal, A memory surfaced from a past holiday when Xiao Han visited him. During that time, he had taken Xiao Han out for breakfast, where he too had ordered a meat bun. Having never encountered such a delicacy before, Xiao Han, perplexed, inquired, if the meat is nestled within the bun, why is it called a meat bun and not a bun filled with meat? Qin Mo clarified, a meat bun is precisely that, a bun containing meat. Oh, Xiao Han nodded, gesturing towards a scallion pancake nearby. Does this then qualify as a scallion bun? Qin Mo nearly spewed his soy milk in laughter. On another occasion, Qin Mo had taken him out for coffee, and, inadvertently mentioning the phrase rubbing salt in the wound, Xiao Han inquired about its meaning. Qin Mo patiently elucidated. To sprinkle salt on a wound is a metaphor, signifying the act of bringing up a painful subject, thereby exacerbating one's sorrow. It's akin to having a wound that already hurts, and yet, you choose to pour salt on it, intensifying the pain. Oh, Xiao Han seemed to grasp part of it, but queried, why salt? Why not sugar? Qin Mo nearly spat out his coffee once more, pondering for quite some time before formulating a reasonable explanation. Sugar, in Chinese, connotes sweetness, which does not evoke the notion of pain. This is contingent upon the context. Oh, context. Xiao Han tilted his head in contemplation for a moment, then remarked, drinking coffee with you feels incredibly sweet. A curious glance from the neighboring table made Qin Mo wish he could vanish from sight. However, beneath his feigned disdain for Xiao Han, Qin Mo secretly relished the thought of his company, as their time together was always filled with joy. It was a rare warmth amidst the rigorous training and brutal competitions of their youth. At that time, they were both still adolescents, harboring simple thoughts, focused solely on diligently training under their master's guidance and excelling in competitions. Despite being on different teams, their bond was even stronger than that of teammates, as they often gathered together, engaging in friendly online sparring during their leisure time and traveling together during holidays. Xiao Han had openly declared multiple times that Qin Mo was his best friend, and while Qin Mo never uttered such words, he had long regarded Xiao Han as his most cherished confidant, reflecting on the amusing memories shared with Xiao Han during their youth. A gentle warmth softened Qin Mo's typically aloof expression. After finishing his meat sandwich, Qin Mo carefully wiped his fingers with a napkin before stepping out into the street with his umbrella. At 7:30 in the morning, many shops remained closed, leaving the streets somewhat desolate. After a moment's thought, he turned and made his way toward the Internet CAF. Chapter 10. The Internet CAF. As Qin Mo stepped into the Internet CAF, he was taken aback by its distinctive charm. The azure wallpaper was adorned with vibrant, three-dimensional fish, and the soft lighting from above created an ambience that felt less like a CAF and more akin to an aquarium. The unique decor clearly reflected the owner's eccentricity. Upon entering, a snack area greeted visitors at the bar, accompanied by several plush sofas and coffee tables for relaxation. Proceeding further, one would find the Internet Zone, where rows of computers were meticulously arranged, with numerous young men and women engrossed in their online activities. Upon hearing a sound, a young woman seated at the bar immediately lifted her gaze. Under the warm illumination, the young man before her had a fair complexion, striking features, and captivating dark eyes that sparkled with intensity. His hands, resting on the bar, were particularly exquisite, with long fingers and rounded tips, almost fit for a hand model advertisement. However, he exuded a subtle air of aloofness, embodying the archetype of a distant, cool male lead from a television drama. Having spent several days at the CAF, the young woman considered him the most handsome individual she had ever encountered. Qin Mo glanced down and noticed her delicate, heart-shaped face, adorned with large, bright eyes that were fixed on him in a daze. Qin Mo, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Is it possible to use the computer? For how long?" "Until 6 this evening." "Very well, please present your identification." Qin Mo retrieved his ID from his wallet and handed it to her. The young woman swiftly processed the information and personally guided Qin Mo to a VIP room nestled in the corner. The private room is exceptionally spacious, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a clear view of the scenery outside. By the window, there is a pair of sofas for relaxation and a small tea table. In the center of the room stands a large computer desk, adorned with two high-end desktop computers side by side. The sizable monitors present the computer graphics with remarkable clarity, creating an environment that feels as clean and comfortable as one's own home. Qin Mo is quite pleased with the setting and, with the assistance of a young woman, swipes his card to power on the computer. On the desktop, he notices an icon for the game Dubu Jianghu. And seeing that the young woman has not left his side, he inquires. Do you have a light screen touchpad? What pad? The young woman replies, momentarily taken aback. I need the light screen touchpad compatible with Dubu Jianghu. Do you have it here? Qin Mo patiently reiterates. Oh, yes, I will get it for you right away. She responds eagerly, turning to fetch it. Yet, she is perplexed. Using a keyboard is far more convenient for this game. VR gaming requires blind typing and remembering the keys 1, 2, 3, 4, Q, W, E, R, and the spacebar is sufficient. In contrast, the light screen touchpad demands rapid finger movements on the LCD panel, which requires greater dexterity. A simple slip could lead to mispressing the wrong area. Why would this person stubbornly prefer the light screen? Nevertheless, as the guest has a need, she responsibly retrieves a brand new control pad from the storage room. Qin Mo takes the LCD panel, connects it to the computer via the USB port, and then dons the specially designed VR goggles to log into Dubu Jianghu. Before him, the cutting-edge LCD screen illuminated with a ripple-like blue glow along its edges. The square area on the left was delineated into 16 smaller squares in a 4x4 grid by delicate blue lines, while the sliding area on the right underwent some corresponding modifications. 3 icons appeared in the upper left corner of the panel: wandering with a sword, sword rain at dusk, and the agile skill lightness technique, like a frightened swan. In the lower right corner, the skill sword rain's fragrance was displayed. Evidently, Qin Mo's previous settings in the game had been automatically preserved on the server and synchronized to the new control panel. The girl gazed in astonishment as he swiftly completed the settings. A fleeting glance revealed that the upper left corner of the computer screen boldly displayed his game ID, Mo Han. Wasn't he the exceptionally skilled swordsman from the team upgrade yesterday? Just as she was about to inquire, the young man calmly remarked, You are the little medicine fairy, aren't you? The girl, caught off guard by the recognition, replied with surprise, How did you know? Your voice is quite distinctive. Qin Mo had long felt that her voice sounded remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the novice healer who had been leveling up with him the previous day. Upon reflection, he recalled catching a glimpse of her computer beside the bar, which was running solo journey through the Jianghu, featuring a character from the Fangqiao Hall. Moreover, upon logging in, he confirmed that the little medicine fairy's ID was indeed online. Since she had also recognized his ID, Qin Mo chose to be candid. Indeed, what a coincidence. The girl, thrilled at being identified by her voice, exclaimed, My real name is Xin Qi. You can call me Xiao Qi. This internet CAF is run by my cousin. Since I have some free time during the holidays, I came here to lend a hand. Do you live nearby? You can come often when you have time. I will give you a VIP internet card, so you won't have to pay for internet fees anymore. Also, there is a snack area over there with many delicious treats. Would you like something to eat? I've already had breakfast, thank you. The girl is quite enthusiastic, while Qin Mo appears courteous yet aloof. Allow me to fetch you a plate of fruit. The girl happily ran to bring over a large platter filled with sliced apples, pears, pineapples, kiwis, dragon fruit, and watermelon, a vibrant and generous assortment. She placed the fruit platter directly on the table, then turned to fetch 2 bottles of drinks, smiling as she said, It's truly rare to meet an online friend here. It's on me, don't hesitate. Since she had already brought it, Qin Mo had no choice but to accept, taking the drinks and saying, Thank you. The girl did not leave, curiously observing Qin Mo's LCD screen. Qin Mo asked, What's the matter? Xin Qi bashfully scratched her head and replied, You are the first customer in the CAF to request the Dubu Jianghu LCD screen. My cousin mentioned that in the competitive arena, keyboard control is much easier than using a touchscreen because mechanical keyboards ensure quick and conflict-free keystrokes. However, if you continuously swipe on a touchscreen, errors are likely to occur, which is why he is reluctant to stock more. Currently, the CAF has fewer than 10 LCD screens. And yours is still unopened. Xin Qi smiled and added, He used to be a professional player, but after he stopped competing, he opened this internet CAF. Professional player? Qin Mo became curious and asked, What was his ID? The fish swims in the water, Xin Qi remarked. The ID struck Qin Mo as oddly familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that this individual had once been a primary healer for the Longyin team. During the earlier competitions that Qin Mo and Xiao Han participated in, they engaged in the game Miracle. Besides Miracle, there existed numerous large-scale games within the domestic professional league, where communication among competitors from different projects was virtually non-existent. This particular player, known as the Fish Swims in Water, was affiliated with a different project but happened to serve under the Longyin Club. Qin Mo had never encountered him in person, only hearing Xiao Han mention the ID, leaving him with a vague impression. Today, having come to the internet CAF across the street due to a power outage at home, he fortuitously stepped into an eSports CAF owned by players, which, coincidentally, had ties to the longing club where Xiao Han was situated. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Qin Mo. He sensed that this visit to the CAF might disrupt his previously tranquil life. At that moment, Shinchi's pager abruptly buzzed, prompting him to exclaim, "It might be a customer requesting food. I'll check the front desk. If you need anything, just call me directly." Qin Mo nodded. "All right, you go ahead." With the other teammates yet to log in, Qin Mo took the opportunity to engage in the game, unlocking the skills tree to acquire the level 30 skill. The skill, known as Sword Intent Unmatched, belonged to the Han Hua Sword sect. It was a standalone ability that could not trigger a combo with other skills. However, its advantage lay in its ability to lock onto a target for attack, rendering it evadable, while also delivering substantial single-target damage, capable of eliminating low-health adversaries at critical moments. Qin Mo was engrossed in studying his newfound skills when a message suddenly appeared in the private chat window at the bottom right corner, a simple word, "Morning." The sender was Qianli Bingfeng, the assassin master from the previous day. "Qianli Bingfeng, shall we level up together?" Mo Hen, "No. I am waiting for my teammates." Qianli Bingfeng, "All right, I shall wait for my teammates as well." Then, rather naturally, he sat down beside Mo Hen. Qin Mo had been seated to analyze skill data, and now, with this addition, they were side by side atop the mountain. In the game, it was dawn. The sky at the summit was a brilliant azure, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The sun rose gently in the east, casting golden-red hues upon the drifting clouds, creating an extraordinarily vivid visual spectacle. At the foot of the mountain lay the bustling Mingzhou city, with its ancient architecture standing in neat rows. For winding paths meandered away from Mingzhou city to the east, south, west, and north, leading into the unknown. This serene and harmonious scene of the rising sun within the game world felt as though it had distanced itself from the chaos of the mundane world, even surpassing the beauty of a hidden paradise in reality. "Qianli Bingfeng, the scenery here is delightful." Qin Mo agreed with a brief response, "Indeed." "Qianli Bingfeng, what games have you played before?" Mo Hen, "Are you trying to pry?" Qianli Bingfeng, "Well, you've caught me." This individual was quite straightforward, lacking any inclination for subtlety. Memories of a frank and straightforward mixed-race youth, who never grasped the concept of subtlety, flickered in Qin Mo's mind. Softening his expression for a rare moment, he quickly typed a message, "Do not attempt to extract information from me. My identity is inconsequential, and you will not uncover it. It would be best for you to focus on leveling up with your teammates." Upon reading this brief text, Xiao Han found himself momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the other party had already discerned his status as a professional player, yet chose to remain silent about it. Was this a gesture to maintain distance? To mutually refrain from interference? After a brief silence, Xiao Han replied, "All right. If you prefer not to speak, I shall refrain from asking." However, he mused to himself, "You may be tight-lipped now, but one day, I shall compel you to divulge your secrets." In the depths of his heart, Qin Mo experienced a peculiar intuition that the player, Qianli Bingfeng, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Han. Although his typing exhibited no grammatical errors and his command of Chinese appeared quite fluent, the confrontation from the previous day incessantly reminded Qin Mo of his youth. At the age of 17, he was the prized disciple of the captain of the Fengsei team, while Xiao Han, being half a year his senior, was a disciple of the captain of the Zhonglan team. Their masters were close friends, which naturally fostered familiarity between Qin Mo and Xiao Han. With their mentors often preoccupied, the two young disciples engaged in daily sparring sessions within the realm of online gaming. Xiao Han evolved from a novice into an exceptional professional player, and Qin Mo, serving as his sparring partner, played an indispensable role in this transformation. As such, Qin Mo was intimately acquainted with Xiao Han's personal style. Moreover, the phrase Qianli Bingfeng, Wanli Shui Piao, drawn from Qin Yuan Chun, Shui, was a lesson that Qin Mo imparted to Xiao Han. If this individual is truly Xiao Han, then he must be accompanied by the club's newcomers to hone their skills in preparation for next year's professional league. This might elucidate why. During the encounter in the Treasure Secret Realm at Yuran Mountain Villa yesterday, when the captain lost, the other team members expressed no dissent and promptly retreated. Given the circumstances of their skirmish, he should have surmised that Mo Hen was a professional-level expert, Yet he would certainly not connect Mo Hen with Qin Mo. Of course, the mastermind behind Qian Li Bingfeng is Xiao Han. This is merely Qin Mo's intuition and speculation, devoid of concrete evidence. Regardless of the validity of this assumption, Qin Mo is not inclined to reveal his identity to anyone at present. As the sun gradually ascends, the picturesque scenery of Qingqing Mountain unfolds from the summit. The view is markedly broader than that from the plains below. Similarly, in the game, the perspectives of looking down and up present subtle differences in visibility. Akin to the real world, Qin Mo was meticulously calculating the discrepancies in sight lines from high to low when suddenly a system message appeared before him. The hero, Qian Li Bingfeng, requests to spar with you. Do you agree? Puzzled, Qin Mo inquired, another spar? Qian Li Bingfeng responded, I just learned a new skill. Let's test it out. Mo Hen, you can practice on the wooden stakes at the city gate. Qian Li Bingfeng added, the stakes won't team move, nor will they maneuver like you with your light-footed agility. Mo Hen retorted, so? Do you intend to use me as a guinea pig for your new skill? Observing the sparring request that reappeared before him, Qin Mo hesitated for a moment, ultimately pressing the agree button. As the other party mentioned, he too had just acquired a new skill at level 30, making it an opportune moment to assess its practical effectiveness. The competition commenced with a 5-second countdown displayed on the screen. As soon as the timer concluded, Qin Mo swiftly unleashed his skill, soared across the horizon, executing a silent barrage of attacks with Sword Rain and Dying Sunday ordinarily. This combination would silence all adversaries within the fan-shaped area for 3 seconds. However, Qian Li Bingfeng remained unaffected. Having faced an unexpected and seamless control from his opponent during their initial encounter yesterday, Xiao Han, a seasoned professional, was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Today, he heightened his vigilance. Upon observing Mo Hen's initiating movements, he deftly maneuvered Qian Li Bingfeng to retreat rapidly, narrowly evading the arc of Mo Hen's assault and successfully dodging the silence control. Qin Mo was not taken aback, recognizing his opponent's prowess. Ensnaring him with the same tactic twice would be no simple feat. Noticing the retreat, Qin Mo refrained from hastily pursuing, instead opting for a cautious approach to maintain distance while delivering a series of mid-range group attacks with sword across the horizon, gradually whittling down his opponent's health. Before long, Qian Li Bingfeng's health plummeted to 80, prompting Xiao Han to initiate a counterattack. Suddenly, the assassin in the distance split into 3 shadowy figures, launching simultaneous assaults from the left, right, and center towards Mo Hen. Before Qin Mo could react, one of the shadows had already silently crept up behind him. The sharp dagger swiftly pierced Mo Hen's heart, causing his health to drop to 70. Immediately thereafter, the 3 residual shadows vanished, leaving a solitary figure clad in black standing calmly at a distance, seemingly merely an observer of the unfolding spectacle. Qin Mo, however, would not concede defeat so easily. The newly acquired skill, Sword Intent, Dual Strike, possessed an extensive attack range, and the position of his adversary conveniently fell within that range. Without hesitation, Qin Mo activated the skill, and the glimmering blade in his grasp shot forth with remarkable precision, hurtling towards the cloaked assassin in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Han swiftly maneuvered 1,000 miles frozen to evade the impending strike, yet to his astonishment, the blade relentlessly pursued him, ultimately piercing his chest. This was the effect of a locking skill. With the sound of steel piercing flesh, a burst of crimson erupted from 1,000 miles frozen, reducing his health by a staggering 30. Clearly, the damage inflicted by this tracking attack was substantial. Xiao Han halted 1,000 miles frozen and quickly typed a query. Is this the level 30 skill of the swordsman? He praised, this skill is quite effective. The locking attack can reap low-health opponents in the arena. Indeed, Qin Mo replied. What skill do you possess? How many phantoms can you create at most? In theory, it can be divided indefinitely, but this skill only lasts for 3 seconds, leaving slow players little time to manifest many phantoms. At your speed, how many can you produce? I can currently skillfully control 3. The game's limited visibility poses a significant challenge, and I am still practicing, Xiao Han admitted candidly. It appears that the dagger-wielding assassin class in this game differs markedly from melee assassins in other games, excelling in rapid mobility combat. Indeed, the attack range can be both close and far, with numerous displacement skills available. The operations are indeed more intricate, aren't they? If one fails to react swiftly, they might become ensnared in their own confusion. As the two conversed, they began to analyze various skill data and application techniques, reminiscent of old friends reuniting after many years. Upon logging in, The newcomers of the Longing Club were greeted by a peculiar sight. On a sunlit morning atop Qingqing Mountain, in a clearing, a swordsman clad in white pointed his gleaming sword directly at the chest of his opponent, while a cloaked assassin in black concealed a dagger behind him, its menacing blade glinting ominously. Both were in a state of critical health, evidently having endured a fierce battle. Yet, at that moment, their movements ceased. They did not continue to engage, but instead stood there, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in conversation. Mo Hen remarked, "The judgment system for combo skills is extraordinarily complex. As more skills are introduced later, this system will require further analysis." Qianli Bingfeng added, "The public cooldown time significantly impacts combos. Those with slower reactions simply cannot execute them." Mo Hen inquired, "Have you discerned any patterns?" Qianli Bingfeng responded, "The system's judgment has a margin of error of 0.2 seconds. As long as the next skill is executed within that time frame, the combo can continue." Mo Hen acknowledged, "That aligns with my calculations." Observing the elevated nature of their discussion, the newcomers felt hesitant to interject, remaining silent as they watched the two engage in their dialogue. Moments later, Qin Mo noticed several familiar IDs emerging from the frozen expanse around him. They were indeed the same individuals he had encountered the previous day in the treasure dungeon of the Leisure Villa. Clearly, his teammates had awakened and logged in. The simultaneous arrival of the four players further solidified the conjecture that they belonged to the same club. Qin Mo, sensing the need to shift the topic, remarked, "Your teammates have arrived." This was evidently a result of their engrossing conversation moments earlier. It had been an eternity since he had met someone with whom he could engage in such stimulating dialogue. Throughout these years in the team, he had assumed the role of captain, where his words held great weight, and no one dared to contradict him. Coupled with his naturally reserved demeanor, finding someone who resonated with him was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Yet today, in this online game, he had conversed at length with Mo Hen. He eagerly shared numerous intriguing discoveries about the new game, while Mo Hen reciprocated with valuable insights regarding the nuances of vision range, precisely what Qin Mo needed at this juncture. It was as if their thoughts were intertwined. What he wished to express was precisely what Mo Hen sought to inquire about, and vice versa. Their interaction felt akin to that of longtime friends, fostering a peculiar sense of camaraderie that made their exchange exceptionally comfortable. It even evoked memories of late-night conversations he had shared with Qin Mo in his youth. Had it not been for the arrival of his teammates, he might have spent the entire morning atop the mountain conversing with Mo Hen. As unrivaled Jianghu, the first domestic VR game offering a genuine first-person perspective, presented a plethora of unknowns for them to explore. Encountering a like-minded friend to navigate these mysteries together was indeed a rare and fortunate occurrence. "I feel the same way," Mo Hen replied. "Until next time." Xiao Han effortlessly sent a friend request, and this time, the recipient did not decline. Seeing the name Mo Hen appear first on his friend list brought a sense of joy to Xiao Han. He sent a smiling emoji to the other party, and then led the team away from Qingqing Mountain. At 8:30 in the morning, several teammates from Qin Mo's fixed team logged in one after another. Noticing that Mo Hen and Xiao Yaoxian were both online, Jinghua Shuiyu hurriedly sent a team invitation, expressing astonishment. "Wasn't it agreed upon for 9 o'clock? Are you all up so early?" Mo Hen replied, "I came to the internet CAF to go online, hence the early hour." Jinghua Shuiyu responded, "Oh, shall we team up for some quests then?" Mo Hen agreed. "Sure." The five quickly logged into the voice system, and Jinghua Shuiyu excitedly exclaimed, "Let us get to work. Our next destination is Jianshan Valley." Shalit Song Dao glanced at the level rankings and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "When I logged off yesterday, our ranks were still within the top 3 pages. Today we VE dropped to the 10th page. Those maniacs must have played all night." Feng Qingyi remarked, "Typically, large guild accounts practice leveling up all night, often with professional boosters assisting. Do you really think you can compare your levels with them? That's quite naive." Shalit Song Dao chuckled awkwardly. "I was just speaking casually." As the five chatted, they arrived at Jianshan Valley, preparing to start with the level 30 quests. However, as soon as they entered Jianshan Valley, a sudden flash of red light appeared before them. Xiao Yaoxian's health rapidly plummeted, and in the blink of an eye, her health bar was completely drained, leaving her fallen on the ground. In swift succession, the ethereal illusions of the mirror flower and the hidden blades of the smiling dagger fell, as did the wind Qingya. Qin Mo reacted with remarkable agility, utilizing the lightness of his sect's skill to soar to great heights at the very instant the crimson glow appeared. With a series of deft ascents and descents, He swiftly distanced himself from the fray, narrowly evading peril. At that moment, a notification window emerged in the lower left corner. A message from Qianli Bingfeng. There are individuals committing slaughter at the entrance of the Sword God Valley. Proceed with caution when entering the map. Qianli Bingfeng continued. The map boss will respawn at 9 o'clock, and it seems a guild has preemptively cleared the area. Qin Mo immediately grasped the situation, a flicker of coldness flashing in his clear eyes. To monopolize the boss by eliminating his comrades was an insatiable ambition for this guild. He gracefully alighted on a nearby tree, scrutinizing the conflict unfolding at the entrance of the Sword God Valley. A cluster of players had gathered there, all adorned with the titles of the Sword Song Guild, predominantly clad in white and wielding sharp swords, indicating that a significant number were from the Cold Hua Sword sect. A dozen individuals had activated their slaughter mode, moving in unison, suggesting a centralized command. Players below level 30 were protected by the system from force PK, facing no penalties upon death, but those above level 30 were no longer under the novice protection, forced to fend for themselves in the wild. The Sword God Valley map was precisely a level 30 wilderness area, allowing unrestricted PK. The two teams, operating under slaughter mode at the entrance, would indeed catch any entering players off guard. Having undergone internal testing, Mirrorflower quickly deduced that this group belonged to a singular guild, likely stationed at the entrance to clear the area. Smiling Dagger suddenly realized, the valley's boss will respawn at 9 o'clock. The little apothecary inquired, what is Gu Shuhang? Well, it is universally applicable across all professions, and considerably more challenging to obtain than the Sword Rain and Fragrance Eye acquired previously. In the later stages, it will undoubtedly be highly sought after yet scarce, Qin Mo replied calmly. Indeed, indeed. The one with a hidden agenda exclaimed with excitement. During the internal testing, I witnessed a master wielding this manual in the arena. It was nothing short of miraculous. He soared through the air, and we could hardly touch him. Is there a transcribed version? The little apothecary asked curiously. Can manuals even be transcribed? Yes, Feng Qingye explained. Transcribed manuals can be traded, but they may only be gifted to close friends with a friendship rating of 7 stars or above. Oh, the little apothecary responded. Given the rarity of such precious manuals you mentioned, surely someone would sell their transcribed version? Indeed, Feng Qingye affirmed. The original manuals can be transcribed a maximum of 3 times. Selling them could easily make one wealthy. The Sword Song Guild has 2 teams stationed at the entrance to intercept and eliminate foes. The main force must have gone to the lakeside to guard the boss. Jinghua Shui remarked. What shall we do then? The little apothecary posed the crucial question. Shall we continue lying here at the entrance? Mo Hen suddenly interjected. Let us refrain from resurrecting just yet. There are sentinels at the resurrection point. This was the message just relayed by Qianli Bingfeng, who utilized the assassin's stealth skill to survey the resurrection point and discovered that it was being monitored. It seems today's leadership is quite adept. Having stationed individuals at the resurrection point serves to prevent the enemy from resurrecting en masse and retaliating. From the descriptions provided by Jinghua Shui and Feng Qingye, it is evident that the manuals within the realm are exceedingly precious. Some secret manuals drop in dungeons. For instance, the manual Sword Rain Fragrance, which Qin Mo previously acquired in the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave dungeon, is a fixed drop from that instance. As long as one is willing to invest time in this dungeon, they can amass sufficient fragments to exchange for this manual. However, many manuals do not respawn in dungeons, but instead fall in the wilderness, with those dropped by outdoor bosses being the most elusive. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo sent a private message to Qianli Bingfeng. Are you interested in manuals and materials? Qianli Bingfeng replied. Of course, shall we collaborate? Mo Hen inquired. How will we distribute the drops from the bosses? Qianli Bingfeng proposed. The manuals will belong to me, while all advanced materials will be yours. What do you think? Although Qin Mo desired the manual, he soon realized that since manuals can be copied, accumulating enough game currency to purchase the manuals he fancied later on would not be an insurmountable task. He was not in a rush. Conversely, he possessed limited knowledge about rare materials. He had only obtained a purple material, ice crystal, and a piece of purple gold sand from the Kunlun Snow Cave dungeon. He was still uncertain about their specific uses, and this presented a perfect opportunity for exploration. Thus, Qin Mo resolutely responded, no problem. He added, there is no hurry. Let's deal with the boss first and discuss the rest later. In the training room of the Longin Club, the 4 newcomers led by Xiao Han were caught off guard when entering the Sword God Valley and were swiftly defeated by the group attack skills of the Sword Song Guild. This unfortunate outcome was, in part, due to their lack of battle experience, as their reactions could not match Xiao Han's speed. The newcomers of Team 2 are currently at Qin Mountain. Upon learning that his comrades had been slain, Pei Yu inquired, "Captain, should we head to Sword God Valley to offer assistance?" "No need," came the reply, "with so many professional players acting in concert. It would be all too easy for others to discern your origins. The current situation in the new area is rather complex, and Xiao Han from the Longing Club prefers to keep this batch of seed players under wraps for the time being. Pei Yu, you should remain at Qin Mountain. Once Sword God Valley is secure, you can bring your team over." As for the 4 members of Team 1 who had fallen, they would await further instructions before being revived to continue their tasks. Pei Yu responded with an "oh," expressing his confusion. "What about you, Captain?" "I'll step back from the team and check out the revival point," Xiao Han declared before promptly exiting the squad. Simultaneously, Qin Mo maneuvered Mo Hen swiftly to the nearest revival point. Indeed, the members of the Sword Song Guild were lying in wait at the revival point. However, due to his stealthy state, Qian Li Bingfeng could not discern their positions. "Where are they?" Qin Mo messaged. "Withdraw from your team, and you will be able to see me," came the response. Qin Mo exited the team and sent a squad invitation. As soon as they became allies, he could clearly see a cloaked assassin standing beside him, as his concealed position happened to be beneath the same tree. Qian Li Bingfeng said, "You take the left. I'll take the right. Shall we clear the revival point first?" Mo Hen replied, "Agreed." Without further ado, Qin Mo instantly grasped the intent of his companion. The revival point was situated on a small hillside, making a flanking maneuver the optimal strategy. Qin Mo employed his lightness skill to circle around from the left side, and the swordsman, unable to cloak himself, was quickly spotted by those on the hillside. "Eliminate that swordsman." The leader, known as Jianghu Pai, promptly issued commands in the team channel. The group swiftly converged towards the left slope, with ranged classes launching control skills at Mo Hen, while melee swordsmen charged to the forefront. However, to their astonishment, all of the ranged control skills were deftly evaded by Mo Hen's enigmatic serpentine movements. In the blink of an eye, the swordsman clad in white ascended the slope, his sharp longsword carving 2 elegant arcs through the air, followed by the control technique Sword Rain, Dying Sunday. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped the front line, rendering those who charged forward utterly silenced, unable to unleash any skills. "Healer, heal quickly," someone shouted in the team channel. Just as the healer was about to activate a healing spell, her peripheral vision caught sight of 3 swiftly moving shadows. Before she could react, a dagger glinting with a cold light struck her from behind with pinpoint accuracy. Thousand Lantern Ghost Steps. Flowing Moon, Flying Stars. Xiao Han's speed of attack was astonishingly swift. Before the healer could recover, a series of critical strikes eliminated her in an instant. "There's another assassin." The slain healer gasped in horror, immediately typing a warning in the team channel. "What the hell? A surprise attack." Jianghu Pai was furious, hurriedly activating skills while shouting, "Quick, take them down." Yet, before he could unleash any skills, and without even catching a glimpse of the black-clad assassin's movements, the avatars of 2 team members suddenly dimmed in the channel. It was as if death had come unseen. A chill ran down Jianghu Pai's spine. His suspicions were well-founded. Unfortunately, the swordsman he faced today was Qin Mo. Qin Mo's movements could be aptly described as erratic and elusive. The swordsman clad in white, employing the lightness of his martial arts, resembled a nimble white crane, darting left and right, drawing near and retreating. The onlookers aimed to concentrate their fire upon him, yet they could not grasp even the hem of his garment. Their only recourse was to rely on targeting skills to whittle away at his health, while their own ranks fell victim to his relentless combos, silenced time and again. With a sword in hand, he traversed the world, amid the shadows of fading sunlight. Once more, the Tianyang double strike from the Cold Blossom Sword sect ensnared the frontline melee fighters in a 3-second area of silence. Sword Song Pippi grew increasingly agitated as he beheld his immobilized teammates, wishing he could leap into the game and strangle that ink-marked foe. To add to his vexation, an assassin relentlessly wreaked havoc from the backline. Qin Mo's frontline containment granted Xiao Han an optimal environment for output. The assassin's incursion into the rear was akin to a fish returning to water, as the shadows of the 1,000 lanterns danced. The singular critical strikes of the flowing moon and flying stars fell seamlessly, and the sweeping assault of the long rainbow pierced the sun unleashed one skill after another without hindrance, reducing the enemy's collective health to below half in an instant. Observing this, Qin Mo immediately unleashed his group attack, Sword Rain Scent, further diminishing their health, and with the unparalleled thrust of sword intent, he swiftly dispatched two fragile foes. In the blink of an eye, the originally 10-member squad was left with only 4 battered melee fighters. Sensing the dire shift, Sword Song Pippi urgently exclaimed, "Retreat! Withdraw! Quickly!" Upon noticing their intent to flee, Qin Mo resolutely activated his ultimate move, Sword Rain Scent. A flurry of pristine sword spirits cascaded from the heavens, their blades piercing decisively into the backs of the fleeing quartet, rendering them motionless and ensnared. Xiao Han reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly joining the group assault's 3 consecutive attacks, eliminating several low-health melee combatants in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire team of 10 was annihilated. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, Jianghu Pai felt a shiver run down his spine. Mo Hen firmly restrained the melee fighters at the front, while Qin Li Bingfeng wreaked havoc upon the ranged attackers from the rear. The seamless coordination between these two individuals instantly disrupted the formation of their 10-member squad, leading to a complete rout. Such formidable experts, where could they have possibly emerged from? Jianghu Pai took a deep breath and promptly sent a message to the commander of another team. "We were wiped out at the resurrection point. 2 experts may attempt to seize the boss, so please exercise caution on your end." Chapter 13. The Battle of Sword God Valley. Xiao Han and Qin Mo arrived at the lakeside in the northwest corner of Sword God Valley. With only 10 minutes remaining until the outdoor boss would respawn, 6 teams totaling 30 players from the Sword Song Guild had gathered in this area. Gushu Hang, the level 30 map boss of Sword God Valley, proved to be more formidable than the dungeon bosses. The Sword Song Guild's deployment of 6 teams to confront this boss indicated their determined intent to secure its defeat. Xiao Han quickly assessed the composition of the 30 players and deduced 15 melee fighters, 10 ranged attackers, and 5 healers. Qin Mo remarked, as before, "I will control the front line while you eliminate the healers." Xiao Han replied, "Understood." With that, the two simultaneously took to the air with their lightness skills, swiftly positioning themselves behind a tree by the lake, poised to strike. In the resurrection point, we were vanquished. There are 2 skilled players who might attempt to seize the boss, so be cautious on your end. Jianghu Bingyu, tasked with commanding the boss raid, received this message and furrowed his brow. "Everyone, concentrate. Once the boss respawns, Shui Ying, you will engage the boss swiftly. Healers, ensure his health is maintained. Frontline swordsmen, unleash your full power. Ranged attackers, spread out. If anyone attempts to disrupt us, we shall focus our fire and eliminate them immediately." No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in a blue robe, wielding a fan, suddenly appeared in the pavilion by the lake. The name hovering above him read, "Gushu Hang." "Go," commanded Jianghu Bingyu. Shui Ying, responsible for aggro, surged forward, wielding his massive sword. The Frenzied Blade sect is renowned within the game for its formidable defense and possesses numerous skills to protect allies. Shui Ying had previously played as a swordsman of this sect during the beta testing, and having faced this map's boss before, he felt an unwavering confidence. Activating his agility skill, he soared towards the boss, delivering a decisive strike to its chest, effectively drawing its ire, and then swiftly retreated towards the lakeside. The boss, quickly in pursuit, arrived at the lake's edge, prompting the Jianghu Guild to unleash a torrent of attacks. The dazzling effects of various weapons dazzled the eyes, and the boss's health began to plummet. Jianghu Bingyu urged rapidly, "Prepare your agility skills, evade the ultimate attack." Gushu Hang hailed from the Zhuge family, a sect famed across the realm for crafting an array of wondrous contraptions. According to the skill set of Gushu Hang, when his health reaches 75, he summons a multitude of mechanical mice in his vicinity. These mechanical mice relentlessly pursue and gnaw at nearby targets, inflicting a debilitating effect that reduces the target's attack and defense capabilities to a mere 10, rendering them almost powerless. Given that the boss requires a casting time to summon the mechanical mice, it poses no challenge for those who are not particularly slow-witted to evade the attack using lightness skills. The boss's health continues to dwindle, reaching 76, then 75. Just as Jianghu Bingyu was about to alert everyone to avoid the impending skill, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a snow-white figure. The individual descended from the sky, gracefully alighting amidst the team like a white crane. With a swift arc of his sword, a glimmering edge flashed before their eyes, silencing the 15 melee fighters in the front line of the Jianghu Guild. It was the Tianyang Air Lian group silence technique from the Hanhua Sword sect. At that precise moment, The boss summoned the mechanical mice, and the silenced melee fighters were unable to evade using their lightness skills, collectively succumbing to the weakened state, with their defenses plummeting to 10. Meanwhile, the instigator, Mo Hin, nimbly leaped away using his lightness skills, deftly avoiding the pursuit of the mechanical mice. He then unleashed a group attack skill, Zhang Jiantianya, upon the gathered players from the air. Under normal circumstances, a swordsman's Zhang Jiantianya would only deplete up to 5 of a target's health. However, now that all the frontline melee fighters were afflicted by the weakened state from the mechanical mice, with their defenses collectively reduced to 10, Mo Hin seized this opportunity to unleash his group attack skill, instantly reducing several melee fighters to a state of critical health. The sword intent was unparalleled. At that moment, a sharp longsword suddenly shot straight from his hand, aimed directly at the main tank, Xue Ying. Even though Xue Ying was a resilient player from the Madblade sect, toughened by experience, he was instantly slain by the skill sword intent unmatched, which took advantage of his diminished health and defenses. With the main tank down, the boss, having lost its primary target, began to run amok. Gu Shuhang, besides summoning mechanical mice, wielded a fan that dealt considerable damage. He relentlessly attacked the frontline melee fighters, swiftly eliminating several with low health. Meanwhile, Mo Hin unleashed his secret skill, Sword Rain Fragrance. As the 3 seconds of silence came to an end, he immediately followed up with a stunning control, keeping a group of low-health players immobilized. Was he attempting to use the boss to eliminate all the frontline melee fighters? A chill ran down Jianghu Bingyu's spine as she exclaimed, "Backline, spread out. Healers, cleanse the controls quickly." The herbalist from Fangqiao Hall possessed cleansing skills, and as long as the team had healers capable of timely dispelling the control effects, they could focus their fire on Mo Hin. However, to Jianghu Bingyu's dismay, none of the 5 healers assisted in dispelling the controls, as they were struggling to survive themselves. Xiao Han's attack speed was astonishing. He stealthily maneuvered to the backline, using the skill Thousand Lantern Ghost Steps to suddenly create 5 afterimages, each targeting a healer. The onlookers saw a swarm of dark figures rush past like the wind, the sound of daggers piercing flesh echoing in their ears as blood splattered in a horrifying display. In the blink of an eye, all 5 healers fell. Jianghu Bingyu was on the brink of despair, exclaiming, "What is happening? Can't any of the healers assist?" A straightforward young woman interjected, "Stop blaming the healers. This assassin moves too swiftly. We can hardly discern his position before he strikes us down. If you're so capable, why don't you step in?" A healer chimed in. "Exactly. What are all you ranged players doing? When the healer is under attack, don't you think to help?" A ranged player timidly remarked, "I wanted to assist, but I couldn't see where he was." During this moment of debate, Mo Hin had already dispatched all the melee fighters, leaving only 10 ranged players in the team. Jianghu Bingyu promptly declared, "Ranged, unleash your area attacks and eliminate that assassin." With so many ranged classes coordinating their area attacks, they could surely vanquish the fragile assassin. However, just as they initiated their skills, the cloaked assassin suddenly vanished. Deploying his stealth ability, Jianghu Bingyu quickly exclaimed, "He has gone invisible. Cover all directions with your area attacks. Strike him down." A flurry of area skills were unleashed, and then silence fell. Only Qin Mo, a teammate, could perceive that Qian Li Bingfeng had, in the final moments, teleported to one of the illusions, using his stealth to confound the others. Jianghu Bingyu mistakenly believed he was still within their encirclement, while in truth, he had already exited it. His true target was not the few ranged players, but rather the overlooked boss, Gu Shuhang. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Flowing moon flying stars. Qian Li Bingfeng maneuvered behind the boss, decisively unleashing a combination of long rainbow piercing the sun and flowing moon flying stars. Qin Mo, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly joined the fray with his relentless sword strikes and unparalleled single-target attacks. The two engaged in a fierce contest of agility, unleashing an astonishing barrage of damage within mere seconds. The main tank, Xue Ying, who had been responsible for drawing the boss's attention, was swiftly dispatched by Qin Mo. With the boss now devoid of a target, it turned its fury upon the duo, redirecting its focus to them amidst a flurry of critical hits. "Go." Xiao Han typed a single word, and Qin Mo understood immediately. The two moved in tandem, one leading and the other following, departing the lakeside at an astonishing pace. "Damn it," Jianghu Bingyu thought, wishing fervently to dismantle his keyboard. "Chase them, hurry." In a team of 30, with all healers eliminated, the main tank slain by Mo Hin, and the melee fighters decimated by the boss. Only 10 ranged players remained. These 10 pursued the two in the wilderness. Logically, it should have been an effortless victory. However, Jianghu Bingyu was dismayed to discover that as they desperately closed in on the boss, it unleashed a devastating ultimate ability. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and several massive mechanical war chariots charged in from the distance, leaving destruction in their wake. In the blink of an eye, half of the 10 fell once more, and the remaining few clung to life with barely a sliver of health. You output. I'll hold the rear. Xiao Han typed into the team channel, immediately leaping to the boss's flank. His fingers danced across the keyboard, executing a series of rapid strikes in a dazzling display. A torrent of daggers rained down like a tempest, perfectly covering the positions of the 5 ranged players. In an instant, the world before Jianghu Bingyu transformed into a desolate monochrome landscape, filled with despair. The pursuing ranged attackers were unexpectedly annihilated. Meanwhile, the swordsman in white, Qin Mo Xiao Han, was nimbly assaulting the boss. The 4 massive war chariots, front, back, left, and right, failed to inflict any harm upon him. He gracefully leapt through the air, his sword aimed directly at Gu Shuhong's head, astonishingly delivering critical strikes with every blow. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Jianghu Bingyu had participated in numerous internal tests, but had never witnessed a duo so seamlessly coordinating to evade a boss's attacks. As Gu Shuhong's health plummeted to 25, he summoned a host of mechanical eagles. These mechanical eagles, the boss's most formidable weapon, could soar through the skies, flapping their wings to rain down a flurry of sharp silver needles, inflicting significant damage upon the players below. The eagles refrained from attacking within a 1-foot radius around Gu Shuhong, ensuring they did not harm their master. A design that also allowed players to utilize the boss as a shield against the eagles' onslaught. Yet, Qin Mo Xiao Han and Qianli Bingfeng remained unscathed. The two moved with astonishing speed, maintaining their position within a foot of the boss, successfully dodging the dense barrage of silver needles above. What remarkable reflexes were required to keep pace with a boss that darted about erratically? As Gu Shuhong disappeared further into the distance, Qin Mo Xiao Han and Qianli Bingfeng, one clad in black and the other in white, swiftly vanished into the depths of the Jianshun Valley's woods. Jianghu Bingyu stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing after the two figures as though witnessing a surreal fantasy film. He could not conceive of a more fitting adjective to describe the prowess of Qin Mo Xiao Han and Qianli Bingfeng. He merely recognized that their skill far surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Are they no longer engaging the boss? Someone lamented, unwilling to accept defeat so easily. What positions are they in now? Brothers, please provide coordinates, Jianghu Bingyu inquired within the voice channel. I see they have drawn the boss into the eastern forest. The boss is ensnared between 2 trees and cannot move, with only 5 health remaining, exclaimed a member of the group, who had just respawned and witnessed the scene unfold. Jianghu Bingyu took a deep breath and said, "Let us retreat. I will report to the leader." With their output, the boss cannot last much longer. No sooner had he spoken than a line of golden text appeared in the announcement area above. Congratulations to the heroes Qin Mo Xiao Han and Qianli Bingfeng for successfully defeating Gu Shuhong in Sword God Valley, earning the secret manual Northern Goose, Southern Flight, and a treasure chest of rare materials X10. All players across the server were left astounded. Could it truly be that 2 individuals had vanquished the boss? This was utterly incredible. In the Longing Club, the expressions of the newcomers upon seeing this news were decidedly mixed. They had not anticipated that while the captain instructed them to continue leveling up, he himself had teamed up with Qin Mo Xiao Han to eliminate the map boss. Yet, despite their curiosity, no one dared to voice their inquiries. Xiao Han possesses a remarkably gentle temperament, never raising his voice in anger or scolding others. However, he does exhibit a somewhat expressionless demeanor and is not particularly fond of conversation. Aside from a few fellow competitors who debuted alongside him, who can engage in carefree dialogue, novice players tend to refrain from speaking too much in his presence. Even when curiosity overwhelms them, they can only feign ignorance and continue to focus on their tasks. In contrast, Jing Huashui exhibited no such reservations. Upon receiving the news, she immediately expressed her excitement. "Qin Mo Xiao Han, you actually defeated the boss. How impressive." Xieli Kindao, eager for information, inquired, "Did you obtain the secret manual? Please enlighten us." Qin Mo replied, "The manual belongs to him. I took the materials." Feng Qingyi added, "The materials dropped by the wild boss are quite valuable. You struck it rich." Although these individuals lack the skill to confront a boss themselves, They were genuinely pleased for Mo Hen's accomplishment. The announcement sparked a flurry of inquiries in the World Channel regarding the backgrounds of the two players. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and Xiao Han were discreetly concealed within the woods, engaged in the division of their spoils. According to their prior agreement, the manual titled Northern Goose, Southern Flight was to belong to Xiao Han, while all materials would be allocated to Qin Mo. Previously, Qin Mo had researched the killing strategy for Gu Shuhang. Discovering that the boss would invariably drop the manual Northern Goose, Southern Flight along with 5 high-level material chests. However, to their surprise, Gu Shuhang not only dropped the manual today, but also 10 material chests. Evidently, as the first players in the region to conquer Gu Shuhang, the boss generously doubled the material rewards, with the number of chests increasing from 5 to 10 if Qin Mo were to claim them all. It would place the other party at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo sent a message. 10 material treasure chests. Would you like to share half? Qianli Bingfeng replied, sure. Qin Mo remarked, you're quite straightforward. Qianli Bingfeng responded, indeed, if it's offered, why refuse? This fellow was remarkably candid, prompting Qin Mo to readily trade 5 treasure chests to him. The two settled beneath a tree and began to open the chests. The haul was splendid. 5 exquisite silks, 5 shards of cold iron, 5 natural jadites, 3 pure ice crystals, 3 millennium ganoderma, 2 Tianshan snow lotuses, and 1 black pearl. The bounty was so abundant it was almost dazzling. Most of the materials extracted from the chests were of purple quality, while the millennium ganoderma, Tianshan snow lotus, and black pearl glimmered with a golden hue, clearly more valuable than their purple counterparts. They shared the material list in their team channel. The purple materials were largely similar, but Qin Mo acquired an additional black pearl, while Xiao Han, though lacking a black pearl, secured 2 dragon bones. Unfamiliar with the material system, Qin Mo decided to inquire directly with Jianghu Online, who had participated in the closed beta. What are the uses of millennium ganoderma and black pearls? Jianghu Online instantly became animated. These are invaluable golden materials. Starting from level 35 in the game, you can forge your own equipment, and golden materials are essential for crafting top-tier gear. Qin Mo asked, does forging equipment require learning crafting skills? Not at all, Jianghu Online clarified. This game differs from others. The equipment system is entirely open. As long as you possess the crafting blueprint and the corresponding materials, you can create the equipment. The blueprints drop in team dungeons with over 10 players, and they are also available for purchase from various factions, offering a plethora of options. It appears that the rarity of golden materials is on par with that of martial arts manuals. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo inquired, where can I find the lowest tier crafting blueprint? Without the blueprint, he could not discern the crafting methods for equipment to conduct a thorough study. He needed to engage in hands-on practice. Jianghu Online replied, the 35-level 10-player team dungeon will yield blueprints, and there is also a chance to acquire them from the Treasure Map series quests after reaching level 35. Xiaoli Songdao interjected. The 10-player team dungeon was never opened during the beta testing, and currently, there are no strategies available. How do we tackle it? Feng Qingye calmly responded. With skilled players present, we can venture into uncharted territory. The term venturing into uncharted territory refers to online gamers exploring entirely new realms, where the absence of prior knowledge makes success elusive, often leading to total party wipes. Nonetheless, exploring a new dungeon is significantly more enjoyable than following a strategy for an old one. Xiaoli Songdao quickly grasped the idea, exclaiming, yes. Let Mo Hen lead us into the unknown. Qin Mo affirmed, absolutely. The group immediately flooded the team channel with hugs, kisses, and flowers. Jianghu Online was akin to an unparalleled encyclopedia of the martial world. Qin Mo could pose any question to him, and it was indeed a sagacious decision to form a fixed team with them. After acquiring the materials, Xiao Han promptly exited the game interface to search online for the applications of these materials. He discovered that the golden material known as the dragon bone, which he had obtained, had a remarkably low drop rate and could not be synthesized using inferior beast bones, making it an exceptionally rare material. It could be utilized to forge a weapon called the Bone Fan. The Bone Fan is wielded by players from the Zhuge clan, and while it may appear innocuous when closed, once unfurled, all the fan's ribs transform into razor-sharp fangs, capable of swiftly severing an enemy's throat. As one of the 8 major sects within the game, the Zhuge clan, like other sects, offers 2 distinct styles of play. The first, known as the Bone Fan style, is a brutally aggressive melee class that relies on the sharp ribs of the fan for close-range assaults. The second style is the mechanism style, utilizing a weapon referred to as the mechanism box. Essentially, the mechanism style revolves around summoning. For generations, the Zhuge clan has perfected the art of mechanisms, and today, their skills have reached an extraordinary level. From the smallest mechanisms, such as the mechanism rat and mechanism snake, to grand constructs like the mechanism eagle and mechanism war chariot. The terrifying power contained within these wondrous wooden devices has deterred other sects in the martial world from challenging them. This is an online introduction to the Zhuge clan. Xiao Han, upon reading these descriptions, could not help but recall the earlier encounter with the boss, Gu Shuhang, who hails from the Zhuge clan. During the battle against the boss, Gu Shuhang persistently summoned mechanism rats, mechanism eagles, and mechanism war chariots. Such summoning bosses are notoriously difficult to defeat. However, Mo Hen seized the opportunity presented by the boss's summoned pets to eliminate all 15 melee members of the Sword Song Guild. At that moment, Xiao Han was positioned in the back line, focused on defeating the healers, and his vantage point allowed him to keenly observe Mo Hen's maneuvers. First employed a series of consecutive skills to immobilize the melee fighters, subjecting all 15 of them to the debilitating effects of the mechanical mouse. Following this, he unleashed a powerful area attack that severely weakened them, and then utilized a targeted skill to swiftly eliminate the heavily armored tank. Subsequently, he executed a maneuver that astonished Xiao Han, skillfully maneuvering the boss to strike down the melee fighters. Gu Shuhang was led on a wild chase, wielding his bone fan to dispatch a significant number of foes. Dubu Jianghu is a novel game, and players' understanding of it remains quite superficial, yet astonishingly managed to exploit the boss's abilities to annihilate 15 melee fighters in one fell swoop. Unless he possessed an extraordinarily profound comprehension of summoning-type bosses, it would be challenging even for professional players to achieve such a feat. Later, Gu Shuhang summoned mechanical war chariots. The positioning of the 4 chariots exemplified a quintessential summoning tactic known as the cross encirclement, wherein summon mechanisms swiftly enveloped the target from the front, rear, left, and right, effectively trapping them and leaving no avenue for escape. While the cross encirclement is notoriously difficult to evade, effortlessly evaded it with agile movements, clearly demonstrating his expert knowledge of summoning techniques. Even encountering this particular boss for the first time, he was able to react instantaneously when the cross encirclement materialized. However, the legendary players had long since retreated from the limelight, disappearing from the professional arena. Among the most gifted in the realm of summoning tactics is Qin Mo of the Fengsa team, a direct disciple of Ling Xiefeng and a protege of Li Zongyu. He embodies the techniques of 2 world-class summoners, effortlessly commanding an array of pets. Xiao Han still vividly recalls the dazzling maneuvers executed by Qin Mo on the battlefield, consecutive summons, explosive pet calls, and multi-directional interceptions that left opponents bewildered, as if ensnared in a labyrinth of pets. Therefore, when the news of Qin Mo's retirement emerged, Xiao Han could hardly fathom it. He hastily booked an exorbitant flight to attend the press conference at the Wind Color Club, only to witness the young man bowing an apology to the reporters. Such a gifted player departing from the eSports scene at the zenith of his 18 years was a reality Xiao Han struggled to accept. Since Qin Mo's departure, the summoning style has waned. In recent years, no summoner has emerged to captivate audiences anew. The cross encirclement was, for Qin Mo, a fundamental maneuver so simple, it was almost trivial. Mo Hen had just adeptly evaded the boss's cross encirclement, clearly demonstrating a profound understanding of the summoning style. Could this individual have any connection to Qin Mo? Xiao Han's right hand clenched the mouse tightly, a sudden thought igniting a tremor in his fingers. Over the years, as captain, Xiao Han had matured significantly, having experienced countless competitions of varying magnitudes and executing many brilliant collaborations with his teammates. Yet today, during his inaugural cooperation with Mo Hen in the online game, despite their communication being limited to the briefest of texts, Xiao Han felt an unspoken synergy between them that rivaled that of elite partners in the professional league. He aimed to penetrate the back line to eliminate the healer, and Mo Hen intelligently restrained the front line. He sought to deplete the team's health, and with an unspoken understanding, Mo Hen unleashed a collective assault. When he desired to retain players, Mo Hen skillfully initiated control. Without uttering a single word, he could intuitively grasp the thoughts of others. This was precisely the ideal partner Xiao Han had longed for. Could he be that individual? The peculiar familiarity during their first encounter in the game, the rapport established through conversation, the seamless collaboration today, and his profound expertise regarding summoning type bosses. If the other party were indeed Qin Mo, then all of this would find its most rational explanation. Like an unspoken bond, through this collaboration, Qin Mo also confirmed that Qianli Bingfeng was Xiao Han. At that moment, a line of text unexpectedly appeared in the private chat window. Qin Mo. Is that you? This statement provided the most compelling evidence for Qin Mo's deduction. The person most acquainted with him in the professional circle was none other than Xiao Han. Only Xiao Han could analyze his identity so swiftly. Yet now, Qin Mo found himself at a loss on how to confront his best friend from youth. Qianli Bingfeng, is it not you? Mo Hen, I do not recognize you. Qianli Bingfeng, shall we engage in another match? Mo Hen, there is no need for that. Qianli Bingfeng, what? Are you afraid that if you make a move, I will recognize you? Qianli Bingfeng, I suspect you are about to use an ellipsis. The ellipsis from Qin Mo coincided almost perfectly with Xiao Han's statement. Qin Mo felt rather helpless regarding Xiao Han's prophetic insight. The latter knew him too well, and given his obstinate nature, once he set his mind on something, it was not easily dismissed. How could he possibly alleviate such doubts? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo feigned calmness and typed, I am not Qin Mo. To my knowledge, there is a contestant named Qin Mo who is a summoner, but I play as a swordsman. If you were a summoner, I would have recognized you at first glance. Why would I wait until now? I surmise that is yet another ellipsis. Once again accurately guessed, Qin Mo found himself at a loss for words. The sensation of being stripped bare in such a manner was quite unpleasant. Before the computer, Xiao Han smiled slightly, thinking to himself, his fondness for ellipses has indeed remained unchanged. Qin Mo corrected him. It is listening attentively. The familiar exchange stirred a sense of warmth within Xiao Han. He still cherished the habit of correcting his grammatical errors, as he had in their youth. Whenever they conversed, Qin Mo would promptly correct Xiao Han's misused words, preventing any potential embarrassment in front of the press. In truth, Xiao Han had long mastered the phrase listening attentively. His previous error had been intentional, and his counterpart had instinctively corrected him. A smile crept across Xiao Han's face as he quickly typed, Qin Mo, I have missed you these past few years. Xiao Han added, do you miss me? This fellow, why is he so direct in his speech? With that, he exited the team, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Xiao Han gazed at the swiftly vanishing white figure, reminiscent of a recently learned idiom, fleeing in disarray. Could this be considered Qin Mo's retreat? Had his forthright words frightened him away? Qin Mo was undeniably proud, with an innate sense of dignity. The impact of his retirement must have weighed heavily on him, perhaps rendering him considerably more aloof than before. Yet, Xiao Han held a firm belief that, despite his apparent indifference, a part of him still held significance within. Qin Mo's entrance into the public testing of Dubu Jianghu was evidently not a mere dalliance with an online game. It was intricately linked to next year's professional league. From what Xiao Han had gathered, the Fengsi team had already assembled, consisting of Jin Huashuiyu, Feng Qingyi, Xiao Litsong Dao, and Xiao Yaoxian, whose skills were rather mediocre and did not reflect those of professional players. It appeared that Qin Mo had assembled this temporary leveling team within the game. Typically, clubs would encourage their players to operate collectively. Thus, Qin Mo's solitary presence in Dubu Jianghu suggested a lack of affiliation with any club. This implied that he remained a free agent, allowing Xiao Han to exert his utmost efforts to recruit him. When Xiao Han initially agreed to lead the team for Luchuan and Dubu Jianghu, it was with the intention of exploring a new game. Now, encountering Qin Mo within this virtual realm was an unexpected boon, marking one of the most delightful surprises he had experienced thus far. In the training room of the Longyin Club, observing the newcomers diligently leveling up, Xiao Han rose and stepped outside, retrieving a familiar number from his phone to make a call. A languid voice soon drifted into his ear. Hello, who is it? It sounded as if the speaker had not fully awakened. Xiao Han stepped into the corner and whispered, Master, it is I, Li Tsongyu, still in slumber. Answered the call without checking the caller ID, only to awaken upon hearing his disciple's voice. He smiled and said, Oh, Xiao Han, you called me unexpectedly. Is something the matter? Xiao Han replied straightforwardly, Master, the club has decided to let me lead the team into the new game, Dubu Jianghu. Are you aware of this? I know. Luchuan mentioned it to me previously. You are still young, and exploring a new game could be quite beneficial for broadening your experience. I encountered Qin Mo in the new area. Li Tsongyu sat up in surprise. Xiao Mo? He has also joined the new game? Yes. Moreover, he has changed his profession to a swordsman, Xiao Han explained. I initially did not recognize that swordsman as him. Only realizing it today, he has completely shifted away from the summoner style, changing to a swordsman. Li Tsangyu pondered thoughtfully. Master, do you know why he left the Fengsa battle team? Xiao Han asked directly, recalling the image of that barely 18-year-old boy departing from the Fengsa club alone. Xiao Han felt a sudden pang of empathy. As a fellow disciple of the captain, he had experienced far smoother years than Qin Mo. Xiao Han always sensed that Qin Mo's departure from the Fengsa battle team was not merely due to a decline in performance. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Mo was avoiding his master indicated that he wished to conceal the true reasons from the one he respected most, suggesting that the reality was far more complex than a simple downer in status. Noticing Xiao Han's silence, Li Tsangyu continued, Xiao Mo possesses a strong sense of pride. Do not rush to pry into his heart. Take your time. You two have shared everything since childhood, and perhaps only you can unravel the knots in his heart. All right, I will try my best to bring Qin Mo along. In their youth, they had accompanied one another, growing together. In the future, they should stand side by side, facing all challenges together. Qin Mo, I will never let you walk away alone again. With this thought, Xiao Han promptly strode to his seat, opened the game interface, and found Mo Hin in his friends list, sending a private message. I sincerely invite you to join the Longing Club. Let us compete together and seize the championship. Qin Mo, would you be willing? The phrase would you be willing typically surfaces during proposals, often accompanied by flowers and a knee to the ground. The fact that Xiao Han used this expression to invite someone to join a team left Qin Mo both amused and perplexed, indicating that Xiao Han was not entirely adept at the nuanced contexts and usages of certain phrases. After 3 years, Xiao Han had become increasingly straightforward in his actions, recognizing the other party and promptly sending a team invitation. Returning to the world of Jianghu was a well-considered decision for him, a new opportunity for himself. At present, he is yet to become truly acquainted with the game and cannot ascertain whether he can perform at the level he once did in the professional league. After all, the disparities between VR games and traditional ones are substantial. The touchscreen mode he has chosen is entirely different from the keyboard and mouse setup of the past. Everything necessitates a fresh adaptation. In such circumstances, recklessly joining any team would be an imprudent decision. Even if he were to join a team with Qin Mo's pride, he would only do so when he is sufficiently formidable, entering as a top-tier expert. Not at this moment. I understand, Xiao Han acknowledged, recognizing the significance of a club's choice for professional players. It is wise to exercise caution. Don't forget to consider my suggestions. He continued. Longing ranks among the foremost comprehensive eSports clubs in the country, boasting an exemplary management system and commendable conditions across the board. Our dormitories are all double occupancy, with each individual enjoying a private bedroom. The training room is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, and contracted players receive full board and lodging, with meals in the cafeteria that are both delightful and varied throughout the week. In terms of software, we will establish a professional database to analyze the unique characteristics of players from other teams, creating various training tools tailored to individual styles, thus formulating specialized training plans that ensure all players start ahead of the competition. Qin Mo was rendered speechless. Where did you learn such official rhetoric? Xiao Han candidly replied. It was sent to me by the boss. Qin Mo truly did not wish to comment on that self-aggrandizing and audacious proprietor. Qin Mo, I assure you, once you arrive, the club will provide you with the most favorable contract conditions. In recent years, I have changed partners numerous times, yet the one with whom I share an unspoken understanding will always be you. If you are willing to join me, I would be truly delighted. Once again, a message from Xiao Han appears in the lower left corner. After 3 years apart, Xiao Han has changed significantly. He has matured considerably, and his command of Chinese is now more fluent, exuding the demeanor of a captain. Nevertheless, his inherent nature remains unchanged. He is still as candid as he was in his youth, speaking his mind without a hint of circumlocution. The one with whom I share an unspoken understanding will always be you. Reading this line, Qin Mo cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. Perhaps it was due to their youthful age back then, but the bond they shared was incredibly pure. They were rivals, friends, and confidants, despite being separated for 3 years. Qin Mo finds solace in the fact that Xiao Han's affection for him has not waned. As they continue their conversation, a voice suddenly emanates from the headset. At this pace, we should reach level 35 by this morning, right? Feng Qingye inquires, shall we check out the team dungeon? Jinghua Shuiyu replies, let us have lunch first and tackle the team dungeon in the afternoon. Mo Hen, Xiaoxian, what do you think? Glancing at the time, which reads 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Mo notices that several teammates are eager to change locations for leveling up. So he sends a message to Xiao Han. I'm heading to level up now. My teammates are calling for me. All right, I'll level up as well. Let us keep in touch. Seeing that Xiao Han has matters to attend to, he promptly closes the chat window. Just then, he hears Pei Yu's voice. Captain, should we go for the level 35 team dungeon? Are you referring to the 10-person team dungeon, the Sword God Valley Ruins? Xiao Han perused the upgrade guide and indeed discovered that a new dungeon awaited exploration at level 35. During the beta testing phase, the team dungeon had not been accessible, and it was rumored to yield substantial experience along with precious materials and crafting blueprints. Is there a special reward for the teams that first clear the dungeon? Xiao Han inquired. Yes, an announcement will be made server-wide, with double rewards for the first completion team. And the top 10 teams to clear the dungeon will have their names permanently etched on the leaderboard. If our 10 professional players participate in the dungeon, once recorded on the leaderboard, our identities would be entirely exposed. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and said, Pei Yu, take the 5 members from Team 2 along with a few random players from the world chat to gather a full party of 10 for this dungeon. Given your skills, leading a few random players through should pose no challenge. Understood, Pei Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, having 10 professional players would be a significant target. Our team has a predominance of ranged and summoner classes, making it easy for others to deduce our backgrounds. What about Team 1? Should we also recruit a few random players from the world chat? Hebei Guang asked, perplexed. Team 1 will merge with Mo Hen's squad, which conveniently makes 10 people. Xiao Han replied. The newcomers exchanged glances in astonishment. Merging with Mo Hen's team? When did the captain become so familiar with Mo Hen? Did their camaraderie blossom during a boss fight? After voicing this thought, Xiao Han promptly sent a private message to Qin Mo. Are you going to the level 35 team dungeon? Qin Mo remarked, it is said that experience rewards are plentiful, and crafting blueprints may also drop. Naturally, I must participate. Xiao Han replied, let us form a team. Qin Mo inquired, what do you mean? Xiao Han elucidated. A 10-person team dungeon. You have 5 on your side, and I have 5 on mine. Doesn't that fit perfectly? Qin Mo thought, this fellow certainly has a clever scheme. Xiao Han quickly added, all the boss drops will belong to you. I shall take none of the materials, equipment, or blueprints. Qin Mo expressed his astonishment. Is it truly that generous? Xiao Han mused, as long as you are by my side, what do those trifles matter? You can have all the dungeon rewards. Will your teammates object? Qin Mo typed a question, they will not? Xiao Han explained, the current members I am leading are all newcomers to the club. Not the final lineup. I aim for them to familiarize themselves with the game, and once they reach maximum level, I will determine the starting roster through assessments. Xiao Han indeed embodied the qualities of a captain. Such a selection process is exceedingly sensible for a new game. After all, players who excel in traditional online games may not necessarily adapt to the VR format. Xiao Han's approach of guiding them through leveling up, followed by evaluations based on their adaptability to the new game, is the fairest course of action. Initially hesitant about joining forces with him, Qin Mo found his concerns dissipated upon hearing Xiao Han's reasoning. Regardless, the 5 of them were incapable of tackling the team dungeon. Calling for assistance in the world might attract an array of inexperienced players, and splitting the materials dropped by the boss with random passers-by would pose a significant challenge. Qin Mo had no time to deal with such trivialities. Xiao Han remarked, that is certainly the case. The 2 of them led their respective teams in the Sword God Valley map, and by around noon, they had all reached level 35. Xiao Han promptly disbanded his team and applied to join Mo Hen's squad, subsequently bringing the other team members along as well. The 2 teams merged, and the number of players on the roster swiftly increased to 10. Xiao Han announced, I want to inform everyone in advance that all items dropped by the boss during this initial raid will be given to Mo Hen. We only require experience. Everyone nodded in agreement without dissent. Xiao Han continued, once we enter the dungeon, everyone will heed Mo Hen's commands. The newcomers gaped in astonishment. Not only were they forfeiting the materials, but they were also relinquishing command. Hebei Guang, known for his forthrightness, directly inquired, Captain, aren't you the one in charge? Xiao Han replied, his interpretative skills regarding dungeons are superior to mine. Everyone should follow his lead. At that moment, a message appeared in the team chat from Mo Hen. Let us have lunch first. Qian Li Bingfeng responded, how about gathering at 1:30? Mo Hen replied, sounds good. The newcomers exchanged glances and then turned to head to the cafeteria. In the Dragon's Roar Club, within the cafeteria, Pei Yu and He Bei Guang, being fellow townsmen and close friends, naturally sat together during the meal. He Bei Guang mentioned the situation of the two teams merging, and Pei Yu was equally astonished. All the resources are being allocated to Mo Hin, and we are expected to heed his commands. Don't you think our captain is being a tad too lenient with him? He Bei Guang rolled his eyes. It's precisely because I find it odd that I brought it up with you. Pei Yu stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment, then lowered his voice. I have a premonition that our team might soon welcome a super prodigy. He Bei Guang inquired, perplexed. A super prodigy? What caliber are we talking about? Pei Yu replied, the kind who stands on equal footing with our captain. He Bei Guang immediately perked up. So impressive? Really? Pei Yu nodded. It is evident that the captain regards him with utmost importance. If he chooses to join our team, the position of vice captain would undoubtedly belong to him. The future vice captain? He Bei Guang asked excitedly, do you have any guesses about who it might be? Pei Yu paused for a moment before responding, I can't pinpoint exactly who it is yet. But it must be a formidable expert from the Miracle Alliance. The captain must have recognized him, which explains the drastic shift in his attitude. He continued, when we tackle the dungeon later, be sure to make a good impression on Mo Hin. His opinions might significantly influence the captain's judgment. In any case, do not offend him. Got it. He Bei Guang was no fool. Judging by the captain's demeanor, Mo Hin was likely to become the future vice captain. As a newcomer, he certainly needed to show respect towards this prodigy. It was said that one day, the vice captain of a certain team told the captain, Xiao Zhang hasn't he been performing well lately? Let us replace him in the next match. The captain promptly nodded, no problem. He Bei Guang harbored uncertainties about whether Xiao Han would evolve into such a leader in the future. Yet, he possessed an unsettling intuition that those who offended the great deity Mo Hin would meet a most tragic end. As Qin Mo exited the game, he heard a knock at the door of the private room. Rising to answer, he found Shenqi, the girl he had just met that day, standing outside. Her height barely reached 5 feet, necessitating Qin Mo to lean down in order to see her face clearly. Upon meeting his gaze, Shenqi immediately smiled and said, shall we have lunch together? Certainly. Qin Mo nodded, turning to accompany her out. The rain had ceased, and the air post-rain was exceptionally refreshing. Qin Mo's home was in close proximity. However, he typically cooked at home and rarely dined out, rendering him unfamiliar with the nearby restaurants, so he followed Shenqi. She led him to a relatively quiet restaurant, where they settled at a window-side table. With enthusiasm, she remarked, this establishment has only recently opened. I've been here before. The portions are generous and the food is delightful. 3 dishes should suffice. She then handed the menu to Qin Mo, inquiring, what would you like to eat? Then I shall not be modest, he replied. Shenqi swiftly ordered 3 dishes and handed the order to the waiter, smiling as she said, I've been gaming for several years, yet this is the first time I've encountered an online friend in reality. What a serendipitous day. Indeed, Qin Mo responded nonchalantly. The power is conveniently out in my apartment complex. No wonder you chose to visit the internet CAF. The young man before her was strikingly handsome, his attire immaculate and tidy, with an air of indifference that set him apart from the disheveled gamers often found in internet cafes. Today, he had unexpectedly visited the CAF due to a power outage at home. Intrigued, Shenqi inquired, is it only your neighborhood experiencing a power cut today? It will last for 3 days, he replied. Then you should come to the CAF tomorrow and the day after. I'll reserve a private room for you. Just ask for me at the front desk. All right. As the waiter brought out the dishes one by one, Qin Mo gentlemanly offered her the chopsticks, saying, let us eat first. Thank you. Shenqi, a true foodie, lit up at the sight of delicious food, her mouth too occupied to continue the conversation. Qin Mo appreciated tranquility and thus refrained from seeking out topics. They silently finished their lunch, with Qin Mo taking the initiative to pay the bill. While it is customary for the man to treat when dining with a woman, Shenqi felt an uncomfortable sense of obligation and remarked, since you came to our CAF, it should be me treating you. The sofa was of excellent quality, soft and comfortable. After lying down for a few minutes, Qin Mo unknowingly drifted into slumber. Shenqi had intended to fetch him a drink, but upon opening the door, she found him already asleep on the sofa. His body curled slightly, the silhouette appearing quite frail. Suddenly, Shenqi felt an inexplicable loneliness emanating from the man lying alone in the CAF. Surely, he must harbor many stories within him. His cold demeanor made him seem unapproachable, leaving her wondering who could possibly lower his defenses and enter his heart. Perhaps only the person in the photograph could hold the most significant place in his heart. With a sigh, Qin gently placed the drink on the table and turned to leave the private room. At precisely 1:20, the alarm clock rang, awakening Qin Mo punctually. Although his half-hour slumber was rather brief, it swiftly revitalized his spirits. Qin Mo turned and approached his computer, donning his VR headset to log back into the game Dubu Jianghu. Mo Han. Qianli Bingfeng. My team has assembled. Shall we enter the dungeon? Mo Han. All right. The group made their way to the northwest entrance of the map, conversing with the guide before stepping into the Sword God Valley ruins. Upon entering the dungeon, the scene transformed dramatically. The interior was shrouded in dim light, with remnants of crumbling walls scattered about and numerous disordered tombstones surrounding them. The music in the background took on a particularly melancholic tone, reminiscent of a mass grave, which might frighten those of a more timid disposition. Fortunately, Qin possessed a stout heart, showing no reaction to the foreboding graveyard before them. As this was an uncharted dungeon, none could predict what lay ahead. And the group stood quietly at the entrance, hesitant to move. After a moment, Qin Mo inquired through the team channel, "How shall we proceed?" Qianli Bingfeng. You take the lead. We shall follow your instructions. Previously, when training alongside Xiao Han, Qin Mo had not only taught the half-blood child Chinese, but also accompanied him in practice on the arena. Occasionally, when Xiao Han struggled with a particular skill, Qin Mo had to step in as a sparring partner, and it was imperative that he did not remain stationary. He had to maneuver skillfully and evade swiftly to enhance Xiao Han's proficiency. Qin Mo felt deeply that his position was akin to that of the lowest tier in the food chain. The words of the master are not to be refuted, and one cannot afford to offend Xiao Han. In moments of anger, the greatest act of defiance may only be to log off. Yet now, Xiao Han unexpectedly stated that he would follow Qin Mo's arrangements. Qin Mo felt an exhilarating sense of empowerment akin to a slave rising to become a master. Unable to suppress the urge to type, "Are you certain you will heed my instructions?" "Of course, I will listen to you," replied Qianli Bingfeng. "I have never tackled this dungeon before," remarked Mo Han. "I believe you will swiftly discover the strategy," Qianli Bingfeng reassured him. "Do not blame me if we face total annihilation," Mo Han cautioned. "No worries, it is customary to experience wipeouts during exploration. Feel free to direct us." "No one will object, right?" As the captain spoke, the newcomers from the Longing Club eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, no objections. After all, we are in the midst of exploration." With consensus established, Qin Mo decisively stated, "Very well, let me review the character configurations. We shall attempt a trial run." On the team roster, beneath the avatars of 10 individuals, symbols denoted their respective sects and cultivation paths. In Qin Mo's fixed team, Jinghua Shuiyu was a poison master from the fragrant herb hall. Xiao Yaoxian served as the healer from the same sect. Feng Qin Yu was a swordsman from the Cold Blossom Sword sect, and Xiao Litsang Dao was a melee fighter from the Madblade sect. Among the team led by Xiao Han, in addition to his assassin Qianli Bingfeng, there were 4 others: Bei Ji Guang from the Madblade sect, Xiao Ran Wu Sheng from the Listening Rain Tower, and 2 summoners from the Zhuge family, Yan Huatang and Zhigu Tian. Other sects have had varying degrees of interaction with Qin Mo, but this is the first encounter with Listening Rain Pavilion. The weapon in hand, a white umbrella, suggests that this is likely a supportive faction based on previously gathered information. Xiao Han sent Qin Mo a private message. Beijing Aurora previously played as a berserker, and after switching games, opted for the Madblade sect, excelling in violent close combat and capable of serving as the main tank. Quietly Silent has always played as a support, yet the gameplay of Listening Rain Pavilion is rather innovative, and he is still studying it. Fireworks Burn and Partridge Sky are both summoners. Beijing Aurora is 16, Quietly Silent is 17, and the other 2 are both 18 this year. Upon receiving the barrage of messages, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "I'm introducing you to the new members of the club. I need your input to determine who possesses greater talent. This is something you, as the captain, should be concerned about, right?" Qin Mo, puzzled, replied, "What am I supposed to advise?" "Because your opinion is exceedingly important to me," Xiao Han said earnestly. He always had a well-reasoned justification for assigning tasks to himself. Seeing the familiar ellipsis from Mo Han, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. "Just give me some suggestions. Your considerations are often more meticulous and comprehensive than mine." With this, Qin Mo felt somewhat reluctant to decline and finally said, "Let's first tackle a dungeon. I'll assess their skills." "All right," Xiao Han responded. During the brief conversation with Xiao Han, Qin Mo had gleaned from the thumbnail in the upper right corner a general understanding of the terrain of the dungeon. The Sword God Valley Ruins. According to the information, this instance comprises 2 stages, the 5-element sword formation and the Divine Sword Altar. Along the path to the boss, there are countless minor and elite monsters whose defeat yields considerable experience. Currently, all elite teams from various guilds in this region have failed to conquer the first stage. The 5-element sword formation, while the casual groups are merely sightseeing, killing minor monsters for experience and enjoying the scenery. With the professional players led by Xiao Han and Qin Mo's established team, this 10-member party possesses substantial strength. As long as they devise the correct strategy, they have a promising chance of clearing the dungeon. Qin Mo promptly reorganized the 10 players and swiftly typed arrangements in the team channel when dealing with the minor monsters. Aurora, Smiling Blade, and Wen Qingye, along with the healer, Little Medicine Fairy, will form one group, with Aurora responsible for drawing the monsters. Little Medicine Fairy will prioritize healing the main tank before attending to the other 3. Meanwhile, Jinghua Shuiyue, Fireworks, Zhigu Tian, and Quiet as the Knight will form another group. With Quiet as the Knight providing support and protection, I will team up with Qianli Bingfeng to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Is everyone clear? Jinghua Shuiyue, Smiling Blade, Wen Qingye, and Little Medicine Fairy were already accustomed to Qin Mo's commands as they were his regular teammates and had no objections to his arrangements, promptly responding with a series of acknowledgements. However, the professional players from Longing Club felt a mix of emotions, despite needing to heed their captain's orders. It was their first experience following someone else's command, which felt rather peculiar. Qianli Bingfeng replied, "Understood." The captain initiated the typing, and the other 4 followed suit. Understood. Just as Qin Mo prepared to commence, Xiao Han unexpectedly sent a private message. Qianli Bingfeng, this is my first time witnessing your command in a dungeon. For some reason, it fills me with great joy. Upon reading this, Qin Mo felt a rush of warmth to his ears and quickly typed back. Do not express how much you miss me so casually. Do you not understand the meaning of subtlety? Qianli Bingfeng, I am familiar with the term subtlety, but I believe that such indirect expressions hinder comprehension. It is better to be straightforward. I truly miss you. Is it not clearer when I articulate it directly? His reasoning was both articulate and convincing. Did one need to pass the 8th level of Chinese for such discussions? Qin Mo found himself at a loss for words and opted to change the subject. Let us cease this conversation and focus on the dungeon. Qianli Bingfeng. Oh, Qianli Bingfeng. Proceed to eliminate the patrolling monsters ahead. Qin Mo commanded in the team channel. Understood. Xiao Han immediately activated his stealth and dashed forward, executing a series of swift strikes, launching a flurry of daggers that swiftly dispatched the patrolling monsters. The newcomers from Longyin were momentarily stunned. Our captain is surprisingly obedient. After dealing with the patrol squad, the group advanced deeper into the valley. The narrow valley offered a singular path. Following Qin Mo's division of roles, Aurora took the lead as the main tank, drawing the monsters while the others followed closely to engage in combat. The minor adversaries here are quite manageable. However, the formidable bosses unleash devastating area of effect attacks that inflict considerable damage. Fortunately, Qin Mo had prudently organized teams and healing provisions in advance. With his and Xiao Han's adeptness in adapting to unforeseen circumstances, the group journeyed through without peril. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the threshold of the first stage. Before them stood a dilapidated wooden door, with a guide positioned nearby. Qin Mo approached to engage in dialogue, thereby initiating the first challenge of the Sword God Valley Ruins, the 5-element sword array. As the door creaked open, a pentagonal plaza revealed itself, secluded and overgrown with moss amidst the stones. At each of the 5 corners of the plaza stood a sword, golden, green, blue, red, and brown, symbolizing the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At the center of the plaza sat an elderly man, his hair ashen, with the title Sword Maniac hovering above him. His eyes were tightly shut, and a white sword aura swirled around him, indicating that he was indeed the boss of this level. Feng Qingye remarked, "No team has yet cleared the 5-element sword array. It appears to be exceedingly challenging." Jinghua Shuiyue expressed some confusion. "I noticed that each sword has a health pool of 50,000, while the boss has 300,000. Should we target the swords first or the boss?" Qin Mo pondered for a moment, swiftly marking several numerical indicators on the ground. "It is likely that we need to eliminate all 5 swords simultaneously before we can confront the central boss. Let us proceed with this strategy. In the first position, I was entrusted with the golden sword, In the second position, the blue sword was the responsibility of Qianli Bingfeng. The third position, known as Mirror Flower Water Moon, was assigned the red sword, while the fourth position, aptly named Hidden Dagger in Laughter, was tasked with the brown sword. Finally, in the fifth position, Feng Qingye and Zhigu Tian were designated the green sword. The healer and support were positioned in the sixth spot. Qin Mo's allocation of the sword-wielding team was meticulously crafted, pairing a professional player with an online gamer, ensuring a harmonious balance in the output of each sword. Both he and Xiao Han would independently handle a single sword, allowing them to address unforeseen circumstances with utmost agility. This distribution method was remarkably thoughtful, and Xiao Han could not help but admire Qin Mo's meticulousness. As instructed by Qin Mo, the team swiftly took their positions, officially commencing the first challenge. The 5 elemental swords, stationed at the corners, immediately emanated a dazzling radiance, intertwining to form the shape of a pentagram. The group commenced their assault on the swords before them. However, the moment they struck, a piercing sound of the swords echoed in their ears, and a brilliant light surged from the central boss. An icy white aura instantaneously enveloped the entire screen with a thunderous crash, causing all 10 members to collapse. What on earth? The entire team was eliminated in an instant, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The commander, Qin Mo, calmly typed, "Simultaneous attacks on the elemental swords are ineffective. We must alter our strategy. Bei Guang, initiate the attack on the boss." Bei Guang promptly responded, "Understood." As a professional tank, holding the boss was an effortless task for him. After the resurrection, the group resumed their challenges. Bei Guang, wielding a massive sword, charged boldly towards the boss and swung down at its chest. However, the white-haired elder remained unfazed, while the 5 swords surrounding them collectively targeted Bei Guang, who fell to the ground in an instant, pierced like a hedgehog. His demise was tragically unjust, and the others had no time to flee, succumbing once more to the erratic assaults of the 5-element swords. Clearly, the sword formation that had led to the annihilation of countless guilds was indeed formidable. Qin Mo lowered his head, deep in thought. Attacking the surrounding swords would provoke the boss into a furious onslaught, while striking the boss would unleash the swords upon them. This indicated that the solution to the sword formation was not merely about raw damage, since neither the swords nor the boss could be directly attacked. The only conceivable avenue for breaking the formation lay in the colorful connections between the swords. With this realization, Qin Mo promptly spoke. "Everyone, stand outside the sword formation. Qianli Bingfeng, let us circle around the formation together. I will handle gold and wood, while you take care of water, fire, and earth. Make a note of your statuses." Qianli Bingfeng replied, "Understood." Recognizing the unusual nature of this sword formation, Qin Mo instructed the others to observe while he and Xiao Han sought a solution to dismantle the formation, striving to avoid repeated failures. As the third challenge commenced, the 5 swords emanated a brilliant glow, and colorful connections swiftly appeared between them. Qin Mo and Xiao Han, utilizing their lightness skills, circled the formation at remarkable speed. Xiao Han, as an assassin, moved even faster, swiftly navigating past the water, fire, and earth swords within a mere 5 seconds, while Qin Mo circled around the gold and wood swords. 3 seconds later, the players Mo Hen and Qianli Bingfeng, positioned within the sword formation, fell victim to the ferocious boss yet again. As they lay on the ground, they began to exchange information. Qin Mo typed, "I possess the advantages of Shuo Jin and Qing Mu." Qianli Bingfeng replied, "I have the essence of Lu Shui, the heart of Liahua, and the protection of Ho Tuesday." Observing these conditions, Qin Mo pondered for a moment before stating, "This must relate to the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. We should attempt this once more." Qianli Bingfeng agreed. "All right." Qin Mo added, "Typing may be too slow. Let us switch to voice communication and enter the team room." Given the necessity to adapt strategies in real time during the dungeon exploration, voice commands were undeniably the most efficient approach. Besides, since Xiao Han had already recognized him, Qin Mo felt no apprehension regarding the exposure of his identity. At that moment, Qin Mo's voice resonated in his ears. "Bingfeng, strike the sword I indicate." "No problem," Xiao Han promptly typed in response. He swiftly approached the wooden sword, standing there for a second to activate the state of Qing Mu, and then leaped into the center of the square, turning to hurl 3 series of daggers towards the direction of the earth sword. Following this attack, the connection between the earth sword and the metal sword abruptly vanished. Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued, "Liahua Xin, target the metal sword." Xiao Han promptly complied, and in under 3 seconds, he severed another connection. "Lu Shui, attack the fire sword. Ho Tu Jihu, assault the water sword. Shua Jin Shili, engage the wooden sword. Every time Qin Mo finished speaking, Xiao Han promptly executed the task. One commanded while the other acted, and within a mere 15 seconds, the connections between the 5 swords vanished entirely. At that moment, the elderly man with white hair, who had been seated in the center, suddenly rose and began reciting lines. Alas, my cultivation method cannot be flawed. Why must I endure the torment of severed meridians? Oh heavens! A deafening sound echoed in the air, and Qin Mo quickly realized. Breaking the formation was merely the prelude. The true battle against the boss was about to commence. Everyone, remain vigilant. I seal, and I will first assess the situation of this boss. The boss's dialogue was rather lengthy, recounting his past of becoming ensnared in obsession while practicing swordsmanship and the brutal conflict that had once transpired in the Valley of the Sword God. Upon finishing, he exhibited a weakened state. Qin Mo unleashed a combination of attacks from wandering the world with a sword and sword rain at dusk towards the sword fanatic. The boss, however, was unaffected by the silence control, though his health had diminished to 95. Did he just regain health? Qin Mo exclaimed. Activate the golden sword state and strike the wooden sword. Xiao Han immediately complied, and the connections indeed vanished as before. Subsequently, Qin Mo issued commands while Xiao Han executed the actions. The duo continued to probe the boss and soon discerned the functions of the 5 swords. The green line of the wooden sword would restore the boss's health. The brown line of the earth sword would inflict an 800 damage rebound to the boss. The blue line of the water sword would enhance the boss's movement speed, causing it to run amok. The golden line of the gold sword would amplify the boss's attack power by 800, targeting individuals and dealing immense damage. The red line of the fire sword possessed the most terrifying effect, prompting the boss to unleash a widespread, full-screen ultimate attack, resulting in substantial health depletion for the entire team, which could easily lead to a total wipeout. Through this probing, Qin Mo had comprehended the strategy behind the 5-element sword formation. The elder with white hair at the center was the ultimate boss, while the other 5 swords served to assist him. Once a connection was established, it was imperative to counteract the assistance with its opposing force. For instance, if the fire sword aided the boss in generating a red line, one must acquire the state of flowing water from the water sword to attack the fire sword, as water extinguishes fire, thus making the line disappear and allowing the boss to revert to its original state. The youth's voice carried a hint of coldness, yet his commanding style was remarkably decisive and straightforward. Even the professional players from the Longing Club could not help but admire the simplicity of his 3 trial runs, as he had managed to grasp the intricacies of the sword formation. It was evident that Qin Mo's analytical prowess in the dungeon was formidable once he clarified his thoughts. The subsequent battle against the boss became remarkably smooth. The boss has paused. Zhigu Tian, take the opportunity to strike the wooden sword. Yanhua Tang, attack the water sword. Bing Feng, target the gold sword. The voice channel resonated with his calm demeanor as a series of precise commands were issued, leading to the swift dissolution of connections in the square within mere seconds, causing the boss's health to steadily diminish. Just as the boss's health plummeted to 60, 3 connections suddenly manifested on the field, resulting in significant health loss for the entire team, which incited a flurry of panic among the players. However, the correct counter-strategy allowed the 3 slender lines to vanish one after another, while the healer hastily restored health, granting the group a moment of relief. The newcomers from the Longing Club were left in awe, pondering the extraordinary intellect of this individual. How could his reflexes be so remarkably swift? Amidst the chaos of the sudden connections and the ensuing health depletion, while others were rendered somewhat helpless, he promptly discerned the principles of elemental counteraction and issued precise commands without hesitation. At that moment, all connections dissipated, and the 5 swords began to tremble violently. Qin Mo immediately proclaimed, "Everyone, cease all attacks. Those standing before the 5 swords should unleash their damage. When the sword's health reaches around 5,000, signal with a 1 in the team channel." Based on his deductions, the violent quaking of the 5 auxiliary swords heralded an imminent powerful attack to save the boss, posing a significant threat of a potential wipeout for the team if the 5 swords acted in unison. Upon hearing Qin Mo's calm voice, everyone swiftly unleashed the 5-element sword. However, due to varying output speeds, the swords before Xiao Han and Qin Mo quickly dwindled in health. Zhigu Tian and Yanhua Tang, both professional players, were delayed by 5 seconds, while Jinghua Shuiyu was the slowest. Qin Mo rushed over to assist him, striking a few times. Moments later, the team channel displayed a 1, indicating that the health of all 5 swords had dropped to around 5,000 points. Qin Mo commanded, Icebound. I will take the red and blue swords. The remaining 3 are yours. We will count down and eliminate them simultaneously. Qian Li Bingfeng responded affirmatively. Achieving the simultaneous depletion of all swords' health was no easy feat, yet Qin Mo firmly believed that with the synergy between Xiao Han and himself, it was entirely possible. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, Qin Mo immediately activated the Sword Journey skill, executing a dual strike with Sword Rain and Setting Sun, which encompassed a wide area, perfectly covering the 2 swords. Simultaneously, Xiao Han unleashed Long Rainbow Pierces the Sun, launching a flurry of daggers at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in their ears as all 5 swords fell simultaneously, indicating that their mental synchronization was so precise that the time difference was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With the disappearance of the 5 small swords, the boss, now devoid of protection, entered a state of weakness, and its defense plummeted. The team immediately redirected their fire towards the boss, and within less than half a minute, they reduced the health of the sword enthusiast to 0. Congratulations to Mo Han's team for being the first to conquer the Sword God Valley ruins. 5 elements, sword formation level. Team leader, Mo Han. Alongside team members, Qian Li Bingfeng, Jinghua Shuiyu, Xiao Li Cong Dao, Feng Qingyi, Xiao Yaoxian, Qiao Ranwu Sheng, Beiji Guang, Yan Hua Tang, and Jianghu Tian. The unlocking of the Divine Sword Altar in the 2nd level of the Sword God Valley ruins sent waves of excitement through the players of the Telecom District 1. The World Channel erupted with fervent messages, many expressing gratitude to a skilled player named Mo Han for the generous rewards bestowed upon them. Even Xiao Han couldn't resist sending a thumbs up in the team channel, exclaiming, impressive. He was not well versed in the intricacies of elemental interactions, but he trusted Qin Mo's understanding of such matters. Following Qin Mo's guidance was always a sound decision. After 3 years apart, Qin Mo remained as he remembered, quick to react, sharp in thought, exceptionally intelligent, and dazzlingly radiant. Xiao Han felt an overwhelming desire to employ every commendatory phrase he had learned to describe Qin Mo. As he gazed at the calm figure of the white-clad swordsman standing in the center of the plaza, he found it difficult to tear his eyes away. Due to the bountiful rewards for the first team to clear the level, Qin Mo took several minutes to organize the loot. The boss of the Sword God Valley ruins was particularly generous, in addition to a substantial amount of experience that elevated everyone to level 36. It dropped 10 pieces of purple equipment all at once. Qin Mo was not tempted by these riches. Instead, he distributed the gear according to their respective classes. 5 pieces of armor were allocated. Soft armor was given to the ranged classes, such as Jianghu Tian, Yan Hua Tang, and Jinghua Shuiyu, while the hard armor was assigned to the melee classes, including Xiao Li Cong Dao and Feng Qingyi. The 3 weapons, a broadsword, a golden needle, and a white umbrella, were distributed as follows. The broadsword to Beiji Guang, the golden needle to the healer Xiao Yaoxian, and the white umbrella casually handed to the support character Qiao Ranwu Sheng. The remaining pair of shoes was divided equally between Qin Mo and Xiao Han. This allocation plan takes into account the entire group, ensuring that everyone gains something from their efforts. After a long day of hard work, receiving equipment brings joy to all. Upon reviewing the distribution plan, Xiao Han sent a private message. I mentioned that there should be no output. Why are you distributing it to them? He continued. You may take all the materials. The boss had dropped a plethora of resources, including numerous purple materials and golden ones such as exquisite jade and century-old red sandalwood. Qin Mo gathered all the materials into his own inventory, stating, dividing the materials is too troublesome. I will hold on to them for now. If anyone needs materials for crafting equipment in the future, they can come to me. All right. The group had no objections and cheerfully proceeded to the second checkpoint. Jinghua Shuiyu was particularly excited, exclaiming, the team dungeon is leveling up so quickly. We've already risen 2 levels. Feng Qingyi remarked, in the past. It took us an entire afternoon of quests to go from level 35 to 37. Being in the company of skilled players, they truly grasped the meaning of the saying, follow the experts, and you shall feast. Before long, they arrived deep within the Sword God Valley, where a dilapidated wooden door stood before them once again. Qin Mo approached the guide to initiate a conversation, thereby commencing the challenge of the second stage. The Divine Sword Altar. As the wooden door creaked open, a high altar suspended in the air came into view. Below the altar, Numerous stones were chaotically arranged in a stair-like formation. Gazing upwards from the ground, one could discern that the altar was square-shaped, though its contents remained indeterminate. Qin Mo instructed, "Everyone stay put. I will go up with Bing Feng to take a look." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone beheld two figures, one black and one white, swiftly leaping onto the altar with remarkable agility. To Qin Mo's surprise, in stark contrast to the intricate five-element sword array of the first stage, the arrangement of the altar for the second stage was remarkably simple, featuring only a long sword standing upright at its center. This sword was named Shattered Ice, its entire form pure white like freshly fallen snow, emanating a chilling aura that radiated an intimidating coldness around it. Aside from the Shattered Ice sword, the altar was devoid of any other elements, clearly indicating that this sword was the boss of the second stage. Though the precise method to confront it remained to be explored, Qin Mo suggested, "Let us attempt an attack." "Understood," replied Qianli Bingfeng. The moment Xiao Han launched his dagger, a resounding explosion echoed in his ears, and the altar beneath their feet rapidly fractured into 10 floating stones, while the ground below suddenly erupted with a multitude of spikes. The newcomers of Longyan reacted swiftly, soaring to the safety of the steps above. Yet the 4 members of Qin Mo's party lacked such awareness and were impaled by the spikes, resembling a porcupine. The fallen Jianghu Online concluded, "Once the boss on the altar is activated, the ground becomes uninhabitable, riddled with spikes." The unfortunate Xiao Yaoxian added, "Indeed, the spikes can eliminate one instantly, leaving no opportunity for healing." Gazing down, Qin Mo observed that the myriad of spikes on the ground had not vanished. It bore a striking resemblance to a lethal mab from a competition. Falling from the air would undoubtedly result in a fatal impalement. The altar had fractured into 10 floating stones, each varying in distance from the central boss, some a mere meter away, while others stretched as far as 20 meters. Xiao Han and Qin Mo stood motionless upon the floating stones. After a span of 15 seconds, a thunderous sound echoed once more, causing 10 floating stones to randomly shift positions. Xiao Han, who was originally 2 meters away from the boss, was relocated to a distant spot, while Qin Mo, who had been far off, found himself next to the boss. Qin Mo remarked, "Why not try jumping over to my side?" At that moment, a vast expanse of ice lay in the southeastern corner, far from Mo Hen. Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice, Xiao Han immediately executed a graceful leap, alighting on the stone where Qin Mo stood in just a few bounds. However, no sooner had they joined forces than a mere 3 seconds elapsed before the fragmented ice sword erupted with a chilling radiance. A fierce, icy white sword aura surged towards their position, piercing them through with lethal precision. Qin Mo, Xiao Han, the two, slain in an instant, floated in midair, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Jianghu Online jested, "Ha! You two are so formidable together that the boss couldn't bear to watch." Xiaoli Songdao chimed in, "Indeed." Seeing the two masters united, the boss grew furious and struck without hesitation. Xiao Han concurred, "Yes. This level seems to be a mobile aerial battle, which truly tests our positioning skills. The boss, resembling a sword, stands erect in the center. Such a foe bears no fixed enmity and requires us to unleash our full offensive power. The challenge lies in the ever-shifting locations of the floating stones beneath us, with each stone accommodating but one individual. The distance between the stones and the boss fluctuates, necessitating rapid aerial movement to engage the boss effectively, thereby demanding a high level of coordination from the entire team." Qin Mo contemplated carefully, marking 10 positions on the altar and reorganizing the teams. "Let us attempt a trial run," he announced. "Everyone, take your places at the numbered positions from 1 to 10, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters between each other. We will adjust our positions according to my instructions shortly, so be cautious not to fall. I sealed. Count down 3 seconds to draw your swords." "Understood," echoed the group. 3 seconds later, as Xiao Han hurled the dagger towards the shattering ice sword, the second phase of the challenge officially commenced. All participants unleashed their full potential, and as the 15 seconds elapsed, the altar beneath them swiftly fractured into 10 segments. Each floating stone bore the designated numbers 1 to 10 marked by Qin Mo, clearly indicating that he had calculated the approximate area of each stone during the previous trial, ensuring everyone occupied their respective space. With the stones shifting, melee fighters found themselves distanced from the boss, while ranged attackers were positioned right beside it. Qin Mo promptly issued commands. Feng Qingya, switch places with Yan Huading, Xiaoli Songdao, exchange positions with Zhigu Tian, others remain in place. As the clear sound resonated in their ears, Those named immediately executed their agile movements to switch positions. Consequently, everyone could now launch their attacks on the boss. The group held immense admiration for Mo Han's leadership. Within such a brief span, he had managed to calculate the distances between all team members and the boss, as well as the attack ranges of various sects, thereby orchestrating the necessary adjustments. It was truly remarkable. As the 15 seconds concluded, the stone shifted once more beneath their feet. Qin Mo surveyed everyone's positions and continued with further adjustments. Ice sealed, move to position 9, Northern Lights, proceed to position 5, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Switch places with Little Medicine Fairy. As the crowd shifted positions according to the command, the boss's health was successfully reduced to 80. At that moment, 10 bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, precisely targeting the locations occupied by 10 individuals. The alchemist and the one who concealed a dagger in their smile were caught off guard and instantly annihilated, while the others who managed to evade in time suffered a significant reduction of 50 in their health. Remarkably, the 10 scattered floating stones converged towards the center, reforming into the original square altar shape. Calmly, Qin Mo instructed, "Do not panic, continue the assault." 15 seconds later, the floating stones separated once more, and the health of the shattered ice sword dropped to 70. Again, another bolt of lightning struck, resulting in the demise of all individuals who had sustained a 50 health loss. Given that all the configurations of the new dungeon were unknown, it was entirely normal for the raiding party to be wiped out. The crucial aspect was to learn from this defeat and devise strategies for the future. Through this trial, Qin Mo had already discerned the pattern of the floating stones division and amalgamation. Based on his calculations, the stones changed every 15 seconds, splitting twice and merging once, in an endless cycle of separation and reunion. The purple lightning strike was a formidable move executed by the boss itself, triggered at health thresholds of 80, 70, and 60. If one could not evade the lightning, they would be instantly eliminated. Even those who reacted swiftly would still suffer a 50 health reduction, leading to 2 consecutive wipes of the entire party. The merging of the stones served to facilitate healing, allowing the healer to restore health to the party. This implied that while battling the boss, it was imperative to synchronize timing with health levels. At times, in order to wait for the stones to merge, the team had no choice but to halt their damage output against the boss. This necessitated a comprehensive and astute judgment from the commander regarding timing, the boss's health, and the optimal moments for dealing damage, rendering this phase significantly more challenging than the first encounter. Certainly, for Qin Mo, who has previously commanded professional leagues, this challenge is entirely manageable. However, what concerns him is the stipulation of a 50 mandatory health depletion. Can the healing keep pace? As everyone resurrects at the entrance of the level to regroup for a moment, Qin Mo instructs, "Let us ascend the altar once more. I will signal for the purple lightning. Remember to evade skillfully." This time, when the boss unleashed its purple lightning attack at 80 health, thanks to Qin Mo's prior warning, the entire team adeptly sidestepped the danger. Yet, the mechanics of the purple lightning are somewhat ruthless. If one cannot evade, they face certain demise, while those who do manage to avoid it still suffer a 50 health reduction, which is quite disheartening. Immediately afterward, 10 floating stones swiftly merged into a square altar. The healer, Little Medicine Fairy, must restore everyone's health within a mere 15 seconds. Otherwise, the next purple lightning strike will obliterate the entire team. For a healer lacking area healing skills, this is indeed a formidable challenge. Even with her utmost concentration and speed, the time allotted is only sufficient to fully heal 5 individuals. As the 15 seconds elapsed, the stones split once more, and Little Medicine Fairy was relocated to the far southeast corner, rendering her unable to heal her distant teammates. Shinchi felt a rising panic, wishing fervently for a powerful spell that could restore everyone's health to full, yet she possessed no such ability. Qin Mo was compelled to make a different decision. "Everyone, cease your attacks and wait for the floating stones to merge." Although the team could have continued to damage the boss, Qin Mo refrained from lowering the boss's health to 70 without adequate healing support, opting to wait instead. After another 15 seconds, the floating stones randomly rearranged, and only after another 15 seconds did they finally merge. Little Medicine Fairy immediately rushed to heal everyone, and only when all team members' health surpassed 80 did Qin Mo command, "Attack." The boss's health was reduced to 70, and a purple lightning appeared, causing the entire team to suffer a further 50 loss in health. The healer, Xiao Yusyan, felt like crying. Under such circumstances, she could hardly restore health. and her mana was rapidly depleting. Indeed, due to the prolonged wait, the boss entered a frenzy, leading to the instant annihilation of the entire team. Xiao Yaoxian sent a flurry of tearful emojis, and Jianghu Online consoled her, saying, "It's all right. Before level 40, there are no group healing skills. And healing 10 people individually is indeed quite taxing." Xiao Song Dao added, "Exactly, it's not solely your fault." This implied that due to her insufficient healing capabilities, this level would be exceedingly challenging to clear. Qin Mo was already aware that Xiao Yaoxian could not manage to heal 10 individuals alone, and to succeed, they would need to replace her. However, Qi was a girl, and switching players midway would be quite hurtful to her pride. While lost in thought, a private message suddenly popped up in the chat from Xiao Yaoxian. "Mo Hen, I sincerely apologize. I'm a novice, and I feel dizzy maneuvering in high-altitude situations, let alone healing everyone. If I can't keep up with the healing, it will be difficult to pass this level. Perhaps I could have my brother log in for me." Qin Mo was somewhat surprised. "Your brother?" Qi replied, "Yes, my brother has participated in the closed beta and is significantly more skilled than I am. Please wait half a minute. I'll have him log in." Qi's brother? Qin Mo privately inquired. "Has he only played healing for an hour? He doesn't seem very reliable." Nonetheless, since Qi claimed her brother was much more proficient than her, Qin Mo decided to trust her once. Quickly sending a message, "Do you see that empty altar up ahead?" As the challenge commenced, the altar fractured into 10 floating stones, which transformed every 15 seconds according to the patterns of division and amalgamation. Your task is to swiftly navigate and restore the health of the entire team within 15 seconds after the stones merge. Oh, health restoration occurs only after the stones combine? The little medicine fairy glanced up at the altar hovering high above. "Let me give it a try." "All right, everyone prepare. We shall restart at the altar." The Mirage Flower Water Moon stared in astonishment. Did our healer just receive a sudden surge of energy? Wen Qingya, puzzled, remarked, "It seems as though a different person has emerged." The little medicine fairy chirped, "Hello everyone, I am the younger brother of the little medicine fairy ONN. Oh." The crowd responded, "Is it appropriate for a boy to express himself like that?" Xiao Han observed the little medicine fairy gracefully maneuvering around and replenishing the group's health, promptly sending a private message to Qin Mo. S-shaped sliding movements. Health buff combined with healing crits, his speed must exceed 300 APM. An hour? Xiao Han expressed surprise. To master the healing profession in such a short span is no small feat due to the change in the little medicine fairy's account. The healing suddenly became extraordinarily potent. Each time the floating stones merged, he managed to swiftly navigate and restore the team's health to full within a mere 15 seconds, enabling Qin Mo's command to flow with greater ease. After half an hour, the boss's health was finally depleted. Congratulations to the Mo Hen team for being the first to clear the Sword God Valley Ruins, Divine Sword Altar stage. Captain, Mo Hen. Team members, Xian Li Bingfeng, Jinghua Yu, Xiao Li Cong Dao, Feng Qingyi, Xiao Yaoxian, Beiji Guang, Xiao Ranwu Sheng, Yan Huateng, Zhigu Tian. The ruins of Sword God Valley have been fully unlocked, inviting all heroes to embark on exploration. This news has once again caused a sensation among players in the Telecommunications Zone 1. Mo Hen's team had recently cleared the first level, yet astonishingly accomplished the second level in less than 2 hours. The 10-person team dungeon, newly opened during this public beta, presents a formidable challenge. Devoid of any guides for reference, compelling players to explore from scratch. It is commonplace for large guilds to spend 2 days conquering a new dungeon. Yet they managed to complete all levels in a mere 3 hours. Such speed is nothing short of miraculous. At the same time, within the Sword God Valley Ruins dungeon, Jianghu Pai was on the verge of tears. Why is it Mo Hen again? Jianghu Bingyu was quite vexed. Who exactly is this person? How could they swiftly clear 2 levels in succession? The elite team of Jianghu Guild had spent over an hour deciphering the principles of the 5 elements sword formation. Yet before they could even clear the first level, news emerged that Mo Hen's team had passed 2 levels consecutively. Coupled with the prior incident of Mo Hen seizing the wild boss, the mix of old grievances and new animosities had Jianghu Bingyu gritting his teeth in frustration. However, the guild leader, Jianghu Shuang, who was responsible for command, remained remarkably composed, stating, Mo Hen and Xian Li Bingfeng, these 2 must be professional players. Jianghu Bingyu was taken aback. Professional players? Indeed. According to your previous descriptions, the 2 individuals have vanquished the formidable wilderness boss, indicating they are not merely skilled players. Furthermore, Mo Han possesses an exceptional aptitude for deciphering dungeons. The most challenging aspect of this particular dungeon lies in the command. As long as the commander reacts swiftly and maintains a clear mindset, the others can seamlessly cooperate to achieve success. Jianghu Wuxuang paused and remarked, I must swiftly ascertain their origins. What does the boss imply? If they do not have a team yet, it would be ideal to recruit such talented individuals. If they are part of a squad, it is imperative to understand their background for reassurance. I suspect that most lurking clubs will soon take action. After contemplating, Jianghu Wuxuang instructed, Bing Yu, promptly dispatch someone to approach the members of this team and closely monitor their movements. Report any information to me at once. Qin Mo, having muted the world channel, was oblivious to the players' frenzied spamming. As the captain, after defeating the boss, he needed to continue organizing the loot from the dungeon. The spoils from the second round surpassed those of the first, and as they were the first team to clear it, the rewards were doubled. 16 pieces of equipment, 30 purple materials, 5 golden materials, and a blueprint radiating with a golden glow. Qin Mo distributed the equipment by profession while temporarily storing the materials and blueprint in his own pack. Congratulations, Hero Mo Han, for obtaining the artifact, Shattered Ice Crafting Blueprint, in the Sword God Valley Ruins. This announcement catapulted the ID Mo Han into the limelight. He was the first in the entire server to acquire the martial arts manual Sword Rain Floating Fragrance, the first to conquer the new dungeon, Sword God Valley Ruins, and the first to obtain the artifact crafting blueprint Shattered Ice. He has truly become a star in the Zhejianghu region. The private chat channel of Qin Mo was immediately flooded with a myriad of messages. Hello, I am a reporter from the official forum. May I interview you? Bro, are you selling your blueprint? Name your price. Master, how do we clear this dungeon? We've been stuck on the first level for 3 hours. Dear, could you send me a guide for the dungeon? The Shattered Ice Crafting Blueprint, when placed in the inventory, resembled a scroll. Upon opening it, a beautifully ink-wash-styled painting unfolded before him, featuring 4 distinct areas: heaven, earth, and humanity. Qin Mo, unfamiliar with crafting unparalleled equipment in this realm, inquired directly, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, how should the materials be arranged in the blueprint? As an experienced player from the 3 previous beta tests, Mirror Flower, Water Moon responded with excitement. All equipment in this game utilizes the heaven, earth, humanity crafting blueprint. If you press to check the blueprint, the materials will be displayed. The areas labeled heaven and earth are for primary materials, while the humanity and harmony areas are designated for auxiliary materials. Primary materials influence the weapon's fundamental attributes, including attack power, attack range, and attack speed. Auxiliary materials affect the weapon's additional attributes, such as accuracy, critical strike chance, health maximum, and mana maximum, depending on the auxiliary materials used. The resulting weapon's additional attributes will vary. Listening to the description of the ephemeral and illusory, Qin Mo finally comprehended the unique system of celestial, terrestrial, and human elements that defines Dubu Jianghu. The primary materials placed in the celestial domain must be selected according to system requirements, ensuring that the fundamental attributes of each weapon remain relatively similar, thereby maintaining balance among them. The additional materials associated with human and terrestrial elements, however, can be chosen freely. Allowing for personalized customization, players can forge diverse supplementary attributes based on their individual needs. If one desires, they could even imbue all their equipment with enhancements that increase health limits, transforming themselves into a veritable tank. Feng Qingyu interjected. The weapon Shattered Ice did not appear during the internal testing phase. Mirror, can you check what materials this sword requires? Jinghua Shueiyue promptly consulted the crafting blueprint for Shattered Ice and replied. The primary material for the celestial tier is Millennium Meteorite Iron for the blade. The terrestrial tier requires exquisite silk thread and century-old rosewood for the tassel and hilt. As for the human and terrestrial components, any golden material will suffice. After a brief pause, Jinghua Shueiyue continued. I recall that we just acquired some rosewood, right? The remaining primary materials can be procured from the Merchant Guild. Indeed. Thank you, Qin Mo remarked. I shall visit the guild. I shall accompany you. Xiao Han promptly followed suit. The trading system in Dubu Jianghu is exceptionally sophisticated, allowing players to freely set up shops and stalls in the main city's trading district to buy and sell items. Those pressed for time can also entrust their goods to NPCs at the Merchant Guild for assistance in transactions. Qin Mo and Xiao Han walked side by side into the merchant district. Initially, as everyone was preoccupied with leveling up, there were not many shops opened by players. However, a considerable crowd had gathered in front of the guild leader. Qin Mo opened the guild panel to search for the material Millennium Meteorite. After a brief moment, a player named I Am Not a Merchant appeared on the list, offering the Millennium Meteorite for a price of 10,000 gold coins. Qin Mo glanced at the gold coins in his inventory, ready to make the purchase, but was met with a system notification. Sorry, this material has been purchased by another player. Qin Mo felt a twinge of confusion. Who was quick enough to snatch away the material I needed? I did. Xiao Han confessed candidly. A trade window popped up before them, and Qin Mo accepted the trade. Watching as Xiao Han swiftly placed 2 items into the trade box, the Millennium Meteorite and a superb silk thread. These 2 golden materials were precisely what Qin Mo required to forge his weapon. Surprised, Qin Mo exclaimed, "You bought both of them? Well, weren't you just lacking these 2? Xiao Han replied, "But golden materials are quite expensive. That's of no consequence. I want to see you craft your weapon as soon as possible," Xiao Han said with a smile, glancing at his inventory that now contained only 3 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt a warm glow in his heart. The thought of Xiao Han spending all his money to purchase materials for him was truly touching. Despite sometimes appearing somewhat oblivious and straightforward in his speech, Xiao Han's genuine kindness always shone through in the most direct and sincere manner, revealing his heartfelt intentions. Xiao Han has always been a straightforward individual, devoid of convoluted thoughts, only capable of delivering direct pitches. Yet, it is precisely this candor that renders Qin Mo utterly unable to refuse him. Observing him quietly standing beside her, a subtle smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips as she typed, "I will hasten to craft a weapon for your inspection." Qianli Bingfeng. What auxiliary materials do you intend to incorporate? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo replied, "There are many within my inventory. I shall experiment one by one." She placed the Millennium Meteorite at the heavenly position, followed by exquisite silk thread and a century-old red sandalwood at the earthly position. As the primary materials were arranged, a long sword, entirely snow-white, materialized in the preview window. Qin Mo then rummaged through her inventory to retrieve the golden Tianshan snow lotus and a black pearl, positioning them at the human and earth positions, respectively. The system engaged in calculations for several moments, and shortly thereafter, 2 lines of blue text appeared next to the additional attributes. Hit rate? Crit rate? The game designers behind Duke of Jianghu exhibited a commendable understanding of player needs. Upon placing materials in the auxiliary positions, a preview of the final product's attributes would emerge, significantly enhancing the player's success rate in crafting equipment, thus preventing the precious golden materials from being squandered after arduous collection. According to the information displayed in the preview window, the materials inserted earlier would augment hit and crit rates. Qin Mo replaced the black pearl with exquisite jade, which changed the attribute to spiritual energy cap. She then substituted the exquisite jade with a millennium ice crystal, which introduced a slowing effect. Slowing? This additional attribute seemed quite promising. Qin Mo pressed the confirmation button, and the system promptly generated a message. "Congratulations, Hero Mo Han. You have acquired the 7-star legendary artifact, Shattered Ice." In the West River Moon region, almost everyone is familiar with the ID Mo Han. The frequent system announcements have become a common occurrence, yet upon witnessing this weapon, many cannot help but drool in anticipation. Jinghua Shueiyue excitedly sent a private message. It has directly evolved into a 7-star artifact, the pinnacle of golden equipment. Absolutely astonishing. With the system announcement, the attributes of this weapon were unveiled to all players in the server. Shattered Ice, 7-star artifact. Type, Longsword, Creator. Mo Han, base attack, 1800 to 1850. Attack range, 0 to 15 meters. Attack speed, 10. Hit rate, 10. All targets hit experience a 30 slowdown for 3 seconds. A base attack of 1800 is a full doubling compared to typical purple weapons. With added attributes enhancing hit rate and an inherent slowing effect, this weapon is nothing short of extraordinary. Numerous swordsmen gazed longingly at this weapon. Upon seeing it, Xiao Han felt elated for Qin Mo, exclaiming, "To have forged the highest level artifact, it seems your choice of auxiliary materials has achieved the maximum rating from the system. What exactly did you use? Truly impressive." Xiao Han sent a thumbs up, saying, "I am not well versed in fire and water attributes. I will leave my equipment crafting in your capable hands from now on." Qin Mo was at a loss for words. "Could you not be a bit more courteous?" Why should I be courteous? We are comrades. Who said we are comrades? Regardless, you are not an outsider. You are an insider. Insider is not used in that manner. Qin Mo was on the verge of exasperation. One should not assume that the antonym of outside is inside. The counterpart of outsider is indeed insider. Is that not so? No, it is not. The term insider refers to one's wife. Such words must not be misused. Do you understand? Oh, Xiao Han felt no remorse for his verbal misstep. The sight of the flustered Qin Mo reminded him of his youth, of that boy who would always infuriate him until he logged off, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Qin Mo, unwilling to argue with someone lacking proficiency in Chinese, reluctantly suggested, "If it eases your mind, you may entrust the equipment to me. Furthermore, let all materials be directed to me henceforth. Once you acquire the blueprint, do share it with me. I am keen to explore how to forge other equipment. However, do inform me in advance of any desired additional attributes to avoid unnecessary wastage of materials." In truth, aside from his faith in Qin Mo's understanding of the game, which would enable him to craft the finest gear, Xiao Han was also captivated by the inscription craftsman, Mo Hen, that accompanied the equipment. An odd thought suddenly surged within him. What if, on some future day, he stepped onto the stage of a professional league, clad in golden attire, with each piece of equipment bearing a uniform inscription, Craftsman, Mo Hen? How magnificent would that be? As for the latest developments, the team dungeon could only be accessed once a week. Since the dungeon had been cleared, there was no need to remain in the team. Qin Mo privately messaged Xiao Han, "Let us disband the 10-person team." All right. Xiao Han promptly exited the team, instructing the 4 newcomers from Longyin to do the same. What are your plans now? Shall we continue with the quest? There's no rush. I wish to see who the younger brother of the little medicine fairy is. Go ahead. I'll await your news, Xiao Han remarked. Yes, it's me. Where's your brother? He's at the computer nearby. Does he enjoy playing games? No problem. Bring him over. Soon. A knock echoed from outside the room. Qin Mo rose to open the door, revealing a youth of approximately 1.70 m standing behind Shenqi. The boy was strikingly handsome, exuding a sunny disposition, and his radiant smile revealed 2 adorable little canine teeth. Yet, due to his youthful age, his face bore an unmistakable innocence and naivety. Shenqi brought his brother forward, introducing him with enthusiasm. Mo Hen, this is my brother, Shunhe. To Qin Mo's surprise, the boy suddenly leaped excitedly in front of him, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Are you the legendary Qin Mo of the Wind Color Battle team?" The abrupt revelation momentarily altered Qin Mo's expression. Shenhe hurriedly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a paparazzo. And I won't tell anyone I saw you here. I've been playing the game for several years, always as a summoner. I'm a diehard fan of the Wind Color Battle team, and my favorite player is you. I think your playing style is incredibly cool." The young man before him exuded a greater composure than the Qin Mo from his memories. His features had matured into a more refined elegance, and his eyes were far more captivating than in his youth. However, he appeared exceedingly aloof, unlike the more approachable Qin Mo of the past. Meeting his indifferent gaze, Shunhe suddenly felt a twinge of concern about whether he had been too forward. Qin Mo was completely taken aback to encounter a fan of the Wind Color team in the internet CAF. Since he had been recognized, he saw no reason to feign ignorance. Moreover, Shunhe's face was alight with the joy of meeting his idol, exuding no malice whatsoever. Qin Mo's expression softened slightly as he nodded in greeting and said, "Hello, please come in and take a seat." Shunhe followed Qin Mo into the private room, his excitement rendering him so flustered that he seemed at a loss for where to place his hands and feet, resembling a fool. Shenqi, sensing the atmosphere and realizing she had no place in the conversation, discreetly excused herself to fetch some fruit for the 2 of them. Shenhe scratched the back of his head awkwardly, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Ahem, I've always aspired to become an eSports player like my cousin. When you retired, Wind Color's performance took a downturn, so I mustered the courage to audition for the team, hoping to join the training camp. However, I did not pass the interview. They said I was too young and lacked the talent, implying that a career in esports would lead to nothing worthwhile. Subsequently, I also tried my luck with clubs like Huaxia and Longyin, but was rejected by all. As he recounted this, the youth could not help but lower his head in despondence. Had he truly been deemed inadequate by so many clubs? Qin Mo inquired, "How old are you this year?" Shenhe replied, "I am 18 now. I was only 15 when I went for the auditions." Qin Mo had also joined the Wind Color Club at the tender age of 15, and he had been extraordinarily fortunate to catch the eye of the team captain, Ling Xiefeng, who not only welcomed him into the training camp, but also took him under his wing as a personal disciple, under the guidance of his master. Qin Mo made remarkable progress, officially debuting at the age of 16 and winning the Rookie of the Season award. Observing Shin He's dejected demeanor as he hung his head, Qin Mo could not help but inquire, "Do you truly wish to become a professional esports player?" "Indeed," Shin He replied earnestly. "Since childhood, I have harbored a profound passion for esports competitions. I never missed a single match of the Wind Color team. Why don't you showcase your skills in a few arena battles?" Qin Mo suggested. Rising to his feet as he closed the interface of dueling in the Jianghu and opened the Divine Testament from his desktop. If you possess the talent to be an esports player at your age, it is still timely to receive formal training. Conversely, if talent eludes you, it would be wise to redirect your focus towards other pursuits. Absolutely. Shin He found Qin Mo's words particularly insightful and promptly excitedly took his seat at the computer, deftly logging into his account. The familiar game interface was none other than the very arena where Qin Mo had once competed. Shin He possessed a summoner account within the game, and upon entering the free arena zone, he casually selected a stage to engage in a duel. However, as soon as he pressed the start button, he was swiftly taken down by a flurry of attacks from his opponent before he could even register what had transpired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shin He blushed and stammered, "It's been a while since I last played, so I'm a bit rusty." The youth appeared rather shy, and as Qin Mo stood behind him, he observed Shin He's slender fingers before calmly stating, "No need to worry. Familiarize yourself, and then engage in a few more rounds." Nodding in agreement, Shin He positioned himself in the main city square, casting a series of skills against a wooden target to reacquaint himself with the game. After regaining his bearings, he re-entered the arena and, to his relief, narrowly secured a victory in one match. He was playing the very profession that the summoner Qin Mo had once cherished the most. Among all professions, summoners ranked within the top 3 in terms of difficulty, requiring adept multitasking to simultaneously command several pets, quick reflexes, and rapid hand speed. Initially, Shin He struggled due to his prolonged absence from the game. However, his adaptability was remarkable, and by the 5th match, he effortlessly dominated his opponents. It was no wonder he felt confident in his club interview, as his winning rate in online battles was evidently high. His ability to mimic was astonishing, so much so that he could easily deceive others. A pang of regret suddenly struck Qin Mo. How could such a talented individual be turned away by multiple clubs? Clearly, the interviewers had not thoroughly considered Shin He's potential. Perhaps they believed that many players merely imitated the greats, and due to his youth, they dismissed him. Indeed, a player who only emulates a certain master would struggle to find a path forward and might even become the subject of ridicule on the competitive stage. Yet, Shin He was different. In the previous matches, he not only emulated Qin Mo's pet encirclement strategy, but also incorporated the classic techniques of several renowned summoner players. Shin He exhibited remarkable versatility. He could imitate any player with exquisite precision. This demonstrated his strong learning capacity, adaptability, and ability to integrate various strategies. If he harnessed these abilities effectively, his opponents would undoubtedly be bewildered, unable to discern his strategic approach. While many professional esports players possess their unique styles, Shin He could transform his gameplay in myriad ways. This was his most distinctive trait. Had Qin Mo been an interviewer for the club back in the day, he would undoubtedly have seized upon such talent, and perhaps now, Shin He would have emerged as a new deity within the professional arena. Regrettably, the short-sightedness of the interviewers at that time cost this young man a full 3 years, nearly causing him to miss the opportunity to engage with the esports domain entirely. Observing Shin He triumph in 10 consecutive matches, growing ever more formidable, it was only then that Qin Mo interjected, "That will suffice. You have learned remarkably well." "Really?" Shin He's eyes sparkled with delight. "But when I attended the interview, they all said I could only mimic others and wouldn't achieve anything substantial." While imitating a single individual is indeed inadequate, the ability to emulate 10 or even 20 competitors is what renders one formidable on the battlefield. Qin Mo paused momentarily before inquiring, "Do you still aspire to be an esports player?" "Absolutely. I yearn for it." Shin He replied eagerly, his gaze fixed on Qin Mo. "Do I still have hope?" The fervent expectation in the young man's eyes resonated with Qin Mo, who understood this sentiment, a hope for the future that is often held by those who have not yet faced significant adversities. Once, he too had harbored such dreams, striving diligently to ascend into the ranks of elite professional players. Although circumstances later compelled him to retire, Qin Mo has never regretted his initial choices. He firmly believes that Xinhe too will be devoid of regrets in the future. Xinhe, I offer you a piece of advice. Whether you heed it or not is your choice. Qin Mo's expression softened noticeably as he regarded the young man before him, speaking earnestly, in the realm of miracles. The professional league has already been internationalized, crowded with experts. It is no easy feat for newcomers to rise to prominence. Moreover, it is imperative to understand that the summoning strategy necessitates absolute cooperation from teammates. A team that features a summoner must prioritize the summoner as its core. The fact that multiple clubs have declined your application indicates their reluctance to take risks by altering their tactical framework for your sake. Do you comprehend my meaning? Indeed. I understand. Xinhe bowed his head, a wave of dejection washing over him. He was acutely aware that no club would be willing to modify their strategy for an inexperienced newcomer like himself. Most clubs did not require the intricate collaboration that a summoner demands, while those few that did were not interested in him. After facing repeated setbacks during interviews over the years, he had grown accustomed to the relentless rejections from various clubs. Despite these numerous refusals, he had not relinquished hope. Yet, hearing Qin Mo articulate the reasons so clearly made his heart ache. You have a new opportunity before you, Qin Mo gently reassured, patting the young man's shoulder. Next year, the game debut Jianghu will commence its professional league. At present, everyone stands on equal footing, and the new game will be more accommodating to diverse tactics and formations. Integrating the summoning strategy into a team framework will be relatively easier. With your talent, if you pursue your development here, you are bound to achieve success in the future. I understand. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Xinhe sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. I'm going to create an account in the new district right away. Just then, Xinhe entered with a platter of fruit. Xinhe hurriedly approached her. Sister, please find me an identity card. I need to set up an account in the new district of Dubu Jianghu. As my younger brother is coming to the new district to play, Xinhe naturally feels elated. He promptly turns around, retrieves an identity card, and hands it to him, while simultaneously activating the computer beside Qin Mo and presenting a pair of VR glasses to his brother. Since you have an affinity for summoners, why not choose the Zhuge clan? All right. Without hesitation, Xinhe selects the Zhuge clan and names his character drunkenly drinking the river. Observing the excitement radiating from Xinhe's face, a rare smile graces Qin Mo's features. This youthful spirit, vibrant and optimistic, despite facing repeated rejections from various clubs, remains undeterred in his pursuit of the dream to become an eSports player. With such aspirations, Qin Mo is more than willing to offer him an opportunity. He believes that with Xinhe's pace of learning and adaptability, the forthcoming professional league next year will undoubtedly serve as a grand stage for his brilliance. As Qin Mo logs back into unparalleled in the Jianghu, he receives a private message from Qianli Bingfeng as soon as he is online. Did you see Xiao Yaoxian's brother? What do you think? His fundamentals are solid and quite distinctive, Qin Mo replies. I have already brought him into the new game. Excellent, Xiao Han responds with a thumbs up. By the way, have you received any special private messages? What kind of messages? For instance, invitations from certain clubs to join them. Just as Qin Mo is about to deny receiving such messages, a notification pops up in the lower left corner, revealing a private message from an unfamiliar sender. Hello, expert. I am the player liaison for the Huaxia Club in this district. Are you interested in participating in next year's professional league? If so, please feel free to contact me. Xiao Han possesses a rather ominous knack for foretelling events with his words. The Huaxia Club stands as one of the prominent comprehensive esports organizations in the country, boasting formidable strength and a plethora of accolades across various esports domains with a stable fan base. Previously, Qin Mo had faced off against players from the Huaxia Club multiple times while competing for the Shinsi team. The club is replete with skilled individuals, rivaling that of the Longing Club, where Xiao Han resides. Upon receiving this message, Qin Mo couldn't help but inquire, has the team under the name Dubu Jianghu already been established? Such a formidable name suggests that the captain harbors grand ambitions. The representative from Huaxia continued to persuade. Many clubs have already joined Dubu Jianghu. According to internal sources, the scale of the new games league is comparable to international events. Choosing the right club is crucial for making a mark in next year's professional league. Our Huaxia club has a well-established management system and excels in various aspects. Only a reputable club can assist you in achieving your championship aspirations, and I hope the talented players will consider this carefully. Qin Mo politely bid him farewell. Very well. Goodbye. Numerous clubs have joined Dubu Jianghu, varying in scale, regardless of their past accomplishments. With the introduction of a new game, all players start from the same starting line, and the future remains uncertain. Even a powerhouse like Huaxia could stumble in the new league project. The key factor will ultimately hinge upon the captain's capabilities. An exceptional captain has the ability to uplift an average team, while a poor captain can lead a prestigious team to ruin. As for Qin Mo, the individual currently leading the team in Huaxia, he is yet to be approached, and thus would not agree to join merely because of the club's reputation. Is there any news from 1,000 miles of ice? Not yet. That's a good rejection, Xiao Han remarked, noting Huaxia's proactive measures. I estimate that other clubs will soon extend their olive branches to you. What do you mean by extend branches? Qin Mo replied, bemused by Xiao Han's inconsistent command of the language. You mean olive branches, he corrected with a hint of exasperation. Ah, olive branches. Xiao Han promptly amended his grammatical error and continued, do not heed the boasts of those club officials. They can elevate a mediocre club to the status of an international powerhouse. In any case, there is no rush. Take your time. Ideally, you should decline all club invitations and embrace our longing. Of course, Xiao Han refrained from vocalizing that last sentiment. Well, I shall proceed to level up, Qin Mo declared as he turned to undertake his tasks, while Xiao Han continued to lead his team in their progression. The two exchanged insights sporadically during their leveling journey. And by around 6 in the evening, the entire group had reached level 40. Shall we break for dinner? Proposed Jinghua Shuiwa. All right, let us take a break for an hour and a half and reconvene at 7:30, replied Mo Hen. Immediately, Little Medicine Immortal excitedly messaged him, Mo Hen. I didn't realize you are an eSports deity. You treated me to lunch, so let me take you out for dinner. Just as Qin Mo was about to decline, Shinny stood up beside him and said, Emotion, my sister mentioned that your fixed team has disbanded for a break. Let us have dinner together. It's on me. The siblings eagerly vied to treat each other, and Qin Mo, not wishing to dine alone on fast food, readily acquiesced. In the internet area of the hall, as Shin Chi was about to log off, a young man passed by and tapped on the glass partition, inquiring, Xiao Qi, would you care to join me for dinner? I have already made plans, Shin Chi promptly replied, shutting down her computer and rising to her feet. With whom have you made plans? It wouldn't happen to be a boyfriend, would it? Brother, don't be ridiculous. It's merely a friend I met in a new game. Shin Chi elucidated, he just happened to come to our internet CAF today. And Xiaoli recognized him as a prominent player from the Wind Color team, much like you, who was also once an eSports athlete. From the Wind Color team? The young man asked with curiosity. What is his name? His name is Qin Mo. It seems he is Shin He's favorite player. Oh, what a delightful coincidence. The young man chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. I shall join you for the meal and cover the bill. Qin Mo was taken aback to discover that another person would be joining them for dinner. Shin Chi took the initiative to introduce. This is my cousin, the owner of the Little Fish Internet CAF whom I previously mentioned. He was an eSports player as well, and upon hearing that you are too, he wished to dine with us to reminisce. Gazing at the smiling young man before him, Qin Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. What history do we share? Not only are we from different teams, but we are also from entirely different realms. We have never even met. Indeed, ever since Shun he recognized him. His identity could no longer be concealed. The young man extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Yu Xiangyang. Greetings, Qin Mo, he replied. Qin Mo politely extended his hand for a handshake. I know your name is Qin Mo. I often heard Xiao Han mention you. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment, but fortunately, Yu Xiangyang refrained from elaborating further. The four of them turned and exited the internet CAF together. The dining establishment chosen by Shin Chi was not far from the CAF, and they arrived in just 5 minutes. The newly opened restaurant boasted an inviting ambience, and the group followed the waiter to a window-side table on the second floor. An iPad was placed on the table, displaying an array of exquisite dish photographs. Shin Chi eagerly picked up the iPad and inquired, This allows us to order online. Who would like to place the first order? You are most familiar with this place, so you should order, Yu Xiangyang replied. All right, then I shall take the lead, Shin Chi said, deftly selecting 6 dishes and 4 bowls of rice on the device before pressing the confirmation button. Take a look. If it's insufficient, we can always add more. Qin Mo glanced at the sumptuous menu but chose not to say much, as he preferred not to engage in conversation. However, Yu Xiangyang, being quite talkative, handed the menu to his sister and began to speak. Many esports players transitioned to commentary after retirement, moving to esports leagues or various gaming companies. I'm not interested in those positions. Instead, I ventured out on my own and opened an internet CAF, and thankfully, Business is doing quite well. What a coincidence it is to meet you here, huh? Indeed, your internet CAF has a unique decor, Qin Mo politely complimented. Isn't it? Nowadays, every household in big cities has a computer, so internet CAFs must have their own distinctive features to survive. I believe I have quite an eye for business, haha. Qin Mo could only respond with a sigh of resignation. It is said that the members of the Longing Club are quite adept at self-praise. And it seems this rumor holds some truth. Listening to Yu Xiangyang's words, Qin Mo felt a warmth in his eyes. Xiao Han's unwavering trust in him suddenly stirred a pang of sorrow within him. He had once promised Xiao Han that he would accompany him to participate in the World Championship and become his strongest rival. Surely, Xiao Han must have believed in those promises wholeheartedly. Yet, in the end, he had accomplished nothing. Qin Mo clenched his fingers under the table, grateful that at that moment, the dishes were served, allowing Yu Xiangyang to finally change the subject with enthusiasm. Let us dine. It is indeed a stroke of fate to meet you here. Yu Xiangyang praised, not bad. You finally found a clear path. Shen He, filled with pride, responded, of course, with so many trophies in your family. I'll just have to win a few more to display alongside yours. Shen Shi added with a smile, if you all become esports players, perhaps I should aspire to be an esports journalist after graduation, and we could form an esports dynasty. The siblings chatted joyfully, occasionally serving Qin Mo some dishes, creating a lively atmosphere during dinner. However, Qin Mo felt somewhat restless. He could not shake the feeling that Yu Xiangyang might divulge his whereabouts to Xiao Han. Given Xiao Han's temperament, would he come looking for him? Surely not. After all, Xiao Han had responsibilities with the new team, and wouldn't he have time to travel to Nanjing? It was uncertain whether he desired to see Xiao Han or not, leaving Qin Mo's emotions in a state of contradiction. Yu Xiangyang observed his silhouette, pondering thoughtfully as he stroked his chin. Since Qin Mo had not instructed him to keep this from Xiao Han, it implied that he could indeed share this matter with Xiao Han, correct? After all, Qin Mo is Xiao Han's closest friend, is he not? With this thought in mind, Yu Xiangyang promptly extracted his phone to send Xiao Han a WeChat message. Xiao Han, I have some crucial news to share with you. Quickly tell me how you intend to thank me. He followed this with a series of smiling emojis. A rare guest has arrived at my internet CAF today, none other than your dear friend, Qin Mo, whom you used to mention incessantly. Xiao Han immediately sprang to his feet, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Tell me the address. Fortunately for Xiao Han, there happens to be a flight to Nanjing at precisely 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although only high-priced tickets remain, Xiao Han did not hesitate to purchase one. His eagerness to meet Qin Mo was overwhelming. The mere thought of reuniting with the long-admired Qin Mo filled Xiao Han with an indescribable excitement. Just then, Mo Hen logged into the game, prompting Xiao Han to quickly send a message. Have you finished your meal? Let us go farm in the peach blossom forest together. Qin Mo, puzzled, inquired, what is the peach blossom forest? Xiao Han replied, it's a level 40 cooperative experience dungeon. This dual-player dungeon is a novel feature introduced in the current open beta, akin to couple quests found in other games, necessitating players to team up in pairs to enter. The dungeon is replete with numerous minor and boss monsters, each defeated yielding substantial experience points, along with random material rewards upon clearing it. It is an excellent venue for leveling up. The maximum level in the game, dueling in the Jianghu, is set at 80, and progressing further becomes increasingly arduous. During the internal testing phase, it is said that even under optimal conditions, reaching the maximum level could take at least a month. This public beta has unveiled team dungeons, offering a substantial increase in experience, though regrettably, there is a weekly limit on entries. While the experience gained from duo dungeons pales in comparison to that of team dungeons, their advantage lies in the absence of entry restrictions. Thus, Xiao Han was eager to team up with Qin Mo to tackle duo dungeons for leveling up. Qin Mo opened the system prompts, which indeed featured an upgrade guide, congratulating the hero for reaching level 40. The subsequent options included 1. Proceed to Jinling City to initiate the main storyline quest, thereby acquiring experience and basic equipment. 2. Challenge the 5-person sect dungeon, Herb Shop of Fragrant Grass, for experience, equipment, and secret manual rewards. 3. Engage in the brand new duo secret realm, Peach Blossom Forest, to earn experience and random material rewards. These 3 upgrade paths allowed for personal choice, catering to the diverse preferences of players. At that moment, an announcement suddenly flashed across the world channel, celebrating the hero, Snowy Mountain of Heaven, for acquiring the martial arts manual The Heart of Suin in the Herb Shop secret realm. There are 8 sect dungeons in the martial world, each with a fixed drop of 8 manuals, yet typically only fragments are dropped, with the probability of obtaining a complete manual as low as 0. 1. It seems this player was exceptionally fortunate, having secured a full manual upon completing the dungeon. Little Medicine Fairy expressed envy. The Heart of Suin is a healing manual, right? Little Medicine Fairy, that's incredible. I want one too. With a hidden blade behind a smile, the comforting response came. Don't rush, sister. You can accumulate fragments gradually, and you will eventually obtain one. Feng Qingye inquired. Mo Hen. Shall we venture into the level 40 herb shop sect dungeon? Just then, Xiao Han sent another message. What do you think? Shall we go for the duo dungeon? These teammates differ significantly from Xiao Han's members, lacking the caliber of professional players. Since Qin Mo has formed a fixed team with them, he cannot simply abandon them. Without Qin Mo's presence, the 4 of them would undoubtedly struggle to traverse the dungeon. Xiao Han comprehends this well. All right, call me when you're done. Don't you want to explore the Fankeitang dungeon? Qin Mo inquired. Of course I do. Then why did you ask me to join you for a duo dungeon? Qin Mo was at a loss on how to respond to Xiao Han's forthright manner and could only say, fine, call me when you're finished. Fankeitang is nestled in the picturesque Jiangnan region, embraced by mountains and rivers, boasting breathtaking scenery. It is said that the renowned healer, Mr. May, stumbled upon this treasure during a foraging expedition. Due to its favorable climate, the area is exceptionally conducive to the growth of various medicinal herbs. Consequently, Mr. May relocated his clinic nearby to facilitate the gathering and cultivation of these plants. Over time, numerous apprentices flocked to learn the art of healing, prompting Mr. May to establish the Fankeitang sect, which has since become a revered sanctuary for healers in the martial world. Given the treacherous nature of the martial realm, a healer who possesses no means of self-defense may not endure for long. Thus, disciples of Fankeitang are also offered the option to study toxicology, transforming into poison masters capable of using their knowledge to harm. Among Qin Mo's team, the Little Medicine Fairy and Mirror Flower Watermoon are disciples of the 2 respective factions of Fankeitang. The former specializes in healing, while the latter focuses on poison attacks. The 2 adeptly guided everyone to the entrance of the sect's dungeon. As Qin Mo had anticipated, the area was not overly crowded. Currently, on the entire Telecom Zone 1 West River Moon server, there are fewer than 100 players at level 40. As Qin Mo was about to enter the dungeon, he noticed a small team of 5 emerging from it. Among them was one player named Shui Mantian Shan, the very individual who had just received a secret manual according to the server announcement. Paying no heed to them, he continued forward, when suddenly, a crimson flash caught his eye, and a system alert echoed in his ears. Player Duan Han has initiated a vendetta against you. Before he could react, for wooden mechanical mice appeared at his feet, instantly inflicting a state of weakness upon Mo He. It was a classic cross-encirclement tactic, a fundamental and quintessential maneuver in summoning gameplay. Initially believing this to be a mere frivolous altercation between gamers, he was taken aback to discover a skilled opponent. A surge of determination coursed through Qin Mo. He swiftly positioned his fingers on the upper left corner of the LCD panel and executed a rapid swipe. The white-clad swordsman swung his blade in an arc, unleashing 2 consecutive strikes of wandering with a sword, annihilating all 4 mechanical mice in an instant. With the demise of the mechanical mice, the opponent promptly summoned 2 mechanical snakes, which swiftly flanked Qin Mo from both sides. The Zhuge family, renowned for their expertise in mechanical arts, had crafted these wooden constructs with remarkable lifelikeness. Fashioned from premium rosewood, these serpents concealed lethal toxins beneath their tongues and were adorned with numerous poisonous barbs. Whether ensnared at close range or struck from afar by their hidden projectiles, Qin Mo would suffer significant toxic damage. The 2 wooden serpents moved with astonishing speed, executing an S-shaped maneuver that effectively sealed off Qin Mo's escape route, clearly demonstrating that this individual known as Duan Han possessed exceptional awareness. With unwavering focus, Qin Mo fixed his gaze upon the swiftly encroaching mechanical serpents. In a deft motion, his left index finger glided to the lower left corner of the LCD panel. The moment the 2 serpents slithered beneath his feet, he executed a graceful maneuver akin to a startled swan, leaping into the air like a great rock taking flight. Following this, he dove downwards, unleashing a torrent of sword rain, an exquisite display of the sword of the wandering horizon, silencing the 2 wooden serpents in their tracks. Undeterred, the adversary summoned forth 4 colossal mechanical battle chariots. Having previously encountered a summoning-type field boss, and being well-versed in the mechanics of summoning strategies. Qin Mo activated his secret skill, Sword Rain in Bloom, the instant the battle chariots materialized. A multitude of ethereal white sword spirits cascaded from above, rendering all the mechanical chariots and the foe, Duanhuan, incapacitated. As Qin Mo had anticipated, the summon mechanisms of the Zhuge clan were susceptible to control, akin to the pets of summoners in other games. However, he was taken aback when, at the moment he incapacitated the opponent's summoned creatures, a player from Fankeitang, known as Poison Xiaoyao, unleashed a sudden attack with Crimson Crane followed by Mandragora. The projectiles hurled at him were laced with the distinctive toxic powders of Fankeitang. As the Crimson Crane struck with a critical hit, it was immediately followed by Mandragora, causing Mo Hin to be engulfed in darkness, blinded by the effects of the dual poisons. Upon encountering a true master of the poison attack strategy at Fankeitang, Qin Mo became acutely aware of the formidable nature of this gameplay style. The blinding effect of VR gaming exerts a far more severe influence on players than traditional online games. While conventional games merely black out the screen, VR immerses one in a complete void where nothing can be seen. Taking advantage of Mo Hin's blindness, Duanhuan summoned 4 mechanical mice, once again surrounding Mo Hin. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in the nearby channel. Is it appropriate for the two of you to gang up on Mo Hin? Sender, Qianli Bingfeng. As the words materialized, a shadow spiraled into the battlefield like a tempest, brandishing a dagger that glimmered with crimson light. The long arc of 3 consecutive strikes resembled a torrential downpour of daggers raining down upon the venomous little demon. The demon swiftly leaped back to evade, but Xiao Han would not let him escape, following closely with a move called Flowing Moon Flying Star, teleporting in close and deftly thrusting his dagger toward the demon's chest. When Qin Mo regained his sight, he beheld the scene. The venomous little demon, which had just attempted to ambush him, was now being relentlessly pursued and battered by Xiao Han. Although the demon's agility was commendable, Xiao Han's prowess in pursuit was unparalleled, and soon the demon found itself thoroughly suppressed, its health plummeting to half in an instant. Without hesitation, Qin Mo unleashed a move known as Sword Intent Unmatched, locking on to the venomous little demon and reducing its health to a critical state in one fell swoop. Xiao Han intended to finish him off in a single strike. But just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a soft green glow suddenly emanated from the demon, signaling the activation of a healing technique, Divine Needle Therapy, a method of pulse diagnosis. It was precisely this critical moment of healing strikes that allowed the poisonous little demon to instantly recover to full health. Qin Mo shifted his gaze towards the nearby snowy mountain, who was healing her teammates. This character, a female avatar, donned a delicate light green dress, her petite figure complemented by 2 shimmering gold needles in her hands, an appearance typical of the female healers in the game's Fragrant Grass Hall. However, this healer displayed remarkable composure in the face of unexpected situations. Her healing combo was executed with such precision that there was virtually no overflow in the healing amount. Are you also here to assist with healing? Queried Qianli Bingfeng, suggesting that the 2 players nearby should join forces for a 5-on-2 confrontation. Snowy Mountain replied, we merely wish to engage in some friendly sparring. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed players. Is sparring akin to ambushing 2 against 1? Retorted Qianli Bingfeng. Duanhuan remained silent, and poisonous little demon was at a loss for words. With a single statement from Xiao Han exposing the underlying tension, it was apparent that both parties felt somewhat embarrassed. Let us continue with the dungeon, declared Captain Duanhuan, who then withdrew his pet and led the team into the instance. Noticing Xiao Han's irritation, Qin Mo privately messaged him, let it go. They are clearly testing me, and their intent to confront me with multiple players is an attempt to provoke my true capabilities. Xiao Han feigned innocence. Am I being overly verbose? Qin Mo smiled and replied, let us proceed with the dungeon. The team is waiting. Realizing that Qin Mo was unfazed by the ambush, Xiao Han felt relieved. All right, see you shortly. Chapter 24. Snowy Mountain. During the earlier encounter with Duanhuan, Qin Mo discerned that this individual was far from ordinary. He possesses an unparalleled understanding of summoning techniques, displaying an unwavering ability to continually summon pets without faltering. Even in the face of their demise, his mental fortitude is undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, his experience in player-versus-player confrontations is extensive, allowing him to adeptly maneuver through various encirclements and positioning of his pets. Given the complexity of a summoner's operations, there are relatively few players in the online gaming realm who choose this path. However, the the realm of professional esports still boasts skilled summoners. At present, Qin Mo finds himself unable to deduce the team affiliation of this individual. As for the enigmatic poison little demon, tracing their origins proves to be an insurmountable challenge. The unique poison attack combos in the game Dubu Jianghu starkly contrast with those found in other titles. Players accustomed to ranged combat in other games may find themselves drawn to this novel poison-centric playstyle. Conversely, the healer named Snowy Sky Mountain invokes an oddly familiar sensation within Qin Mo. Since the advent of live broadcasts in esports, the number of male players adopting female avatars has dwindled significantly, as male participants are often met with scorn from the online community, labeled as effeminate for choosing a female character. Given the prevalence of naysayers in the esports arena, players typically opt for accounts that align with their gender. Snowy Sky Mountain is a female avatar, leaving open the possibility of a male player utilizing a secondary account for experimentation, especially in the context of an online game. Yet, what if she is indeed a female player? A name flickered through Qin Mo's mind, and coupled with the summoner's adeptness, the answer seemed almost self-evident. At that moment, a message appeared in the private chat channel. "Hello, you must not have previously played a swordsman, right?" The sender was none other than Snowy Sky Mountain. Why do you say that? The snow blankets the Tian Shan Mountains. Most melee players prefer to engage their opponents directly. Yet your mastery of distance during the recent duel with Duanhuan was remarkably precise. Typically, it is the ranged players who favor controlling distance and kiting their foes. You seamlessly integrated the tactics of ranged combat into your melee strategy, suddenly creating space before swiftly closing in, executing a silence control that caught Duanhuan off guard. Qin Mo observed that the healer had been calmly standing at a distance, merely spectating until the final moment when she intervened to save her teammate. If she truly wished to leverage a numerical advantage, she could have acted much earlier. However, she chose to wait until her ally was on the verge of being defeated before stepping in to provide assistance. This was evidently to ensure her teammate's survival against the stealthy little demon, who was known for her ambush tactics. Should Xiao Han have succeeded in eliminating her teammate, a resurgence of conflict would likely ensue. This healer is meticulous, remarkably composed, and astute. What is even more remarkable is that her intelligence does not come across as domineering or ostentatious. Rather, it is so understated that it is almost imperceptible. Qin Mo sighed inwardly and typed, "Is it Zhou Xuewei from the Wind Color team?" The response was one of surprise. "How did you guess?" Qin Mo replied, "There are not many female players in the esports scene, especially among exceptional healers, coupled with the character Xuan your ID." Zhou Xuewei furrowed her brow slightly. "You seem to know me quite well?" This is, of course, because Zhou Xuewei is a player whom Qin Mo personally nurtured to prominence. After the esteemed Captain Ling Xiefeng retired, the overall composition of the Wind Color team remained relatively stable. However, it wasn't long before the healer had to depart unexpectedly due to his father's severe illness. As the vice-captain, Qin Mo went to the training camp to select a newcomer to take over the healing role. He vividly recalled a petite girl who stood silently in the corner, her slender frame contrasting with the brightness of her keen eyes. Noticing Qin Mo's gaze upon her, the team leader promptly introduced her. "Vice-captain, this is Zhou Xuewei. She has only recently joined the club and has trained for just a month." Qin Mo nodded. "What is her role?" he inquired. The leader replied, "She's also a healer." Suddenly, the girl spoke up, her voice youthful yet resolute. "Vice-captain, may I have a chance to try out for the selection?" Among the many contenders in the training camp, she did not particularly stand out, yet her unwavering gaze stirred something within Qin Mo very well. "You may give it a try," he responded with a nod. "I am the youngest. May I be the last to compete?" She earnestly asked. "That is acceptable. The order of appearance is not crucial, and it is reasonable to afford some consideration to the younger competitors," Qin Mo replied, not giving much thought to her request at the time. However, it was only during their one-on-one match at the computer that he truly recognized the girl's cleverness. The criteria for selecting a healer required her to withstand Qin Mo's fierce attacks for over a minute, as survival was paramount in the healing profession. Due to Qin Mo's merciless approach towards the newcomers in the training camp, he achieved the highest damage output. Among the previous healers, only 2 managed to endure for over a minute. Zhou Xuewei was the last to take the stage, her expression serious as she settled at the computer beside Qin Mo. The girl's fingers were delicate, and her physique was notably slender. However, to Qin Mo's surprise, she exhibited a level of composure surpassing many competitors. Despite Qin Mo unleashing his maximum speed to execute a combo that could have easily eliminated her, she remarkably sustained herself for a full 1 minute and 30 seconds, relying on her agile positioning and precise healing techniques. The previous male contender held the record at 1 minute and 25 seconds. Zhou Xuewei seemed to have calculated her timing perfectly, surpassing them by merely 5 seconds. This outcome spared the others from excessive embarrassment, justifying her decision to be the last to compete. She understood that had she entered first, the remaining participants would have deemed the contest futile. As the duel concluded, Qin Mo promptly designated her as the substitute healer, appreciating the girl's understated intelligence. However, having only recently joined, she was bound by the rule that newcomers in the training camp must practice for a minimum of 6 months before competing. Regulations may be rigid, but exceptional circumstances warrant exceptions. Qin Mo rose and stated earnestly that their primary healer was soon to retire, necessitating an urgent search for a replacement. Zhou Xuewei displayed considerable talent and quick reflexes. Thus, starting next week, she would accompany the team to competitions. He instructed her to notify the team leader to arrange her flights and accommodations without delay. The head of the competitors seemed poised to express further thoughts. Yet Qin Mo's resolute demeanor silenced him. Casting a glance at Zhou Xuewei, he turned and departed. Zhou Xuewei approached Qin Mo, her eyes slightly reddened with joy. Struggling to maintain her composure, she sniffed and looked up at Qin Mo, declaring, "Captain, I promise I will not let you down." Qin Mo smiled and patted her shoulder, encouraging her with a simple, "Yes, keep it up." The sudden emergence of a 16-year-old female player from the Fengsa team created quite a stir in the eSports community. Speculations arose, with some questioning whether Zhou Xuewei had attained her position through unscrupulous means or if she had powerful connections. Although Qin Mo was also quite young at the time, he recognized the terrifying implications these doubts held for a girl, especially one so young. He endeavored to clarify Zhou Xuewei's merits in front of the press, publicly asserting that she was selected due to her outstanding performance during the internal selection process. The team members jokingly referred to her as a spirited little creature. As time passed, the once lively creature matured and ultimately secured the title of Rookie of the Year, with Qin Mo being the first person she expressed her gratitude towards during the awards ceremony. That year, the Fengsa team's performance was lackluster, and Zhou Xuewei's presence could not reverse the team's overall decline. Later on, when Qin Mo retired, it was the first time he witnessed Zhou Xuewei in tears. She remained silent amidst reporters' allegations of nepotism and dedicated herself to late-night training in response to fans' criticism of her skills. Yet when she learned of Qin Mo's retirement, her tears flowed freely, marring her face. At that moment, Qin Mo found himself in a difficult position, uncertain of how to console others. To him, this tenacious little creature was akin to a younger sister. He had witnessed her growth, and yet could not continue to see her shine brightly. What Qin Mo did not anticipate was that Zhou Xuewei would make her appearance in the new game, Dubu Jianghu, indicating the Fengsa club's significant investment in this venture. Shui Mengtian Mountain inquired, "Who exactly are you? You seem quite familiar with the Fengsa team. You must have been a player in the Divine League, correct?" In truth, he was not only a professional player in the Divine League, but also the vice-captain of the Fengsa team. The mere mention of Fengsa stirred a profound sadness within Qin Mo, as 3 years had passed, and everything had changed. He closed the dialogue window with Zhou Xuewei, blocked messages from strangers, and turned to enter the dungeon. Jianghu Xueyue and the others had long been waiting for him in the dungeon. Upon his arrival, they expressed their curiosity. "What happened just now? I noticed your health was continuously depleting." Xiao Yaoxian remarked, "I was just about to step out to heal you, but you entered the dungeon. Were you engaged in a PK?" Qin Mo replied, "It's nothing. Let us proceed with the dungeon." Chapter 025. The establishment of the Guild de Fangketang dungeon was one of the 8 sect dungeons available during the closed beta, featuring a manageable difficulty level. As seasoned players of the closed beta, Jinghua Shuiwei, Shaoli Songdao, and Feng Qingye were well acquainted with this dungeon, with Qin Mo wielding the 7-star divine artifact. The Shattered Ice Sword, which boasted explosive damage, the 5 of them managed to defeat 3 bosses in a mere 15 minutes. The final boss dropped fragments of the Suan Heart Sutra. After obtaining the consent of the group, Qin Majing allocated all 5 pieces to the Little Medicine Fairy. After completing 5 consecutive dungeons, Shinchi acquired a total of 25 fragments, which meant that if she were to conquer 5 more dungeons the following day, she could gather all the fragments necessary to exchange for the secret manual. This exemplifies the advantages of having a supportive circle of friends. In a random team, the fragments are typically distributed one per person, but only a close-knit group would extend such consideration towards her. Qin expressed her heartfelt gratitude in the team channel, moved by everyone's kindness. Noticing that the hour was still early, Qin Mo Xiao Han inquired, "Feng Qingye, do you wish to switch to the Sword Rain Drifting Fragrance manual in the later stages?" Feng Qingye replied affirmatively, stating that this manual is essential for swordsmen. Qin Mo Xiao Han suggested, "Then let us tackle the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave 5 more times. All the fragments dropped will be yours." Feng Qingye was elated, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Previously, when the Sword Rain Drifting Fragrance manual had dropped in the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave, the team members had directly given it to Mo Hen. And Qin Mo Xiao Han naturally remembered the kindness shown by a few teammates towards him. Now that everyone had reached level 40, tackling the Kunlun Mountain dungeon was a breeze. Qin Mo Xiao Han led a few team members to efficiently clear the snow cave 5 times, distributing all the dropped fragments to Feng Qingye. Suddenly, Feng Qingye felt immensely fortunate to have encountered Mo Hen in the new district. Not only was Mo Hen exceptionally skilled, but he also exhibited great camaraderie. What was even rarer was his humility. He never looked down upon others due to his expertise and treated all teammates with sincerity. Upon contemplating this, Feng Qingye suggested, "Mo Hen, I believe you should establish a guild. Starting from level 45, guild quests become available, offering substantial experience and resources. Not only will this facilitate your leveling process, but with a guild warehouse, we can systematically organize any materials we acquire. You've already crafted the weapon Shattered Ice. We can assist you in gathering materials for other equipment." Xiao Li, ever eager, chimed in, "Indeed. Let's form a small guild. Mo Hen, you shall be our leader." Jianghu Yu also expressed her agreement. What Yezi and Xiao Li say holds true. As we progress in this game, venturing into the arena alone will prove to be exceedingly challenging. To forge an exceptional set of golden gear, we must have the aid of specialized guild merchants to help procure materials, as the quantity required is immense and gathering them individually would be quite cumbersome. Qin Mo pondered this, recognizing the merit in their suggestions. His inventory was brimming with materials, yet he possessed only a single 7-star artifact, Shattered Ice, while the rest of his equipment was merely purple gear obtained from dungeons. As he approached the arena, the demand for golden gear would necessitate an abundance of golden materials, which he could not feasibly gather alone. The idea of a guild, where resources could be pooled for mutual benefit, was indeed appealing. With this in mind, Qin Mo sought out the guild administrator in Jinling City and paid a fee of 10,000 gold coins to establish a small guild. Initially, they could only create a level 1 guild, accommodating a maximum of 50 members, with the guild warehouse offering just 50 storage slots. To elevate the guild's level, the contributions of its members would be required, with the potential to upgrade to a level 7 guild capable of housing up to 5,000 individuals. Members can earn contribution points by completing guild tasks and clearing instances. At present, a first-level guild suffices for Qin Mo, and he can gradually accumulate points for future upgrades. Qin Mo inquired, "Does anyone have suggestions for the guild name?" Xiao Li Dao remarked, "I lack the creativity for naming." Jianghu Yu added, "I can't think of anything good either. Perhaps the lady could come up with something?" Xiaoxian chimed in, "All I can think of are names like Kindergarten, Fruit Guild, or Foodie Central." As none of his teammates could propose a suitable name, Qin Mo pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we call it Emoju? What do you think?" Xiaoli Dao immediately applauded, "That's quite nice. It has an antique charm and fits well with the game. It rolls off the tongue." Qin Mo responded, "Then it shall be Emoju." He entered the guild name and paid the fees, and the system promptly displayed the message, "Mo Hen has successfully created the Emoju Guild in Jinling City. All heroes of the realm may join. Guild ID 666. Jianghu Yu joyfully remarked, "What a coincidence. Our guild is precisely the 666th guild in the Telecom Zone 1. That number is quite auspicious." Qin Mo also found the number appealing and promptly appointed Xiao Yaoxian as the Vice Guild Master. He privately messaged her, saying, "Xiaoqi, I might be quite busy. Could you help manage the guild?" Being meticulous and having met Xin Qi in real life, who is also Shun He's elder sister, Qin Mo felt assured in trusting the guild's management to her. Subsequently, he appointed Jianghu Yu, Xiaoli Dao, and Feng Qingyi as hall masters. Those in positions above hall master have the privilege to access items in the guild warehouse and issue guild tasks. The three individuals were overjoyed and immediately expressed their eagerness to assist the little medicine immortal in managing the guild. Qin Mo opened the guild application list just moments ago. The server had announced the establishment of the guild, and within less than half a minute, the application list surpassed 100 entries. The ID at the very top was strikingly familiar, Qinli Bingfeng. Did this fellow Xiao Han employ the swiftest hands to join the guild? What business do you have in joining my guild? Qin Mo sent a private message inquiring. Amused yet exasperated, he casually approved Qinli Bingfeng's application. Welcome, Qinli Bingfeng, to the Mo Ju Guild. Qinli Bingfeng, is the guild just you five? Have the applications of the others not been processed yet? Qinli Bingfeng, it seems I am the first one let in by Mo Hen. I feel immensely honored. Mo Hen, you talk too much. See you at the entrance of the Peach Blossom Forest. Qinli Bingfeng. Oh, I shall head there right away. Qin Mo turned towards the Peach Blossom Forest, casually instructing, today, the dungeon has already been cleared. You two should pair up and venture into the Peach Blossom Forest to level up, as the experience gained is said to be substantial. He then privately messaged the little medicine immortal, requesting her to kindly review the guild applications, accepting only those above level 35, to facilitate future guild tasks. Xiao Han and Qin Mo arrived at the entrance of the Peach Blossom Forest in the outskirts of Jinling City, conversing with the guide before entering the dual challenge dungeon. This two-player dungeon boasted breathtaking scenery, with mountains and hills blanketed in blooming peach blossoms, creating a vista of pink. As they walked along the path, petals danced gracefully in the breeze, making it a perfect spot for couples to rendezvous. Qin Mo was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately stepped forward, raising his longsword to strike at the thief lurking beneath the tree, dispatching it with a single blow and earning 300 experience points. Qinli Bingfeng noted that the experience gained from the minor monsters here was quite substantial. Mo Hen replied affirmatively. Xiao Han observed that after the two formed a duo, their intimacy increased with each minor monster they defeated. The secret manuals of the unique martial arts in the game could be transcribed, but such transcriptions had to be given to close friends with an intimacy level of 7 stars or above. This was also the reason Xiao Han wanted to team up with Qin Mo for the duo dungeon. He had promised to transcribe a lightness skill manual for Qin Mo, a commitment he had always remembered. The minor monsters in the Peach Blossom Forest had weak defenses, making them easy to defeat. The game designers provided this experience dungeon as a benefit for players, allowing couples to cultivate their relationship in the process. Qin Mo continued forward, diligently eliminating the minor monsters, evidently not inclined to engage in conversation. Noticing that he had overlooked a minor monster on his right, Xiao Han couldn't help but ask, "Are you feeling unwell?" Mo Hen responded, "No." Qinli Bingfeng remarked, "At your usual level, you shouldn't miss a monster within your field of vision. Moreover, your angle with the sword wandering the world technique was also off." Deeply aware of his own abilities, Qin Mo realized he couldn't conceal his feelings any longer and reluctantly responded, "After a day of gaming, I'm a bit tired." Qinli Bingfeng countered, "You're lying again. You are indeed feeling down." Mo Hen remained silent. Qinli Bingfeng continued, "Qin Mo, you might try expressing what is troubling you. I should be a trustworthy listener, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Mo had been suppressing the discomfort in his heart, feigning composure as he completed the dungeon and established the guild. Now, in the serene Peach Blossom Grove with Xiao Han, the tension in his nerves suddenly relaxed, and the guard he had unconsciously maintained began to dissipate. The consecutive mistakes he made did not escape Xiao Han's notice. Perhaps it was his subconscious trust in Xiao Han that allowed him to forget his facade in front of him. Qin Mo took a deep breath, accessed the input menu on the LCD screen, and swiftly typed, "I have deduced the origins of that professional team we encountered earlier." Xiao Han inquired, "The Fengsa team?" With a hint of exasperation, Qin Mo responded, "Are you a mind reader? Speaking with you lacks any sense of mystery." Xiao Han smiled subtly, thinking to himself that it was because he understood and cared for Qin Mo deeply. In the eSports realm, the only team capable of affecting his emotions was indeed Fengsa. Reflecting on the moment when Qin Mo had left Fengsa alone, Xiao Han felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "How can you be so certain? Did you recognize someone?" Qin Mo replied, "Shui Mantianshan is Zhou Shuawei." Xiao Han furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Shuawei left a strong impression on him, as she was a player whom Qin Mo had nurtured. She was an exceptionally calm and intelligent healer. Zhou Shuawei's presence in the game Dubu Jianghu did not bode well, indicating that the Fengsa club was taking the new game quite seriously. Besides Zhou Shuawei, they might have dispatched other skilled players as well. Xiao Han remained silent for a moment before offering words of comfort. Do not overthink it. Since Feng Se has already entered the new game, you will inevitably encounter them one day. It is better to meet sooner rather than later. At least you will know them well. Mo Hen replied. Qian Li Bingfeng interjected. Follow me. Mo Hen inquired. What for? Qian Li Bingfeng explained. I will guide you to gain experience. Take a moment to rest. With Xiao Han willing to take on the laborious task, Qin Mo no longer hesitated. He promptly accessed the system menu and chose to follow his current teammate, Xiao Han. Controlling Qian Li Bingfeng immediately began vanquishing monsters, and experience points appeared above their heads in steady succession. Qin Mo needed only to follow along and collect the experience. Observing the agile assassin ahead diligently clearing minor foes and aiding his ascent, a familiar warmth began to blossom in Qin Mo's heart. Over the course of 3 years, as the eSports realm witnessed the rise and fall of many players, Xiao Han had remained unchanged in his regard for him. The experience gained from the minor monsters in the duo dungeon was substantial. Following Xiao Han, they completed the dungeon and both ascended to level 42. Additionally, they acquired several material chests upon finishing the dungeon, unearthing a dozen types of purple materials along with a piece of golden material, which was an unexpected boon. Xiao Han entrusted all the materials to Qin Mo, who subsequently mailed them to Xiao Yao Xian for sorting and storage in the guild warehouse. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Xiao Han inquired, What time do you plan to sleep? Qin Mo replied, I will log off at 11. Xiao Han did not inquire further, stating, Let us engage in the duo dungeon until 11 o'clock, at which point I shall log off to rest. Qin Mo replied, Agreed. The two continued their expedition, vanquishing minor adversaries. Qin Mo commanded Mo Hen to follow him automatically while he perused the guild channel to assess the situation. Indeed, Shenqi proved to be a meticulous and responsible individual. The guild membership approval process was exceedingly stringent, with over 100 applications pending. She meticulously approved applicants based on their respective factions and levels, ensuring that only those of the highest caliber were accepted. Currently, the primary guild had reached its capacity of 50 members, all of whom were above level 35. In the guild channel, a member inquired, Guild Master, will you be able to lead us through the Sword God Valley Ruins dungeon next week? Qin Mo responded, Certainly. Another queried, I noticed an abundance of golden materials in the guild warehouse. How can we acquire them? Qin Mo elucidated, they can be exchanged for contribution points. A detailed plan will be announced tomorrow. According to the system's design, the guild warehouse was accessible to all members, and items therein could be obtained using guild contribution points. With the specific exchange methods determined by the guild master, Qin Mo deposited all the golden materials into the warehouse to incentivize members to engage actively in guild tasks. Only through such efforts could the guild flourish and expand swiftly. The most significant distinction between walking alone in the Jianghu and previous games lay in the synchronization of character data from the online gaming server to the competitive server. In the past, many professional players were disinclined to participate in online games due to the ability to create fully leveled and equipped accounts directly on the competitive server. However, the situation has changed. With the introduction of synchronization regulations, the equipment that Qin Mo possesses in the online game will be the same in the competition server. The competition server will not grant you an entire set of golden gear or comprehensive secret manuals in one go. Everything must be achieved through personal effort. Of course, the competition is not set to commence until next year, and as long as one is willing to devote oneself, even ordinary players can amass impressive equipment and acquire several suitable secret manuals. As Xiao Han glanced at the chat information in the guild channel, he inquired, Do you intend for the Mo Guild to evolve into a support team for future competitions? There was no reason for Qin Mo to conceal anything from Xiao Han, so he candidly replied, Yes. Xiao Han praised, That's a splendid idea. Having your own guild will certainly facilitate the crafting of equipment and the collection of secret manuals in the future. While the two were engaged in conversation, a private chat notification suddenly flickered in the lower left corner of their vision. Upon opening it, Qin Mo discovered a message from Zueyin Jianghe, Emotion. I have a question I would like to consult you on. Are you free at the moment? Zueyin Jianghe continued. I'm already at level 20 and have learned to summon mechanical mice and snakes, but I find the summoner mechanics quite challenging. I often lose sight of my pets. Having previously conducted research on the visibility issues in VR games, Qin Mo pondered for a moment and suggested, Head to the entrance of the Peach Blossom Forest in the western outskirts of Jinling City. I will assist you. Shortly thereafter, as Qin Mo completed a dungeon and exited, He spotted Zui and Jianghu approaching, bouncing with exuberance, accompanied by several mechanical mice that added to the lively scene. Upon encountering Qin Mo, he immediately soared over with agile grace, exclaiming with excitement, "Mo Shun! Look, if I move faster than my pets, I can no longer see where they are." In virtual reality gaming, due to the first-person perspective, players are unable to perceive what lies behind them, creating numerous blind spots within the game. Qin Mo remarked, "The blind spots in VR games are significantly larger than those in previous games. You need to swiftly rotate the camera to observe the surrounding 360-degree environment, and then, based on your experience, ascertain the location of your pets." Drunken River responded eagerly, "Oh, let me try." Immediately, Shun-He followed Qin Mo's advice, swiftly rotating the camera. However, the game's hyper-realistic visuals caused the scene to spin wildly when the camera was turned too quickly, leaving Shun-He dizzy and on the verge of nausea. Observing the little fellow, burdened with a mechanism box, stumble and fall to the ground, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "You should slow down. Gradually increase your speed to adapt, rather than making a sudden 360-degree turn." When he first entered the game, Qin Mo also experienced dizziness, which prompted him to take his time in the novice village for over an hour to acclimatize to the changes in environment. Clearly eager to level up, Shun-He had neglected to practice adjusting his field of vision and ended up spinning 360 degrees in one go, which disoriented him entirely. His fingers likely failed to react in time, resulting in him collapsing flat on the ground. Xiao Han emerged from the dungeon and, upon seeing Drunken River sprawled before Mo Hen, inquired with curiosity, "What is he doing? Paying respects? That's not how one kneels for respects." Qin Mo sighed in exasperation. "He is the younger brother of the little medicine immortal." "Oh," came the reply. Xiao Han recalled that in the dungeon, the younger brother of the little elixir fairy had swiftly navigated and healed, revealing himself to be a summoner. No wonder his speed was so remarkable. Observing Qin Mo earnestly instructing Zui and Jianghu on how to adjust his vision blind spots, Xiao Han could not restrain himself from sending a private message. "Your patience in teaching him. Is it because you regard him as your apprentice?" Qin Mo replied, "I have not taken him on as a disciple." Xiao Han countered, "With your caliber, taking an apprentice would pose no challenge. Your master would surely be pleased to know he has gained another disciple." Qin Mo fell silent, having never contemplated the idea of accepting Shun-He as a student. He merely believed that the summoner's technique should be perpetuated. It could not be allowed to fade with him. Shun-He, at merely 18, possessed a solid foundation, exceptional learning abilities, and an astute mind, coupled with a resolute belief in becoming a professional eSports player. This was why Qin Mo sought to lend him a hand. Noting Qin Mo's silence, Xiao Han continued, "I have always found it curious why you ceased playing summoner and instead opted for the swordsman profession." This seemed rather dismissive. Professional gamers seldom switch careers midway, as doing so equates to relinquishing the advantages gained from accumulated experience and starting anew and exploring different gameplay strategies. Qin Mo's summoner had previously delivered stunning performances in world competitions, earning accolades from numerous foreign esports journalists. Had he continued as a summoner in the new game, he would undoubtedly find it easier to acclimate than as a swordsman, subsequently allowing him to apply his past experiences against various professions in this new gaming landscape. It can be said that Qin Mo's decision to abandon the summoner class in favor of the swordsman was, in fact, not the wisest course of action. Clearly, the reasons behind Qin Mo's relinquishment of the summoner role are far more intricate than he has let on. How passionately he had once embraced the summoner class. His master was also a summoner, so how could he so easily abandon this path? There must be some compelling circumstance behind it, especially considering his abrupt retirement years ago. The more Xiao Han pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. However, Qin Mo's pride was too formidable. He would never divulge his difficulties, and Xiao Han could not directly inquire. Thus, he chose to suppress his curiosity for the time being and typed, "It's all right. You're quite formidable as a swordsman as well." Qin Mo replied, "I'll spar with Xiao-He. You stand to the side and observe his maneuvers." Xiao Han responded, "All right." Qin Mo began his duel with Shun-He. Shun-He was remarkably quick, and the moment the countdown concluded, he promptly summoned 4 mechanical mice to encircle Mo Hen. However, Qin Mo deliberately activated his lightness skill and swiftly maneuvered behind Shun-He, entering his blind spot. Shun-He could no longer see Qin Mo, and his pets were left in confusion. Qin Mo typed, "Rotate 90 degrees to the left." Shun-He complied, and indeed, Mo Hen's figure reappeared within his line of sight. Next, Qin Mo executed a reverse maneuver, causing Shun He's view to continually adjust to follow him. After 3 continuous minutes of this, Shun He finally discerned a pattern. I understand. Once a summoner issues a command, their pets can autonomously pursue the enemy. By tracking the direction of the pet's movements, I can estimate the opponent's approximate location and adjust my view with utmost speed, correct? Qin Mo praised. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Shun He responded with fervor. If I were to encounter a close combat opponent, I could certainly employ this strategy. However, against a ranged adversary with exceptional mobility, should they maneuver to obscure my line of sight with repeated positioning, I would be left to rely solely on my experience for prediction. By considering the distance between myself and my opponent as a radius and their agile movements as the arc of a circle, I can calculate the angle I need to adjust. With ample experience in matches, I can estimate this angle with reasonable accuracy. Precisely, your intellect is commendable, Qin Mo expressed. Filled with pride, Shun He not only possessed remarkable imitation skills but also demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. A mere hint from him could lead Shun He to uncover 10 insights independently. It was truly unfortunate that he had faced rejection from numerous club interviewers in the past. However, upon reflection, it was precisely the short-sightedness of those interviewers that allowed Qin Mo to discover such a rare talent. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, the petite herbalist Shuiman Tian from Fangkeitang, clad in a verdant dress, stood hidden behind a peach blossom tree, her gaze fixed intently upon the trio. Within the training room of the Wind Color Club, Zhou Shuiwei observed the unfolding scene, her fingers tightening in a sudden grip. The moment when Mo Hen directed Zue Yinjiang to summon a pet struck her as eerily familiar. Could it be that Mo Hen was that individual? Chapter 027. An unexpected encounter. Noticing the team list, which included not only Mo Hen, but also an assassin named Qian Li Bingfeng. Shun He could not contain his curiosity and privately messaged Mo Hen. This Qian Li Bingfeng, my sister mentioned he is also a master. Is he a professional player? Shun He boldly speculated. Could it be Xiao Han? Qin Mo expressed surprise. How did you guess that? He hasn't made a move. Shun He sent a flurry of smiley faces. Everyone knows that your closest relationship is with Xiao Han, and he just so happens to be an assassin. Qin Mo. What do you mean everyone knows that Xiao Han is my closest friend? The ellipses signified his realization, and Shun He excitedly typed in the team channel. Greetings, God Han. The recognized Xiao Han remained composed. Hello. Your positioning is quite good. You should practice your vision further. Shun He, brimming with excitement, replied, Thank you, 2 esteemed masters, for your guidance. I shall not interrupt your world of 2. I will continue leveling up. Farewell. Qin Mo. Wait, what do you mean by world of 2? He and Xiao Han merely teamed up for a duo dungeon. Shun He dashed away, leaving no trace, while Xiao Han remarked approvingly, The little one is quite clever. Qin Mo, uninterested in explaining, stated, I'm logging off now. Qian Li Bingfeng, see you tomorrow. Mo Hen, see you tomorrow. When Qin Mo mentioned seeing them tomorrow, he referred only to the game as tomorrow, unaware that Xiao Han would truly appear before him. As soon as Xiao Han logged off, he summoned all the newcomers in the training room. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Nanjing. Starting tomorrow, you will still gather at 8:30 a.m. and continue leveling up as usual. I will communicate with everyone in the game regarding any matters. Although the newcomers were curious about their captain's sudden trip to Nanjing, they did not dare to ask further, obediently responding, Understood. At 7 in the morning, Xiao Han set off for the airport at 5:30. Although it was the holiday season for the Miracle Professional Alliance, Xiao Han enjoyed immense popularity locally. In the event that he was recognized by fans or journalists, it would undoubtedly cause trouble for the club. Thus, he donned a complete disguise. Large sunglasses obscured half of his face, while his unique light golden hair was entirely concealed beneath a hat, even with his appearance largely hidden. The alluring curve of his lips and the elegant contour of his jawline were still evident beneath the sunglasses, showcasing the youth's flawless facial features. Standing tall and slender, he attracted the gaze of many passers-by as he briskly walked down the street with his luggage in tow. The sunglasses had to be removed during the security check. The staff responsible for security, taken aback by the young man's striking looks, speculated whether he might be a celebrity. The reason behind the active presence of eSports journalists in Nanjing was solely associated with the Gus Tianxiang Club, established 3 years prior. The Gus Tianxiang Club was formed through the merger of the Red Fox and Gus teams. Although its overall scale and strength could not be compared to venerable esports clubs such as Huaxia, Longyin, and Fengsa, Its popularity was exceptionally high due to its all-female roster. From the club owner to the player manager, team leader, and each member of the squads, every individual was a woman, with not a single man in sight. Consequently, the club was also dubbed the daughter kingdom of eSports. Over the past few years, it has produced several commendable female players, steadily increasing its popularity. Since Lu Chuan had alerted Xiao Han to the reporters in Nanjing, it was evident that the participants from the Gus Tianxiang club would likely be heading to the airport as well. The reporters surged forward, and a woman wearing sunglasses maintained an air of indifference, merely stating, "Sorry, no comment." The girls trailing behind her were all masked and similarly attired in sunglasses, and the group swiftly broke free from the encirclement, each one exhibiting the speed of a 100-meter dash. The ladies from the Gus Tianxiang club had evidently honed their skills in evading reporters, fleeing with remarkable swiftness as they vanished alongside their manager. Standing amidst the crowd, Xiao Han watched as the journalist receded from view, finally exhaling in relief. He retrieved his phone and sent a text to Lu Chuan. "I have seen numerous reporters in Nanjing, along with the manager of the Gus Tianxiang club, Su Lin. They are acting collectively. What has transpired? Is it a trip abroad? Aren't they supposed to be forming a new team for the Jianghu?" Xiao Han pondered the peculiar nature of the Gus Tianxiang club's manager, who rarely engaged with other clubs and was always a step behind in her actions, preferring not to take the lead. However, their team was anything but slow on the battlefield. The all-female squad was remarkably fierce in competition. Xiao Han had previously clashed with the Honghu team under this club during the Shinsi event, and the women proved their strength to be on par with their male counterparts. It appeared that the Gus Tianxiang club was poised to dispatch the final team to establish themselves in the Jianghu. They consistently acted last, and once they settled into the new area, other clubs would inevitably surface, gradually clarifying the situation in the newly established zone. Xiao Han put away his phone, circumvented the reporters ahead, and proceeded to the parking lot to find the prearranged car, instructing the driver to take him directly to the Little Fish Internet CAF. Qin Mo's home was experiencing a power outage. After descending for breakfast, he continued on to the Internet CAF. It was Monday, and the number of patrons at the CAF had significantly diminished compared to yesterday. Qin Mo briskly approached the front desk, where Shen-Chi was still on duty. Upon seeing him, she immediately greeted him with a smile and lowered her voice, asking, "Mo Hen, are you heading to the same private room as yesterday?" "It's unoccupied at the moment." "Ah, where's Shen-He?" "I haven't seen that boy with the little tiger teeth," Qin Mo inquired, puzzled. "He stayed up late grinding and only managed to reach level 30 before finally sleeping. He's probably still snoring upstairs," Shen-Chi chuckled. "I reckon he'll sleep until the afternoon." "Oh, let him rest a bit longer. I'll go online first." Qin Mo took the card that Shen-Chi handed him and turned towards the private room. At 8:30 in the morning, the usernames Mirage, Qing Yi, and Smiling Blade were all actively online, yet the account of Qian Li Bingfeng was absent. Was the Longing Club not having training today? Qin Mo opened the player search box and looked for the usernames of the Arctic Aurora, Zhigu Tian, and the others who had played the dungeon with him yesterday, only to find that they were all online. In confusion, Qin Mo privately messaged Arctic Aurora, asking, "Where's your captain? Not coming today?" Hebei Guang was currently coordinating a team task with his teammates. Upon noticing the private message from Mo Hen, he excitedly messaged Pei Yu, "Little Pei, what should we do? The vice captain just messaged me." Pei Yu, puzzled, replied, "Vice captain? Since when do we have a vice captain?" Hebei Guang remarked, "Did you not mention that Mo Hen might become the future vice captain?" Pei Yu, finally comprehending, replied helplessly, "I merely stated it was a possibility. He is not the vice captain yet. Why are you so agitated? Just tell me what we should do." Bei Guang, in a state of urgency, said, "He privately messaged me asking where the captain went. Should I honestly inform him that the captain has gone to Nanjing?" "Oh." Bei Guang immediately nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." With Xiao Han offline, Qin Mo had no choice but to gather the remaining teammates to undertake a mission. After spending the entire morning leveling up to 45, he felt somewhat fatigued and reclined on the sofa to rest. At noon, Shun-He was at the front desk, alternating between duty and gaming, when a youthful male voice suddenly emerged from above. "Hello, I am looking for someone. May I inquire which room Qin Mo is in?" His voice was melodious, and his demeanor was courteous. Shen-He looked up, momentarily stunned. Han, are you the Han god?" Despite the sunglasses and hat obscuring his features, as a devoted fan of the esports scene who frequently watched competitions, Shen-He recognized him instantly. Upon hearing the familiar title Han God, and recalling the summoner who had stumbled and collapsed in the game last night, along with Qin Mo's mention of encountering Shen Qi's brother at the internet CAF and bringing him into the game. Xiao Han swiftly deduced the young man's identity. You are Zue Yin Jianghe? Shen He, brimming with excitement, stood up and nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. Exactly. Han God, what brings you here? Xiao Han replied straightforwardly. I came to find Qin Mo. Where is he? Shen He hurriedly said. He is in the private room over there. I shall lead you. Xiao Han followed Shen He to the room, and upon opening the door, he beheld a young man lounging on the sofa, indulging in a midday slumber. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently cascading over him, bestowing a warm glow upon his figure. His skin was notably fair, and the sunlight accentuated its smooth and delicate texture. A finely sculpted nose and rather thin lips rendered his facial features strikingly handsome, while a pair of beautiful sword-like eyebrows added an air of icy elegance to his visage. Xiao Han softened his footsteps and took a seat on the adjacent sofa. Observing him closely, he noted that Qin Mo had indeed grown even more captivating. His thick eyelashes fanned out like delicate feathers, softly veiling his eyelids. Curled slightly in repose with his hands resting by his sides, he appeared exceptionally tranquil in his slumber, evoking an irresistible urge within Xiao Han to embrace him tightly. Suppressing this impulse, Xiao Han removed his own jacket and gently draped it over Qin Mo. At that moment, Shen He, standing at the doorway, had intended to speak, but upon witnessing Xiao Han tenderly covering Qin Mo with his coat, he promptly closed his mouth, softly shut the door, and departed from the room. Inside, only the two remained, surrounded by a silence so profound that one could hear the rhythm of their breaths. Xiao Han sat nearby, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Qin Mo, as if he could never tire of admiring him. This person had occupied a special place in his heart for 3 long years, often appearing in his dreams. They had met in the innocence of their youth, supporting one another through thick and thin, sharing countless conversations. Although they had both undergone significant changes since their last encounter, the familiarity that Qin Mo evoked in Xiao Han remained as vivid as his cherished memories. The sight of him quietly sleeping stirred a softness within Xiao Han's heart. Qin Mo had fallen into a deep slumber, only rousing when the alarm clock chimed, slowly opening his eyes. Instead of the familiar ceiling, he was greeted by the face of a young man, both strange and oddly familiar. The man had a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a faint smile gracing his lips. His strikingly light golden hair seemed to shimmer under the sunlight, while his dark eyes, as black as ink, were intently fixed upon him. Qin Mo felt somewhat disoriented, momentarily believing he was dreaming. But upon closer inspection, this golden-haired, dark-eyed handsome stranger bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Han. In astonishment, Qin Mo abruptly sat up, only to collide foreheads with the still-lying Xiao Han, resulting in a painful thud. The sharp ache jolted Qin Mo fully awake, and he realized this was no dream. Xiao Han had truly come. Xiao Han immediately extended his hand, gently massaging Qin Mo's reddened forehead, smiling as he inquired, "Did that hurt?" Qin Mo's delicate skin flushed easily with the slightest pressure, while Xiao Han, with his tougher exterior, seemed unaffected by the collision. As Xiao Han's fingers glided over his forehead, they bore a thin layer of callus, sending a tingling sensation through Qin Mo's skin, akin to a subtle electric current beneath the surface. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Qin Mo brushed aside Xiao Han's hand and asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Han replied candidly, "I found out your address, so I came." Qin Mo, taken aback, retorted, "Is that really all it takes? Just knowing the address and showing up without any other considerations?" Qin Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "You are quite sudden. Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Xiao Han gazed at Qin Mo, his voice imbued with an earnest tenderness. "Because I truly miss you and long to see you at once." Before he could even register the moment, his body was suddenly enveloped in Xiao Han's embrace. Qin Mo pondered, is this guy out of his mind? Not only is he blunt with his words, but his actions are equally forthright. In that instant of holding Qin Mo, Xiao Han realized that the emptiness he had felt over the past 3 years was due to Qin Mo's absence. Now, as he embraced this person once more and sensed his warmth, Xiao Han suddenly felt that the void within him had finally been filled. Holding him close was incredibly comforting, making it difficult for Xiao Han to let go. Qin Mo found himself in a rather awkward position and gently pushed him away. "All right, you can let go now." Reluctantly, Xiao Han released him, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qin Mo's face. Qin Mo straightened his slightly disheveled shirt and stood up, inquiring, "Did you Xiangyang inform you that I was here?" "Yes," Xiao Han replied candidly. "Everyone in our club knows about his internet CAF. When he mentioned you were at the Little Fish Internet CAF, I immediately booked a flight to find you. It's all right. The team has everything arranged. They will continue to form teams and level up. Xiao Han smiled, adding, I believe seeing you is more important than anything else. I truly miss you. Listening to his candid response, Qin Mo felt a flush rise to his ears, coupled with the intensity of Xiao Han's gaze upon him. He could not help but awkwardly avert his eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, Xiao Han, unlike English, Chinese is not a language where one casually expresses sentiments like I miss you on a daily basis. Please refrain from uttering such phrases in the future. They sound rather peculiar. Oh, then how should one express such sentiments subtly? Through actions, perhaps? Xiao Han replied, extending his arms in an attempt to embrace Qin Mo instinctively. Qin Mo sidestepped, responding sternly. No hugs, please. A simple greeting and a handshake will suffice. Do not bring your American habits here. But you used to embrace me when we met. Xiao Han protested innocently. That was in our youth. Now that we are both in our 20s, such displays between two adults may lead to misunderstandings, Qin Mo insisted, striving to persuade Xiao Han. Then, Xiao Han reached out and ruffled Qin Mo's hair, stating earnestly, Why are you shorter than me? Qin Mo was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. In their youth, they were of similar height, but the genetics of a mixed heritage were indeed formidable. It was said that Xiao Han's mother, a Caucasian, stood over 178 meters tall, while his father, of Chinese descent, exceeded 188 meters. By the age of 17, Xiao Han had already inherited his mother's height, and over the years, he had grown even taller, now surpassing Qin Mo by 10 centimeters. Indeed, I am shorter, but that is because I lack the advantage of mixed genes, Qin Mo replied coolly. The expression of irritation on his face remained unchanged, while Xiao Han's smile deepened. In the past, he often provoked Qin Mo's anger, finding his flustered yet helpless demeanor particularly endearing. In his youth, he did not fully comprehend the significance of such behavior. However, upon encountering this individual once more, Xiao Han realized that his actions were merely a means to capture Qin Mo's attention. By the way, have you had lunch? Qin Mo, not genuinely irate, glanced at his watch and inquired. No, Xiao Han replied, patting his stomach. The airline's meal was rather unpalatable, so I didn't touch it. I'm feeling a bit hungry now. I see. Qin Mo, indeed considerate, thought of Xiao Han's needs with great attentiveness. Xiao Han promptly placed his sunglasses and mask on the table, casually setting down his suitcase as well. Are you planning to stay in Nanjing for an extended period with all this luggage? Qin Mo asked, glancing at the suitcase. Yes, I intend to stay for a week. Have you booked a hotel? No. Xiao Han looked earnestly at Qin Mo. After traveling such a long distance to see you, you should let me stay at your place. That is simply good hospitality, isn't it? Taking advantage of his own limited proficiency in Chinese, he truly was quite adept at playing the system. Good hospitality? Qin Mo mused, acknowledging the logic in that. Moreover, there were indeed no suitable hotels in the vicinity, and it would be rather unfair to have Xiao Han stay in a mediocre 3-star establishment. After careful consideration, Qin Mo said, All right, you can stay at my place for now. Let's go have a meal. Great. Xiao Han followed Qin Mo out, instinctively wrapping an arm around his shoulders. What shall we have for lunch? He did not intend to take advantage of Qin Mo. He simply missed this person dearly. A span of 3 years lay between them, during which he remained oblivious to Qin Mo's whereabouts and endeavors. Now that they had finally reunited, he yearned to foster a closer bond with this individual. Among young men, expressions of camaraderie typically manifest through a casual embrace of the shoulders, a gesture he deemed perfectly appropriate. Indeed, Qin Mo did not shy away. As they advanced, they encountered Shenqi and her brother. Shenqi rose and inquired, Imohen, are you going out for a meal? My treat. Before she could finish, Shenqi hastily interjected, Sister, please invite me for hot pot. Ha ha. Emotion wishes to dine with his friend. Let us refrain from intruding. Shenqi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the skilled player they had teamed up with just yesterday had suddenly materialized before her. Had he perhaps mastered the art of teleportation? Hello. Shenqi stammered, gazing at Qin Mo in confusion. Qin Mo clarified. He is an old friend of mine, just arrived from the airport. I intend to take him out for a meal. Shenqi's understanding dawned. Oh. You two go ahead. Qin Mo then asked, by the way, is there a decent Sichuan restaurant nearby? Shenqi, well-versed in dining options, promptly replied, cross the street. Take a right, and after approximately 100 meters, you'll find a Sichuan restaurant named Tianfu Rinjia. The flavors are quite delightful. Qin Mo nodded in gratitude. Thank you. As they prepared to depart, Xiao Han suddenly leaned closer to Qin Mo's ear and whispered, Do you still remember that I enjoy Sichuan cuisine? A smile crept across Xiao Han's face. Indeed. My fondness for this dish stems not only from its delectable taste, but also from another reason. Qin Mo, intrigued, asked, What reason? Xiao Han earnestly remarked, The name is quite intriguing, couple's lung slices. It sounds perfectly suited for a young couple to enjoy together. Qin Mo responded with a sigh, knowing too well that Xiao Han had nothing but insincere remarks. Choosing not to engage further, Qin Mo led him forward. Upon crossing the road and making a right turn, they soon spotted the prominent characters Tianfu Rinjia in the distance. As they approached, they observed that the restaurant's faade was adorned with intricately carved sandalwood, with tables and chairs fashioned from solid wood, embodying a quintessential Chinese aesthetic. The two ascended to the second floor and settled into a private room. A delicately crafted wooden plaque hung on the door, inscribed with the name Dai Lianhua. Xiao Han commented, I recognize this. Dai Lianhua is a type of CI poetry from the Song dynasty, isn't it? He smiled and continued, In recent years, having some leisure time, I have taken to exploring Tang poetry and song lyrics. The depth of Chinese culture is profound. My father is Chinese, after all. I cannot limit myself to merely learning everyday conversational skills. I must also delve into historical allusions. For instance, if love between two is meant to last, does it matter whether they meet daily? This line suggests that as long as two individuals share a deep affection, even without daily encounters, they will not forget one another. I find this sentiment quite fitting for our relationship. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from misusing poetry. Qin Mo gently corrected him. That line is derived from Qin Guanshueqiao Xian, which employs the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl to describe romantic love. It conveys that as long as lovers deeply cherish one another, even prolonged separations cannot diminish their unwavering devotion. It does not pertain to friendships. Is that so? Xiao Han expressed surprise. And who are the cowherd and the weaver girl? In the realm of myth and legend, there exists a couple separated by vast distances, destined to reunite only once a year on the Qixi festival. Qin Mo elucidated. Oh, Xiao Han replied, somewhat comprehending, your command of Chinese is impressive. Please continue to be my teacher. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is it common to request a teacher in such a manner? Xiao Han promptly retrieved a cup of tea and respectfully presented it to Qin Mo, saying, Teacher, please enjoy this tea. Qin Mo was amused by his earnest demeanor, taking a sip while feigning seriousness. Xiao Han gazed at him, noting the pride in his raised chin and the rosy lips moistened by the tea, causing his heart to race. Had he truly misused that phrase? Yet, why had his thoughts been filled with Qin Mo when he first learned those words? At that moment, a waiter approached with the menu, smiling. Gentlemen, may I take your orders? Qin Mo glanced at the menu and replied, Sliced beef and chili sauce, diced chicken and spicy sauce, mapo tofu, a serving of stir-fried lettuce, shredded pork and garlic sauce, and 2 bowls of rice. Thank you. Hearing the familiar names of the dishes, Xiao Han felt a surge of emotion. After 3 years apart, Qin Mo still remembered his favorite foods, indicating that he held him in his thoughts. Although Qin Mo appeared somewhat aloof, he was, in fact, a considerate person with deep affections. Those who treated him well would surely be etched in his memory. Moments later, the waiter brought forth their meal. Aware that Qin Mo did not enjoy spicy food, Xiao Han instinctively swapped the stir-fried lettuce with the spicy chicken placed before him. Qin Mo raised his gaze to meet Xiao Han's, and with a shared smile, they began their meal in perfect harmony. Every holiday, Qin Mo would take Xiao Han on culinary adventures, their familiarity with each other's dining preferences having reached an almost instinctive level. The dishes at this restaurant were indeed exquisite, and with both feeling quite ravenous, they engaged in lively conversation while swiftly devouring the spread before them. When Xiao Han stood to retrieve his wallet, intending to pay, Qin Mo promptly interjected, You traveled such a long distance to see me. It is only fitting that I treat you. Xiao Han, not wishing to be overly polite, replied, All right, but I shall invite you next time. After all, they would have ample opportunities to dine together in the future, rendering any need for contention over this occasion unnecessary. Qin Mo opened his wallet and handed his credit card to the waiter, but Xiao Han's keen eyes caught sight of a photograph nestled inside. The image appeared strikingly familiar, as Xiao Han possessed an identical one. Regrettably, their participation was limited to that singular world championship, as Qin Mo had hastily retired before the commencement of the second. Noticing Xiao Han's gaze lingering on him, Qin Mo quickly closed his wallet, Yet Xiao Han's reflexes surpassed his own, snatching it away with ease. Upon opening the wallet, he beheld the photograph of the two boys standing side by side, both of them at the same height, their expressions youthful and innocent. Together, they held aloft the champion trophy of their national team, the backdrop adorned with a clear sky, fluffy white clouds, and the imposing statue in front of the main venue of the inaugural Miracle World Championship. The bustling crowd around them cast curious glances their way. Yet the two boys remained oblivious, their eyes fixed resolutely on the camera, unable to conceal their joy at having claimed victory. Qin Mo's face flushed slightly, the delicate hue spreading all the way to the roots of his ears, which looked particularly charming. "Are you feeling shy?" Xiao Han leaned close to his ear and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? We used to share such a close bond. It's only natural for you to think of me." "Enough." Qin Mo snatched the wallet back, lowering his head as he turned to descend the stairs, ignoring the amused laughter of Xiao Han behind him. Xiao Han was delighted, thinking, this is just a case of angry embarrassment, a retreat in disarray. How aptly can those two newly learned idioms describe Qin Mo's current actions? As Qin Mo hurried down the stairs, his heart raced uncontrollably. He dashed to the restroom, splashed cold water on his face, and took a deep breath to regain his composure. He couldn't fathom why he felt such a sense of awkwardness, as if a secret had been laid bare when Xiao Han spotted the group photo. Keeping the picture in his wallet only to have it discovered face-to-face was undeniably embarrassing. Qin Mo cherished this photograph not only because he missed his childhood friend, but also as a reminder and motivation of his former self, standing at the pinnacle of the world, holding the prestigious championship trophy. How could he now so easily contemplate giving up? With a feigned air of nonchalance, Qin Mo tucked the wallet into his pocket and turned to leave with Xiao Han. He accepted Xiao Han's suggestion and called for Shen Qi to turn on the nearby computer. Shen Qi had just learned from her brother that Qin Bingfeng was the renowned deity who was once on par with Qin Mo, the two of whom were affectionately dubbed the twin stars of the alliance by their fans. Although she was not well acquainted with the eSports realm, Shen He's extravagant praise provided her with a glimpse of their formidable prowess. It was said they had even clinched awards at the World Championships. With such a luminary gracing the internet CAF, Shen Qi was eager to make a good impression. She busied herself, not only assisting Xiao Han in logging onto his computer, but also diligently bringing an array of fruits and snacks for the two esteemed players. Xiao Han was impressed by the young lady's nimble and efficient demeanor, exclaiming, "You should let her help manage the guild. That's a splendid idea." Qin Mo nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Little Seven is indeed very responsible." As Xiao Han logged into the game and opened the Moju Guild, he found that the meticulous Xiao Yaoxian had organized the guild applications by different sects, ensuring that each sect had no fewer than 3 members approved for entry. This arrangement alleviated any concerns about squad configurations for future guild tasks. The warehouse was also categorized with precision, with materials neatly organized, making it easy for Qin Mo to find such a capable little assistant, which delighted Xiao Han. Upon Qin Mo's arrival online, he received a private message from Jinghua Shuiyu. "Boss, there are numerous types of guild tasks that may appear randomly. Please provide me with an email, and I will compile and send you the strategies." Mo Hen replied, "Thank you for your efforts." Jinghua Shuiyu responded, "No need for thanks. The members of the guild will reach level 45 by tomorrow at the latest." I inquired, "And it seems the most players will be online tonight. Shall we commence the guild tasks tomorrow evening?" Mo Hen agreed, "That works." Feng Qingye sent a private message, "Leader, many are inquiring about how to exchange materials from the guild warehouse. I have referenced the practices of other guilds, where typically 100 contribution points can be exchanged for a purple material and 1,000 points for a golden material. Shall we implement the same system?" Mo Hen replied, "No problem. You may proceed with the arrangements." Observing the guild being managed so efficiently by these individuals, Qin Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These companions were the first he had met in the game. Although their gaming skills could not compare to those of experts, they possessed considerable experience in guild management and could assist Qin Mo significantly. More importantly, they were genuinely eager to help him oversee the guild. The newcomers of Longyi noticed their captain was online. Although their curiosity was overwhelming, they wisely refrained from sending messages to disturb him. Xiao Han sent a private message to Pei Yu. "I have arrived in Nanjing. Please inform everyone that for the next few days, they should focus on leveling up on their own, and to contact me only if necessary." Pei Yu promptly replied, "Understood. We will split into 2 teams for our tasks." "Rest assured, Captain." Xiao Han felt confident in the newcomers, closed the dialogue window with Pei Yu, and then asked Qin Mo, "What are your plans for this afternoon?" Xiao Han smiled, "All right." He had flown to Nanjing early that morning and had not logged in all morning, consequently finding himself 2 levels below Qin Mo. Upon reaching the Peach Blossom Forest instance, Qin Mo instructed Xiao Han to follow him automatically while he swiftly cleared the minor foes ahead. Xiao Han trailed behind, casually inspecting Qin Mo's equipment. Currently, Qin Mo possessed only the Ice Shard, a 7-star artifact, while the remainder of his gear comprised rather ordinary purple items from the dungeons. Since the Ice Shard was crafted from a blueprint obtained in the 35-level dungeon, the Sword God Valley Ruins, its equipment level was also 35. In the game, the rarity of self-crafted golden items is denoted by their star rating, with the 7-star artifact that Qin Mo created representing the pinnacle of quality, an attribute that remains unchanged. The equipment levels can be progressively enhanced from level 1 to level 80. Thus, the Ice Shard, being at level 35, requires the consumption of other gear to upgrade, gaining experience akin to the character leveling system. Xiao Han inquired, "You are already level 45, yet the Ice Shard remains at level 35. Are you not going to upgrade it?" Qin Mo glanced at his weapon and replied, "I plan to upgrade my weapon tonight. The gear in my storage may be insufficient. For now, let us tackle a few faction instances together to gather more equipment." "All right, I was just about to head into a dungeon," Xiao Han responded. As they conversed, they swiftly dispatched foes, and by around 4 p.m., Qin Mo had reached level 47, while Xiao Han finally attained level 45. Xiao Han then asked, "Shall we venture to the 20-level Kunlun Mountain or the 40-level Fragrant Grass Hall?" Qin Mo replied, "Wait a moment, I will invite Shinhe to join us, and we shall head to Kunlun Mountain." No sooner had he spoken than the system announced that the warrior, drunkenly drinking rivers, had joined the party. A message from Drunken River echoed through the team channel. "Greetings, Mo Shun and Han Shun. I'm here to join your party once more. Please don't hold it against me." Xiao Han replied, "Hello, no hard feelings." Qin Mo added, "Little River, please wait for us at the entrance of the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave. Since you don't have a fixed team, we can take you through 5 dungeons." Drunken River responded, "Understood, thank you, Mo Shun. What an honor." Qin Mo and Xiao Han promptly teleported to the Cold Blossom Sword Sect, arriving at the entrance of the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave dungeon. Upon their arrival, they noticed that Shinhe's health points began to plummet dramatically. As they approached, it became evident that someone was ambushing Shinhe, yet again. It was that poisonous little demon. Just as Shinhe reached the dungeon entrance, a poison master from the Fragrant Grass Hall suddenly sprang forth, unleashing a deadly combination of the highly toxic crane-top red mandrake. Shinhe was instantly afflicted, his vision engulfed in darkness. Realizing he was under attack, Shinhe reacted swiftly, activating the lightness skill of the Zhuge family, Autumn Wind, and retreated rapidly. Drunken River was left with only half health, and the toxic little demon seized the opportunity, pursuing him with lightness skills. However, just as he prepared to unleash a lethal poison attack to further deplete Shinhe's health, a white-clad swordsman appeared gracefully from the distance. With a swift motion, he brandished his sword, executing the 2-part technique, Sword Rain of the Dusk, at an astonishing speed, silencing the toxic little demon in place. Following this, Qin Mo delivered a decisive single-target critical strike imbued with sword intent, reducing the poison demon's health to a mere 20. Just as Poison Little Demon believed he was about to be vanquished, a line of text appeared in the private chat. "Level 45 ambushes level 35. You are truly becoming more accomplished. Did you forget to bring a healer this time?" Poison Little Demon. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine and exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Shiwei. How does he know I brought a healer? Weren't you hidden behind the tree?" Just as Zhou Shiwei was about to step out from behind the tree to provide healing, she paused and asked in confusion, "He didn't kill you?" Zhao Xingchen also found it peculiar. "He reduced my health to a critical state, yet he did not finish me off." Zhou Shiwei furrowed her brow slightly. "What about Drunken River? Did you glean anything from your encounter with him?" Zhao Xingchen shook his head. He was in a state of blindness, blindly pressing the lightness skill, and his reactions were quite swift. I couldn't discern anything else. After observing from behind the tree for a moment, Zhou Shiwei could not deduce anything either. For Drunken River had barely begun to summon his pet before Poison Little Demon was interrupted by Mo Hen. Zhou Shiwei was confident that her hiding spot could not have been discovered by Mo Hen. Yet he had the audacity to inquire whether Poison Little Demon had brought a healer. It seemed he was remarkably familiar with the Wind Color team. having not only guessed her identity, but even Zhao Xingqian's as well. Recalling the earlier moment when she saw Mo Hen guiding Drunken River to adjust his perspective, her suspicions deepened. Gripping the mouse tightly, Zhou Shuowei declared, "Xiao Chun, I will dispel your control. You engage, Mo Hen." Zhao Xingqian looked perplexed. With 1,000 miles of ice nearby, if we go for a 2v1, he is bound to intervene. Then let it be a 2v2, she replied. Zhou Shuowei's gaze was calm and resolute. In the game, Shui Mantianshan unleashed the secret skill Su 1, instantly restoring the full health of her teammate, Poisonous Little Demon. Without hesitation, Poisonous Little Demon executed Crane Top Red followed by Mandala, unleashing a deadly combination of toxic attacks, with clouds of poison dispersing towards Mo Hen. Qin Mo, having previously suffered blindness from his poison, was keenly aware of the impending danger. He gracefully activated his lightness skill, swiftly retreating to evade the toxic assault. Poisonous Little Demon pursued with lightness skill, initiating a lethal technique, Blood-Sealing Throat. However, Zhou Shuowei reacted with remarkable speed, activating her apothecary skill Writing and Exorcising, which purged all negative statuses from her, deftly resolving her condition. Poisonous Little Demon launched another deadly strike, a vast cloud of white mist advancing towards Qin Mo. Fortunately, Qin Mo had anticipated this move. The moment his opponent began the attack, he deftly sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the onslaught. Seeing Qin Mo besieged by the two, Xiao Han stepped forward, intent on offering assistance, but Qin Mo calmly instructed, "Do not intervene." Xiao Han paused, swiftly grasping Qin Mo's intent. The previous night, while Mo Hen was guiding Drunken River at the entrance of the Peach Blossom Forest, Zhou Shuowei had concealed herself behind a tree. Although Qin Mo had not noticed her presence, Xiao Han had. Given Zhou Shuowei's intelligence, she must have deduced something, which was why she lay in ambush at the entrance of the snow cave in Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the level 35 Drunken River to initiate a dungeon run. She likely suspected a connection between Mo Hen and Qin Mo. Should Xiao Han intervene, she might even deduce the affiliations of the Longing Club. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Han took a step back, positioning himself to observe the unfolding battle. Suddenly, a beam of pure, snow-white sword light, akin to a flowing river, shot forth directly before Mo Hen, striking the back of the Poisonous Little Demon with precise accuracy. The impact sent the creature hurtling off the cliff. The anguished cries of the demon echoed from below. "What the?" Mo Hen remarked. "One should observe the terrain before engaging. Some habits are hard to break." With that, Qin Mo turned and ventured deeper into the instance. Zhao Xingqian, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "How was I to know there was a cliff here? I'm not familiar with the Cold Huasort sect." Zhou Shuowei remained silent. Zhao Xingqian tended to become overly excited during PvP encounters, adopting an aggressive style that often caused him to overlook his surroundings, a flaw only those close to him would recognize. How did Mo Hen seem so well acquainted with this? Moreover, his tone when addressing Zhao Xingqian appeared almost admonishing, yet it incisively highlighted Zhao Xingqian's shortcomings. Could he truly be that individual? Zhou Shuowei pondered for a moment before typing 2 words. "Qin Mo? What? Vice Captain Qin?" Zhao Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Shuowei inhaled deeply. "I am merely speculating. There is currently no proof." As they conversed, a stern voice rang out from behind them. "I trust everyone has rested sufficiently? Let us proceed to the Peach Blossom Forest for leveling up." "Captain, we..." Just as Zhao Xingqian was about to voice his thoughts, Zhou Shuowei abruptly tugged at his sleeve, privately messaging him with 4 words. "Let us keep this to ourselves for now." Zhao Xingqian understood the situation and promptly changed his words. "We just went to Kunlun Mountain to gather some equipment. Ahem, we will be there shortly." Reflecting on the recent events left Zhao Xingqian with a sense of trepidation. In the past, during Qin Mo's tenure as the vice captain of Fengsa, Zhou Shuowei had just begun her journey, while Zhao Xingqian was still a novice in the training camp. Qin Mo frequently visited the training room to observe the newcomers' progress, discreetly pointing out those who faltered. He never resorted to reprimands. Rather, he patiently guided everyone on how to rectify their mistakes. The newcomers held immense respect and admiration for Qin Mo, the vice captain. Among that cohort, Zhao Xingqian stood out for his considerable talent. Later, when some main roster players retired, Qin Mo elevated Zhao Xingqian to the position of substitute. "Level 45 ambushing level 35. You are truly making strides," he remarked. "Did you not bring a healer this time? You still fail to assess the terrain before engaging. That flaw remains uncorrected." Remembering the 2 remarks made by Mo Hen, Zhao Xingchen felt a flush of shame wash over him. If Mo Hen was indeed Vice Captain Qin, then his earlier attempt to ambush, which ended with him unceremoniously kicked off a cliff to his demise, would be utterly humiliating. As Qin Mo entered the dungeon, Xiao Han and Shun He followed suit. Shen He, who had been ambushed, was utterly perplexed. What just happened? Upon seeing his dizzy emoji, it was evident he was bewildered. Qin Mo chuckled lightly and replied, "It's nothing. Someone was just amusing themselves." Shen He sensed that Qin Mo was being evasive, yet he dared not press further, obediently trailing behind him. Qin Mo and Xiao Han swiftly dispatched the minor foes and the first two bosses, while Shun He joyfully followed along, basking in the experience gained from teaming up with these two formidable players. It was truly a delightful experience for him, as he merely needed to tag along, and his experience points soared effortlessly. Upon reaching the final boss, Qin Mo suddenly remarked, "Xiao He, I will focus on dealing damage to the boss alongside Xiao Han. Your task is to draw the sword's spirit away." Shen He, relieved to finally have an active role, eagerly responded, "All right." In truth, with their current prowess, both Qin Mo and Xiao Han could easily conquer the level 20 dungeon without much effort. However, Qin Mo had assigned Shun He a specific task, clearly intending to hone his reaction speed. In this game, a summoner is capable of commanding multiple mechanisms simultaneously, and directing them to distract the sword spirit is a fundamental skill that requires mastery of multitasking. As the challenge commenced, 5 sword spirits materialized on the field, prompting Shun He to summon 5 mechanical mice to engage them. To Qin Mo's satisfaction, although controlling 5 pets simultaneously caused Shun He some initial fluster, he ultimately succeeded in diverting the sword spirits without any errors. Xiao Han commented, "This guy has impressive speed. Could it be hereditary?" Qin Mo, puzzled, inquired, "What hereditary trait?" Xiao Han explained, his cousin, Yu Xiangyang, was once a player in our Longing Club, naturally gifted with swift reflexes. Shen He is also a rare talent in this regard. With proper training, he is bound to achieve greatness. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the summoner class demands the highest level of dexterity. Shun He possesses a solid foundation, and I will gradually train him further. His fingers, pale and elongated, were as aesthetically pleasing as he remembered. However, beneath his hands lay not the familiar mouse and keyboard, but rather an expansive LCD touch panel. The panel, illuminated by a strikingly futuristic blue ripple effect, was in an active state. Below his left hand were 16 squares, designated as his skill shortcuts, while to the right, a sliding area was available for adjusting the character's perspective and movement within the game. As he engaged in battle against a boss, his left hand swiftly navigated the 16 squares to unleash skills, while his right hand, employing his index finger, deftly manipulated the view and positioning of the character. As Qin Mo had previously articulated, the summoner role demanded the utmost proficiency in speed. Without extraordinary dexterity, one could not simultaneously control multiple pets and execute intricate multitasking maneuvers. Thus, his decision to abandon the summoner role in this new game raised the question, was it due to a decline in his finger speed? Regrettably, he had hastily departed after selecting a promising group of talents for the Wind Color team, a move reminiscent of laying a solid foundation before his departure, ensuring he could leave with peace of mind. Observing the flat-lying touch screen panel beneath his hands, Xiao Han felt a jolt of anguish in his heart. Not only had he changed professions, but the operational model had also shifted. A sudden conjecture flickered in his mind. Xiao Han understood all too well what hands represented for any sports player. They were the pride of every competitor, a treasure as precious as life itself. Frowning slightly, he clenched his fingers tightly around the mouse. There were certain matters he could not directly inquire about with Qin Mo, yet he was determined to find a way to uncover the truth. Due to the swift collaboration between Qin Mo and Xiao Han, coupled with Shun He's ability to control the sword spirit, they completed 5 dungeons in a mere 40 minutes. After finishing the 5 runs in Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Han took Qin Mo to tackle 5 instances of the 40-level Fanketang dungeon. As the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Han suggested, "Why don't you upgrade your weapon first, and then we can go for a meal?" "All right," Qin Mo responded, summoning the equipment upgrade panel. He placed the ice shard sword in the central slot and rummaged through his inventory to feed it with other purple-grade equipment. A gentle white light began to shimmer along the blade of the ice shard sword as it devoured one low-tier item after another, causing the experience bar to surge rapidly. The ice shard sword ascended from level 35 straight to level 45. Ice shard, 7-star divine artifact. Type: Longsword. Craftsman: Mo Hin. Base attack: 2,100 to 2350. Attack range: 0 to 16 meters. Attack speed: 12. Accuracy: 12. Targets hit experience of 30 slow for 3 seconds. With the elevation in level, the weapon's foundational statistics correspondingly increased. The advantage of a 7-star equipment lies in its high base attributes, which yield superior growth properties during upgrades compared to other gear. For instance, a 45-level sword of purple grade has a maximum attack of 1,500, while a 5-star crafted golden weapon boasts around 2,000 attack power. However, the 7-star Ice Shard sword achieves a remarkable maximum attack of 2,350. It appears that possessing 7-star golden equipment will serve as a ticket for elite players to enter the professional league. It would be rather embarrassing to step onto the arena without a full set of 7-star gear. Qin Mo now possessed a weapon. Yet Xiao Han remained with his pitiful purple dagger. Recalling the time Xiao Han had requested him to forge equipment, Qin Mo inquired, "You know where to find the assassin's weapon blueprints, don't you?" Xiao Han replied, "I have consulted the official database, apart from the blueprints dropped in team dungeons. Various sects' weapon merchants offer some blueprints for sale. The lords of major cities also issue quests related to blueprints. And guild tasks have a chance of dropping blueprints as well. There are numerous ways to obtain crafting blueprints. But the key lies in how to allocate materials to achieve the desired attributes." "Indeed, you understand me well," Xiao Han nodded and added, "Once I acquire the blueprints, I shall hand them over to you for your examination. It is essential to stack critical strike attributes on all equipment. Only by exceeding an ultimate critical strike rate of 80 can one reach the pinnacle of output." "Understood," Qin Mo replied. "Let us discuss it further once we have the blueprints. For now, let us go and have a meal. Shall we continue dining out?" "Very well," Xiao Han said as he picked up his suitcase and followed Qin Mo out. The two arrived at a nearby supermarket, where Qin Mo led the way, selecting ingredients while Xiao Han followed with a shopping cart. Since the community was experiencing a power outage during the day, Qin Mo refrained from purchasing too much, opting only for a few items for tonight's dinner: several chicken wings, a bamboo shoot, and a head of broccoli. In the prepared food section, he also bought a few flour rolls, stating, "We had rice for lunch, so let us have these as our staple for dinner." Xiao Han remarked, "These are called flour rolls, correct?" Qin Mo praised him. "You have made progress. At last, you no longer refer to them as flour buns." With a slight smile, Xiao Han pushed the cart alongside Qin Mo towards the checkout. Opposite the supermarket lies the residential complex where Qin Mo resides. This community appears to be a newly constructed high-rise, established within the last few years, and is characterized by its tranquil environment. As Xiao Han followed him to Building 7, he inquired, "Which floor do you live on?" 17th floor, Qin Mo replied, glancing at his watch. "The elevator won't be operational until 6:30. It seems we must ascend on foot. Can you manage?" "Of course," Xiao Han asserted. "I play basketball every day when I'm free, so I'm quite fit." "What sport do you play?" Qin Mo asked with curiosity. "Tennis. I've been playing since childhood," Xiao Han responded, stepping into the stairwell and beginning his ascent. Climbing floor by floor. For two young men in their early 20s, the 17th floor was not particularly daunting. They engaged in conversation as they climbed, with the golden hues of the setting sun streaming through the stairwell windows. Xiao Han tilted his head back, captivated by the sight of Qin Mo, who seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. Qin Mo led the way, his long legs prominently in view, elegantly encased in well-tailored trousers that accentuated their allure. The perspiration caused his shirt to cling to his physique, revealing the slim, attractive contours of his waist. Even if he were not an eSports athlete, he would undoubtedly possess the perfect physique for a model. Noticing the sudden silence behind him, Qin Mo assumed that Xiao Han had grown weary and suggested, "There are 5 more floors. Let's take a break." "All right, 10 minutes of rest it is," Xiao Han replied, placing his suitcase on the ground and casually taking the vegetables from Qin Mo's hands to set them atop the suitcase. Qin Mo perspired profusely, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and trickling along his jawline, seeping into the collar of his shirt. With a button undone, Xiao Han had a perfect view of his exquisitely sculpted collarbone and the faintly visible, fair chest beneath his shirt. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt a parching thirst rise within him, prompting him to divert his gaze towards the window. The vista was splendid, offering a commanding view of the entire community. The lush greenery was exceptional. The buildings spaced generously apart, and each unit was designed to allow for a breezy flow from north to south, suggesting that the property prices would be far from modest. However, it was quite reasonable for Qin Mo, once a star performer in the competitive scene, to have amassed a considerable savings. Though Xiao Han remained unaware of the specifics of his family background, only knowing that Qin Mo's parents resided in Nanjing. Is it true that mixed-race individuals possess better physical abilities than the average person? Qin Mo inquired with curiosity. I've heard that when genes from different ethnicities combine, inferior genes are often discarded, while superior ones are retained, which is why mixed-race individuals tend to be more intelligent and physically capable. Quite astute, Xiao Han replied. Are you handsome? Well, I could certainly make a living off my looks. Do you like me? The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the very air around them was growing warmer. In the quiet corridor, Qin Mo could hear their breaths intermingling, along with the rapid beating of his own heart. Gazing into his profound and gentle eyes, Qin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment and turned his head away, saying, Do not use the word like so casually. The nuances of Chinese are quite different from those of English. In foreign lands, friends may express mutual admiration directly with I like you, but in China, the phrase I like you carries the weight of confession and should not be uttered lightly among friends. Oh, I understand, Xiao Han replied, discreetly averting his gaze. Moments ago, the warm hues of dusk had illuminated Qin Mo's face, and Xiao Han's words had slipped out impulsively, without conscious thought. Only after uttering them did he realize their inappropriateness. Yet, upon reflection, he found nothing amiss. In his youth, Xiao Han had cherished every moment spent with Qin Mo, though he had numerous friends domestically. Qin Mo held a unique and special place in his heart, one that was irreplaceable. Throughout the 3 years of Qin Mo's absence, he had dreamt of him incessantly. If he were to encapsulate his feelings in a single phrase, it would be longing day and night. Such fervent emotions had never arisen for anyone else, not even for his most respected mentor. During holidays, he often visited places they had once explored together, yearning for a chance encounter with Qin Mo. Upon discovering Qin Mo's address, he immediately purchased a direct flight ticket, his elation at the prospect of reuniting rendering him sleepless throughout the night. When they finally met, he could not resist embracing Qin Mo, and once enveloped in that embrace, he found himself reluctant to let go, desiring to draw even closer. Qin Mo was his closest companion from childhood, his most treasured friend. Yet, beyond all these sentiments, perhaps the word that had inadvertently escaped his lips was the true catalyst for all his actions. Like, who can advise me on how to cope with acrophobia? I have heard that by joining a sect, one might learn the art of lightness, and if I could soar into the sky, it would surely terrify me to tears. The skills remain elusive, and the minor creatures scurry about, making it impossible to engage them in combat. The quest to locate Granny Sue at level 3 is proving to be quite arduous. Where on earth is she? A navigation guide would be greatly appreciated by this directionally challenged individual. A multitude of novices are lamenting their plight, including Qin Mo, a former eSports competitor, who encountered his own share of challenges while undertaking novice tasks. Compared to the simplicity of keyboard and mouse controls, the touchscreen mode, though appearing sophisticated, demands a higher degree of dexterity from one's fingers. Qin Mo took a deep breath, calming himself to meticulously observe the game interface. In the upper right corner of his view, a compass icon and a semi-transparent minimap were thoughtfully designed, providing him with significant assistance. Following the compass's direction, he traversed the entirety of the novice village, which was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a serene utopia untouched by conflict. The shadows of the houses, the silhouettes of players, and even the reflections in the water were rendered with astonishing clarity. The heightened sensory experience is the greatest advantage of VR gaming. Yet it also presents the most formidable challenge in terms of control. The deeper Qin Mo delved into the game, the more he found himself enamored by it. Unlike many players around him, who were preoccupied with admiring the picturesque VR world, his objective was decidedly clear: the professional league next year. Hence, his observations became increasingly meticulous and professional. He was no longer the brash youth he once was. From this moment forth, he resolved to lay a solid foundation in this new gaming realm and to start anew. Qin Mo spent nearly 2 hours gradually completing the novice tasks. Before departing from the beginner's village, he had already acquired a preliminary mastery of the innovative touchscreen operation mode and could adeptly manipulate the camera to rotate according to his desires. The Hanhua Sword sect, perched atop the Kunlun Mountains, is renowned for its breathtaking snowy vistas. Here, snow falls year-round, and the solemn, majestic architecture is cloaked in a pristine blanket of white. The 3 towering snow-capped peaks stand proudly against the sky, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight from a distance. Then, he discovered a significant innovation in the game. The interplay of weather, light, and vegetation creates a multifaceted environment that profoundly affects the player. Whether it be a snowy landscape, a rainy scene, the tranquility of night, the freshness of dawn, or the beauty of dusk, each setting distinctly influences the player's field of vision. Earlier, in the novice village during twilight, Qin Mo could clearly see the surroundings within a radius of approximately 50 feet. However, upon reaching the snow-capped mountains, the blinding reflection of sunlight on the snow diminished his visibility to around 30 feet. Conversely, when he rotated the camera away from the sun, his line of sight expanded once more. This nearly perfect simulation of the real world astonished Qin Mo. He had not anticipated that modern VR games could achieve such remarkable realism. Consequently, in future competitions, players must not only consider their own and their opponent's fixed fields of vision, but also account for external factors such as weather, light, and vegetation, undoubtedly complicating the arena while simultaneously enriching and enhancing the experience. Qin Mo meticulously observed the magnificent snowy landscapes of Kunlun Mountain before proceeding along the mountain path to pay his respects at the main hall of the Hanhua Sword Sect. The leader of the Cold Hua Sword Sect, named Qi Mufeng, is approximately 30 years of age, clad in a flowing moon-white robe. With a gleaming sword radiating a frigid light in hand, he stands tall within the grand hall, exuding an elegance akin to a jade tree swaying in the wind. His reputation as a sword immortal in the martial world may well stem from his striking appearance. The Cold Hua Sword Sect attracts a multitude of players in the game, with throngs of individuals densely packed around him. Stepping forward, Qin Mo engages him in conversation, opting to join the sect. Instantly, the emblem of the Cold Hua Sword Sect appears beside his avatar, and he receives the foundational attire known as the Cold Moon Set. Upon donning his new gear, Qin Mo hears the leader's gentle voice. The Cold Hua Sword Sect offers two distinct martial arts for cultivation. The first is the Autumn Water Sword technique, wielding a long sword, characterized by a light and agile form, with swordplay that dances like a specter, profound and inscrutable. However, it demands considerable talent and skill for mastery. The second is the Invisible Sword technique, utilizing a short sword, marked by sharpness and precision, each strike lethal, delivering substantial damage. As a newcomer to our sect, allow your senior brothers and sisters to demonstrate the differences between these two cultivation methods. Qin Mo opens the video prompt and meticulously observes the skill demonstrations presented by his seniors. After a single viewing, he comprehends the core mechanics of the game combos. In the game unrivaled in the martial world, players can learn a total of 7 fundamental skills from the moment they join a sect until they reach the maximum level. Repeatedly executing the same skill or combining different skills in succession produces varying effects. Unlike traditional games with fixed combat strategies, unrivaled in the martial world boasts remarkable freedom due to the emergence of combo techniques and skill chains. In other words, if one skill level is sufficiently high, one can even devise an entirely new combination of techniques, exemplifying the adage that a master can only guide one to the door. But the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Each sect offers 2 distinct paths of cultivation, thereby enriching the choices available to players. Taking the Hanhua Sword Sect as an example, the operation of the Qiushui Sword technique, longsword, necessitates the combination of various skills, making it relatively intricate, yet providing greater control over the effects. Conversely, the Wuwen Sword technique, short sword, relies on the continuous execution of the same skill, which is simpler to manage but inflicts higher damage. After watching the video, Qin Mo opted for the long sword as his weapon, favoring a more skillful control-oriented gameplay style. With his weapon choice made, the foundational skill of the Qiushui Sword technique, the first skill Zhangjian Tianya, along with the sect's lightness skill Pian Rua Jing Hong, appeared in his skill bar. Qin Mo positioned these 2 skills in the upper left corner of the 16-slot interface and tentatively pressed them, then proceeded to follow the sect master's instructions to continue with the main storyline quests. These main quests primarily serve to introduce players to the sect's background and various anecdotes about NPCs, boasting a strong narrative element. Qin Mo engaged in the tasks while immersing himself in the unfolding story, thoroughly enjoying the experience. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally reached level 15. The sect master bestowed upon him a complete set of level 15 gear, taught him the second skill of the Qiushui Sword technique, Jian Yukan Yang, and instructed him to venture down the mountain for further training. Qin Mo arrived at the game's first major city, Mingzhou, as the main hub of the game. The number of players in Mingzhou far exceeded that of the Han Hua Sword sect, with throngs of people filling the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. However, most players appeared to be in a hurry, clearly preoccupied with quests and leveling up. In the lower left corner, the communication area was incessantly inundated with team recruitment prompts, a testament to the fact that completing tasks as a group is far more expedient than undertaking them solo. Qin Mo summoned the team recruitment panel and chanced upon a recently posted invitation. Level 15 Mingzhou City main quest. All are welcome. Upon applying to join the team, his request was swiftly approved. Following the teammate markers on the map, Qin Mo arrived at the central grand arena of Mingzhou City, where he found 3 companions awaiting him. Having thoroughly familiarized himself with the faction settings of unrivaled Jianghu prior to entering the game, Qin Mo quickly discerned the professions of his 3 teammates. The captain, named Jianghu Online, donned a deep green attire and carried a medicinal basket on his back, likely hailing from the Fangkeitang faction, skilled in the art of poison. Another member, with a towering and robust physique clad in fiery red garments, wielded a curved blade, unmistakably from the Guangdao sect of the northern desert. The final companion, Feng Qingye, was dressed in white and held a longsword, clearly sharing the same origin as Qin Mo from the Hanhua Sword sect. Mo Hin, are you a novice or an experienced player? Have you played this game before? Appeared in small text from Captain Jinghua Shuiwei in the communication area. Qin Mo gently swiped his finger to activate the character input mode on the touch panel, swiftly responding, I am a novice. Oh, as a newcomer. Do refrain from wandering off. Make sure to stay close to me, as the small monsters in this game can be rather challenging. Understood. Just then, another individual entered the team, bearing the ID Xiao Yao Xian, adorned in a light green dress, evidently another member of Fangkeitang and a female. Jinghua Shuiwei inquired, Sister, is your weapon silver needles, specializing in healing? Xiao Xian replied, Indeed. As a novice, I humbly ask for your guidance. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, please don't be shy. I am with the cunningly smiling Blade and Wen Qingye. The 3 of us have participated in the beta test, so feel free to consult us with any queries. Little Medicine Fairy, that's wonderful, thank you. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, I shall proceed to accept the tasks. Please wait for me at the city gate. The captain, quite decisive, swiftly employed his lightness skill to connect 3 tasks, sharing them in the team channel before gathering everyone outside Mingzhou City. The first task, eliminate 8 beehives in the woods beyond the city. Numerous players were engaged in quests within the forest, and the persistent buzzing of bees filled the air. Mirror Flower, Water Moon led the group deeper into the woods, locating an area densely populated with beehives. Just as he was about to type, he noticed the eager novice, Little Medicine Fairy, advancing towards a tree to clear a hive. In an instant, a swarm of bees surged towards the 4 adventurers, their overwhelming numbers creating a daunting spectacle. With agility, Mirror Flower, Water Moon leaped back to create distance, only to witness the novice, Little Medicine Fairy, rush towards yet another hive. Oh no, Mirror Flower. Water Moon couldn't suppress an expletive, frantically typing while evading the swarm's assault. Why are you provoking so many? He exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. The task requires 8. Do you intend to summon 8 swarms for us to battle together? Little Medicine Fairy replied, in previous games, we would lure monsters to defeat them all at once. I can heal you. You might as well give it a try. Give it a try? Mirror Flower, Water Moon retorted incredulously. This is a 3D game. The sheer number of bees is blinding. As I was about to type a message urging her not to attract unnecessary attention, I suddenly witnessed her deftly opening 2 more beehives. My dear, your enthusiasm for provoking these hives is rather excessive. In an instant, bees swarmed from every direction, front, back, left, and right, creating a cacophony of buzzing that would surely terrify those with a fragile disposition, likely reducing them to tears at the sight of such a vivid scene. The advertisement for the eSports channel finally concluded, and the words eSports Express appeared on the screen, soon followed by the appearance of a competent female host with short hair. Beside her stood a slightly plump man in a blue shirt, grinning as he introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Gao Yong'an, the chief planner of Walking Alone in the Jianghu. Yao Shan inquired, Mr. Gao, Walking Alone in the Jianghu has become immensely popular, and it is said that several clubs have officially settled in the new area. Many are concerned whether the skills and equipment will impact the competitive balance in the later stages. Could you provide a brief overview? Gao Yong'an explained. The skills in Walking Alone in the Jianghu can be recorded, and acquiring them is not particularly challenging. In the online game, players can choose their preferred skills to learn, allowing for great freedom in gameplay. However, in professional competitions during the later stages, certain skills may be banned. For instance, if a particular team finds the skills from the Sword Rain Fragrance skillbook particularly troublesome, the captain can prohibit its use, preventing the opposing team from bringing it into play, thus ensuring a degree of balance in the competition. Thus, the selection and prohibition of strategies may indeed become a tactical contest during competitions. Indeed, the competitive mode of this game is remarkably equitable for both parties, offering numerous elements worthy of exploration. Gao Yong'an smiled as he stated that the fundamental data of self-made equipment would be rigorously regulated to prevent any outrageous statistics from disrupting the balance of combat. Rather, numerous variables have been introduced in the supplementary attributes, allowing players the freedom to choose. Yao Shan continued to inquire, what are the requirements for professional players? Will VR gaming differ from traditional games? Gao Yong'an responded, in addition to the conventional keyboard and mouse mode, unique in the Jianghu has incorporated an innovative touchscreen control mode, which significantly reduces the speed requirements compared to traditional online games. Competitive gaming will no longer hinge on who possesses the quickest hands, but rather on who possesses the sharpest intellect. As the game progresses, competitions may not necessarily be about speed. They may involve strategic positioning, the use of strategies, and cooperative gameplay through equipment synergy. There are myriad tactical approaches to explore. As long as one's awareness and reflexes keep pace, a slower hand speed is inconsequential. This game considerably lowers the entry barrier for professional players and will also extend their career longevity. Yao Shan remarked. So, as long as professional players possess a profound understanding of the game and exceptional awareness, even those with slower hand speeds can still thrive in this competitive environment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han instinctively cast a glance at Qin Mo's hands. Previously, when he observed Qin Mo utilizing the touchscreen mode at the Internet CAF, he speculated that Qin Mo's retirement years ago might have been related to a decline in his dexterity. Now, upon hearing the official planner meticulously analyze the features of the new game, that conjecture resurfaced in his mind. Additionally, the piano that Qin Mo had in his home could also serve to train finger agility. Unperturbed, Xiao Han discreetly diverted his gaze. After the program concluded, the eSports channel aired a promotional video for Unrivaled in the Jianghu along with detailed introductions to each faction. The two remained engrossed in the television until 11 o'clock at night, at which point Qin Mo suggested Xiao Han take a shower first. The master bedroom was equipped with a spacious en-suite bathroom, featuring a large bathtub alongside a shower stall. Naturally, Xiao Han refrained from using Qin Mo's bathtub and opted for a quick rinse under the shower head. As he emerged from the shower, he noticed Qin Mo on the balcony engaged in a phone call. Understood, Dr. Jiang. I will make a trip to Shanghai in a few days. Seemingly concerned that Xiao Han might overhear, he intentionally lowered his voice, yet Xiao Han still keenly caught the last few words. The mention of the word doctor sent a jolt through Xiao Han's heart. Once Qin Mo ended the call, Xiao Han swiftly turned and entered the bedroom, feigning ignorance as he towel-dried his hair. Casually, Xiao Han took the hairdryer and began to dry his hair, while Qin Mo retrieved his loungewear to take a shower, placing his phone on the bedside table. After a brief moment, the phone rang again, and to Xiao Han's surprise, the caller ID displayed the name Zhou Xuewei. Indeed, Zhou Xuewei. Xiao Han nearly forgot this pivotal character. 3 years ago, the roster of the Wind Color team underwent significant changes, with a succession of newcomers making their debut, presumably to hone their skills. For the majority of the time, Qin Mo found himself resting on the sidelines, and his sporadic appearances in competitions yielded inconsistent performances. In stark contrast, the young Zhou Xuewei, under Qin Mo's guidance, exhibited rapid improvement. During a season when the overall performance of Wind Color was notably dismal, she shone brightly, astonishingly clinching the title of Best Newcomer of the Year. After Qin Mo's retirement, he changed his phone number, and Xiao Han was oblivious to it. Thus, he was taken aback when Zhou Xuewei actually called him. This indicated that she had maintained contact with Qin Mo. With a stern expression, Xiao Han inquired, "You have been in touch with Zhou Xuewei all along. You cannot possibly have feelings for her, can you?" Qin Mo retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. How could I possibly like her?" Suddenly rising to his feet, Xiao Han pressed, "Then why do you only keep in touch with her?" The accusatory tone unsettled Qin Mo, prompting him to furrow his brow and coldly reply, "Do I need your permission to maintain contact with anyone?" Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Xiao Han softened his demeanor and gently said, Do not be angry. I never claimed you needed to consult me regarding your contacts. I merely feel somewhat hurt. You maintain contact with Zhou Xuewei, yet have chosen to ignore me. Does that mean you do not care about me at all? Upon hearing these words and observing Xiao Han's despondent expression, Qin Mo's heart softened instantly. He explained, that is certainly not the case. After my retirement, I intended to sever ties with the eSports scene entirely, which is why I have not disclosed my new number to anyone, including you and my master. Neither of you knows my new number. Zhou Xuewei was aware of the number. It was merely a coincidence. Xiao Han, puzzled, inquired, what coincidence? After a moment of silence, Qin Mo finally revealed, it is because she is, in fact, my relative. Xiao Han expressed her astonishment. A relative? Why have you never mentioned this before? Qin Mo patiently explained. When Xuewei debuted, she was quite young, and being a girl, the reporters speculated that she must have relied on connections to rise to fame. If I had disclosed that she is my sister, her abilities would have undoubtedly been questioned. She entered the Fengsa Club on my mother's recommendation. However, her strong-willed nature led her to keep it from me, and at that time, I was unaware of her true identity. It was only after she won the Best Newcomer award that my mother informed me she is actually the daughter of my mother's cousin. Their family relocated to Harbin many years ago, so I seldom saw them, and thus did not recognize Zhou Xuewei. My mother also shares the surname Zhou. I trust you now understand. Listening to Qin Mo's earnest explanation, Xiao Han finally exhaled in relief. The daughter of her mother's cousin meant she was indeed a cousin. Xiao Han touched her nose and remarked, Ahem, I see. I didn't expect her to be your sister. Xiao Han then asked, are you planning to acknowledge her? Qin Mo replied calmly, she will soon find out, and there is no need to conceal it any longer. With that, he sent a message to Zhou Xuewei. Xuewei? It's Mo Hen. Zhou Xuewei, filled with excitement, tossed her phone onto the bed, only to hastily retrieve it and quickly typed, that's wonderful. Are you coming to Dibu Jianghu to participate in next year's professional league? Qin Mo responded, I do have such plans. Qin Mo, let us keep this matter from our captain for the time being. Zhou Xuewei. Understood, for now, I am the only one aware of it. Xiaochun has also inferred some details, but I shall not disclose anything to others. Xiao Han casually fabricated an excuse. Oh, I thought you prioritized romance over friendship. Qin Mo feigned tranquility. With the new game's public test, let us give it a try. Upon realizing the connection between Zhou Xuewei and Qin Mo, Xiao Han felt a wave of bitterness dissipate entirely. He suddenly pondered that since Zhou Xuewei is Qin Mo's sister, perhaps he could glean some answers from her. Chapter 033. Investigation. After conversing for a while, the two settled down to sleep on Qin Mo's bed. It was not their first time sharing a bed. During their youth, they had traveled together, often finding themselves in hotel rooms with only a large bed available, where they once squeezed together. However, now, their mental states had shifted, and the ambience felt entirely different. Xiao Han turned to face Qin Mo's back, unable to find solace in sleep. He had to exert immense self-control to refrain from embracing the person before him. Moments later, Qin Mo's breathing became steady, suggesting he had drifted off. Yet Xiao Han remained wide awake. He gently tucked the blanket around Qin Mo, then rose from the bed and made his way to the balcony attached to the bedroom. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Xuewei. Are you asleep? Zhou Xuewei was taken aback. What is the matter? No need to be polite. Good night. Xiao Han pondered for a moment while holding his phone, and then he sent another message to a different recipient. Uncle Lin. I would like to inquire about Dr. Jiang Shuo, a surgeon at Shanghai People's Hospital. Was there a patient named Qin Mo among those he treated 3 years ago? Xiao Han's father is a renowned lawyer, frequently involved in various bizarre cases, which has allowed him to cultivate connections within the private detective realm. Among them is a certain Mr. Lin, an exceptionally skilled private investigator who has assisted Xiao Han's father on numerous challenging cases. He had once visited their home, and during that time, Xiao Han exchanged contact information with him. The detective finally seemed reassured, saying, All right, I will give you a response tomorrow. Please provide me with your email address. As the night wore on, Qin Mo had fallen into a restless slumber, his brow furrowed, indicative of a troubling dream. Upon witnessing Qin Mo's distressed expression, Xiao Han could no longer contain himself and gently enveloped him in an embrace. The mere thought of the pain Qin Mo might have endured in the past sent Xiao Han into a whirlwind of anxiety. He fervently wished that all his conjectures were unfounded, and that Qin Mo had retired merely due to a decline in performance. Upon awakening the following morning, Qin Mo found himself cradled in Xiao Han's arms, his cheek pressed against Xiao Han's chest. The warmth radiating from his companion caused Qin Mo's heart to skip a beat, prompting him to rise abruptly, only to collide headfirst with Xiao Han's forehead. Xiao Han, now awake, noticed Qin Mo's dazed state and immediately began to soothe his reddened brow, softly inquiring, "Did that hurt? How could you be so careless?" His voice, still tinged with the remnants of sleep, bore a sensuous rasp, and his tone was exceedingly gentle. As he rose, his pajamas fell open, revealing a well-defined chest and 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. Qin Mo's heart raced uncontrollably, compelling him to feign composure as he turned and hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. After Xiao Han rose from his slumber, he stepped onto the balcony to inhale some fresh air. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. "The information you requested has been found and sent to your email." "Thank you, uncle." Without hesitation, Xiao Han opened his phone to receive the email. The attachment contained a harrowing medical report detailing the case of Qin Mo, who had suffered severe injuries in a car accident just an hour prior and was rushed to the emergency department of the hospital. Upon admission, he was disoriented, with multiple shattering fractures in both hands. Though Xiao Han could comprehend every word, they gradually blurred before his eyes. The truth revealed by the report causing an almost suffocating pain in his heart. The date inscribed on the report was precisely 3 years ago during the Alliance's vacation period. In that season's spring tournament, the Fengsa team had experienced a significant change with the retirement of their captain, Ling Xiefeng. The team, however, remained remarkably stable under the leadership of the new captain, Yan Ruiwen, and vice-captain, Qin Mo. They advanced to the semifinals, where they faced Xiao Han's team, the Kanglan team. Qin Mo lost to Xiao Han on the arena, resulting in Fengsa's narrow defeat by a single point. At that time, the atmosphere within Fengsa was quite positive, after all. With their captain having just retired, reaching the top 4 was a commendable achievement. Qin Mo had even approached Xiao Han to shake his hand, earnestly declaring, "Next season, I will surely defeat you." Xiao Han smiled and embraced him, replying, "All right, I'll be waiting." That season, Fengsa ultimately secured 3rd place, while Kanglan claimed the runner-up position. Both teams were navigating the pivotal moment of their former captain's retirement, and reaching the semifinals was a significant accomplishment. Media reporters lauded the new generation of successors, offering high praise for the performances of the Alliance's twin stars, Xiao Han and Qin Mo. The Kanglan team has maintained a steady performance, yet the Fengsa team has unexpectedly encountered a disheartening setback, suffering a significant defeat in their first regular season match, followed by 5 consecutive losses. Vice-captain Qin Mo seems to be out of form, and the main healer has announced their retirement due to family issues, leaving fans in a state of unease. Qin Mo rarely takes to the field, often allowing newcomers to gain experience, and his sporadic appearances have not been consistent, drawing criticism from supporters. By the end of the season, although Fengsa failed to secure a trophy, Zhou Shuiwei earned the esteemed title of Best Newcomer. Following the conclusion of the season, the national team selections commenced, and without a doubt, Xiao Han was chosen to represent the national team in the upcoming world competition. In a surprising turn of events, Qin Mo did not make the national team and instead announced his retirement. Rumors began to circulate wildly, yet Qin Mo refrained from offering any explanations, simply stating, "I am sorry, I have disappointed you." Reflecting on the moment when he bowed to the reporters, Xiao Han felt a sharp pang in his heart. At that time, he had believed that Qin Mo merely needed a break to regain his form, never anticipating the harsh reality that awaited. During a trip with his mother, Qin Mo suffered a severe car accident, resulting in multiple shattering fractures in both hands. Xiao Han finds it difficult to fathom the emotions he would have experienced upon awakening from a coma to hear such news. For an esports player, one's hands are as invaluable as life itself. Those hands once dazzled the world by defeating international competitors at breathtaking speed. They had lifted trophies symbolizing the utmost honor. They were Qin Mo's greatest pride. However, a single unfortunate incident shattered all of that into mere fragments. Upon returning to the team, he endeavored to remain in the background, instead fervently selecting new recruits. During that period, he had likely already prepared himself for departure, didn't he? He elevated individuals like Zhou Shuiwei and Zhao Xingchen, seemingly intent on establishing a solid foundation for Fengsa before his exit. In the face of various doubts from the reporters, Qin Mo refrained from offering explanations. He remained proud. Even if his hands could no longer grasp the mouse, he did not wish to encounter the pitying gazes. As the vice-captain, he felt it his duty to nurture several outstanding newcomers before his departure. The team entrusted to him by his master should not falter under his stewardship. Remarkably, Qin Mo achieved all this before even turning 18. Xiao Han felt an increasing pang of sorrow. Why did you not speak up back then? Concealing your struggles from your master, from me, and from all your teammates, shouldering the external doubts and ridicule alone. Was it because you wished to spare us the pain? You bowed an apology to your fans, departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind only a proud silhouette, while retreating to a corner to lick your wounds in solitude. How have you endured these past years? The thought of Qin Mo, striving to regain his speed by playing the piano alone in his room, made Xiao Han's heart ache almost to the point of bursting. What torment had the young Qin Mo endured? How much suffering and heartache had he experienced to emerge as the resilient and indifferent individual he is today? I understand, Xiao Han expressed. The choices made by the club hold immense significance for professional players. Exercising caution is certainly justifiable. Do not forget to consider my advice. Xiao Han continued. Longing ranks among the foremost comprehensive esports clubs in the country. The management system of the club is well established, and the conditions in every aspect are quite favorable. Our dormitories are all double occupancy, with each person having their own private bedroom. The training facilities are equipped with state-of-the-art technology, and contracted players enjoy complimentary meals and accommodation, with the cafeteria offering a delectable variety of dishes that change daily throughout the week. In terms of software, we will establish a specialized database to analyze the distinctive traits of other teams' players. We can create various training tools and develop tailored training plans based on each player's individual style, ensuring that all players gain a head start. Qin Mo was at a loss for words. Where did you learn such official rhetoric? Xiao Han candidly replied, it was provided by the boss. Qin Mo truly did not wish to comment on that self-aggrandizing, brazen employer. Qin Mo, I assure you, as long as you join us, the club will offer you the most favorable signing conditions. Over the past few years, I have changed partners multiple times, but in my heart, the most harmonious partner will always be you. If you are willing to join me, I would be genuinely delighted. Once again, a message from Xiao Han appeared in the lower left corner. After 3 years, Xiao Han had changed significantly. He had matured and become more composed than before. His command of Chinese more fluent, exuding the aura of a team leader. Yet, his inherent nature remained unchanged. He was still as straightforward as in their youth, speaking his mind without any circumlocution. The most harmonious partner will always be you. Reading this line, Qin Mo could not help but feel a stir of emotions. Perhaps due to their youthful innocence, the bond between them had been remarkably pure. They were rivals, friends, and, more importantly, confidants. Although 3 years had passed since their separation, Qin Mo was comforted by the unwavering bond that Xiao Han still held for him. As the two engaged in conversation, the voice of Jianghu Online suddenly filled their headsets. At this rate, we should reach level 35 by this morning, right? Feng Qingyi inquired. Shall we explore the team dungeon? Jianghu Online replied. Let us have lunch first and tackle the team dungeon in the afternoon. Mo Hen. Xiao Yaoxian, what do you think? Glancing at the time, which read 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Mo noticed that several teammates were eager to change locations for leveling up, so he sent Xiao Han a message. I'm heading off to level up. My teammates are calling me. All right, I'll join you in leveling up. Let us stay in touch. Noticing that Xiao Han had matters to attend to, he promptly closed the chat window. Just then, he heard Pei Yu's voice. Captain, shall we attempt the level 35 team dungeon? Are you referring to the 10-player dungeon Sword God Valley Ruins? Xiao Han flipped through the leveling guide and indeed found a new dungeon waiting to be explored at level 35. The team dungeon was not available during the internal testing phase. It is said to offer substantial experience and drop valuable materials and crafting blueprints. Is there a special reward for the first team to clear the dungeon? Xiao Han inquired. Yes, a server-wide announcement will be made, and the rewards for the first clear will be doubled. Moreover, the first 10 teams to complete the dungeon will have their names permanently recorded on the leaderboard. If our team of 10 professional players attempts the dungeon and is recorded on the leaderboard, our identities will be fully exposed. Xiao Han lowered his head in contemplation and said, Pei Yu, take 5 members from Team 2 with you and gather a few passersby from the world to assemble a total of 10 individuals for this dungeon. With your skills, leading a few random players through should pose no challenge. Understood. Pei Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that 10 professional players would indeed be too ambitious. Their team predominantly consisted of ranged fighters and summoners, making it easy for others to deduce their backgrounds. What about Team 1? Should we also call out to some passersby? He Bei Guang inquired, perplexed. Team 1 will merge with Mo Hen's squad, perfectly making up 10 people, Xiao Han replied. The newcomers exchanged glances, astonished. Merge with Mo Hen's team. When did the captain become so familiar with him? Has camaraderie blossomed from battling bosses? After voicing this thought, Xiao Han promptly sent a private message to Qin Mo. Are you interested in the level 35 team dungeon? Qin Mo replied, I've heard the experience rewards are substantial, and it may drop crafting blueprints. Of course, we should go. Xiao Han responded, let us form a team. What do you mean? Qin Mo asked. 10-person team dungeon. Your 5 and my 5 will come together perfectly, Xiao Han explained. Qin Mo paused, realizing the cleverness of Xiao Han's plan. This guy certainly has a knack for calculations. He mused. Xiao Han quickly added, all the drops from the boss will belong to you. I want to take any materials, equipment, or blueprints. Really? Qin Mo exclaimed, astonished. Xiao Han thought to himself, as long as you come to my side, what do those matter? If you grant me all the dungeon spoils. The team members want to object, will they? Qin Mo inquired through typing, will there be any issues? No, Xiao Han replied. The members I currently have are all newcomers to the club. They do not represent the final roster. I intend to familiarize them with the game first, and once they reach the maximum level, I will determine the starting lineup through an assessment. Xiao Han indeed exhibited the demeanor of a captain. Such a selection process is quite reasonable for a new game. After all, players who excel in traditional online games may not necessarily adapt to virtual reality modes. Xiao Han's approach of guiding everyone to level up before conducting a final evaluation based on their adaptability to the new game is the most equitable course of action. Initially hesitant about joining his team, Qin Mo dispelled his concerns upon hearing Xiao Han's words. After all, the 5 of them could not tackle team dungeons alone. Calling for assistance in the world chat might attract an array of inexperienced players. Moreover, dividing the materials dropped by bosses with random passers-by posed a significant challenge. Qin Mo had no time to deal with such trivial matters. Of course, Xiao Han affirmed. The two led their respective teams in the Sword God Valley map, completing quests until around noon, when they all reached level 35. Xiao Han immediately disbanded his team and requested to join Mo Hen's party, subsequently inviting the other members to join as well. The two parties merged, and the number of individuals on the team list quickly grew to 10. Xiao Han announced, I want to inform everyone in advance that all items dropped by the boss during this initial expedition will go to Mo Hen. We are only here for the experience. Understood, the group replied in unison, showing no dissent. Xiao Han added, once we enter the dungeon, everyone will follow Mo Hen's lead. The newcomers stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could they have relinquished command? He Beiguang, with his straightforward demeanor, immediately inquired, Captain, aren't you the one in charge? Xiao Han replied. His interpretative skills regarding the instance surpass mine. Everyone should heed his direction. The crowd fell silent. At that moment, a line of text appeared in the team chat. Typed by Mo Hen, let's have lunch first. Qian Li Bingfeng responded, how about gathering at 1:30? Mo Hen agreed. The newcomers exchanged glances before turning towards the cafeteria. In the Longing Club's cafeteria, Pei Yu and He Beiguang, being fellow townsmen and good friends, naturally sat together during the meal. Upon hearing about the situation with the two teams, Pei Yu expressed his astonishment. They've given all the materials to Mo Hen, and now we must follow his command. Don't you think our captain is being a bit too lenient with him? He Beiguang rolled his eyes. It's precisely because I find it odd that I brought it up with you. Pei Yu pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice, saying, I have a feeling that our squad might soon welcome a super genius. He Beiguang, puzzled, asked, a super genius? What level are we talking about? Pei Yu replied, someone who can stand on equal footing with our captain. He Beiguang perked up instantly. Is he really that formidable? Pei Yu nodded, clearly. The captain holds him in high regard. If he were willing to join our team, the position of vice captain would undoubtedly belong to him. The future vice captain? He Beiguang asked excitedly, so, do you have any idea who he might be? The identity remains elusive for the time being. Pei Yu paused momentarily and suggested that it must be a formidable expert from the Miracle Alliance, for the captain undoubtedly recognized him, which explains the drastic shift in his demeanor. When we embark on the dungeon quest later, make sure to showcase your capabilities, as leaving a favorable impression on Mo Hen could significantly influence the captain's judgment. In any case, it is imperative not to offend him. Understood. He Beiguang was not lacking in intelligence. Judging by the captain's attitude, it was highly likely that Mo Hen would ascend to the position of vice captain in the future. As a newcomer, It was essential to treat this esteemed individual with utmost respect. It was said that one day, a vice-captain from a certain team remarked to the captain, "Xiao Zhang has not been performing well lately. Perhaps we should replace him in the next match." The captain promptly agreed. No problem. Hebei Guang was uncertain if Xiao Han would evolve into such a captain in the future. Yet he harbored a peculiar premonition that those who dared to offend the esteemed Mo Hen would meet a dire fate. Xiao Han decisively withdrew from the team and instructed the 4 newcomers from Longyin to do the same. What were the next steps? Should they continue the task? There was no rush. He expressed a desire to meet the brother of the little medicine immortal. "Go ahead, and I shall await your news," Xiao Han said. "Yes, it's me. Where's your brother?" "He's at the computer nearby." "Does he enjoy playing games?" "Not a problem. Call him over." Before long, a knock resonated from outside the room. Qin Mo rose to answer the door, discovering a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, standing behind Shinchi. The young boy exuded a sunny charm, his smile radiant and captivating, revealing a pair of endearing little canine teeth when he laughed. However, due to his tender age, his face still bore the marks of youth and innocence. Shinchi pulled his younger brother closer and introduced him, saying, "Mo Hen, this is my brother, Shunhe." To Qin Mo's surprise, the boy suddenly dashed excitedly toward him, exclaiming, "Oh my, are you the legendary Qin Mo from the Fengsa battle team?" Caught off guard by the revelation of his identity, Qin Mo's expression subtly shifted. Shunhe hurriedly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a paparazzo, nor will I disclose that I've seen you here. I've been playing Shinji for several years, primarily as a summoner. I'm a devoted fan of the Fengsa battle team, and you are my favorite player. I find your gameplay exceptionally stylish." Before him, the young man appeared more composed than the Qin Mo he remembered. His features, having matured, were now even more refined, and his eyes had grown significantly more attractive than in his youth. Yet, he seemed rather aloof, unlike the approachable Qin Mo of the past. Under the weight of his indifferent gaze, Shinhe began to worry that he might have been too forward. Qin Mo had never anticipated encountering a fan of the Fengsa battle team in an internet CAF. Acknowledging the recognition, he felt no inclination to fabricate excuses to conceal his identity. Moreover, Shinhe's radiant delight at meeting his idol suggested no malice. Qin Mo's demeanor softened slightly as he nodded and said, "Hello, please come in and take a seat." Shunhe followed Qin Mo into the private room, excitement bubbling within him, leaving him at a loss for what to do with his hands and feet, resembling a giddy fool. Shinchi, feeling somewhat out of place and recognizing she could not contribute to the conversation, gracefully excused herself to fetch some fruit for the two. Shinhe, slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, a faint blush coloring his ears. "Ahem, I have always aspired to become an eSports player like my cousin. After you retired, the performance of Fengsa team declined, and I boldly decided to audition for the Fengsa team, hoping to join their training camp. However, I was not accepted. They said I was too young and lacked the talent, suggesting that a career in esports would lead to no promising future. Subsequently, I also auditioned for clubs such as Huaxia and Longyin, but was rejected by all." At this point, the young man could not help but lower his head in dejection. Had he truly been deemed inadequate by so many clubs? Qin Mo inquired, "How old are you this year?" Shinhe replied, "I am 18 now. I was only 15 during my auditions." Qin Mo had also joined the Fengsa club at the age of 15 and had been fortunate to gain the recognition of the captain, Ling Xiefeng. Not only was he admitted to the training camp, but he was also taken under Ling Xiefeng's wing as a personal disciple. Under his master's guidance, Qin Mo progressed rapidly, debuting at the age of 16 and winning the Rookie of the Season award. Observing Shunhe's disheartened demeanor, Qin Mo gently probed, "Do you truly wish to become an esports player?" "Yes." Shinhe replied earnestly, "I have adored esports competition since childhood. I never missed a single match of the Fengsa team. Why don't you show me your skills in a few matches?" Qin Mo rose from his seat, closed the game interface of Dubu Jianghu, and opened Shinji from his desktop. He remarked, "If you possess the talent to become an esports player, given your age, it is not too late to receive formal training now. Conversely, if talent eludes you, it would be wise to redirect your focus toward other endeavors." Shinhe found great resonance in Qin Mo's words and, filled with enthusiasm, swiftly took his place at the computer, deftly logging into his account. The familiar game interface was none other than the very game, Shinji, where Qin Mo had previously competed. Within the game, Shunhe held a summoner account, and after entering the arena's free combat zone, he casually selected a stage to engage in a duel. However, The moment he pressed start, he was swiftly taken down by his opponent with a flurry of combos before he could even comprehend what had happened. His face flushed with embarrassment, he stammered, it's been a while since I last played. I'm a bit out of practice." The youth displayed a certain shyness, and Qin Mo, observing his slender fingers from behind, calmly reassured him, "No worries, just take some time to reacquaint yourself before diving into a few more matches." He nodded in agreement and proceeded to the square at the main city gate, where he unleashed a series of skills upon a wooden target to regain his familiarity. Afterward, he re-entered the arena and, to his relief, managed to secure a narrow victory in his next match. He was playing the summoner class, which was once Qin Mo's favorite profession. The summoner ranks among the top 3 most challenging classes, requiring adept multitasking to control several pets simultaneously, with quick reflexes and swift hands. Initially, He struggled somewhat due to his long absence from the game. However, his adaptability shone through, and by the 5th match, he was effortlessly dominating his opponents. No wonder he possesses the confidence to interview at the club. Evidently, his win rate in online gaming confrontations is remarkably high. His ability to imitate is astonishing, to the extent that he can seamlessly blend the authentic with the counterfeit. A twinge of regret surged within Qin Mo. How could such a unique talent be turned away by multiple clubs? It is clear that the interviewers at the time failed to genuinely consider His potential. Perhaps they thought that a player who merely emulates a gaming master was too common and, given his tender age, dismissed him. Indeed, a contender who only mirrors a certain master would find no promising future and would likely be ridiculed on the battlefield. However, He is different. In the recent match, he not only replicated Qin Mo's pet encirclement strategy, but also emulated various classic tactics from renowned summoner players. He exhibits remarkable adaptability. He can imitate any player with astonishing precision. This also attests to his exceptional learning capability, adaptability, and ability to amalgamate diverse strategies. If he were to harness these talents effectively, his opponents would undoubtedly be dazzled, unable to decipher his tactical approach. While many esports players in the professional arena possess their unique styles, he can transform his approach with remarkable fluidity. This is his greatest distinction. Had Qin Mo been an interviewer at the club back then, he surely would not have overlooked such a talent. Perhaps he would have already ascended to the ranks of the new generation of gaming masters. It is unfortunate that the interviewers at that time were short-sighted, delaying this young man for a full 3 years and nearly causing him to miss his chance in the esports realm entirely. Watching him achieve 10 consecutive victories in the arena, growing increasingly formidable, Qin Mo finally interjected, "That will suffice. You have learned exceptionally well." "Really?" His eyes instantly sparkled with delight, but during my interviews, they all remarked that I merely mimic others and will amount to nothing. Of course, it is insufficient to imitate just one person. However, a competitor capable of emulating 10 or 20 individuals becomes formidable in the arena. Qin Mo paused momentarily and inquired, "Do you still aspire to be an esports player?" "Indeed, I am particularly eager." He gazed longingly at Qin Mo. "Do I still have hope?" The fervent anticipation in the youth's eyes spoke volumes. Qin Mo understood this sentiment. It was a hope for the future that only those who had not faced significant hardships could possess. He too had once been in such a position, striving diligently to ascend into the ranks of professional players. Although circumstances later compelled him to retire, Qin Mo had never regretted his initial decision. He believed that he would also find no reason for regret in the future. I offer you a piece of advice. Whether to heed it or not is your choice." Qin Mo's expression softened, and looking earnestly at the young man before him, he stated, "In the realm of miracles, the professional league has become internationalized, teeming with elite players, making it challenging for newcomers to stand out. Furthermore, you must understand that the summoning strategy in miracles necessitates absolute cooperation from teammates. If a team features a summoner, the summoner must be the core of the strategy. The fact that you have been rejected by multiple clubs indicates their reluctance to risk altering their tactical framework for your sake. Do you grasp my meaning?" "Yes, I understand." He lowered his head, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. He was acutely aware that no club would be willing to alter their tactics for a newcomer like him. Most clubs did not require the intricate coordination of a summoner, while those that did were not interested in him. Over the years, he had faced repeated setbacks during interviews and had grown accustomed to the merciless rejections from numerous clubs. Despite the continuous refusals, he had not relinquished hope. However, at this moment, hearing Qin Mo articulate the reasons clearly, he felt a twinge of sorrow. You have a new opportunity before you. Qin Mo gently patted the young man's shoulder and said, the game debut Jianghu will commence its professional league next year. At present, everyone stands on the same starting line, and the new game will be more accommodating of various playstyles and team compositions. The integration of summoner strategies into the team framework will also be relatively seamless. With your talent, if you choose to develop here, you will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the future. I understand. Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, Shunhe immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I'm going to create an account in the new district right away. Just then, Shunqi entered with a plate of fruit. Shunhe hurried over to her, saying, Sister, please find me an identity card. I want to create an account in the new district of Dubu Jianghu. Delighted that her brother was eager to play in the new district, Shunqi quickly turned to retrieve an identity card for him. Simultaneously, she activated the computer beside Qin Mo and handed Shunhe a pair of VR glasses. Since you enjoy summoners, you should choose the Zhuge family. All right. Without hesitation, Shunhe selected the Zhuge sect and named his character Drunken River. Observing the exuberance etched on Shunhe's face, Qin Mo rarely allowed a smile to grace his own. This youth, brimming with optimism and vivacity, had faced numerous rejections from prominent clubs, yet remained undeterred in his pursuit of becoming a professional esports player. Recognizing his steadfast dreams, Qin Mo was inclined to offer him an opportunity. He firmly believed that with Shunhe's rapid learning and adaptability, the upcoming professional league next year would undoubtedly serve as a stage for his brilliance to shine. After their exchange, the two ascended with agility, swiftly taking cover behind a tree by the lakeside, poised for action. Jianghu Pai relayed a message. We were vanquished at the resurrection point. 2 adept players may attempt to seize the boss. Exercise caution on your end. Jianghu Bingyu, tasked with orchestrating the boss raid, received this notification and furrowed his brow, commanding, everyone, focus your attention. When the boss respawns, Shueying, engage swiftly to hold the boss. Healers, ensure his health is fortified. Frontline swordsmen, unleash your full output, while ranged characters position themselves apart. Should anyone attempt to disrupt, concentrate fire and eliminate them immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in a flowing blue robe, wielding a fan, materialized in the pavilion amidst the lake, his name above him reading Gu Shuhang. Jianghu Bingyu declared, onward. And Shuang, responsible for drawing the boss, surged to the forefront, brandishing the hefty blade upon his shoulder. The Blade of Madness sect stands as the most formidable melee faction in the game, boasting an array of skills designed to protect allies. During the beta testing phase, Shuang chose to play as a swordsman from this sect. He had previously battled this particular map's boss and held immense confidence in his abilities. With his lightness skill activated, he soared towards the boss, delivering a decisive strike aimed at its chest, effectively drawing the creature's ire before swiftly retreating towards the lakeside. The boss, undeterred, pursued him to the water's edge, where members of the Sword Song Guild promptly unleashed their attacks. Despite the peculiar circumstances, no one dared to voice their curiosity. Xiao Han, known for his calm demeanor and aversion to anger, rarely raised his voice in reprimand. However, his somewhat expressionless countenance and reserved nature often left newer players hesitant to engage in conversation with him. Even amidst their burning curiosity, the others could only feign ignorance and continue with their tasks. In contrast, Jinghua Shueishue exhibited no such reservations. Upon receiving the news, she expressed her excitement. Mo Hen, you actually defeated the boss. Remarkable. Xieli Tsang Dao hurriedly inquired. Did you acquire the secret manual? Please, enlighten us. Qin Mo responded. The manual belongs to him. I only collected the materials. Feng Xingye added, the materials dropped by wild bosses are quite valuable. You've struck it rich. Although these individuals lacked the prowess to engage the boss themselves, they were genuinely thrilled for Mo Hen's success. Due to this news, many individuals on the World Channel inundated the forum with inquiries regarding the backgrounds of the two players. At that moment, Qin Mo and Xiao Han were discreetly nestled within the woods, preoccupied with dividing their spoils. According to their prior agreement, the ancient tome Northern Goose Fly South was designated for Xiao Han, while all materials were to belong to Qin Mo. Qin Mo had previously researched the strategy for defeating Gu Shuhang, which indicated that Gu Shuhang would inevitably drop the tome Northern Goose Flies South along with 5 high-level material chests. However, today, in addition to the tome, Gu Shuhang had also yielded 10 material chests. Clearly, as the first players in the region to vanquish this boss, They had been generously rewarded with a doubled material bounty. The number of chests had increased from 5 to 10, and if Qin Mo were to claim them all for himself, Xiao Han would be at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo sent a message. 10 material chests. Shall I share half with you? Qian Li Bing Feng. Sure. Qin Mo. You really are quite frank. Qian Li Bing Feng. Well, if it's free, why not take it? This straightforward individual prompted Qin Mo to promptly trade 5 chests to him. The two sat beneath the tree and began to open the chests. They received an abundance of rewards. 5 exquisite silks, 5 fragments of cold iron, 5 natural jade, 3 pure ice crystals, 3 millennia rasher mushrooms, 2 Tianshan snow lotuses, and 1 black pearl. The bounty was indeed plentiful, with materials that dazzled the eyes. Most of the items extracted from the chests were of purple quality, while the millennia rasher mushrooms, Tianshan snow lotuses, and black pearl shimmered with a golden hue, indicating their superior rarity compared to the purple materials. 2 individuals shared a materials list within the team channel. The purple materials were largely similar, while Qin Mo acquired an additional black pearl among the golden materials, whereas Xiao Han did not obtain a black pearl but secured 2 dragon bones. Lacking familiarity with the material system, Qin Mo, having previously participated in the closed beta of Mirage Flower and Water Moon, directly inquired, "What are the uses of thousand-year Ganoderma and black pearls?" Mirage Flower and Water Moon responded with palpable excitement. These are invaluable golden materials. In the game, players can begin crafting equipment from level 35, and golden materials are essential for creating superior gear. Isn't crafting gear dependent on acquiring life skills? Qin Mo asked. Not at all. This game differs from others. The equipment system is entirely open. As long as you possess the crafting blueprint and the corresponding materials, you can create equipment. Blueprints drop in 10-player dungeons and are also available for purchase from sects, offering a wide array of options. It appeared that the rarity of golden materials was comparable to that of martial arts manuals. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo inquired, "Where can one find the lowest level crafting blueprint?" Without a blueprint, he was unaware of the crafting methods, and to delve deeper, he would need to engage in practical experience. Mirage Flower and Water Moon replied, "The 10-player dungeon at level 35 will yield blueprints. And there is also a chance to obtain blueprints from Treasure Map series quests after reaching level 35. With a hint of skepticism, smiling with a hidden knife interjected, "The 10-player dungeon was never opened during the closed beta, and there are currently no strategies available. How are we supposed to tackle it?" Feng Qingye calmly remarked, "With skilled players among us, we can venture into uncharted territory." The term exploration refers to the endeavor of online game players venturing into uncharted territories, where the absence of prior knowledge often leads to the risk of annihilation. Nevertheless, the thrill of tackling a new dungeon is far more exhilarating than merely following a guide to conquer an old one. The character Xiaoli immediately grasped the excitement and joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, let Mo Hin lead us into the exploration." Qin Mo replied, "Certainly." The group promptly filled the team channel with an array of hugs, kisses, and flowers. Jing Hua Shui Yu is akin to an unparalleled compendium of knowledge, enabling Qin Mo to pose any inquiries directly, affirming the wisdom of their decision to form a fixed team. Upon acquiring the materials, Xiao Han exited the game interface and conducted an online search regarding their uses. He discovered that the golden material, Dragon Bone, possesses a low drop rate and cannot be synthesized from lower-tier beast bones, making it an exceedingly rare material. It can be utilized to forge a weapon known as the Bone Fan. The Bone Fan is wielded by players of the Zhuge clan, and while it appears innocuous when closed, once unfurled, its bones transform into razor-sharp fangs capable of swiftly severing an enemy's throat. As one of the 8 major clans within the game, the Zhuge clan offers 2 distinct combat styles: the Bone Fan style, characterized by its brutal melee attacks using the sharp fan bones to engage foes at close range, and the Mechanism style, which employs a weapon known as the Mechanism Box. The essence of the Mechanism style is fundamentally that of a summoning approach. The Zhuge family has dedicated generations to the mastery of mechanical contraptions, and to this day, their skill in this art has reached an extraordinary level. From the diminutive mechanical mice and serpents to the formidable mechanical eagles and battle chariots. The terrifying power embedded within these wondrous wooden devices has instilled a sense of trepidation in other factions within the martial world. This is a portrayal of the Zhuge family found online. Xiao Han, upon reading these descriptions, could not help but recall the formidable boss, Gu Shuhang, who hails from the Zhuge lineage. During their recent encounter with the boss, Gu Shuhang continually summoned mechanical mice, eagles, and battle chariots. Such summoning-type bosses are notoriously challenging to defeat. However, Mo Hen seized the opportunity presented by the boss's summoned minions, annihilating all 15 melee fighters of the Sword Song Guild. At that moment, Xiao Han was positioned in the rear, focusing on eliminating healers, and he had a clear view of Mo Hen's maneuvers. Mo Hen first immobilized the melee fighters with a series of rapid strikes, ensuring that all 15 fell victim to the weakening effects of the mechanical mice. He then unleashed a devastating area attack, severely wounding them, before using a targeted skill to swiftly eliminate the tank with substantial defense. Remarkably, he executed a maneuver that astonished Xiao Han, guiding the boss's movements to leverage its attacks against the melee fighters. Gu Shuhang, led by Mo Hen, dashed about chaotically, using his bone fan to dispatch a considerable number of opponents. Unrivaled in the martial world is a novel game, and the player's understanding of its mechanics remains quite rudimentary. Yet, Mo Hen was able to deftly exploit the boss's abilities to eliminate 15 melee fighters in one fell swoop. Such a feat would require an exceptionally profound comprehension of summoning-type bosses. Otherwise, even professional players would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve. Later, Gu Shuhang summoned the mechanized battle chariots. The positioning of the 4 chariots exemplified a quintessential summoning tactic known as the cross-encirclement, wherein the summoned mechanism swiftly surrounded the target from the front, back, left, and right, effectively trapping the opponent and leaving them with no avenue for escape. The cross-encirclement is notoriously difficult to evade. However, Mo Hen deftly evaded it with remarkable agility, clearly exhibiting an exceptionally profound understanding of summoning strategies. Even though he had never encountered this boss before, he was able to react instantaneously the moment the cross-encirclement was initiated. Unfortunately, those Grand Masters had long since retreated from the limelight, fading into obscurity from the competitive arena. To speak more closely, one of the most gifted practitioners of summoning tactics was Qin Mo from the Fengsi team. Qin Mo was a direct disciple of Ling Xiefeng and had also received guidance from Li Zhangyu. His style seamlessly integrated the techniques of 2 world-class summoners, enabling him to manipulate a variety of pets with finesse. Xiao Han recalled how Qin Mo had once executed a dazzling display of consecutive pet summons, explosive pet deployments, and multi-directional interceptions that left his opponents utterly bewildered, as if they were ensnared in a labyrinth formed by pets. Thus, when news of Qin Mo's retirement broke, Xiao Han could scarcely believe it. He hastily booked an exorbitantly priced flight to attend the press conference at the Fengsi Club, only to witness the young man bowing an apology to the reporters. Such a talented player departing from the eSports realm at the pinnacle of his career at the tender age of 18 was something Xiao Han could never come to terms with. Since Qin Mo's departure, the summoning style had waned. In the years that followed, no summoner had graced the competitive scene with a performance that truly captivated the audience. The cross-shaped encirclement was an operation so elementary that it could scarcely be simpler for Qin Mo Hen had just adeptly evaded the boss's cross-shaped encirclement, clearly demonstrating a profound understanding of the summoning style of play. Could this individual possibly be connected to Qin Mo? Xiao Han's right hand gripped the mouse tightly, and an unexpected thought surged within him, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. Over the years, since assuming the role of captain, Xiao Han had matured significantly. He had endured countless competitions, collaborating with teammates to execute many remarkable strategies. However, today, during his inaugural collaboration with Mo Hen in the online game, despite their communication being limited to the briefest of exchanges, Xiao Han felt that the synergy between him and Mo Hen rivaled that of the premier partners in the professional league. When he aimed to cut into the back line to eliminate the healer, Mo Hen cleverly restrained the front line. When he sought to pressure the team's health, Mo Hen instinctively unleashed a group attack. When he intended to secure a target, Mo Hen perfectly initiated a control ability. Without uttering a single word, they managed to anticipate each other's intentions, embodying the very essence of the ideal partner Xiao Han had longed for. Could it truly be that person? The strange familiarity he felt during their first encounter in the game, the rapport during their conversations, the seamless cooperation today, and Mo Hen's profound expertise regarding the summoning boss. All of these factors would find their most coherent explanation if the other party were indeed Qin Mo. Upon entering, one would find a snack area at the bar counter, accompanied by several groups of plush sofas and tea tables for relaxation. Further inside lay the internet area, where rows of computers were meticulously arranged, with numerous young men and women seated before their screens. Upon hearing a sound, the young woman seated at the bar immediately lifted her head. Bathed in the soft glow of the lights, the young man before her possessed fair skin, with striking features and captivating dark eyes that sparkled with intensity. His hands, resting elegantly on the bar, were particularly exquisite, long fingers with rounded tips that could easily serve as a model for an advertisement. However, he exuded an air of aloofness, reminiscent of the archetypal cool male lead from television dramas. Having spent numerous days at the internet CAF, she found him to be the most handsome individual she had encountered. Qin Mo glanced down and noticed the girl's charming oval face, her large, bright eyes fixated on him in a daze. Curiously, he inquired, "What's the matter? Is that fine? How long?" "Until 6 o'clock in the evening." "All right, please present your identification." Qin Mo retrieved his ID from his wallet and handed it to her. The girl swiftly processed the information and personally escorted Qin Mo to a VIP room nestled in the corner. The room was remarkably spacious, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a clear view of the outside scenery. By the window, there was a pair of sofas and a small coffee table for relaxation. In the center of the room stood a large desk, equipped with 2 high-end desktop computers, the sizable monitors ensuring a crystal-clear display. The entire environment was as clean and comfortable as one might find in their own home, and Qin Mo was quite pleased with the setting. With the girl's assistance, he swiped his card to activate the computer. Noticing that she had not yet departed, he asked, "Is there a touchscreen pad?" What kind of pad?" The young woman paused momentarily. "I require the touchpad compatible with the game Dubu Jianghu. Do you have it here?" Qin Mo patiently reiterated. "Oh, yes. I will fetch it for you right away." The girl promptly turned with enthusiasm to retrieve it. However, she couldn't help but wonder why someone would insist on utilizing a touchscreen for a game that is far more convenient with a keyboard. In virtual reality games, blind typing is essential. One merely needs to memorize the keys 1, 2, 3, 4, Q, W, E, R, and the spacebar. In contrast, the touch screen demands rapid finger movements across the LCD panel, which necessitates a higher degree of dexterity, and a slight miscalculation could lead to pressing the wrong position. Why was he so obstinately attached to the touch screen? Nevertheless, acknowledging the customer's needs, she responsibly retrieved a brand new control panel from the storage room. Qin Mo accepted the LCD panel, connected it to the computer via the USB port, and then donned the specially designed VR goggles to log into the Dubu Jianghu game. Instantly, the edge of the technologically advanced LCD screen illuminated with undulating blue light, and the square area on the left was divided into 16 smaller squares in a 4x4 grid by fine blue lines, while the sliding area on the right underwent corresponding modifications. 3 icons appeared in the upper left corner of the LCD panel: wandering with a sword, sword rain at dusk, and the agile skill like a frightened swan. In the lower right corner, the skill sword rain fragrance was visible. Clearly, Qin Mo's previous settings in the game had been automatically saved on the server and synchronized to the new control panel. The girl stood, astonished. As he swiftly completed the setup, a glance at the computer screen revealed his game ID prominently displayed in the upper left corner: Imo Hin. Wasn't he the exceptionally skilled swordsman who had upgraded in the team just yesterday? As the girl was about to inquire, she heard the young man before her casually remark, "You must be the little medicine immortal, correct?" The girl was taken aback to be recognized. "How did you know? Your voice bears a striking resemblance." Qin Mo had long felt that this girl's voice was remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the novice healer he had been leveling up with the day before. Upon further reflection, he recalled catching a glimpse of her computer at the bar, where the game solo journey was open, featuring a character from the herb hall. Moreover, his own ID, Little Medicine Immortal, was indeed online. Realizing that she had spotted his ID, Qin Mo chose to be forthright and confirmed, "Indeed. What a delightful coincidence." The girl, thrilled to have her voice recognized, exclaimed, "My real name is Shinchi. You can call me Xiaoqi. This internet CAF is owned by my cousin. During my break, I came here to help out of boredom. Do you live nearby? You should come often. I'll give you a VIP internet card so you won't have to pay for internet access anymore. Also, there are plenty of delicious snacks over there. Would you like to have something? I've already had breakfast. Thank you." Despite her warm enthusiasm, Qin Mo maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor. "Then I'll go fetch you a plate of fruit." The girl cheerfully dashed off and returned with a large platter of fruit, which included neatly sliced apples, pears, pineapples, kiwis, dragon fruit, and watermelon, an array of vibrant colors, truly bountiful. She placed the fruit platter directly on the table and then turned to grab 2 bottles of drinks. Smiling as she said, "It's such a rarity to meet an online friend here. It's my treat, so please don't hold back." Since she had already brought it over, Qin Mo had no choice but to accept the drink, saying, "Thank you." The girl did not leave, but curiously gazed at Qin Mo's LCD screen. Qin Mo inquired, "What is the matter?" Shinchi, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head and replied, "You are the first customer at the Internet CAF to request the unique LCD screen. My cousin mentioned that in the arena, keyboard control is easier than a touchscreen, as mechanical keyboards ensure rapid, conflict-free keystrokes, while continuous sliding on a touchscreen can lead to errors. Therefore, he is reluctant to stock more. Currently, there are fewer than 10 LCD panels available in the CAF, and yours is still unopened." Shinchi smiled and added, "Yes, he used to be a professional player. After stepping back from competitions, he opened this Internet CAF." "Professional player?" Qin Mo asked, intrigued. "What was his ID?" "Fish swimming in water," Shinchi replied. This ID sounded familiar to Qin Mo, and after a moment of reflection, he recalled that this individual had once been the main healer for the Longing team. The competition that Qin Mo and Xiao Han participated in back then was called Miracle. Besides Miracle, there were numerous large-scale games in the country that had established professional leagues, and players from different projects rarely interacted. Fish Swimming in Water was a player from another project, serving at Longing Club. Qin Mo had never met him, but he had heard Xiao Han mention him, leaving a faint impression of that ID. Today, a power outage compelled me to visit an Internet CAF across the street, where, quite serendipitously, I stumbled upon a gaming establishment owned by an eSports player. Remarkably, this CAF was also affiliated with the Longing Club, where Xiao Han is situated. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Qin Mo. He harbored an uneasy feeling that this excursion to the CAF might disrupt the tranquility of his life. At that moment, Shinchi's pager unexpectedly chimed. She quickly remarked, "Perhaps a customer is requesting food. I'll check at the front desk. If you need anything, just use the intercom to call me." Qin Mo nodded in agreement. "All right, do what you need to do." As the other teammates had yet to log in, Qin Mo took the opportunity to delve into his skill tree, learning the level 30 ability for his swordsman class. The skill, known as Sword Intent Unmatched, is a standalone technique that does not trigger combo effects with other skills. Its advantage lies in its ability to lock onto a target for an unmissable attack, dealing substantial single-target damage and potentially eliminating low-health opponents at critical moments. While engrossed in analyzing this newly acquired skill, a message suddenly appeared in the private chat window at the bottom right corner, containing simply a single word: "Morning." The sender was Qianli Bingfeng, the assassin expert from yesterday. "Shall we level up together?" Qianli Bingfeng inquired. "No, I'm waiting for my teammates," replied Mo Hen. "Very well, I shall wait for my teammates as well." With that, he effortlessly settled down beside Mo Hen. Qin Mo, who had been seated while studying the skill data, now found himself in the company of another, both perched atop the mountain in the game. It was early morning within the game world. The sky above the summit was a pristine blue, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The sun in the east has just risen, and the surrounding clouds drift gracefully with the wind, illuminated by the morning light, casting a golden-red hue that creates an incredibly vivid visual effect. At the foot of the mountains lies the bustling city of Mingzhou, where ancient and elegant buildings stand in neat rows. Outside of Mingzhou, for winding paths extend towards the unknown in the east, south, west, and north. This serene and peaceful scene of the sun rising in the gaming world seems to be a retreat from the turmoil of the earthly realm. Even more beautiful than a paradise in reality. "Beautiful scenery," remarked Qianli Bingfeng. "Indeed," Qin Mo replied succinctly. "What games have you played before?" Qianli Bingfeng inquired. "Are you fishing for information?" Mo Hen responded. "Ah, you caught me," Qianli Bingfeng admitted. This individual was quite forthright, lacking any hint of subtlety, reminded of a certain mixed-blood youth from his memories, who always spoke directly and had no concept of euphemism. Qin Mo's expression softened slightly. He quickly typed a message. "Do not extract information from me. My identity is inconsequential and you cannot uncover it. Focus on leveling up with your teammates." Upon reading this message, Xiao Han paused, realizing that the other party had already discerned his identity as a professional player but chose not to reveal it, suggesting a desire for distance and mutual non-interference. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han replied, "All right. Since you prefer not to share, I shall refrain from asking." Yet, he thought to himself, "You may be stubborn now, But one day, I will make you divulge everything. I no longer wish to be an eSports player, Qin Mo remarked, casting a glance at him. While you are still young, it is not too late to change your path. Have you forgotten our agreement? The youth placed his hand on Qin Mo's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes. You lost to me this season, as you promised. Next season you will certainly triumph over me. Qin Mo remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly pale. The youth, filled with concern, remarked, Your face appears quite ill. Are you unwell? He reached out to touch the other's forehead, only to have it awkwardly evaded. Xiao Han. Qin Mo lifted his head, interrupting him, and met his gaze with a calm demeanor. I have my own reasons for making this decision. Please refrain from inquiring further. Focus on your match. Farewell. With that, he turned and swiftly departed, seemingly unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. In Qin Mo's heart, an odd intuition stirred. This Qianli Bingfeng bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Han, although his typing exhibited no grammatical errors and his Mandarin appeared quite fluent. The duel from yesterday continually evoked memories of his youth. At the age of 17, he had been the direct disciple of the Fengsi team's captain, while Xiao Han, half a year his senior, was the apprentice of the Kanglin team's leader. Their masters were close friends, which naturally fostered familiarity between the two apprentices. With their mentors often preoccupied, the two young disciples would engage in daily sparring within the realm of online gaming. Xiao Han had evolved from a novice to an exceptional professional player, with Qin Mo's support as his sparring partner playing a significant role in that journey. Qin Mo was intimately acquainted with Xiao Han's unique style. Moreover, the phrase Qianli Bingfeng, Wanli Xue Piao, derived from Qinyuan Chun Shui, was something Qin Mo had taught Xiao Han himself. If this individual is indeed Xiao Han, he must be training the club's newcomers in the game in preparation for next year's professional league. This could also elucidate why, during yesterday's encounter in the treasure-secret realm of Yu Ran Mountain Villa, when the captain lost, the other team members swiftly retreated without expressing any dissent. Given the circumstances, he should have been able to surmise that Mo Hen is a player of professional caliber, yet he would certainly not connect Mo Hen with Qin Mo. Of course, the mastermind behind Qianli Bingfeng is Xiao Han, but this remains merely a feeling and conjecture on Qin Mo's part, lacking concrete evidence. Regardless of whether this speculation holds true or not, Qin Mo is reluctant to reveal his identity to anyone for the time being. As the sun gradually ascends, the picturesque scenery of Qingqing Mountain unfolds. Gazing down from the summit offers a broader perspective than that from the ground below, and similarly, the game presents subtle visual differences between looking up and down, akin to the real world. Qin Mo was meticulously calculating the discrepancies in vision from heights when, suddenly, a system message popped up before him. Hero, Qianli Bingfeng, requests to spar with you. Do you agree? Puzzled, Qin Mo inquired, Another spar? Qianli Bingfeng replied, I just learned a new skill. Let us test it out. Mo Hen, you can practice on the wooden stakes at the city gate. Qianli Bingfeng added, The stakes don't move, nor do they possess the agility of your light-footed maneuvers. Mo Hen retorted, So? Do you wish to use me as a guinea pig for your new skill? As the sparring request appeared before him once more, Qin Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pressed agree. Just as the other had mentioned, he had also recently acquired a new skill at level 30. Making it the perfect opportunity to assess its practical effectiveness. As the sparring commenced, a 5-second countdown appeared on the screen. Once the countdown concluded, Qin Mo swiftly unleashed his skill, traveling with the sword, followed by the silent barrage of sword rain, dying Sunday logically. This combination would silence all adversaries within the fan-shaped area for 3 seconds. However, Qianli Bingfeng remained unaffected. Having faced a seamless control during their initial encounter yesterday, Xiao Han, as a professional player, would not repeat the same mistake. Today, he heightened his vigilance. Upon observing Mo Hen's initiating movements, he deftly maneuvered Qianli Bingfeng to retreat rapidly, narrowly evading the arc of the incoming attack and successfully dodging the silence effect. Qin Mo was not surprised by this, for he recognized his opponent's prowess. Ensnaring him with the same tactic twice would not be so simple. Noticing his retreat, Qin Mo did not rush to pursue, instead opting to maintain a cautious distance while unleashing several mid-range area attacks with traveling with the sword, gradually whittling down his opponent's health. Qianli Bingfeng's health swiftly plummeted to 80, prompting Xiao Han to finally initiate his counterattack. Suddenly, 3 dark shadows of the assassin emerged, converging simultaneously from the left, right, and center towards Mo Hen. Before Qin Mo could react, one of the shadows had silently slipped behind him, its sharp dagger piercing Mo Hen's heart in an instant. causing his health to drop to 70. Subsequently, the three lingering shadows vanished without a trace, leaving a solitary figure in black standing calmly not far away, as if merely an observer of a captivating performance. Qin Mo, however, would not concede defeat so easily. The newly acquired skill, Dual Sword Intent, possessed an impressive attack range, and the position of his opponent was conveniently within its grasp. Without hesitation, Qin Mo activated the skill, and the gleaming blade in his hand shot forth with remarkable precision, hurtling toward the distant figure of the cloaked assassin. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Han promptly maneuvered his character, frozen for 1,000 miles, to evade the incoming attack. To his astonishment, the blade relentlessly pursued him, swiftly striking his chest. It was revealed to be a locking skill. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was accompanied by a burst of crimson, as frozen for 1,000 miles health plummeted by 30%, indicating the considerable damage inflicted by this tracking ability. Xiao Han halted his character and quickly typed, "Is this the level 30 skill of the swordsman?" He praised. "This skill is quite effective. A locking attack can reap low health opponents in the arena." "Indeed," Qin Mo replied. "What skill do you possess? How many afterimages can you create at most?" "In theory, I can produce an indefinite number, but the skill lasts only 3 seconds, making it difficult for those with slower reflexes to generate many," Xiao Han explained honestly. "Given your speed, how many can you manage?" "I can proficiently control 3 currently, but the game's limited visibility poses a challenge, and I am still practicing," Xiao Han admitted. It appeared that the dagger-wielding assassin in this game diverged from conventional melee assassins in other titles, demonstrating a greater aptitude for rapid movement and combat. Indeed, he confirmed, the attack range can vary, and there are numerous displacement skills available. The operations are indeed more intricate, are they not? If one fails to respond swiftly, they may find themselves ensnared in a web of confusion. As the two engaged in conversation, they began to analyze various skill data and application techniques, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting after many years. As the newcomers of the Longing Club logged in, they were greeted by a peculiar scene on a sun-drenched morning. Atop the summit of Qiqing Mountain, a swordsman clad in white pointed his gleaming sword at the chest of his opponent, while a cloaked assassin, shrouded in black, concealed a dagger behind him, glinting ominously with a menacing hue. Both were evidently in a state of critical health, having endured a fierce battle, yet at that moment, their movements had ceased. Instead of continuing their duel, they stood there, engrossed in conversation as if oblivious to their surroundings. Mo Hen remarked, "The judgment system for combo skills is exceedingly complex. As more skills are introduced later on, this system will require deeper exploration." Qianli Bingfeng replied, "The public cooldown time will impact the ability to execute combos. Those who are slow simply cannot achieve them." Mo Hen inquired, "Have you discerned any patterns?" Qianli Bingfeng explained, "The system's judgment has a margin of error of 0.2 seconds. As long as the next skill is executed within this window, the combo can continue." Mo Hen acknowledged, "That aligns with my calculations." Observing the sophistication of their discussion, the newcomers felt hesitant to interject, choosing instead to silently watch the exchange unfold. Moments later, Qin Mo discovered several familiar IDs emerging amidst the boundless expanse of ice. Precisely the individuals he had encountered the previous day in the treasure dungeon of Yu Ran Villa. Clearly, his comrades had awakened and logged in, and the simultaneous appearance of the four suggested they were affiliated with the same club. Qin Mo, sensing the need to shift the conversation, remarked, "Your teammates have arrived." This was evidently a consequence of their engrossing dialogue. It had been a long time since he had met someone with whom he could engage so effortlessly. Over the years in the team, as captain, his words had always held weight, and few dared to contest his opinions. Moreover, his naturally reserved demeanor left him with few companions to converse with. Yet today, in this online game, he found himself sharing an abundance of thoughts with Mo Hen. He eagerly relayed numerous intriguing discoveries from the new game, while Mo Hen reciprocated with invaluable insights regarding vision range, precisely what Qin Mo needed at this juncture. What he wished to express aligned seamlessly with what Mo Hen sought to inquire, and what he yearned to ask was exactly what Mo Hen intended to convey next. It felt as though they were old friends, intimately acquainted for many years. This peculiar rapport rendered their conversation particularly enjoyable for Xiao Han, evoking memories of the late-night discussions he once had with Qin Mo in their youth. Had it not been for the arrival of several teammates, he might have spent the entire morning atop the mountain conversing with Mo Hen. As Dubu Jianghu, the nation's inaugural VR real perspective game, presented a plethora of unknowns waiting to be explored, Encountering a like-minded companion for such endeavors was indeed a rare fortune. Mo Hen replied, I feel the same. Farewell. Xiao Han casually sent a friend request, and this time, the recipient did not decline. Upon seeing the name Mo Hen appear first on his friend list, Xiao Han felt a surge of joy and sent a smiling emoji before leading his team away from Qiqing Mountain. This moment provided Qin Mo with the strongest evidence for his deductions. The person he was most familiar with in the professional circle was none other than Xiao Han. And only Xiao Han could analyze his identity so swiftly. Yet now, Qin Mo found himself at a loss on how to confront his childhood best friend. Qin Mo, is that you? Mo Hen, I don't know you. Qin Mo, shall we engage in another match? Mo Hen, there is no need for that. Qin Mo, why? Are you afraid that if you make a move, I will recognize you? Qin Mo, I suspect you're about to respond with ellipses. Mo Hen. The ellipses from Qin Mo and Xiao Han's remark arrived almost simultaneously. Qin Mo felt a sense of helplessness at Xiao Han's prophetic insight. Xiao Han knew him too well, and this fellow was obstinate. Once he set his mind on something, it was not easily dismissed. How could he dispel such doubts? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo feigned calmness and typed, I am not Qin Mo. To my knowledge, there is a player named Qin Mo who is a summoner. But I play as a swordsman. Qin Mo, if you were a summoner, I would have recognized you at first glance. Would I have to wait until now? Mo Hen. Qin Mo, I guess it's another ellipsis. Once again accurately guessed, Qin Mo was left speechless. The sensation of being stripped bare in front of someone was truly unpleasant. Before the computer, Xiao Han smiled faintly. Thinking to himself, his fondness for ellipses has indeed remained unchanged. Qin Mo corrected him. It is listening attentively. The familiar pattern of dialogue stirred a warmth within Xiao Han's heart. He still possessed the same penchant for correcting grammatical errors as he did in their youth. In their previous conversations, whenever Xiao Han misused a word, Qin Mo would promptly rectify it, preventing Xiao Han from making a fool of himself in front of journalists. In truth, Xiao Han had long been familiar with the term listening attentively. He had intentionally misspoken, and his counterpart had instinctively corrected him. A smile crept across Xiao Han's face as he typed swiftly. Qin Mo, I have missed you over these past few years. He followed up with another message. Do you miss me? How could this fellow be so straightforward in his speech? After sending the message, he exited the group, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Xiao Han gazed at the fleeting white figure, who had swiftly taken flight using lightness skills, and suddenly recalled a recently learned idiom, fleeing in a hurry. Could this be considered Qin Mo fleeing in a hurry? Had his candid words frightened him away? Qin Mo was quite prideful and deeply valued his image. The blow from his retirement must have been substantial, and perhaps such experiences had rendered him markedly more aloof. Yet, Xiao Han firmly believed that despite his apparent coldness, there remained a special place for him in Qin Mo's heart. It was evident that Qin Mo's foray into the newly launched public beta of walking alone in the Jianghu was not merely for leisure, but rather connected to the professional league slated for the following year. According to the information currently known to Xiao Han, the Fengsi team has long been assembled. The quartet of Jinghua Shuiwa, Feng Qingya, Xiao Litsang Dao, and Xiao Yaoxian possess only average skills and do not qualify as professional players. They appear to be a temporary upgrade team assembled by Qin Mo within the game. Typically, clubs prefer their players to act collectively. And since Qin Mo has come to Dubu Jianghu alone, it indicates that he has no affiliations with any club. Thus, he remains a free agent, allowing Xiao Han to exert his utmost efforts to recruit Qin Mo. Initially, when he agreed to lead a team into Dubu Jianghu at Lu Chuan's behest, Xiao Han was merely inclined to explore a new game. Now, unexpectedly encountering Qin Mo within the game has proven to be a delightful surprise, marking the most gratifying discovery thus far. In the training room of Longing Club, witnessing the newcomers diligently leveling up, Xiao Han rose and stepped outside, retrieving a familiar number from his phone to dial. A languid voice soon reached his ears. Hello, who is this? The tone suggested the speaker had not yet fully awakened. Finding a secluded corner, Xiao Han spoke softly. Master, it's me. Li Songyu, having been asleep, answered the call without noticing the caller ID. Upon recognizing his disciple's voice, he became alert and replied with a smile. Oh, Xiao Han, you called me out of the blue. Is something the matter? Xiao Han stated directly, Master. The club has decided to let me lead the team into Dubu Jianghu. Are you aware of this? I am, Li Songyu responded. Lu Chuan mentioned it to me earlier. You are still young. Exploring a new game is quite beneficial and will enrich your experience. In the new district, I encountered Qin Mo. Li Songyu sat up in surprise. exclaiming, Xiao Mo? He has also ventured into the new game? Indeed, came the reply, and he has changed his profession to that of a swordsman. Xiao Han remarked. I initially did not recognize that swordsman as him until today. His transition from summoner is indeed remarkable. Li Tsangyu pondered thoughtfully, Master. Do you know why he left the Wind Color team initially? Xiao Han inquired directly. The memory of that under-18 youth departing the Wind Color Club alone struck a chord in Xiao Han's heart, evoking a pang of sympathy. As a fellow disciple of a captain, he had experienced far smoother years than Qin Mo. Xiao Han felt that Qin Mo's departure from the Wind Color team was not merely a decline in performance. The fact that Qin Mo avoided his master indicated he did not wish his most respected mentor to uncover the true reasons behind his departure. Thus, it could not be as simple as a mere decline in status. Sensing Xiao Han's silence, Li Tsangyu continued, Xiao Mo possesses a strong sense of pride. Do not rush to pry into the depths of his heart. Take your time. You two have shared everything since childhood. Perhaps you are the only one capable of unraveling his inner turmoil. All right, I will do my utmost to bring Qin Mo along, Xiao Han affirmed. In their youth, they had accompanied one another, growing together. In the future, they ought to stand side by side, overcoming all challenges together. Qin Mo, I shall never allow you to walk alone again. With this thought, Xiao Han promptly strode to his position, opened the game interface, and located Mo Hen in his friends list, sending a private message. I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join the Longing Club. Together, let us compete and seize the championship. Qin Mo, do you accept? Given that achieving critical damage in Sword Journey is no trivial feat, the subsequent combo of Sword Rain and Setting Sun becomes even more challenging. Consequently, internal testers have classified the Tianyang Double Strike as one of the relatively advanced techniques within the Jianghu Sword sect's longsword playstyle. To everyone's astonishment, the self-proclaimed novice, Mo Hen, executed such an exquisite combination move upon his arrival, prompting Feng Qingye to question his origins. As a fellow practitioner of the Jianghu Sword sect, Feng Qingye had only managed to achieve the Tianyang combo twice out of 5 attempts. However, it is plausible that Mo Hen's impressive combo was merely a coincidence. After all, a level 15 swordsman is only capable of using Sword Journey and Sword Rain and Setting Sunday. Perhaps he simply stumbled upon the conditions required to trigger the combo by chance. Mo Hen replied affirmatively. The 5 quickly logged into the voice system, and Jinghua Shueiyue excitedly exclaimed, Let us get to work. Our next destination is Sword God Valley. Xieli Tsang Dao glanced at the leaderboard and couldn't help but wonder. When I logged off yesterday, our ranks were within the top 3 pages. Yet today we've plummeted to the 10th page. These maniacs must have played all night. Feng Qingye remarked. Large guild accounts typically engage in all-night leveling sessions, often aided by professional boosters. Do you really think you can compete with them in levels? You're overthinking it. Xieli Tsang Dao chuckled awkwardly. I was merely speaking casually. As 5 individuals engaged in conversation, they made their way to the Sword God Valley, intending to commence their quests at level 30. Upon entering the valley, a sudden flash of crimson light appeared before them. Xiao Yaoxian's health rapidly plummeted and, in the blink of an eye, his health bar was depleted, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Following this, Jinghua Shueiyue, Xieli Tsang Dao, and Feng Qingye also succumbed. Qin Mo, quick to react, utilized his faction's lightness skill, soaring gracefully into the air at the moment the red light emerged. Executing a series of agile maneuvers to swiftly distance himself from the fray, narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, a notification window appeared in the lower left corner, bearing a message from Qianli Bingfeng. Be cautious at the entrance of Sword God Valley. A massacre is underway. Qianli Bingfeng continued. The map boss respawns at 9 o'clock. It appears a guild is clearing the area in advance. Understanding the implications, a flicker of coldness flashed in Qin Mo's clear eyes. The audacity of this guild, seeking to monopolize the boss while exterminating his teammates, was staggering. Qin Mo leapt to a nearby tree, observing the chaos at the entrance of Sword God Valley. A throng of players had gathered there, all bearing the title of Sword Song Gang. Most were clad in white garments, wielding sharp swords. Clearly, the majority hailed from the Hanhua Sword sect. The group of over a dozen players had activated their massacre mode, moving in coordinated formation, suggesting a unified command. Players below level 30 were protected by the system from forced PvP, facing no penalties upon death. However, those above level 30 were no longer shielded by novice protection and had to fend for themselves in the wilderness. The Sword God Valley map is precisely a level 30 wilderness area, where players can engage in unrestricted PK, the 2 teams operating in slaughter mode. are stationed at the entrance, undoubtedly catching unsuspecting players off guard. Having prior experience from the internal testing of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, it quickly became apparent that these individuals belonged to a guild, likely stationed at the entrance to eliminate intruders. With a sudden realization, smiling with a hidden blade exclaimed, "Ah, the Valley Master will respawn at 9 in the morning." "What is the Valley Master?" inquired Little Medicine Fairy. "Well, it is a universally applicable item across all professions. Even more challenging to obtain than the Sword Rain drifting fragrance I acquired previously. In the later stages, it will surely be invaluable," Qin Mo replied calmly. Indeed. Smiling with a hidden blade couldn't help but feel exhilarated. During the internal testing, I witnessed a master wielding this secret manual, and in the arena, he was nothing short of phenomenal. He soared through the air while we were utterly unable to touch him. "A copied version?" Little Medicine Fairy asked with curiosity. "Is it possible to copy a secret manual?" "Yes, copied manuals can be traded, but only given to close friends with a friendship level of 7 stars or above," Feng Qingye explained. "Oh, so, as you mentioned, such precious manuals will likely have someone selling the copied versions, right?" "Indeed," Feng Qingye responded. "The original manual can be copied a maximum of 3 times, and selling them would undoubtedly make one incredibly wealthy. The Swordsong Guild has 2 small teams intercepting and eliminating players at the entrance, while the main force is likely guarding the boss by the lakeside, Mirror Flower," Water Moon remarked. "What should we do then?" Little Medicine Fairy posed the critical question. "Should we continue to lie here at the entrance?" Mo Hen suddenly interjected. "Hold on. Don't revive yet. The revival point is being guarded." This is a message recently sent by Qianli Bingfeng. He utilized the assassin's stealth ability to explore the resurrection point and discovered that someone was lying in wait there. It seems that today's command is quite professional, as they have stationed players at the resurrection point to prevent the enemy from regrouping and retaliating after dying. From the descriptions provided by Jinghua Shuiwei and Feng Qingye, it is evident that the secret manuals in the world of Jianghu are exceedingly precious. Some manuals can be obtained from dungeons. For instance, the manual Sword Rain scent that Qin Mo previously acquired in the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave dungeon is a fixed drop from that instance. As long as one is willing to devote time to tackle this dungeon, it is always possible to accumulate enough fragments to exchange for that manual. However, many manuals do not respawn in dungeons, but rather drop in the wild, with those dropped by outdoor bosses being the most elusive to obtain. With this in mind, Qin Mo sent a private message to Qianli Bingfeng. "Are you interested in manuals and materials?" Qianli Bingfeng replied, "Of course, shall we collaborate?" Mo Hen inquired, "How shall we divide the boss's drops?" Qianli Bingfeng responded, "The manuals will belong to me, while all high-level materials will be yours. What do you think?" Qin Mo had initially desired this manual, but upon reflection, he realized that since manuals can be copied, as long as he earned enough gold in the game, acquiring his preferred manuals later on would not be excessively challenging. Thus, he was not in a rush. However, regarding rare materials, Qin Mo currently possessed limited information. He had only obtained 1 piece each of the purple materials Ice Crystal and Golden Sand in the Kunlun Snow Cave dungeon, and he was still uncertain about their specific uses, making it a perfect opportunity for exploration. With this thought, Qin Mo decisively replied, "No problem. Qin Mo Deo, there is no rush. Let us first deal with the boss and discuss matters afterward." Inside the training room of the Longing Club, the 4 newcomers led by Xiao Han met their demise due to their lack of vigilance upon entering the Sword God Valley, falling victim to a barrage of group attacks from the Swordsong Guild. This unfortunate event can be attributed to their insufficient combat experience, which hindered their reaction time compared to Xiao Han. Meanwhile, the second team as newcomers remained at Qiqing Mountain. Upon learning of their comrades' deaths, Peiyu inquired, "Captain, should we assist in the Sword God Valley?" "No need. With so many professional players acting in concert, it would be easy for others to discern your origins. The current situation in the new district is quite complex. For now, I prefer to keep this batch of seed players from the Longing Club under wraps. Peiyu, you should stay at Qiqing Mountain for the time being. Once it is safe in the Sword God Valley, I will send for you to bring the others." As for the 4 members of the first team who had perished, they would await further instructions before being revived to continue their quests. Peiyu acknowledged with a sound of understanding and asked, "What about you, Captain?" "I will temporarily withdraw from the team and check on the revival point," Xiao Han replied, promptly exiting the team. Concurrently, Qin Mo maneuvered Mo Hen swiftly towards the nearest revival point. Indeed, members of the Swordsong Guild were lying in wait at the revival point, and due to his cloaked status, Qi and Li Bingfeng was unable to ascertain their positions. Where are they? Qin Mo messaged. Withdraw from the team first. If you join my party, you will be able to see them. Upon exiting the team, Qin Mo sent a party invitation, and as anticipated, once they became teammates, he immediately spotted a cloaked assassin standing beside him, perfectly concealed beneath the very tree where he had been hidden. Qin Li Bingfeng, you take the left. I'll take the right. Shall we clear the revival point first? Understood. Without further ado, Qin Mo immediately grasped the intentions of his adversary. The resurrection point was situated upon a small hillside, making a flanking maneuver the most effective strategy. Employing his lightness skill, Qin Mo circumnavigated from the left side. However, the swordsman could not conceal himself, and the individuals atop the hillside soon detected his presence. Eliminate this swordsman, commanded the leader, Jianghu Pai, promptly issuing orders in the team channel. The group swiftly converged towards the left slope, with ranged classes unleashing control skills against Mo Hen, while melee swordsmen charged to the forefront. Yet, to their astonishment, all the ranged control skills were deftly evaded by Mo Hen, who maneuvered with an uncanny S-shaped trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the swordsman clad in white soared to the summit of the hill, his sharp long sword carving two elegant arcs before executing the control skill, Sword Rain at Dusk. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the area, rendering those who had rushed to the front line utterly silenced, incapable of unleashing any skills. Healers, restore health quickly. Someone shouted in the team channel. Just as the healer was about to activate her healing skill, she caught sight of three swiftly moving shadows out of the corner of her eye. Before she could react, a gleaming dagger struck her precisely from behind. Thousand Lanterns ghost steps, flowing moon flying stars. Xiao Han strikes were executed with astonishing speed, and before the healer could comprehend the situation, a series of critical hits eliminated her in an instant. There's another assassin. The fallen healer exclaimed in shock, hastily typing a warning in the team channel. Goodness! An ambush! Jianghu Pai seethed with rage, frantically activating skills while shouting, quickly eliminate them. However, before he had the chance to unleash his skills or even discern the movements of the cloaked assassin, two avatars in the team channel abruptly dimmed. It was a silent execution. Jianghu Pai felt a chill creep down his spine. His assessment was not mistaken. Regrettably, the swordsman he encountered today was Qin Mo. Qin Mo's movements could only be described as ethereal. The white-clad swordsman, utilizing the agility of his sex lightness skill, resembled a nimble white crane, flitting left and right, drawing near and retreating. The crowd's attempts to focus their fire upon him proved futile, as they could scarcely graze the hem of his garment. Relying instead on locking skills to whittle down his health, while his own allies fell victim to his relentless chain attacks, rendered mute time and again. Wielding swords across the horizon, amidst the rain of blades and the setting sun. Once more, the Tianyang double strike from the Hanhua sword sect invoked a group silence for 3 seconds, ensnaring the frontline melee fighters once more. Jianghu Pai grew increasingly agitated. Witnessing his immobilized teammates, he yearned to leap into the game and strangle that Mo Hen. To his dismay, an assassin lurked in the rear, wreaking havoc. Qin Mo's disruption in the frontline provided an opportune environment for Xiao Han to unleash his output. The assassin's infiltration into the backline was akin to a fish returning to water, executing the phantom steps of the Thousand Lanterns. Single-target critical strikes of the flowing moon and flying stars, and the sweeping assaults of the long rainbow piercing the sun, with skills cascading one after another without obstruction, swiftly reducing the entire enemy team's health to below half. Observing this, Qin Mo promptly activated the group attack of wielding swords across the horizon, further diminishing their health. And with the unparalleled sword intent, he swiftly eliminated 2 squishy targets. In the blink of an eye, the originally 10-member squad was reduced to just 4 beleaguered melee fighters. Jianghu Pai sensed something amiss and immediately exclaimed, "Retreat! Withdraw quickly!" Upon realizing their intention to flee, Qin Mo unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful move, Sword Rain Fragrance. A flurry of pristine sword spirits descended from the heavens, their gleaming blades ruthlessly plunging into the backs of the 4 fleeing individuals, rendering them incapacitated and motionless on the ground. Xiao Han, quick to react, followed up with a series of relentless strikes, long rainbow piercing the sun, swiftly eliminating the nearby adversaries with low health. In the blink of an eye, the 10-member team was obliterated, staring at the multitude of fallen bodies. Jianghu Pai felt a chill run down his spine. Mo Hin held the melee fighters firmly at bay in the front lines, while Qian Li Bingfeng wreaked havoc on the ranged attackers from the back. Their seamless cooperation instantly disrupted the formation of the 10-member squad, leading to their utter annihilation. Such formidable experts, where on earth did they emerge from? Jianghu Pai took a deep breath and promptly sent a message to the commander of another team. We were wiped out at the resurrection point. 2 skilled players may attempt to seize the boss, so exercise caution. A throng of novices lamented their plight. Even Qin Mo, a former eSports player, encountered challenges while undertaking novice tasks. Compared to the straightforward keyboard and mouse setup, the touch-screen mode, though seemingly sophisticated, demanded a higher degree of dexterity from the fingers. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, calming himself to carefully observe the game's interface. In the upper right corner of his field of vision, there was a compass icon alongside a semi-transparent mini-map. This thoughtful design proved to be of immense assistance to Qin Mo. He traversed the entirety of the novice village in accordance with the compass's direction. The scenery was enchanting, resembling a tranquil paradise untouched by conflict. The shadows of the dwellings, the silhouettes of players, and even the reflections in the water were vividly presented before him. The enhanced sensory experience is the paramount advantage of VR gaming, albeit it poses significant challenges in terms of operation. The deeper Qin Mo delved into the game, the more he found himself enamored with it. Unlike most players around him, who were merely captivated by the beauty of the VR world, his aspirations were distinctly defined: the professional league next year. Consequently, his observations became increasingly meticulous and professional. He was no longer the brash youth he once was. From this moment forth, he vowed to lay a solid foundation in this new gaming realm and start anew. After nearly 2 hours, Qin Mo gradually completed the novice tasks. Before departing from the village, he had already gained a preliminary mastery of the novel touchscreen control scheme and could deftly maneuver the camera to his will. The Hanhua Sword Sect, perched atop Kunlun, is renowned for its breathtaking snowy landscapes. Here, snow falls year-round, and the solemn architecture is cloaked in a pristine white blanket. The 3 towering snow-capped peaks stand majestically against the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Then, he discovered a significant innovation within the game. The interplay of weather, light, and vegetation creates a composite scene that profoundly influences the player. Snowy vistas, rainy scenes, nocturnal landscapes, dawn, dusk. Each distinct setting impacts the player's perception in remarkably different ways. As Qin Mo found himself in the novice village, the scene was perfectly set against the backdrop of dusk, allowing him to clearly perceive the surroundings within a radius of approximately 50 feet. However, upon ascending the snow-capped mountains, the blinding glare of the sunlight reflecting off the pristine snow diminished his visibility to about 30 feet. Yet, when he rotated the camera to face away from the sun, his line of sight improved once more. This experience remarkably emulated the settings of the real world. Qin Mo was astonished at how far virtual reality games had advanced to such an extent. Consequently, future matches would necessitate consideration not only of his own and his opponent's fixed field of vision, but also of external factors like weather, lighting, and vegetation, undoubtedly complicating the arena while simultaneously enriching the experience. Taking a moment to admire the breathtaking snowy vistas of Kunlun Mountain, Qin Mo proceeded along the mountain path toward the main hall of the Cold Hua Sword Sect to pay his respects to the sect leader. The leader, named Qi Mufeng, appeared to be in his 30s, donned in a moon-white long robe, wielding a gleaming sword that shimmered with a cold light. He stood tall within the grand hall, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a graceful jade tree, which likely contributed to his reputation as a sword immortal in the martial world, a title perhaps also attributed to his striking appearance. The game had attracted a multitude of players eager to join the Cold Hua Sword Sect, resulting in a crowd densely packed around him. Stepping forward, Qin Mo engaged in conversation with him, opting to join the sect. Instantly, the emblem of the Cold Hua Sword Sect appeared beside his avatar, and he was bestowed with the foundational entry-level outfit, the Cold Moon set. After donning his new equipment, Qin Mo heard the gentle voice of the sect leader. The Hanhua Sword Sect offers 2 distinct martial arts disciplines. The first, the Autumn Water Sword technique, employs the long sword. Characterized by a light and graceful stance, its swordplay ethereal and elusive, akin to a wraith, yet it demands considerable talent and skill for mastery. The second, the Impressionless Sword technique, utilizes the short sword, delivering sharp and decisive strikes, with each move potentially fatal, resulting in remarkable damage. As you have just joined our sect, Allow your senior brothers and sisters to demonstrate the differences between these two training methods. Qin Mo activated the video that popped up, meticulously observing the skills showcased by his seniors. After watching it once, he immediately grasped the game's core mechanic of combo attacks. In the game Lone Wanderer in the Jianghu, players can learn a total of 7 fundamental skills from the moment they join a sect until they reach the maximum level. Repeatedly executing the same skill in succession or combining different skills in a sequence will yield diverse effects. Unlike traditional games with fixed combat patterns, Lone Wanderer in the Jianghu offers a high degree of freedom due to the presence of combination techniques and combo attacks. This implies that, should your skill level suffice, you could even invent an entirely new combo sequence, true to the adage that a master may guide you to the threshold. But it is your own efforts that will determine your mastery. Each sect delineates 2 training paths, enriching the player's choices. Taking the Hanhua Sword sect as an example, the operation of the Autumn Water Sword technique, Long Sword, necessitates the integration of various skills, which is relatively complex, yet offers greater control over the effects. Conversely, the Impressionless Sword technique, Short Sword, relies on continuous execution of the same skill, making it simpler to operate while inflicting higher damage. After watching the video, Qin Mo opted for a long sword as his weapon, favoring a gameplay style characterized by skillful control and fluidity. With his weapon chosen, the foundational skill of the Autumn Water Sword technique, the first-tier skill wielding the sword across the horizon, along with the sect's agile movement like a surprised swan, appeared in his skill bar. Qin Mo positioned both skills in the upper left corner of the 16-slot interface and tested them briefly before proceeding with the sect's main storyline tasks, as instructed by the sect leader. The main storyline primarily introduces players to the sect's background and shares intriguing anecdotes about various NPCs, boasting a rich narrative that captivated Qin Mo as he completed the tasks. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally reached level 15. The sect leader gifted him a complete set of level 15 equipment and taught him the second-tier skill of the Autumn Water Sword technique, Sword Rain at Dusk, instructing him to descend the mountain for further training. Qin Mo arrived at the game's first main city, Mingzhou, as the primary hub of the game. The number of players in Mingzhou far exceeded that of the Cold Blossom Sword sect, with bustling streets teeming with people. However, most players appeared to be in a hurry, evidently preoccupied with quests and leveling up. The communication area in the lower left corner was incessantly displaying team recruitment notifications, as undertaking quests in groups was significantly more efficient than tackling them solo. Qin Mo summoned the team recruitment panel and noticed a freshly posted recruitment message, Level 15 Mingzhou Main Quest, all welcome. Upon applying to join the team, his request was swiftly accepted. Following the teammate markers on the map, he made his way to the large arena at the heart of Mingzhou, where he found 3 teammates awaiting him. As Qin Mo had thoroughly familiarized himself with the sect settings of unparalleled Jianghu before entering the game, he swiftly discerned the professions of his 3 companions. The leader, named Mirror Flower Water Moon, donned a dark green outfit and carried a medicine basket on his back, likely hailing from the sect of Fragrant Grass Hall, known for its lethal poisons. With a deceptive smile and a robust stature, he was clad in fiery red garments, wielding a curved blade, unmistakably a member of the Wild Blade sect from the northern desert. Feng Qingya, dressed in white and brandishing a longsword, evidently shared the same origin as Qin Mo, both being from the Cold Hua Sword sect. Mo Hen, are you a novice or an experienced player? Have you played this game before? The leader, Mirror Flower Water Moon, inquired through the chat interface at the bottom left corner. Qin Mo gently swiped his finger, activating the character input mode on the touchscreen, and quickly typed, I am a novice. As a novice, please refrain from wandering off later. And remember to stick close to me. The minor monsters in this game can be quite challenging. Understood. Just then, another individual joined the team, with the ID Little Medicine Fairy, clad in a light green dress, clearly also a member of Fragrant Grass Hall, and a female at that. Mirror Flower Water Moon, sister, is your weapon a silver needle, specializing in healing? Little Medicine Fairy, indeed. I am a novice. I appreciate everyone's guidance Mirror Flower Water Moon, no need to be modest, sister. I, along with laughing with a knife and Feng Qingya, have participated in the closed beta. Feel free to ask us any questions in the future. Little Medicine Fairy, that is wonderful. Thank you. Mirror Flower Water Moon, I shall go to accept the quest. Please wait for me at the city gate. The captain was quite decisive, swiftly utilizing agile movements to connect 3 tasks and sharing them in the team channel. before summoning everyone to gather outside Mingo City. The first task involved eliminating 8 beehives located in the woods just beyond the city. The forest was bustling with players undertaking various quests, with the constant buzzing of bees echoing around them. Jinghua Shueiyue led the group deeper into the woods, locating an area dense with beehives. Just as she was about to type a message, the novice player, Xiao Yaoxian, eagerly approached a tree and began to clear away a beehive. In the next moment, a swarm of bees surged towards the 4 of them, creating a harrowing visual spectacle. Jinghua Shueiyue nimbly leaped back, creating distance, only to see the novice Xiao Yaoxian rush towards yet another beehive. Oh no! Jinghua Shueiyue couldn't help but exclaim. As she dodged the oncoming swarm while hastily typing, "Why are you activating so many?" She was at a loss for words. The task only requires 8. Do you intend to summon 8 swarms to fight together? Xiao Yaoxian replied. In previous games, we always drew monsters to fight together. I'll heal you. And you can give it a try? Everyone, step back. Qin Mo calmly instructed in the voice channel. I will handle this. The 4 promptly retreated from the garden, leaving only Qin Mo, the swordsman in white, standing alone in the center, his expression serene as he awaited the challenge. Due to the large trees obstructing his view, Qin Mo had not noticed Xiao Han and his group earlier, and with Xiao Han's assassin capable of stealth, Qin Mo naturally lost the advantage of surprise. In a one-on-one battle, failing to seize the initiative is a significant disadvantage, as the party that strikes first invariably inflicts greater damage and employs more control skills, thereby gaining a substantial upper hand. Conversely, the reactive party risks falling into a passive position, enduring relentless attacks if they do not respond promptly. The newcomers surrounding Xiao Han believed that the swordsman named Mo Hen was destined to lose, anticipating that once the captain made his appearance, a mere series of critical strikes would yield a considerable advantage. Xiao Han, true to form, did not disappoint his teammates. He instructed Qian Li Bingfeng to stealthily position himself not far behind Mo Hen. Without the opponent's awareness, he suddenly emerged from concealment, launching a flurry of lethal strikes with his icy dagger aimed precisely at the center of Mo Hen's back, executing the devastating skill Long Rainbow through the sun. The onlooker, Jinghua Shueiyue, marveled at the assassin's prowess, exclaiming, "What a masterful assassin!" Xiao Yaoxian, unable to grasp the dynamics of the duel in the garden, sensed the assassin's swift and decisive actions but remained loyal to her teammate, exclaiming, Mo Hen is level 25, while Qian Li Bingfeng is only level 22. Mo Hen's higher level guarantees his victory. The seemingly innocuous, yet cunning, Xiao Li Tsang Dao chuckled heartily, affirming, Indeed, indeed. However, Feng Qingyi maintained a calm demeanor, intently observing the garden, harboring a premonition that a 3-level discrepancy might not be as significant as presumed, leaving the outcome uncertain. At that moment, Xiao Han followed up with a subsequent attack, Liu Fei Xing. This skill, a close-range assassination technique, enabled the distant assassin to instantly close the gap and strike at the enemy's heart with his dagger, delivering a potentially fatal blow. Draped in a cloak of black, the assassin, adorned with a mysterious ebony mask, moved with such swiftness that onlookers could scarcely perceive the fleeting shadow. In an instant, the distant figure known as Qian Li Bingfeng had traversed the space to appear behind Mo Hen, thrusting a sharp blade decisively towards his heart. Mo Hen's health plummeted from 100 to a mere 50. This sudden loss was not solely attributable to a single skill, but rather the culmination of the devastating trio of Longhong Guaniri's 3 consecutive strikes and the critical hits from Liu Feishing. The execution was so rapid that it seemed as if Mo Hen's health bar had been halved in an instant, leaving the observers in profound astonishment. Even Qin Mo, taken aback, had not anticipated the assassin's arrival with such swiftness and ferocity. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that he faced a master assassin of unparalleled caliber. The adversary had deftly disrupted his line of sight and successfully launched a surprise attack, seizing the initiative and inflicting a significant blow to his health. Had this occurred in a competitive arena, such a series of precise maneuvers could easily shatter an opponent's resolve, particularly if their mental fortitude was lacking. This oppressive style of play could only be executed by a true expert, capable of imposing immense pressure on their foe. Should any psychological strain arise, mistakes would inevitably follow, and this assassin would undoubtedly capitalize on any misstep. Yet, who was Qin Mo? Though he had departed from the eSports scene in his youth, he was once the ace of the Fengsi team and had participated in world championships. His experience far surpassed that of the average player. In the face of such adversity, he had encountered it numerous times and had long since become accustomed to it. The moment his health was reduced by half, Qin Mo reacted instantly. As the swordsman in white on the screen abruptly turned, his long sword deftly spinning from side to side. He carved out two beautiful arcs before swiftly thrusting forward, cleanly striking his opponent's abdomen with a technique known as Sword Journey to the Horizon, Rain of Swords under the setting sun. It was yet another instance of the Tianyang double strike, which Feng Qingye had witnessed countless times. Those who wield swords are well aware that if there is a stationary target ahead, it is relatively simple to aim for the opponent's weakness and deliver a critical blow. However, how could he possibly assess the position when the target was behind him? Before Feng Qingye could ponder this further, the black-clad assassin was taken by surprise as Mo Hin immobilized him on the spot. Mo Hin then activated his clan's lightness skill, soaring like a graceful white bird in the opposite direction, swiftly creating distance from his opponent. This scene left the onlookers in the training room astonished. Under Xiao Han's pressure, individuals lacking sufficient skill would typically find themselves defenseless and swiftly eliminated. Yet this person, he had astonishingly executed a swift counterattack. At the moment when Xiao Han had seized the upper hand by stealthily positioning himself behind and diminishing his health, the individual appeared completely unfazed. Instead, he seized the opportunity and instantly retaliated, pinning Xiao Han in place. Pei was profoundly shaken. Everyone was well aware of Captain Xiao Han's prowess. The MVP award of the season was certainly not awarded without merit. On the grand stage of the professional league, Xiao Han has rarely encountered an adversary capable of matching his prowess. His assassin is truly formidable, not only due to the swift and decisive critical strike combos that can significantly deplete his opponent's health, but also because of his astonishingly rapid reflexes, versatile strategies, and the erratic movement techniques that exert immense psychological pressure on his foes. Many skilled players in the professional circuit find themselves burdened by this psychological strain when facing Xiao Han. However, the individual known as Mo Hin appears impervious to such pressures. After deftly immobilizing Xiao Han, he wisely created distance, leveraging the advantage of his long sword's reach, which surpasses that of the assassin, to unleash two successive strikes of sword across the horizon from afar. Admittedly, the damage inflicted by these two strikes did not rival that of the long rainbow, piercing the sun triple hit, merely reducing the opponent's health to 75. The effect of the Valley's elusive steps allowed him to vanish once more, doubling his agility and swiftly closing in behind his opponent. This seemingly low-damage area attack unexpectedly proved effective, revealing the hidden assassin's location. The initiating combo was successfully interrupted by this maneuver. Following this, Mo Hin elegantly retreated with the grace of a startled swan, increasing the distance between himself and Xiao Han. With Xiao Han's agility skills on cooldown and having been forced out of stealth, he could no longer disrupt Mo Hin's actions. Thus, Mo Hin could confidently exploit his distance advantage to gradually equalize their health disparity. Yet, Xiao Han was far from defeated. With his agility skills and cooldown, he still possessed other pursuit techniques. Flowing Moon, Flying Stars. The cloaked assassin, like a wraith, once again teleported behind Mo Hin, wielding a dagger that danced through the air, unleashing a deadly double strike akin to the Flowing Moon and Shooting Stars. If the three consecutive strikes of the long rainbow piercing the sun inflicted considerable area damage, then this close-range double strike delivered by the dagger wrought an even more terrifying single-target devastation. Mo Hin's health plummeted to a mere 20. It was only at this moment that a subtle change flickered across Xiao Han's expression. In the distance, the swordsman clad in white exhibited an extraordinary agility, particularly in his execution of lightness techniques, which could only be described as transcendent. Mo Hin was undoubtedly a master, and not just an ordinary one. His reflexes in combat were astute, and his strikes decisive. Even when Xiao Han had nearly reduced his health by half at the onset, Mo Hin remained unfazed, adeptly managing the pressure and devising the most rational strategy to mitigate the health disparity by leveraging his distance advantage, while Xiao Han relentlessly pursued him. A lesser opponent would have crumbled under such an assault, yet Mo Hin remained composed, countering each move with remarkable calmness. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, the sensation oddly familiar yet elusive. Meanwhile, Qin Mo was equally astonished. The assassin's tactics were brutally sharp and exuded an overwhelming aura. In the face of his lightning-fast strikes, a moment's inattention could lead to a lethal barrage. Though Qin Mo managed to stabilize the situation with his swift reflexes and deft maneuvers, beads of sweat began to form in his palms. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in such an intense clash. Earlier, He had even tapped into the focus and caution he had once harnessed during competitions to narrowly evade the opponent's critical hits. However, he understood that if this continued, he would ultimately be unable to withstand it. The opponent was simply too swift. Qin Mo initially intended to create some distance and engage in a war of attrition. But evidently, the assassin was exceedingly astute, recognizing that the disparity in their attack ranges would render a battle of endurance disadvantageous for him. Thus, he adhered to the principle of swift resolution, repeatedly utilizing the skill Flowing Moon, Flying Stars to advance aggressively, relentlessly pursuing Qin Mo. At present, Mo Hen was left with only 20 of his health, while his adversary maintained approximately 50. Prolonging the confrontation was not a viable option. With this thought, Qin Mo's expression grew cold, and he decisively slid his finger toward the lower left corner of the blue crystal screen. The onlookers beheld the white-clad swordsman suddenly raise his sword before him, and immediately, countless white sword spirits descended from the heavens, encircling the black-clad assassin. The rain of swords was intoxicating. He activated a secret skill with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Xiao Han, taken by surprise, was instantly incapacitated by the sword spirits. And Qin Mo seized the opportunity during the 3 seconds of stun to unleash his utmost speed, executing Sword at the Horizon and the silent combo Sword Rain, Dying Sun. Thus, once the 3 seconds of stun expired, he followed up with an additional 3 seconds of silence control. Remarkably, he achieved a seamless control chain. Pei Yu widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the captain's computer screen in disbelief. The term seamless control refers to advanced players accurately calculating the control durations of 2 skills and immediately linking the subsequent control skill, just as the effect of the preceding skill is about to conclude. When used in isolation, both skills appeared rather unremarkable. However, once the combination attack is executed, its effects are magnified, doubling the damage inflicted by group attacks, transforming single-target silence into a collective silence, and extending its duration to 3 seconds. This conclusion was reached by players during the internal testing phase after numerous experiments. Given that achieving critical damage with Sword of the Horizon is quite challenging, subsequent combination attacks of Rain of Swords and Setting Sun become even more arduous. Consequently, internal testers have classified the dual strike of Tianyang as one of the relatively advanced maneuvers within the swordplay style of the Cold Blossom sect. Surprisingly, the self-proclaimed novice, Mo Hen, executed such an exquisite combination attack right from the start, prompting Feng Qingye to question his origins. As a fellow player of the Cold Blossom sect, Feng Qingye managed to perform the Tianyang combination only twice in 5 attempts. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that Mo Hen's display of skill could have been mere happenstance. After all, a level 15 swordsman is only familiar with the 2 skills, Sword of the Horizon and Rain of Swords. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck, where he coincidentally pressed the 2 skills in succession, fulfilling the conditions for the combination attack to activate. Mo Hen, indeed. So, was that earlier scene merely a coincidence? With this thought, Feng Qingye decided not to pursue the matter further. Throughout the afternoon, the 5 players diligently followed the narrative's guidance to complete quests. The missions near Mingzhou City allow players to level up to around 20, and with seasoned players leading the way, there was little concern about locating quest sites, significantly accelerating Qin Mo's leveling pace. Xiao Skin. All right. Feng Qingye added, the mobs here are very dense, Mo Hen. You'll draw the mobs using Sword of the Horizon's group attack, then run into the woods. Mo Hen, understood. Jinghua Shuiwei. All right, let's move. At the captain's command, the 5 swiftly dispersed to execute their tasks. With a brief 3-second reprieve, their agility and energy were rapidly restored. Qin Mo turned and swiftly exited the courtyard. Pursued relentlessly by a swarm of minor foes, yet they could not close the distance. The swordsman in white elegantly soared into the depths of the forest. A throng of small creatures in hot pursuit, quickly vanishing from the spectator's view. Meanwhile, Feng Qingye, also tasked with luring the enemies, had already succumbed to the relentless assault of the creatures in the backyard. He survived? Feng Qingye was at a loss for words to express this revelation. Survived? On the 2nd floor, the players engaged in battling the boss were equally astonished, craning their necks to peer downstairs. This mission was rated 3 stars in difficulty, and those who attracted the foes typically met a swift demise. How was he still alive? Surely not. The one known for his hidden malice was equally astounded. Being chased by a dozen minor adversaries while equipped so poorly, how did he manage to survive? Yet, Mo Hen not only survived but thrived. His health remained at a pristine 100, indicating that the multitude of small creatures trailing him into the forest had inflicted no harm whatsoever. This implied he had maintained a safe distance from them throughout. His ability to manage the distance and kite the enemies clearly demonstrated the effectiveness of the swordsman's Tianyang two-strike silence effect. Feng Qingye's emotions were conflicted as he pondered. If his earlier combination attack was merely a stroke of luck, what could be said of the present moment? He expertly controlled the distance, evading the creatures while simultaneously executing the Tianyang combo. This individual could not possibly be a novice, could he? Indeed, he bore no semblance of a beginner. Jianghu Online hesitated momentarily. If he were indeed a master, why did he claim to be a novice when I inquired? Was he deliberately concealing his true identity? Feng Qingye speculated that during the internal testing phase, the Hanhua sword sect had dispatched numerous formidable players. Perhaps he wished to remain incognito and thus pretended to be a newcomer. It was certainly a possibility. Jianghu Online nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Qin Mo Xiao Han's health plummeted instantaneously from 100 to 0, his avatar dimming in the process. Jianghu Online was taken aback. What transpired? If he had been slain by a minor monster, there should have been a gradual depletion of health. The sudden depletion of Qin Mo Xiao Han's health left them pondering. Could he have encountered a wild boss and met his demise in a single blow? However, the line of text appearing in the team channel left Jianghu Online both amused and exasperated. Qin Mo Xiao Han remarked, I fell off a cliff. Jianghu Online. Feng Qingye. X. To make such a rudimentary mistake as falling off a cliff, could this individual truly be a novice? Yet, why did his maneuvers evoke a sense of fluidity and grace? The three exchanged bewildered glances. They had just been deliberating whether this adept was intentionally masking his identity, only to discover he was, in fact, a clueless rookie who had fallen off a cliff. Qin Mo Xiao Han, there is no such option. Qin Mo Xiao Han, only the first two. Feng Qingye was at a loss for words. Surely, you haven't neglected to activate the resurrection point in the main city? Qin Mo Xiao Han, how does one activate the resurrection point in the main city? Feng Qingye was on the verge of a breakdown. Qin Mo Xiao Han, thank you. Feng Qingye. You're welcome. Upon completing this task of medium difficulty, the group ascended to level 20. At this level, the first narrative dungeon within the game would become accessible, offering abundant experience points along with a generous reward of materials and equipment, albeit with a limitation of 5 entries per day. As everyone was also feeling hungry, they decided to exit the game and take a break for a meal. Simultaneously, within the conference room of the Changsha Longyin eSports Club, I received news from the eSports Alliance indicating that numerous domestic eSports clubs had begun to establish themselves in the new game Dubu Jianghu. This title is the creation of Tianhuan Game Company, the same team behind the renowned Wuling. The game boasts exquisite production quality and holds a unique significance as the first VR virtual perspective game in the country. I have a premonition that within a year, this game will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Seated at the head of the table, the owner Lu Chuan spoke with unusual seriousness, announcing that after discussions, several shareholders of the club had decided to enter the new game Dubu Jianghu, assigning the responsibility of this endeavor to Xiao Han. The young man addressed by name lifted his head and replied confidently, no problem. His naturally golden hair contrasted strikingly with his inky black eyes, and the prominent bridge of his nose accentuated the striking contours of his features. His appearance, characterized by golden hair and dark eyes, beautifully amalgamates the traits of both Eastern and Western men. The mixed heritage grants his pair of deep, luminous eyes an extraordinary profundity, resembling a mysterious abyss, concealing emotions that remain inscrutable. Compared to the typical handsome man, Xiao Han possesses a unique allure reminiscent of a mixed-blood beauty. At the age of 21, he stands as the captain of the Myth Division at the Longyin Club, having previously participated in global competitions where he earned the accolade of Most Valuable Player for the season. His distinctive aura has rendered him exceptionally popular within the esports realm, akin to the sun at its zenith. The owner has entrusted him with leading the team into a new game, indicating a profound emphasis on the forthcoming professional league of Dubu Jianghu. Lu Chuan cast a glance at him, smiling as he inquired, the training camp currently has numerous newcomers. How do you propose we select the team members? Newcomers aspiring to join Dubu Jianghu may approach me to sign up, and I will conduct an open selection from those who apply. Xiao Han replied calmly. Upon hearing this, many newcomers in the conference room displayed eager expressions. The established professional scene of older games is relatively mature. Yet the competition among gaming giants makes it exceedingly challenging to stand out. In contrast, the professional league of the new game, though nascent, is akin to a blank canvas. The extraordinary tales that will be inscribed upon it are determined by the first cohort of players. Should they be fortunate enough to join the inaugural professional league, in a few years, they could become the venerable figures within this domain. Once the newcomers had departed, Lu Chuan lowered his voice and confided, Xiao Han, let me give you a heads up. Dubu Jianghu underwent 3 closed beta tests prior to its public launch, and many clubs dispatched personnel during the first test to familiarize themselves with the game. Our club's entry into Dubu Jianghu is, in fact, the latest among all major clubs. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully and remarked, there is a Chinese proverb, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Delaying is not necessarily a detriment. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Han's heart tightened suddenly, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. Qin Mo, the proud yet benevolent youth, persistently corrected Xiao Han's various Chinese grammatical errors. Often engaging in late-night conversations when Xiao Han struggled with conjunctions, he would respond with a series of ellipses, exuding a sense of helplessness. At that time, they were both quite young, belonging to different teams, yet due to the close friendship between their masters, they frequently practiced on alternate accounts in online games. Exchanging ideas and honing their skills together, growing and progressing in tandem, Xiao Han transformed from a novice into the season's most valuable player. With Qin Mo accompanying him throughout this journey, they once shared an innocent camaraderie akin to childhood sweethearts. Although Xiao Han's typing has become proficient and his command of Chinese appears quite fluent, the duel from yesterday continually evokes memories of their youth. Back then, at the tender age of 17, he was the direct disciple of the captain of the Fengsi team, while Xiao Han, half a year older, was the apprentice of the captain of the Kanglin team. Their masters were close friends, which facilitated the bond between the two apprentices, with their mentors often preoccupied. The young disciples engaged in daily sparring within the online realm. Xiao Han's evolution from a novice to an outstanding professional player owes much to Qin Mo's invaluable support as his training partner, who had an intimate understanding of Xiao Han's personal style. Moreover, the phrase, derived from Qin Yuan Chun Shui, was a lesson imparted to Xiao Han by Qin Mo. If this individual truly is Xiao Han, he must be bringing the club's newcomers into the game to hone their skills in preparation for next year's professional league. This could also elucidate why, during the treasure secret realm at Yuran Villa yesterday, when the captain lost, the other team members expressed no dissent and swiftly retreated. During that encounter, he likely surmised that Mo Hen was a professional-level expert, yet he would not have connected Mo Hen to Qin Mo. Of course, the mastermind behind Qian Li Bingfeng is Xiao Han. This is merely Qin Mo's intuition and speculation, lacking concrete evidence. Regardless of whether this conjecture is accurate or not, Qin Mo is not inclined to reveal his identity to anyone at this time. As the sun gradually ascends, the picturesque scenery of Qing Chung Mountain unfolds. The view from the summit is far more expansive than that at ground level, and the distinctions in perspective within the game mirror those of the real world. Qin Mo was meticulously calculating the variations in visual perspective from high to low when suddenly a system message appeared before him. Hero, Qian Li Bingfeng, requests to spar with you. Do you agree? Puzzled, Qin Mo inquired, another spar? Qian Li Bingfeng replied, I just learned a new skill. Let's test it out. Mo Hen, you can practice on the wooden stakes at the city gate. Qian Li Bingfeng added. The stakes won't move, nor will they evade like you do with your agile maneuvers. Mo Hen retorted, so? Do you intend to use me as a guinea pig for your new skill? Gazing at the spar request that reappeared before him, Qin Mo hesitated for a moment before ultimately pressing agree. As the other party mentioned, he too had just acquired a new skill at level 30, making it an opportune moment to assess its practical efficacy. As the duel commenced, a 5-second countdown appeared on the screen. Once the countdown concluded, Qin Mo immediately unleashed his skill, Sword Journey to the Horizon, initiating a series of silent strikes with Sword Rain at dusk. In theory, this combination would silence all adversaries within the fan-shaped area for 3 seconds. However, Qian Li Bingfeng remained unaffected by his control. During their initial encounter yesterday, he had been caught off guard by seamless control from his opponent. As a professional player, Xiao Han was not one to repeat the same mistake. Today, he heightened his vigilance. Upon observing Mo Hen's initiating move, he swiftly commanded Qian Li Bingfeng to retreat, narrowly evading the arc of the attack and successfully dodging the silence effect. Qin Mo was not surprised by this evasion, considering his opponent's skill level. Ensnaring him with the same tactic twice would not be so effortless. Noticing his retreat, Qin Mo refrained from pursuing immediately. Instead, He prudently maintained his distance, unleashing several mid-range area attacks with sword journey to the horizon to gradually whittle down his opponent's health. Qin Bingfeng's health swiftly dropped to 80, prompting Xiao Han to initiate his counterattack. Suddenly, the assassin not far away split into 3 shadowy figures, surging towards Mo Hen from the left, right, and center simultaneously. Before Qin Mo could react, one of the shadows had quietly maneuvered behind him. A sharp dagger pierced Mo Hen's heart in an instant, causing his health to plummet to 70. Then, the 3 residual shadows abruptly vanished, leaving a solitary figure in black standing calmly at a distance, as if merely an observer of a riveting spectacle. Qin Mo, however, would not concede defeat so easily. The newly acquired skill, Dual Blade Intent, possessed an extensive attack range, and the position of his adversary fell well within it. Without hesitation, Qin Mo activated the skill. The sword in his hand, glimmering with a cold radiance, shot forth in a straight line, hurtling towards the cloaked assassin in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Han swiftly maneuvered his character, frozen in 1,000 miles, attempting to evade the impending strike. To his astonishment, the blade relentlessly pursued him, ultimately piercing his chest. It turned out to be a locking skill. With the sound of steel piercing flesh, a spray of crimson erupted from frozen in 1,000 miles, causing a significant 30 drop in health. Clearly, the damage inflicted by this tracking attack was formidable. Xiao Han brought frozen in 1,000 miles to a halt and quickly typed a query. Is this the new skill of a level 30 swordsman? He praised. This skill is quite effective. The locking attack can reap low health opponents in the arena. Indeed, Qin Mo replied. What skill do you possess? How many afterimages can you create? Theoretically, the divisions can continue indefinitely, but the skill lasts only 3 seconds, making it difficult for those with slower reflexes to generate many. Given your speed, how many can you produce? I can currently adeptly control 3. The game's visibility is quite limited, and I am still practicing, Xiao Han candidly responded. It seems that the dagger-wielding assassin class in this game is quite distinct from melee assassins in other games, being particularly adept at rapid movement and combat. Indeed, Xiao Han affirmed, the attack range can be both close and far, with numerous displacement skills at one's disposal. The operations are indeed more intricate, are they not? If one's reactions are not sufficiently swift, one may become ensnared in one's own confusion. As the two conversed, they began to analyze various skill data and application techniques, akin to long-lost friends reuniting after many years. Upon logging in, the newcomers of the Longing Club were greeted by a peculiar scene. On a sunlit morning atop Qiqing Mountain, a swordsman clad in white stood with his gleaming sword pointed directly at the chest of his foe, while a cloaked assassin in black concealed a glimmering dagger behind him, emanating an intimidating aura of bloodlust. Both were in a critically weakened state, having evidently endured a fierce battle, yet at this moment, their movements had ceased, and instead of resuming their combat, they stood in apparent oblivion, engrossed in conversation. Mo Hen remarked, the judgment system for combo techniques is exceedingly complex. As the number of skills increases later on, this system will require further scrutiny. Qian Bingfeng replied, the public cooldown time significantly impacts combos. Those with slower reactions simply cannot execute them. Mo Hen inquired, have you discerned any patterns? Qian Bingfeng responded, the system's judgment allows for a margin of error of 0.2 seconds. As long as the next skill is executed within that time frame, the combo can persist. Mo Hen noted, that aligns with my calculations. Observing the advanced nature of their discussion, the newcomers dared not interject, silently watching the two engage in their dialogue. After a brief moment, Qin Mo discovered several familiar IDs appearing amidst the vast expanse of ice. Precisely those he had encountered the previous day in the treasure dungeon at Yuran Villa. Clearly, his teammates had awakened and logged in. The simultaneous arrival of the 4 individuals suggested that they were indeed part of the same club. With a sense of propriety, Qin Mo shifted the conversation. Your teammates have arrived. This was evidently a result of their engrossing earlier dialogue. He realized he had not encountered someone with whom he could converse so effortlessly in a long time. Throughout these years in the team, as the captain, his words had always carried the weight of authority, and few dared to challenge his opinions. Coupled with his naturally reserved demeanor, finding someone compatible for conversation had become a rare occurrence. Yet today, he found himself engaging in extensive dialogue with Mo Hen within the realm of the game. He was eager to share numerous intriguing discoveries from the new game, while Mo Hen reciprocated with valuable insights regarding vision range, precisely what Qin Mo needed at this moment. The topics he wished to express aligned seamlessly with Mo Hen's inquiries, and vice versa, creating a connection reminiscent of longtime friends. This peculiar rapport made Xiao Han feel particularly at ease while conversing with Mo Hen, even evoking memories of late-night discussions with Qin Mo in their youth. Had it not been for the arrival of his teammates, he might have spent the entire morning atop the mountain conversing with Mo Hen. As unparalleled in the Jianghu, the nation's first VR perspective game, held countless mysteries awaiting exploration. Encountering a like-minded friend to delve into these mysteries together was indeed a rare and fortunate occurrence. Mo Hen replied, "Same here, see you." Xiao Han casually sent a friend request, and to his delight, this time it was accepted. As he beheld the name Mo Hen appear at the top of his friend list, a flicker of joy surged within him. He sent a smiley emoji to his new friend and led his team away from Qingcheng Mountain. Half an hour later, the boss's health was finally depleted entirely. Congratulations to Mo Hen's team for being the first to clear the Sword God Valley ruins. Divine Sword Altar level. Captain Mo Hen. Team members: Qian Li Bingfeng, Jing Huashui Yu, Xiao Li Cong Dao, Feng Qingyi, Xiao Yao Xian, Beiji Guang, Xiao Ran Wusheng, Yan Huateng, Zhigu Tian. The Sword God Valley ruins have been fully unlocked. Adventurers are welcome to explore. This announcement once again sent ripples of excitement among players in Telecommunication Zone 1. Just recently, Mo Hen's team had cleared the first level, and now, in less than 2 hours, they had conquered the second level. The 10-person team dungeon, newly opened for this public beta, is notoriously challenging, with no guides available to reference, requiring players to navigate it entirely on their own. It is commonplace for large guilds to spend days clearing new dungeons, yet they had accomplished this remarkable feat in just over 3 hours? Such speed is truly astonishing. Meanwhile, within the Sword God Valley Ruins dungeon, Jianghu Pai felt like crying. Why is it Mo Hen again? Jianghu Bingyu was equally perplexed. Who on earth is this person? How can they clear the second level so swiftly? The elite team of the Sword Song Guild spent over an hour exploring the 5 elements sword formation, finally grasping the principles for breaking the array. However, before they could conquer the first level, news emerged from the server that the Ink Trace team had already passed 2 levels. Coupled with the previous incident where Ink Trace had seized a wild boss from them, the new enmity combined with old grudges left Sword Song's Ice Rain seething with indignation. In contrast, the guild leader, Sword Song Wushuang, remained remarkably composed, stating, "Ink Trace, 1,000 miles of ice. These two must be professional players." Ice Rain was taken aback. Professional players? Indeed. From your earlier descriptions, it is evident that their prowess in slaying the wild boss transcends that of ordinary experts. Moreover, Ink Trace possesses a remarkable interpretative ability for dungeons. The most challenging aspect of this instance lies in command. As long as the leader reacts swiftly and articulates their thoughts clearly, ensuring the cooperation of the rest should pose no issue. Sword Song Wushuang paused momentarily before continuing. "I need to ascertain their background with urgency. What does the leader imply?" Ice Rain inquired. "If they are not affiliated with any team, it would be ideal to recruit such exceptional talent. Conversely, if they are part of a squad, understanding their origins is crucial for our peace of mind. I suspect that most lurking clubs will soon mobilize." After some contemplation, Sword Song Wushuang directed, "Ice Rain, promptly dispatch someone to approach the members of this team and closely monitor their movements. Report any developments to me immediately." Meanwhile, Qin Mo had muted the world channel, thus oblivious to the frenzy of messages flooding in from players. As the captain, after defeating the boss, he still needed to organize the loot from the dungeon. The second challenge presented even greater obstacles than the first, and the team that succeeded was awarded with a doubling of rewards: 16 pieces of equipment, 30 pieces of purple materials, 5 pieces of golden materials, and a map radiating a golden glow. Qin Mo divided the equipment according to professions, while the materials and the map were temporarily stored in his own inventory. Congratulations to the hero, Mo Hen, for acquiring the artifact, Ice-Shattering Crafting Blueprint, in the Sword God Valley Ruins. This announcement catapulted the ID Mo Hen into fame. He became the first player in the entire server to obtain the Jianghu Secret Manual Sword Rain and Fragrance, the first to clear the new dungeon of Sword God Valley Ruins, and the first to receive the blueprint for the Ice-Shattering Artifact, thus becoming a star in the Zhejianghu region. Immediately, Qin Mo's private chat channel was flooded with a barrage of messages. "Hello, Mo Hen. I am a reporter from the official forum. May I interview you? Hey, Are you selling your blueprint? Name your price. Master, how did you conquer this dungeon? We've been stuck on the first level for 3 hours. Dear, could you send me a copy of the dungeon strategy? The ice-shattering crafting blueprint. Resembling a scroll when stored in the inventory, unfurled to reveal a beautifully ink-washed painting depicting 4 regions: heaven, earth, and humanity. Since Qin Mo had never crafted equipment of unparalleled prowess before, he was unfamiliar with the crafting blueprint and directly inquired, in the realm of reflections, how should the materials be arranged? As an experienced player from the 3rd internal testing phase, Mirror Flower Water Moon expressed his excitement, stating that all equipment in this game utilizes the heaven, earth, and humanity crafting blueprint. By simply checking the blueprint, one can view the necessary materials. The areas designated for heaven and earth accommodate the primary materials, while the humanity and harmony areas are reserved for auxiliary materials. The primary materials influence the weapon's fundamental attributes, including attack power, range, and speed, whereas the auxiliary materials affect additional attributes such as accuracy, critical strike chance, health cap, and mana cap. The variation in auxiliary materials leads to a diversity in the weapon's supplementary attributes. Listening to Mirror Flower Water Moon's explanation, Qin Mo finally grasped the unique crafting system of walking alone in the Jianghu. The primary materials placed in the heaven area must be selected according to the system's requirements, ensuring that the fundamental attributes of each weapon remain relatively consistent, thereby maintaining balance among the weapons. In contrast, the auxiliary materials in the humanity area can be freely chosen. Allowing for personalized customization, players can forge weapons with different supplementary attributes based on their needs. If desired, one could even equip their entire set with attributes that enhance health limits, transforming into a formidable tank. Feng Qingye interjected. The weapon-shattering ice has not been seen during the internal testing phase. Mirror, can you check what materials this sword requires? Without hesitation, Mirror Flower Water Moon consulted the crafting blueprint for shattering ice, revealing the primary material for the heaven position is a millennium meteorite, used to forge the blade. The earth position requires exquisite silk thread and century-old rosewood for the tassel and hilt. As for the humanity and harmony areas, any golden materials will suffice. Mirage paused momentarily before continuing. I believe I just acquired the rosewood, correct? The other essential materials can be procured from the merchant guild. Thank you, Qin Mo replied. I shall visit the guild. I shall accompany you. Xiao Han immediately followed suit. The trading system in this world is exceptionally refined, allowing players to freely establish shops and stalls within the main city's trading area. For those pressed for time, they may entrust their desired items to NPCs at the merchant guild for assistance. Qin Mo and Xiao Han arrived side by side at the guild area. Since most players were preoccupied with leveling up in the early stages, few shops were open, though a considerable crowd had gathered before the guild leader. Qin Mo opened the guild panel and searched for the material, Millennium Meteorite Iron. After a brief moment, a player named I Am Not a Swindler appeared on the list, offering the iron for a price of 10,000 gold coins. Upon glancing at the gold coins in his inventory, Qin Mo was about to make the purchase when a system notification interrupted him. Sorry. This material has already been bought by another player. Puzzled, Qin Mo wondered aloud, who was quick enough to snatch away the material I needed. I was. Xiao Han admitted candidly. A trade window popped up before him, and Qin Mo accepted the transaction, watching as Xiao Han swiftly inserted 2 items into the trade box. The Millennium Meteorite Iron and the exquisite silk thread, 2 golden materials, precisely what Qin Mo needed to forge his weapon. Astonished, Qin Mo exclaimed, You bought both of them? Yes. Weren't these the very 2 items you were lacking? But these golden materials are quite expensive. Not to worry. I simply wish to see you craft your weapon as soon as possible. Xiao Han gazed at his bag, which contained merely 3 gold coins, and smiled. Upon reading this, Qin Mo felt a warm sensation envelop his heart. The act of spending all his money to procure materials for another was something Xiao Han undertook without a hint of hesitation. This fellow sometimes seemed a bit oblivious, speaking bluntly without any hint of subtlety. Yet, when he genuinely cared for someone, he invariably conveyed his intentions in the most straightforward and candid manner. Xiao Han had always been a person of simplicity and decisiveness, his mind devoid of convoluted thoughts, only capable of delivering directness. Yet, it was precisely this forthrightness that rendered Qin Mo utterly incapable of declining. Observing Xiao Han quietly standing beside him, Qin Mo's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile as he typed, I shall hasten to craft a weapon for you to inspect. 1,000 Miles of Ice replied, What supplementary materials do you intend to incorporate? Qin Mo pondered briefly before responding. There are numerous options in my bag. I shall experiment with them one by one. He placed the Millennium Meteorite Iron in the top position, exquisite silk thread, and century-old Zeton wood in the bottom position. As the primary materials were arranged, a long sword, entirely shimmering white, materialized in the preview window. Qin Mo then retrieved golden materials, the Tianshan Snow Lotus and Black Pearl, and positioned them in the left and center slots, respectively. After a few seconds of system calculations, 2 lines of blue text appeared indicating the additional attributes: accuracy, critical hit rate. The wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing a pentagonal plaza before everyone. This place was seldom trodden, with moss flourishing amidst the stones. At the 5 corners surrounding the square stood 5 swords, gleaming in hues of gold, green, blue, red, and brown, symbolizing the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the center of the square sat an elderly man with silvery hair. Known as the sword enthusiast, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a flowing aura of white sword energy. Clearly, this venerable figure was the formidable boss of this level. Feng Xingye remarked, "No team has successfully cleared the 5-element sword array yet. It appears to be an exceptionally challenging battle." Jinghua Shuiyu expressed some confusion. "I noticed that each sword has a health of 50,000, while the boss has 300,000. Should we target the swords first, or the boss?" Qin Mo pondered for a moment, swiftly marking several numerical indicators on the ground. "It is likely that we must eliminate all 5 swords before engaging the central boss. Let us proceed with this strategy." He assigned roles. "I will handle the golden sword at position 1. Qian Liebingfeng will take the blue sword at position 2. Jinghua Shuiyu and Bei Jingwang will tackle the red sword at position 3. Xiaolic Dao and Yin Hua Tang will handle the brown sword at position 4. Feng Qingye and Zhigu Tian will take on the green sword at position 5. The healers and support will occupy position 6. The sword-fighting team Qin Mo orchestrated was composed of a professional player paired with a casual gamer, ensuring a balanced output for each sword. Meanwhile, he and Xiao Han would each manage 1 sword, allowing them to respond nimbly to any unexpected developments. This thoughtful distribution was commendable, and Xiao Han couldn't help but admire Qin Mo's meticulousness. As everyone swiftly took their assigned positions, the first challenge was officially underway. The 5-element sword, positioned at the 5 corners, immediately emanated a dazzling radiance, intertwining to form the shape of a pentagram formation. The group commenced their assault on the swords before them, however. As soon as they struck, a piercing sword cry reverberated in their ears. The boss at the center suddenly glowed brightly, and a wave of white chill enveloped the entire screen with a resounding crash, causing all 10 players to collapse simultaneously. What the hell? The entire team was instantly annihilated, leaving everyone bewildered. The commander, Qin Mo, calmly typed, "Attacking the 5-element sword simultaneously is ineffective. We must change our strategy. Bei Zhigong, you take on the boss." He Bei Guang immediately responded, "Understood." As a professional tank, holding the boss was a mere trifle for him. Upon resurrection, the group resumed their challenge. He Bei Guang, brandishing his great sword, charged boldly towards the boss and swung a decisive blow towards its chest. However, the white-haired elder remained utterly unmoved, while the surrounding 5 swords collectively lunged at Bei Zhigong, causing him to fall instantly. Pierced like a hedgehog, Bei Zhigong met an unjust demise. The others barely had time to flee before they too were impaled by the erratically flying 5-element swords. Clearly, the sword formation that had obliterated countless guilds was not so easily overcome. Qin Mo lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Attacking the surrounding swords led to the boss's furious retaliation, while targeting the boss would result in annihilation by the swords. This indicated that the solution to the sword formation was not merely a matter of output, since neither the swords nor the boss could be attacked directly. The only conceivable breakthrough lay in the colorful connections between the swords themselves. Upon contemplating this, Qin Mo promptly spoke, "Everyone, stand outside the sword formation. Qian Liebingfeng, let's circle the formation together and observe it closely. I shall oversee metal and wood, while you manage water, fire, and earth. Please take note of your current conditions." Qian Liebingfeng responded affirmatively. This sword formation was indeed extraordinary. Qin Mo instructed the others to remain as spectators while he and Xiao Han sought to unravel the formation's secrets to prevent repeated annihilations. As the third challenge commenced, The five swords radiated a dazzling brilliance, and vibrant connections swiftly emerged between them. Qin Mo and Xiao Han utilized their lightness skills, swiftly encircling the formation. Xiao Han, being an assassin, moved with even greater speed, managing to circle the water, fire, and earth swords within a mere 5 seconds. While Qin Mo navigated around the gold and wood swords. 3 seconds later, Mo Hin and Qianli Bingfeng, who were situated within the formation, were again obliterated by the ferocious boss. The two lay on the ground, exchanging information. Qin Mo typed, "I possess the advantages of Shua Jin and Qing Mu." Qianli Bingfeng replied, "I have the essence of flowing water, the heart of blazing fire, and the protection of solid earth." After contemplating these states for a moment, Qin Mo remarked, "This should relate to the principles of the 5 elements in opposition. Let us attempt once more." Qianli Bingfeng agreed. "Very well." Qin Mo added, "Typing may be too slow. Let us communicate via voice in the team room." Given the necessity for constant adjustments during the dungeon exploration, voice command was the most efficient method. Besides, since Xiao Han had already recognized him, Qin Mo was untroubled by concerns of his identity being revealed. At that moment, Qin Mo's voice resonated in his ear. "Bingfeng, strike the sword I indicate." "Understood," came the reply. Xiao Han promptly responded by typing. He swiftly approached the wooden sword, standing before it for a moment to invoke the state of the source of green wood. Then, with a graceful leap, he soared into the center of the square, turning to hurl 3 sets of daggers towards the direction of the earth sword. In the wake of this assault, the connection between the earth sword and the gold sword abruptly vanished. Qin Mo's eyes brightened, and he continued, "Heart of blazing fire, target the gold sword." Xiao Han complied with remarkable speed, eliminating another connection in less than 3 seconds. Flowing intent, strike the fire sword. Thick earth guardian, attack the water sword. Mighty metal edge, engage the wood sword. With each command from Qin Mo, Xiao Han executed the task instantaneously. The duo, one directing and the other acting, managed to obliterate all connections among the 5 swords in a mere 15 seconds. At that moment, the white-haired elder, who had been seated in the center, suddenly rose to his feet, reciting, "Alas, my cultivation method cannot be flawed. Why must I endure the agony of severed meridians? Oh heavens!" A thunderous roar echoed in the air, and Qin Mo quickly realized the breaking of the formation was merely a prelude. The real battle against the boss was about to commence. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Icebound, and I will assess this boss's condition." The boss's dialogue was rather lengthy, recounting his past of becoming ensnared in obsession during sword training and the bloody battle that transpired in Sword God Valley. After finishing his tale, he exhibited a weakened state. Qin Mo unleashed a combination attack with Wandering with Sword and Sword Rain at dusk, yet the boss remained unaffected by silence control, with his health diminishing to 95. Was this a healing effect? Qin Mo immediately instructed, "Activate the golden sword state to strike the wooden sword." Xiao Han promptly complied, and the connection vanished just as it had before. Subsequently, Qin Mo issued commands, and Xiao Han executed actions as the duo continued to probe the boss. They swiftly discerned the functions of the 5 swords. The green line of the wooden sword healed the boss. The brown line of the earth sword inflicted an 800 damage rebound to the boss. The blue line of the water sword increased the boss's movement speed, causing it to run amok once connected. The golden line of the golden sword augmented the boss's attack power by 800, targeting players and dealing immense damage. The red line of the fire sword unleashed the most terrifying effect, prompting the boss to unleash a devastating area-wide attack, resulting in significant damage to the entire party and a high risk of total annihilation. Through this exploration, Qin Mo had grasped the mechanics of the 5-element sword formation. The white-haired elder at the center was the ultimate boss, while the other 5 swords served to bolster him. Whenever a connection appeared, it was imperative to counteract the supportive effects with the opposing element. For instance, if the fire sword was aiding the boss by generating a red line, one must acquire the water sword's flowing state to attack the fire sword, as water extinguishes fire, thus causing the connection to dissipate and restoring the boss to its original state. The young man's voice resonated with a certain chill, yet his commanding style was remarkably decisive. Even the professional players from the Longing Club could not help but admire how, through merely 3 preliminary trials, he had managed to unravel the intricacies of the sword formation. Indeed, it was evident that Qin Mo possessed formidable analytical skills regarding the dungeon. Once clarity was achieved, the ensuing boss battle unfolded with ease. "Cease your attacks. and let the Jianghu Tian take the state to strike the wooden sword. Fireworks burn like a water sword. Ice seals the golden sword. The voice channel resonated with his calm demeanor as he issued a series of precise commands. The connections that appeared in the square were swiftly eradicated within mere seconds, and the boss's health steadily diminished. Just as the boss's health plummeted to 60, 3 connections suddenly materialized on the battlefield, causing the entire team to suffer significant damage, leading to a moment of chaos and panic. However, the correct counter-strategy ensured the swift disappearance of the 3 delicate lines. The healer, in a flustered state, managed to restore health, allowing the team to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The newcomers from the Longing Club couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable intellect of this individual. How could one react with such swiftness? While everyone else floundered at the sudden emergence of the 3 connections and the ensuing damage, he immediately discerned the principles of elemental countering and promptly issued accurate commands. This conclusion was drawn by internal testers after extensive experimentation. Due to the rarity of critical hits in the Sword Journey scenario, the subsequent combos of Sword Rain and Setting Sun proved to be even more challenging. Consequently, the internal testers classified the Tianyang Double Strike as one of the relatively advanced maneuvers within the Cold Hua Sword Sect's long sword techniques. To everyone's astonishment, this self-proclaimed newcomer, Mo Hin, executed such a stunning combination right from the outset, prompting Feng Qingye to question his origins. Among the players of the Cold Hua Sword Sect, Feng Qingye had only been able to achieve the Tianyang combo twice out of 5 attempts. However, it is plausible that Mo Hin's execution of a combination technique was merely a stroke of luck. After all, a level 15 swordsman is only proficient in the skills Wandering with Sword and Sword Rain, Dying Sunday. Perhaps, by sheer happenstance, he had pressed the buttons for the 2 skills in succession, inadvertently fulfilling the conditions for the combination technique's activation. Mo Hin, indeed. Thus, was that moment merely a coincidence? Upon this reflection, Feng Qingye chose not to pursue the matter further. Throughout the entire afternoon, the 5 companions diligently followed the narrative's main quest. The missions around Mingzhou City allowed players to progress up to approximately level 20. With seasoned players leading the charge, there was no concern about locating quest sites, and Qin Mo's leveling speed notably improved. Xiao Yaoxian, very well. Feng Qingye added, the mobs here are quite dense. Mo Hin, shortly employ Wandering with Sword to draw the mobs, then flee into the woods. Mo Hin, understood. Jinghua Shuiyu. All right, let us commence. At the captain's command, the 5 immediately dispersed. With a brief 3-second grace period to recover their agility, Qin Mo swiftly exited the courtyard, pursued relentlessly by a dozen small monsters. Yet they could not breach his defenses. The white-clad swordsman elegantly soared deeper into the woods, pursued by the throng of monsters, swiftly vanishing from the other's sight. Meanwhile, Feng Qingye, who was also tasked with diverting the monsters, had already succumbed to the onslaught in the backyard. He actually survived. Feng Qingye was at a loss for how to convey this statement. Survived? On the second floor, Jinghua Shuiyu was equally astonished, peering down to observe the scene below. This quest bore a difficulty rating of 3 stars, and typically, those who drew the attention of the monsters would meet their demise swiftly. How had he managed to survive? Unbelievable. Shi Xiao Tsangdao was also taken aback. Pursued by a dozen minor creatures with such inadequate equipment, how was he still alive? Yet, Mo Hin not only remained unscathed, but appeared to thrive in the chaos. His health remained at a pristine 100, indicating that the swarm of creatures chasing him into the forest had inflicted no harm whatsoever. This suggested that he had maintained a safe distance from the monsters at all times. His ability to control the distance and kite the creatures clearly demonstrated the use of the swordsman's skill, Tianyang Erlian, which silenced his foes. Feng Qingye's emotions were conflicted. If the earlier combo was merely a stroke of luck, what could explain his current mastery? He was skillfully managing the distance while simultaneously executing the Tianyang combo. Surely, he could not be a novice? Indeed, he hardly resembled one. Jinghua Shuiyu paused, pondering. If he were a seasoned player, why had he claimed to be a newcomer when questioned? Was he deliberately concealing his identity? Feng Qingye speculated that during the closed beta, the Hanhua Sword Sect had dispatched numerous experts, and perhaps he wished to remain unrecognized, hence his self-identification as a novice. It was a plausible theory. Jinghua Shuiyu nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Mo Hin's health plummeted from 100 to 0 in an instant, and his avatar dimmed. Jinghua Shuiyu was utterly astonished. What had transpired? If he had been slain by the minor creatures, There should have been a gradual depletion of health. The health of Mo Hen was instantly depleted. Had he encountered a wilderness boss and been struck down in a single blow? However, a line of text in the team channel left Jianghu Yu both amused and exasperated. Mo Hen remarked, "I fell off a cliff. Jianghu Yu. Feng Qingyi. Shaoli Tsong Dao. Could it be that he committed such a novice blunder as falling off a cliff? Was this individual truly a beginner? Yet, why did his maneuvers evoke a sense of fluidity and grace?" The three exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, they had speculated whether this skilled player was deliberately concealing his identity, only to discover that he was merely an inexperienced novice who couldn't even navigate the terrain. Mo Hen, there is no such option. Mo Hen, only the first two. Feng Qingyi, at a loss for words. You didn't activate the resurrection point in the main city, did you? Mo Hen, how do you activate the resurrection point in the main city? Feng Qingyi was nearly at his wit's end. Mo Hen, thank you. Feng Qingyi, you're welcome. After completing this 3-star difficulty quest, everyone had reached level 20. At level 20, the first narrative dungeon in the game would unlock, offering substantial experience along with generous rewards of materials and equipment, albeit with a daily entry limit of 5 times. Coincidentally, everyone was feeling peckish, so they decided to log off and have a meal. Meanwhile, at the Changsha Longyin eSports Club, in the conference room, I have received news from the eSports Alliance that numerous domestic eSports clubs have ventured into the new game Dubu Jianghu. This creation, crafted by the esteemed Tianhuan Game Company, the very team behind Wolin, boasts exceptional production quality. Moreover, it is the first VR game featuring a virtual perspective in the country, holding a unique significance within the realm of online gaming. I have a premonition that within a year, this game is destined to achieve remarkable success. The diligent owner, Lu Chuan, stated with rare seriousness that after thorough discussions, several shareholders of the club have decided to enter the new game Dubu Jianghu, delegating the responsibilities of this undertaking to Xiao Han. The young man named was quick to respond, raising his head and affirmatively stating, "No problem." His hair, a natural shade of gold, contrasted sharply with his inky black eyes, while his prominent nose lent his features an undeniably handsome appeal. The combination of golden hair and dark eyes seamlessly merged the characteristics of Eastern and Western men, with the mixed heritage imbuing his bright, obsidian eyes with a profound depth, akin to a mysterious abyss concealing unfathomable emotions. Unlike the typical handsome visage, Xiao Han possessed a distinctive allure that emanated from his mixed ancestry. At the age of 21, he currently serves as the captain of the miraculous division of the Longyin Club, having participated in world competitions and earned the title of Most Valuable Player for the season. Coupled with his unique charisma, his popularity within the esports community is indeed at its zenith. The owner's decision to have him lead the team into the new game evidently underscores the importance placed on the impending professional league of Dubu Jianghu. Excellent. Lu Chuan cast a glance at him and smiled. There are many newcomers in the training camp at present. How should the team members be selected? What are your thoughts? I welcome aspiring individuals who wish to excel in the game to register with me. I will conduct an open selection from among the applicants, Xiao Han replied calmly. Upon hearing this, many newcomers in the conference room displayed eager expressions. The established gaming profession is relatively mature, yet with a plethora of experts. It is indeed challenging to stand out. Conversely, the professional league of the new game, though in its infancy, is akin to a blank canvas, upon which the first cohort of players will inscribe remarkable tales. If they are fortunate enough to join the inaugural professional league in a few years, they shall become the veterans of this domain. Once the newcomers had departed, Lu Chuan lowered his voice and confided, "Xiao Han, let me share something with you." Before the open beta of Dubu Jianghu, there were 3 closed internal tests. Many clubs sent representatives during the first internal test to familiarize themselves with the game. Our club's entry into Dubu Jianghu was likely the latest among all major clubs. Xiao Han nodded and remarked, "There is a saying in China, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. Being late is not necessarily a disadvantage." Upon hearing this phrase, Xiao Han's heart suddenly tightened, as a flood of memories surged into his mind. Qin Mo, that proud yet kind-hearted youth, would tirelessly correct his various Chinese grammatical errors, often late at night when he struggled with the usage of conjunctions, engaging in chats that led to a jumble of words, for which Qin Mo would helplessly respond with ellipses. At that time, they were both quite young. Although they belonged to different teams, their masters maintained a close relationship, allowing them to frequently create alternate accounts in online games to practice, communicate, and spar with one another, fostering mutual growth and development. From a novice to the season's most valuable player, Qin Mo had been by his side throughout the journey. They had once shared an innocent bond, akin to childhood sweethearts. Xiao Han had believed that Qin Mo would be there to compete alongside him for many years, until they eventually aged out of the game and retired together. Little did he know, Qin Mo would leave so abruptly. For 3 long years, there was no word from him. Xiao Han gently clenched his fist at his side, feigning calmness as he shifted the topic. Has the Wind Color Club also entered the new game? The Wind Color Club is one of the formidable rivals of the Longing Club. Since Xiao Han had inquired, Lu Chuan no longer concealed the information and stated plainly, Wind Color was among the first to enter, dispatching experts during the initial closed beta to assess the game. They have delved deeply into its mechanics and are said to have formed a brand new team, although the roster remains classified, as it is confidential to the team. As for your leading the charge into the new game, we must keep that under wraps for now. We will hold a press conference when the time is right. Xiao Han nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Several major domestic clubs have received invitations from the game developers. Including us, there are currently 8 clubs involved, along with some grassroots teams formed by independent experts. The first professional league next year is sure to be filled with elite players. Lu Chuan paused momentarily and inquired, since we are starting the latest, will the pressure on you be immense? It's all right, Xiao Han replied. There is still half a year left, which is ample time. You seem quite confident, Lu Chuan remarked with a faint smile, as he retrieved a stack of identity cards imprinted with unrivaled in the Jianghu from his drawer and handed them to him. Go forth, and I wish you the best of luck. Due to the treacherous terrain surrounding the valley, which is unfathomably deep, outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate, thus making the secrets of this underground castle nearly impossible to uncover. The founder of Eternal Night City was a renowned beauty in the martial world, but tragically, she fell for a duplicitous scoundrel who ultimately betrayed her, resulting in the destruction of her entire family in a devastating fire. Fueled by profound resentment, she constructed a vast underground fortress deep within the secluded valley of the southern frontier, where she developed a myriad of enigmatic assassination techniques. After avenging herself against the scoundrel, she became increasingly ruthless and began to gather disciples from the Jianghu, imparting to them various assassination skills. They would either attack their enemy's vital points with sharp iron claws at close range or employ cold daggers from a distance. Gradually, these 2 combat styles evolved into distinct factions within Eternal Night City. Xiao Han responded affirmatively. The 2 then simultaneously took flight with their lightness skills, swiftly arriving behind a tree by the lake, poised for action. We were annihilated at the resurrection point. 2 formidable experts may attempt to seize the boss. Exercise caution on your end. Commanding the boss raid, Sword Song and Ice Rain furrowed his brow upon receiving the message. Everyone, focus your attention. Once the boss respawns, Snow Eagle will engage it swiftly while the healers ensure his health remains intact. Frontline swordsmen, unleash your full offensive prowess, and ranged attackers, spread out. Should anyone attempt to disrupt us, we will concentrate our fire and eliminate them immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in a blue long robe, wielding a fan, appeared abruptly in the pavilion by the lake, bearing the name Gu Shu Hang above his head. Sword Song and Ice Rain commanded, onward. Snow Eagle, responsible for drawing the boss's attention, immediately charged forward, brandishing a massive blade. The Frenzied Blade sect is renowned within the game for its formidable defense and possesses numerous skills designed to protect allies. Having played as a blade master during the beta phase, he had previously battled this particular map's boss and felt an unwavering confidence. Activating his agility skill, he soared towards the boss, striking decisively at its chest, effectively drawing its ire before swiftly retreating towards the lake's edge. The boss soon followed him to the water's brink, prompting the members of the Sword Song Guild to unleash a torrent of damage. The dazzling effects of various weapons illuminated the surroundings, causing the boss's health to plummet rapidly. Sword Song and Ice Rain urged swiftly, prepare to use your agility skills to evade the ultimate attack. Gu Shuhang hailed from the Zhuge family, a sect famed throughout the realm for its ingenious contraptions and mechanisms. According to Gu Shuhang's skill configuration, when his health reaches 75, he summons a multitude of mechanical rats that relentlessly pursue and gnaw at nearby targets, inflicting a debilitating effect that reduces their attack and defense to a mere 10, rendering them nearly powerless. The boss's summoning of these mechanical rats requires a casting time. Thus, as long as one is not particularly sluggish in their reactions, Evading them with lightness should pose no issue. As the boss's health continues to dwindle, reaching 76, 75. Jianghu Bingyu was just about to alert everyone to evade the impending skill when, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a snow-white figure. That individual plunged down from the sky, gracefully descending like a white crane into the midst of the team, swiftly sweeping their longsword in an arc. The blade's cold gleam flashed ominously before them, and the 15 melee fighters at the forefront of the Jianghu Guild were silenced in place. It was the Tianyang Airlian's group silence from the Hanhua Sword sect. At that precise moment, the boss summoned the mechanical rats. Leaving the silenced melee fighters unable to evade with lightness, collectively succumbing to the weakened state, their defenses diminished to 10. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Mo Xiao Han, leaped with agility, deftly evading the pursuit of the mechanical rats, and subsequently unleashed a group attack skill, Zhang Jian Tianya, upon a cluster of foes. Under normal circumstances, a swordsman's Zhang Jian Tian, you would typically inflict a maximum of 5 health damage. However, with the frontline melee fighters all afflicted by the mechanical rat's weakened state, their defenses collectively reduced to 10. Qin Mo Xiao Han seized this opportunity to unleash the area attack skill, instantly reducing the health of several melee fighters to critical levels. The sword intent was unparalleled. At that moment, a sharp longsword suddenly soared straight from his hand, targeting the primary tank, Shuang. Even though Shuang was a resilient player from the Mad Blade sect, toughened by experience, he was instantly obliterated by the skill, sword intent unmatched. After being severely weakened and having his defenses lowered, with the tank down, the boss lost its primary target and immediately began to run amok. Gu Shuhang, aside from summoning mechanical mice, wielded his fan with considerable damage, relentlessly attacking the frontline melee fighters, swiftly eliminating those with low health. Meanwhile, Qin Mo Xiao Han unleashed his ultimate skill, Sword Rain Perfume, and as the 3 seconds of silence control effect concluded, he immediately followed up with a stun control, keeping a group of low health players immobilized. Was he attempting to leverage the boss to eliminate all the frontline melee fighters? A chill ran down Jianghu Bingyu's spine, and he promptly commanded, "Backline, spread out. Healers, dispel the control quickly." The pharmacists from Fanchao Hall possessed dispel skills. As long as there were healers in the team to timely remove control effects, they could focus their fire to eliminate Qin Mo Xiao Han. However, to Jianghu Bingyu's dismay, none of the 5 healers assisted in dispelling the control, as they were struggling to survive themselves. Xiao Han's attack speed was extraordinarily swift. He stealthily maneuvered to the back line, utilizing his skill, Thousand Lantern Ghost Steps, to suddenly create 5 afterimages, each targeting one of the healers. The onlookers witnessed a flurry of dark shadows sweeping past like a gust of wind, the sound of daggers piercing flesh echoing in their ears as the afterimages darted about, blood splattering everywhere, a sight that sent chills down their spines. In the blink of an eye, all 5 healers had fallen. Jianghu Bingyu was on the brink of despair. What on earth was happening? Are none of the healers able to provide support? A straightforward young lady interjected, "Stop blaming the healers. That assassin is far too swift. We can hardly discern his presence before he strikes us down. If you're so capable, why don't you step in?" A healer chimed in, "Exactly. What are all you ranged players doing? When the healer is under attack, can't you lend a hand?" A ranged player timidly remarked, "I wanted to help, but I can't see where he is." In the midst of this bickering, Qin Mo Xiao Han had already dispatched all the melee fighters, leaving only 10 ranged players in the team. Jianghu Bingyu promptly declared, "Ranged players, unleash your area attacks. Let's eliminate that assassin." With such a multitude of ranged classes executing their area skills, it was certain they could vanquish the fragile assassin. However, at the very moment they unleashed their collective offensive abilities, the black-clad assassin suddenly vanished, employing his stealth skill. Jianghu Bingyu quickly exclaimed, "He has gone invisible. Cover all directions with area attacks. Quickly, take him down." A flurry of area attack skills was unleashed, and then silence ensued. Only Qin Mo, being a teammate, could witness that Qian Li Bingfeng had, at the last moment, teleported to one of the afterimages. He had utilized his stealth skill to deceive his adversaries. Jianghu Bingyu mistakenly believed he was hidden within their encirclement, when in truth, he had long since evaded it. His target was not the few ranged players, but rather the boss, Gu Shuhang, whom they had overlooked. Long rainbow pierces the sun. Long rainbow pierces the sun. Flowing moon flies the stars. Qian Li Bingfeng maneuvered around to the back of the boss, decisively executing the combo of long rainbow, pierces the sun, and flowing moon flies the stars. Qin Mo, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly followed up with a barrage of strikes, employing his unparalleled sword intent. The two engaged in a contest of speed, unleashing an astonishingly formidable combination of damage within mere seconds. The main tank, Shuiying, who had been tasked with drawing the boss's attention, had just fallen victim to Qin Mo's assault. The boss, momentarily disoriented by the absence of a target, swiftly turned its focus onto the duo, who were now relentlessly pummeling it. "Let us go," Xiao Han typed succinctly, and Qin Mo understood the signal. The two swiftly departed from the lake's edge, one leading and the other following at a breakneck pace. "Damn it, Jianghu Bing," you wished fervently to dismantle his keyboard in frustration. "Chase them. Hurry up." In their 30-member team, the healers had all perished, the main tank had been dispatched by Mo Hen, and the melee fighters had fallen to the boss's onslaught, leaving only 10 ranged attackers. The remaining 10 pursued the two through the wilderness, a battle that should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, Jianghu Bing was dismayed to discover that as they valiantly closed in on the boss's rear, it unleashed a devastating ultimate ability. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and several colossal mechanical war chariots sped towards them from the distance, leaving destruction in their wake. In an instant, half of the 10 fell once more, with the remaining few clinging to life by a thread. "You output, I'll hold the rear," Xiao Han typed in the team channel, then leaped with agility to the boss's flank, his fingers dancing across the keyboard to execute a series of 3 rapid strikes. A flurry of daggers erupted like a torrential downpour, perfectly targeting the positions of the 5 ranged attackers. In an instant, the world before Jianghu Bing transformed into a desolate monochrome landscape, evoking a sense of despair. The distant pursuers were unexpectedly annihilated. Meanwhile, the swordsman in white, Mo Hen, was nimbly assaulting the boss. The 4 colossal war chariots positioned in front, behind, to the left, and to the right, inflicted no harm upon him. He soared gracefully through the air, his longsword aimed directly at Gu Shuheng's head, landing critical strikes with each thrust. The spectators were left astonished by this spectacle, their expressions reflecting a blend of disbelief and awe. Jianghu Bing, having participated in numerous internal tests, had never witnessed 2 individuals so adeptly coordinating to evade a boss's onslaught. As Gu Shuheng's health plummeted to 25, he summoned a flock of mechanical eagles. These mechanical eagles, the most formidable weapons at the boss's disposal, could soar through the skies, flapping their wings to rain down a barrage of razor-sharp silver needles, inflicting significant damage on the players below. Interestingly, the eagles refrained from attacking within a 1-foot radius around Gu Shuheng, ensuring their master remained unharmed. A design choice that allowed players to use the boss as a shield against the eagles' lethal barrage. Nevertheless, Mo Hen and Qianli Bingfeng remained unscathed. The duo astonishingly matched the boss's speed, maintaining a mere foot's distance from him, successfully dodging the relentless hail of silver needles above. What remarkable reflexes were required to keep pace with a boss that darted about unpredictably? As Gu Shuheng receded further into the distance, Mo Hen and Qianli Bingfeng, one clad in black, the other in white, swiftly vanished into the depths of the Sword God Valley's woods. Jianghu Bing stared blankly at their retreating figures, as if witnessing a surreal fantasy unfold before his eyes. He could not conceive of a more fitting adjective to describe the prowess of Mo Hen and Qianli Bingfeng. He simply recognized that their skill level could obliterate him in an instant. "Is the boss not going to be attacked?" someone lamented, unwilling to concede so easily. "What is their current position? Brothers, please report your coordinates," Jianghu Bing inquired within the voice chat. "I see they have lured the boss to the eastern forest, where it is trapped between 2 trees and unable to move, with only 5 health remaining," exclaimed a member of the group who had just respawned and witnessed the scene. Jianghu Bing took a deep breath. "Let us withdraw. I will explain to the boss. With their output, the boss will not survive much longer." No sooner had he spoken than a line of golden text appeared in the announcement area above. "Congratulations, heroes, Mo Hen and Qianli Bingfeng, for successfully defeating Gu Shuheng in Sword God Valley, receiving the secret tome North Goose South Fly and a rare materials treasure chest X10. Players across the server were left astounded. 2 individuals had vanquished the boss? This was simply unbelievable. The newcomers surrounding Xiao Han believed that the swordsman named Mo Hen was destined to lose, anticipating that once the captain appeared, a casual critical combo would yield a tremendous advantage. Indeed, Xiao Han did not disappoint his team. He instructed Qian Li Bingfeng to stealthily position himself just behind Mo Hen, and without warning, he emerged from concealment, thrusting his icy dagger with a series of lethal strikes aimed at the center of his opponent's back. Long rainbow, piercing the sun. Long rainbow, piercing the sun. Long rainbow, piercing the sun. Hidden in the distance, the ethereal reflection of the mirror garden gasped in awe. This assassin is truly a master. The little herbalist, unable to decipher the unfolding drama in the garden, merely sensed the assassin's strikes were exceptionally swift and decisive. Yet, her allegiance lay with her comrades, prompting her to exclaim, Mo Hen is at level 25, while Qian Li Bingfeng is only at level 22. Mo Hen's superior rank assures victory. With a laugh that concealed the blade, the onlooker chuckled in agreement. However, Feng Qingyi remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the garden. Sensing that a mere 3-level difference might not be significant, the outcome for Mo Hen was still uncertain. At that moment, Xiao Han swiftly followed up with the skill Liu Fei Xing. This technique, a close combat assassination maneuver, enables a distant assassin to instantly surge behind the enemy, plunging a dagger into their heart for a lethal blow. Clad in dark attire and donning a mysterious black mask, the assassin moved with such speed that the onlookers barely registered the shadow passing by. In an instant, Qian Li Bingfeng, who had previously been lurking at a distance, appeared behind Mo Hen and decisively thrust his blade towards the heart, causing Mo Hen's health to plummet from 100 to 50. Of course, this significant health loss was not solely due to this single skill, but rather the cumulative damage from the Changhongguan re-triple strike and the critical hit of Liu Fei Xing. The sheer swiftness of Qian Li Bingfeng's maneuvers allowed him to unleash this series of skills in a mere 3 seconds, creating the illusion of having Mo Hen's health bar in an instant, leaving the distant spectators utterly astonished. Even Qin Mo could not help but express surprise at the assassin's rapid and fiercely skilled onslaught. In an instant, he discerned that he was confronted by a top-tier assassin. The opponent had skillfully obstructed his line of sight and launched a successful ambush, seizing the initiative and reducing his health by 50%. In the arena, such a seamless and decisive series of maneuvers could easily shatter the composure of an adversary with even a slightly weaker mental fortitude. This oppressive style of play could only be executed by true masters, forcing their opponents to bear greater pressure in confrontation. Once psychological strain crept in, mistakes became inevitable, and this individual would undoubtedly seize any opportunity for error. Yet, who was Qin Mo? Although he had departed from the eSports scene in his youth, he was once the ace of the Fengsi team and had participated in international competitions. His experience was unparalleled. He had encountered such uphill battles numerous times, rendering him unfazed. The moment his health was halved, Qin Mo reacted instantaneously. The white-clad swordsman on the screen suddenly pivoted, his long sword deftly twisting from side to side, drawing 2 elegant arcs in front of him before swiftly thrusting diagonally, landing a precise strike to the opponent's abdomen. Sword of the Wandering World, Rain of Swords at Dusk. Once again, it was the dual strike of Tianyang that Feng Qingye had witnessed countless times. Those who wielded the sword knew that if a stationary target lay ahead, it was relatively easy to aim for their weakness and deliver a critical blow. But how was he able to gauge the position of a target behind him? Feng Qingye had scarcely had time to ponder when he witnessed the black-clad assassin, caught off guard, rendered motionless by Mo Hen. In an instant, Mo Hen executed a graceful display of his sex lightness skill, soaring like a magnificent white bird, and swiftly distanced himself from his opponent. This scene evoked astonishment among the onlooking teammates in the training room. Under Xiao Han's suppression, those of lesser skill typically found themselves utterly defenseless, swiftly eliminated in a flurry of strikes. Yet this individual, he had managed to execute a seamless counterattack. At the moment Xiao Han seized the advantage. Vanishing behind him and depleting half his health, he appeared utterly unfazed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to retaliate instantaneously, immobilizing Xiao Han. Pei Yu was profoundly shaken. The team's captain, Xiao Han, was well known for his prowess. The MVP award of the season was not bestowed lightly. On the professional league's arena, Xiao Han rarely encountered rivals. His assassin was fearsome, not only for his swift and decisive critical hits that could deplete a significant portion of an opponent's health, but also for his rapid hand speed, versatile tactics, and unpredictable mobility, which instilled immense psychological pressure on his foes. Many experts within the professional circle felt a heavy mental burden when facing Xiao Han. However, this individual named Mo Hen seemed impervious to any such pressure. After successfully immobilizing Xiao Han, he prudently created distance, leveraging the longer reach of his sword against the assassin and unleashed 2 more strikes from afar. Certainly, the damage inflicted by the 2 duels was not as formidable as the long rainbow piercing the sun's triple strike. The health of the frozen opponent had merely diminished to 75. The effect of the ghostly pursuit enabled him to vanish once more, with his agility attributes doubled, allowing him to swiftly close the distance to his adversary's rear. This seemingly low-damage area attack unexpectedly yielded a remarkable outcome. The concealed assassin's movements were revealed. The initial combo was effectively interrupted by this maneuver. Subsequently, Mo Han, akin to before, gracefully retreated with the swiftness of a startled swan, distancing himself from Xiao Han. Xiao Han's lightness skill was now on cooldown, and having been forced out of his stealth, he could no longer disrupt his opponent's actions. Consequently, Mo Han could confidently rely on the advantage of distance to gradually equalize their health disparity. However, Xiao Han was not one to surrender easily. Although his lightness skill was in cooldown, he possessed other pursuit techniques. Flowing Moon, Flying Star. The cloaked assassin, like a wraith, teleported once more behind Mo Han, his dagger rising and falling, executing a consecutive strike of Flowing Moon, Flying Star. If the area damage from the long rainbow piercing the sun's triple strike was considerable, then the close-range assassination of Flowing Moon, Flying Star's double strike delivered a far more terrifying single-target damage. Mo Han's health had plummeted to 20. It was only at this moment that Xiao Han's expression shifted slightly. The distant swordsman in white exhibited remarkable agility in his movements, particularly in his application of lightness skills, which could only be described as extraordinary. Mo Han was indeed a master, and not just any ordinary one. His reactions in combat were exceptionally keen, and his strikes were decisively executed. As he commenced the match, nearly depleting his opponent's health to half, the adversary remarkably withstood the pressure and adeptly devised a strategy to mitigate the health disparity by leveraging his range advantage. Despite my relentless pursuit and assault, which would have overwhelmed an average individual, he remained composed, countering each attack with remarkable poise. Xiao Han furrowed his brow. This sensation felt eerily familiar, yet he could not pinpoint its origin. Simultaneously, Qin Mo was taken aback, as the assassin's combat style was exceedingly sharp and imposing. In the face of his lightning-fast onslaught, a moment's inattention could result in being obliterated by a single combo. Although Qin Mo managed to stabilize the situation with his swift reflexes and agile maneuvers, beads of perspiration began to form on his palms. It had been an eternity since he had engaged in such an intense confrontation. Earlier, he had summoned the focus and caution reminiscent of his competitive days to narrowly evade his opponent's critical strikes. Yet, he recognized that if this continued, he would ultimately be overwhelmed. The opponent was simply too swift. While Qin Mo initially intended to create distance and engage in a war of attrition, it was evident that this cunning assassin understood that such a strategy would be disadvantageous for him. Thus, he adhered to the principle of swift resolution, repeatedly lunging at Qin Mo using the skill Flowing Moon, Flying Stars, relentlessly pursuing him. With only 20 of health remaining, while his opponent hovered around 50, Qin Mo realized that prolonging the conflict was futile. With this realization, a chill swept over him as he decisively slid his fingers towards the bottom left corner of the blue crystal screen. Amidst the gathering crowd, the figure of the swordsman, clad in white, suddenly raised his long sword before him. In an instant, countless ethereal sword spirits descended from the heavens, encircling the assassin in black. The fragrance of sword rain filled the air. He activated a secret skill with an extensive cooldown of 3 minutes. Caught off guard, Xiao Han was rendered incapacitated, while Qin Mo seized the fleeting 3 seconds of dizziness to unleash his utmost speed, executing the move Sword Journey to the Horizon followed by the silent strike, Sword Rain, setting Sunday. Thus, as the 3 seconds of dizziness faded, another 3 seconds of silence ensued. To everyone's astonishment, a seamless control was achieved. Pei widened his eyes in disbelief, fixated on the captain's computer screen. The term seamless control refers to the adept players who precisely calculate the control durations of 2 skills, immediately following the first with the second, just as the first's effect is about to expire. Mo Han, through this exquisite maneuver, had managed to obliterate Xiao Han's character. 1,000 miles of ice, in a mere heartbeat. He unleashed a flurry of skills that inflicted nearly 50 damage to Xiao Han's health, delivering a powerful counterattack that seemed to impose a significant blow right from the start. Thousand Miles of Ice? Is that you? Mo Hen, I do not recognize you. Thousand Miles of Ice, shall we engage in another match? Mo Hen, there is no need for that. Thousand Miles of Ice, why? Are you afraid that I will recognize you the moment you strike? Thousand Miles of Ice, I suspect you are about to play coy. The ellipsis from Qin Mo and Xiao Han's words were almost simultaneous. Qin Mo felt a sense of helplessness towards Xiao Han's prophetic insight. Xiao Han understood him far too well. Moreover, this fellow was rather stubborn. Once he had set his mind on something, it was not so easy to sway his opinion. How could he dispel such doubts? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo feigned calmness and typed, I am not Qin Mo. To my knowledge, there exists a player named Qin Mo who is a summoner, but I play as a swordsman. If you were a summoner, I would have recognized you at first glance. Wouldn't I still be waiting until now? I suppose that was yet another ellipsis. Once again, being accurately predicted left Qin Mo utterly speechless. The feeling of being exposed in such a manner was rather unpleasant. However, Xiao Han in front of the computer couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking, his fondness for ellipses has indeed remained unchanged. Qin Mo corrected him. It is listening attentively. The familiar pattern of dialogue stirred a warmth in Xiao Han's heart. He still enjoyed correcting Qin Mo's grammatical errors just as he did in their youth. Back then, whenever they chatted, Qin Mo would promptly correct Xiao Han's misuse of words to prevent him from making a fool of himself in front of the reporters. In fact, Xiao Han had long known how to use the phrase listening attentively. He had deliberately made a mistake earlier, and the other had instinctively corrected him. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile and quickly typed, Qin Mo, I have missed you these past few years. Xiao Han added, do you miss me? This fellow, why is he so blunt in his speech? With that, he exited the team, and in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. Xiao Han gazed at the swiftly retreating white figure, his mind unexpectedly drifting to a recently learned idiom, to flee in disarray. Could this be considered Qin Mo's flight? Had his blunt remarks startled him away? Qin Mo was particularly sensitive about his reputation, harboring an innate pride. The impact of his retirement years ago must have been profound, likely shaping his demeanor into a more aloof version of himself. Nevertheless, Xiao Han held a firm belief that, despite Qin Mo's apparent coldness, there remained a cherished place for him in the latter's heart. Qin Mo's recent venture into the open beta of Dubu Jianghu was evidently not a casual foray into online gaming, but rather linked to the forthcoming professional league next year. From what Xiao Han had gathered, the Fengsi team had already assembled, comprising the rather unremarkable quartet of Jinghua Shueishua, Feng Qingya, Xiaoli Tsangdao, and Xiao Yaoxian, who were clearly not professional players. It seemed that Qin Mo had recruited them as a makeshift leveling team within the game. Typically, clubs would require their players to operate collectively. The fact that Qin Mo had arrived at Dubu Jianghu alone suggested he had no ties to any club, indicating his current status as a free agent. This presented Xiao Han with an opportunity to earn Qin Mo's allegiance. Initially, when he agreed to lead the team in Dubu Jianghu at Lu Chuan's behest, Xiao Han merely aimed to experiment with a new game. Now, encountering Qin Mo within this virtual realm was an unexpectedly delightful turn of events, marking the most thrilling discovery he had experienced thus far. In the training room of Longyin Club, observing the newcomers diligently leveling up, Xiao Han rose and stepped outside, retrieving a familiar number from his phone to dial. A languid voice soon drifted into his ear. Hello, who is this? It sounded as though the speaker had just awakened. Xiao Han moved to a corner and softly replied, Master, it's me. Li Songyu, still half asleep, answered the call without checking the caller ID. Upon recognizing his disciple's voice, he gradually came to his senses and smiled. Oh, Xiao Han, you call me out of the blue. Is something the matter? Xiao Han replied earnestly, Master. The club has decided to let me lead the team into the new game, Dubu Jianghu. Are you aware of this? I am, Li Songyu acknowledged. Lu Chuan mentioned it to me earlier. You're still young, and it would be beneficial for you to explore the new game. It will enrich your experiences. I encountered Qin Mo in the new area, Xiao Han continued. Li Songyu sat up in surprise. Xiao Mo? He has also entered the new game? Yes, Xiao Han confirmed. Moreover, he has changed his profession to a swordsman. I didn't realize it was him at first. It only dawned on me today when I noticed he wasn't playing a summoner anymore. The transformation is truly remarkable. Switching to a swordsman. Li Songyu mused thoughtfully. Do you know why he left the Wind Color team? Xiao Han asked directly, recalling the image of the under-18 youth who had departed from the Wind Color Club alone. Xiao Han felt a pang of sympathy. As a fellow captain's disciple, He had experienced far smoother sailing than Qin Mo over the past few years. Xiao Han sensed that Qin Mo's departure from the Wind Color team was not merely due to a decline in performance. Furthermore, the way Qin Mo avoided his master indicated that he likely wished to shield his most esteemed mentor from the underlying reasons. Thus, the truth could not be as simple as a mere downturn in his condition. Noticing Xiao Han's silence, Li Zongyu continued, Xiao Mo possesses a strong sense of pride. Do not rush to pry into his feelings. Take your time. You two have shared everything since childhood. Perhaps only you can unravel the knots in his heart. Very well. I shall do my utmost to bring Qin Mo along. In their youth, they had once accompanied each other, growing side by side. In the future, they should face all challenges hand in hand. Qin Mo, I shall never allow you to walk alone again. With this thought, Xiao Han swiftly made his way to his seat, opening the game interface and locating Mo Hen in his friends list, sending a private message. I sincerely invite you to join the Longing Club. Let us compete together and claim the championship. Qin Mo, will you? As Mo Hen ventured beyond the range of his healing, Xiao Yao Xian hurriedly typed, Mo Hen, I can no longer add to your health. Mo Hen replied succinctly, no need. Those three simple words exuded a calm yet formidable confidence. Soon, Xiao Yao Xian realized that Mo Hen did not require any healing. He had once again immobilized 5 sword spirits with a swift combination of Sword Journey to the Horizon and Sword Rain at Dusk. Could it truly be controlled? Feng Qingya, Jinghua Shuiyu, and Xiao Litsong Dao were all utterly astonished. During previous tasks, they had witnessed Mo Hen executing the advanced technique of the Tianyang double strike, but they never anticipated his mastery and precision with this combo would reach such heights. He managed to perfectly time the 3 seconds of the sword spirit's stunning skill, freezing 5 sword spirits at that very moment, before gracefully soaring away, flowing like water. Beyond this phrase, they could conjure no better descriptor for his performance. 20 seconds later, as the second wave of sword spirits respawned, Mo Hen suddenly pivoted and flew behind the little medicine fairy, first piercing the sword spirit lurking behind her, and then swiftly employing the wandering blade technique to strike down several newly spawned sword spirits. With decisive execution, he unleashed a critical double strike, followed by a rain of swords, silencing the 5 newly emerged sword spirits in an instant. The previous 5, now in pursuit, were met once more by Mo Hen as he deftly evaded them, beginning to run in large circles around the arena, all the while. A total of 10 sword spirits amassed behind him. This spectacular scene left his teammates in a state of awe. Feng Qingya, even forgetting to engage the boss, gazed at Mo Hen's maneuvers with a complex expression. As a fellow swordsman, he pondered how such a disparity could exist among players. Thanks to his precise calculations regarding distance and skill cooldowns, Mo Hen sustained minimal damage. By the time he executed another double strike, the health of the first batch of pursuing sword spirits had been completely depleted, collapsing almost simultaneously. The sword spirits trailing behind him had naturally reverted to 5 once more. The accuracy with which he calculated even the damage output of his skills left his teammates utterly astonished. First, summon 5 spirit beings. After 20 seconds, summon another 5. By the time the number of spirit beings behind reaches 10, the previous batch will be on the brink of demise. This cycle continues, and with such fluid execution, overcoming the challenge becomes a mere formality. As long as the spirit beings are managed effectively, the inherent difficulty of the boss is not substantial. The remaining members merely need to focus on dealing damage. A boss battle that has led countless novice teams to annihilation gradually transforms into a solo performance by Mo Hen. However, just as the boss's health approaches 30%, an unexpected error occurs during Mo Hen's continuous summoning. Due to a missed skill connection, he finds himself stunned in place by the spirit beings. Fortunately, the healer reacts swiftly, promptly casting a single target healing spell. Mo Hen's health is restored, and Qin Mo quickly types, I'm out of mana. Does anyone have blue potions? Jinghua Shuiyu immediately responds, I have some. Will 10 sets of recovery potions suffice? Xiao Litsong Dao adds, I have 5 sets. Feng Qingyi chimes in, I have 3 sets. Observing the simultaneous messages in the team chat, the 3 feel a bit awkward. Moments ago, they were privately mocking him in the voice channel, eager to witness his misfortune. Yet now they are all rushing to provide him with blue potions. The transformation from ridicule to reverence is indeed a complex sentiment. Jinghua Shuiyu tosses 10 sets of recovery potions onto the ground, and Mo Hen rushes to collect them. After consuming a potion, his inner power slightly recovers. enabling him to continue casting skills to control the spirit beings. The ensuing process unfolds with minimal risk. The boss's health steadily diminishes, soon leaving only a sliver remaining. The little medicine fairy chuckled as she typed. This boss isn't that difficult, is it? Mirror Flower Water Moon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He longed to express, "My dear, you have no idea how tragically other novice teams have been annihilated here. Your perception of ease stems from the presence of a skilled player on our team. To single-handedly draw 10 sword spirits is no trivial feat. At least Wen Qingye, a fellow swordsman, would find it impossible. As for Mo Hen's blunders in the game, such as falling off cliffs or struggling to find resurrection points, while these novice errors remain unexplained, Mirror Flower Water Moon sensed with acute intuition that this individual was far from ordinary. Just as Mirror Flower Water Moon was lost in thought, a golden message suddenly appeared in the announcement section above. Hero Mo Hen has fortuitously acquired the secret manual sword rain fragrance within the snowy cave of Kunlun Mountain. This announcement instantly sent shockwaves throughout the entire server, with numerous veteran players from the closed beta recognizing the value of such a manual in the realm. The world channel erupted with messages. Has anyone defeated a boss that drops a level 20 manual? Is this the first manual in the new area? There hasn't been an announcement before. It must be the first. Lucky guy, he struck gold. Newcomers inquired, Sword Rain Fragrance? What is it? It allows the user to learn a skill that summons sword spirits to attack targets within range and stuns them for 3 seconds, a remarkably powerful area attack technique. Particularly effective in the arena. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's private chat channel was inundated with messages. Dude, are you selling that manual? How much? Can I buy the manual for 1,000? Is it not possible for 2,000? Are the secret manuals for sale? The little medicine fairy was evidently very excited. Didn't they say there's only a 1 chance of obtaining a secret manual? Our luck is extraordinary. Aside from the secret manual, the boss also dropped 5 pieces of purple materials, ice crystal and golden sand. Ice crystal and golden sand are essential materials for crafting equipment in the later stages. Since we have 5, let us divide them evenly, said Mirror Flower Water Moon. Mo Hen inquired, how shall we divide the secret manual? Just as the boss fell, he happened to be nearby and, with remarkable fortune, opened the package that the boss dropped, revealing the coveted secret manual, hence his name appeared in the world announcement. However, the secret manual was the collective achievement of the entire team, and the distribution authority lay with the captain. Qin Mo was well aware of the rules in online games. Even if he had contributed the most in this dungeon, he could not claim it all for himself. In the voice chat room, Feng Qingye also questioned, Boss, what shall we do with the secret manual? Should we sell it in the trading market? Let us sell it. If we sell it for 10,000, each of us could receive 2,000 gold, replied the one with a hidden blade in his smile. Mirror Flower Water Moon fell silent for a moment before stating, this particular manual is perfectly suited for swordsmen. I would like to allocate it directly to Mo Hen. Really? The one with a hidden blade in his smile appeared reluctant. Though he had made significant contributions, without the rest of the team, he would not have cleared the dungeon, let alone obtained the secret manual. Moreover, since Yezi also played as a swordsman, if anyone were to take the manual, it should be from their own group. Mirror Flower Water Moon calmly interrupted. Have you not realized yet? Mo Hen is no ordinary expert. Given our current capabilities, forging a connection with a master is indeed a formidable challenge. One should not be preoccupied with trifling gains. Jianghu Online remarked. Indeed, Leaf has insightful thoughts. Xiao Dao, you ought to learn from him. With a hint of displeasure, Xiao Yaoxian retorted. Very well, you all have your say. But what of Xiao Yaoxian? How do you intend to explain this to her? Jinghua Shuiwei replied. I shall speak with her. At worst, I can offer her some monetary compensation. After reaching a consensus, Jinghua Shuiwei privately messaged Xiao Yaoxian. In today's dungeon, Mo Hen contributed the most. The skill book is perfectly suited for a swordsman, and I wish to allocate it directly to him. I seek your opinion on this matter. Jinghua Shuiwei's perception of Xiao Yaoxian immediately shifted. Although she often posed novice questions and occasionally made minor errors, she was certainly not the type to be overly petty. The captain, Jinghua Shuiwei, entrusted the skill Sword Rain Fragrance to Mo Hen. Upon seeing the message in the team channel, Qin Mo inquired, what does this mean? Jinghua Shuiwei explained, without your presence in today's dungeon, we could not have succeeded. This skill book rightfully belongs to you. Let us foster a friendship and tackle dungeons together in the future. He endeavored to convey his message without sounding overly obsequious. Yet Qin Mo saw through his intentions with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Jinghua Shuai sent a friend request, which was promptly accepted. Qin Mo opened the skill book, learned the ability Sword Rain Fragrance, and placed it in the lower left corner of his 16-slot skill bar. Upon activation, a designated area icon appeared ahead. With a gentle swipe of his finger, a multitude of white-clad sword spirits suddenly descended from the sky, dazzling in their elegance, akin to celestial maidens gracing the earth. In the hands of the white-clad sword spirits were gleaming blades. As there were no hostile targets within the designated area set by Qin Mo, the spirits, upon landing, executed a thrusting motion before vanishing entirely. It is easy to imagine that, had there been adversaries within range, these summoned sword spirits would undoubtedly have struck their foes, inflicting significant damage while simultaneously inducing a 3-second group stun. Little Medicine Fairy marveled, "How magnificent!" while Hidden Blade could not help but salivate, exclaiming, "The effects of this secret skill are indeed impressive. The white-clad sword spirits are simply extraordinary." Mirror Flower Water Moon also expressed admiration, acknowledging that the scene of Mo Hen employing this skill was undeniably striking. After mastering this secret technique, his power had surged, and with his already sharp skills, facing minor foes would soon be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. If only he could form a permanent team with him, leveling up would be a breeze. However, how to broach such a topic? After a moment of contemplation, Mirror Flower Water Moon mustered the courage to say, "By the way, the storyline quests become challenging after level 20. Many require a party to complete. Why don't we form a permanent team to level up together?" Little Medicine Fairy immediately chimed in, "Sure. I can be your dedicated healer." Naturally, Hidden Blade and Wen Qingye had no objections, as the three were already a unit. Thus, all eyes turned to Mo Hen. Qin Mo had just been studying the newly learned secret skill, discovering that after activating Sword Rain Fragrance, the cooldown timer displayed a duration of 3 minutes. This meant that although the secret skill was powerful, its cooldown was quite lengthy, necessitating precise timing in the arena to maximize its effectiveness. Little Medicine Immortal, I am also a university student, spending my holidays leisurely. Mo Hen, that sounds good. Let's sleep at midnight and gather at 9 a.m. How does that sound? Mirror Flower Water Moon, no problem. Little Medicine Immortal, I have no objections either. Qin Mo understood that the skill level of these individuals was rather modest. They were merely typical veterans and novices found in online gaming. However, he was struggling alone in the new game, finding that completing tasks and leveling up was agonizingly slow. Moreover, he often had to consult online resources to resolve numerous issues, which proved to be a considerable waste of time. Mirror Flower Water Moon had participated in several internal tests and could assist him in quickly acclimating to the game. Since they were inclined to befriend him, it would be advantageous for both parties to form a small team to undertake quests together. With Qin Mo controlling the sword spirit, the ultimate boss became significantly easier to defeat. The 5 of them adeptly completed the Kunlun Mountain Snow Cave dungeon for the day, reaching level 22, and then collectively teleported to the next map, Qiqing Mountain. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, as he was the first in the new district to master the Sword Rain Drifting Fragrance skill, Mo Hen's name suddenly surged to the top of the Jianghu power rankings in the Telecom 1 district, Shijiangyu. Upon hearing this, Peiyu, responsible for leading the second team, promptly disbanded their group and joined the captain alongside another ranged player. Xiao Han remarked, "I just reviewed the strategy for this dungeon. Our current equipment is subpar, and our damage output is insufficient to follow the strategy. We must rely on skill to overcome it. Since there is no healer in the team, once the sword spirit respawns, you should each use lightness skills to evade while simultaneously kite the boss and attack, allowing me to observe your maneuvers. Even if one wishes to join a certain team, with Qin Mo's pride, he would only do so when he is sufficiently powerful, entering as an elite competitor rather than at this moment." "I understand." Xiao Han expressed his comprehension, noting that the choice of a club is of paramount importance for professional players, and it is wise to exercise caution. "Do not forget to consider my suggestions." Xiao Han continued, "Longyan ranks among the top esports clubs in the country, boasting a well-established management system and excellent conditions in every aspect. Our dormitories are shared rooms, each player having their own private bedroom, and the training facilities are equipped with advanced technology. Contracted players receive full board and lodging, and the cafeteria serves a diverse menu that changes daily. On the software front, we will establish a professional database to analyze the unique characteristics of players from other teams. We can create various training tools and develop specialized training plans tailored to each player's personal style, ensuring that all players have a head start." Qin Mo was at a loss for words. Where did you learn such official rhetoric? Xiao Han candidly replied, the boss sent it to me. Qin Mo truly did not wish to comment on that self-aggrandizing, brazen boss. Qin Mo, I assure you, should you decide to join us, the club will provide you with the best contract conditions. Over the years, I have changed partners numerous times, but in my heart, the most harmonious partner will always be you. If you are willing to join me, I would be genuinely delighted. A message from Xiao Han appeared again in the lower left corner. After 3 years apart, Xiao Han had changed significantly. He had matured and become more composed, and his Chinese had improved considerably, exuding the demeanor of a captain. Yet, his inherent nature remained unchanged. He remained as candid as in his youth, expressing thoughts without the slightest hint of circumlocution. My most attuned partner will forever be you. Upon reading this line, Qin Mo felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps due to their youthful age at the time, the bond between them was remarkably pure. They were rivals, friends, and above all, confidants. Despite being separated for 3 years, Qin Mo found solace in the fact that Xiao Han's affection for him had not waned. As they conversed, the voice of Jianghu Online suddenly echoed through the headphones. At this pace, we should reach level 35 by this morning, right? Feng Qingyi inquired. Shall we venture into the team dungeon? Jianghu Online replied. Let us first have lunch and tackle the team dungeon in the afternoon. Mo Hen, little medicine fairy, what are your thoughts? Casting a glance at the time, which read 10 in the morning, Qin Mo noticed that a few teammates were eager to change locations for leveling up, and thus sent a message to Xiao Han. I'm heading to level up now. My teammates are calling me. All right, I'll also go level up. Let us stay in touch. Seeing that Xiao Han had matters to attend to, he promptly closed the chat window. Just then, a voice caught his attention. Captain, shall we go for the level 35 team dungeon? Are you referring to the 10-player dungeon, Sword God Valley Ruins? Xiao Han flipped through the leveling guide and indeed discovered that a new dungeon awaited exploration at level 35. Yes, the team dungeon was not available during the internal testing phase. It is said to provide substantial experience and drop precious materials and crafting blueprints. Is there any special reward for the team that first completes the dungeon? Xiao Han inquired. Indeed, there is. A server-wide announcement will be made, and the rewards for the first completion team will be doubled. Moreover, the top 10 teams that clear the dungeon will have their names permanently etched on the leaderboard. If we, as 10 professional players, attempt this dungeon, our identities will inevitably be exposed once recorded on the leaderboard. Xiao Han pondered momentarily before continuing, Pei Yu. You should take the 5 members of Team 2 and recruit a few random players from the world chat to gather a total of 10 individuals for the dungeon. Given your skills, leading a few random players through the dungeon should pose no challenge. Understood. Pei Yu nodded in agreement. Having 10 professional players would indeed attract too much attention. Our team has a predominance of ranged and summoner classes, making it easy for others to deduce our identities. What about Team 1? Should we also recruit a few random players? He Beiguang asked, perplexed. Team 1 will merge with Mo Hen's team, perfectly forming a group of 10. Xiao Han replied. The newcomers exchanged glances in surprise. Merge with Mo Hen's team? When did the captain become so familiar with Mo Hen? Did their camaraderie blossom from battling a boss together? After voicing this, Xiao Han promptly sent a private message to Qin Mo. Are you and your team going to the level 35 team dungeon? Qin Mo responded. I've heard that the experience rewards are substantial and it might drop crafting blueprints, so of course we'll go. Let's merge teams, Xiao Han suggested. What do you mean? Qin Mo asked. It's a 10-person team dungeon. You have 5 players on your side and I have 5 on mine. Doesn't that work out perfectly? Xiao Han explained. This guy certainly has a knack for making his plans sound appealing, Qin Mo thought. Xiao Han promptly added, all drops from the boss will belong to you. I have no interest in materials, equipment, or maps. Qin Mo expressed surprise. Is it really that generous? Xiao Han mused to himself. As long as you are by my side, what do these trivialities matter? Will your teammates have any objections if you give me all the loot from the dungeon? Qin Mo inquired through text. Not at all. The members I currently lead are all newcomers to the club, not the final lineup, Xiao Han clarified. I want them to familiarize themselves with the game first. Once they reach the maximum level, I will determine the starting roster through evaluations. Xiao Han indeed exhibited the demeanor of a captain, and this selection method was quite reasonable for a new game. After all, players who excelled in traditional online games might not necessarily adapt well to VR modes. By guiding everyone through leveling up first, and then conducting an assessment based on their adaptability to the new game, he was implementing the fairest approach. Initially hesitant about joining forces with him, Qin Mo dismissed his concerns upon hearing Xiao Han's words, since their group of 5 could not tackle a team dungeon. Calling for assistance in the world chat could potentially attract various inexperienced players. Moreover, dividing the boss's drops with random passers-by would pose a significant challenge. Qin Mo had no time to deal with such trivial matters. That is certainly the case, Xiao Han affirmed. The two led their respective teams in completing tasks within the Sword God Valley map, and by noon, they had all reached level 35. Xiao Han promptly disbanded his team and applied to join Mo Hen's squad, quickly bringing the other members along. The two teams merged, and the roster swelled to 10 members. Xiao Han spoke up, "Let me inform everyone in advance that all the loot dropped by the boss will be given to Mo Hen. Our experience is sufficient." The group nodded in agreement without dissent. Xiao Han continued, "Once we enter the dungeon, everyone must follow Mo Hen's lead." The newcomers were taken aback, their eyes wide in astonishment. Not only were they relinquishing the materials, but they were also conceding command. Hebei Guang, known for his straightforward nature, directly inquired, "Captain, aren't you the one in charge?" Xiao Han replied, "His comprehension of the dungeon mechanics surpasses mine. Everyone should heed his instructions." The group fell silent. Just then, a message from Mo Hen appeared in the team channel. "Let us have lunch first." Qian Li Bingfeng suggested, "How about we gather at 1:30? Mo Hen agreed. The newcomers exchanged glances and then made their way to the cafeteria. In the Longyin Club cafeteria, Pei Yu and Hebei Guang, being fellow townsmen, naturally sat together during lunch. Hebei Guang recounted the situation regarding the two teams, and Pei Yu expressed his surprise. "All the materials are being given to Mo Hen, and we are to follow his command. Don't you think our captain is being a bit too generous towards him?" Hebei Guang rolled his eyes. "It's precisely because I find it odd that I mentioned it to you." Pei Yu pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. "I have a feeling that a super expert may be joining our team." Hebei Guang asked, puzzled, "A super expert? What level are we talking about?" Pei Yu replied, "Someone who can stand on equal footing with our captain." Hebei Guang immediately perked up. "So impressive?" "Indeed. It is evident that the captain holds him in high regard. If he is willing to join our team, the position of vice captain would undoubtedly belong to him." Pei Yu analyzed earnestly. "The future vice captain?" Hebei Guang inquired with excitement. "Do you have any guesses about his identity?" "At this moment, I cannot ascertain who it is." Pei Yu paused and continued. "It should be a formidable player from the Miracle Alliance. The captain must have recognized him, which explains the dramatic shift in his attitude. When we embark on the dungeon raid later, ensure you perform admirably and leave a favorable impression on Mo Hen, as his opinion could significantly influence the captain's judgment. Above all, do not offend him." "Understood." Hebei Guang was no fool. From the captain's demeanor, it was apparent that Mo Hen was likely to become the future vice captain. As a newcomer, he must show utmost respect towards this esteemed player. It is said that one day, the vice captain of a certain team remarked to the captain, "Xiao Zhang has not been in good form lately. Let's replace him in the next match." The captain immediately nodded in agreement. Hebei Guang was uncertain if the future Xiao Han would evolve into such a captain. However, he had an unsettling premonition that anyone who dared to offend the revered Mo Hen would face dire consequences. With that thought, he straightened his back and resolutely exited the press conference. "I no longer wish to be an eSports player," Qin Mo stated softly, casting a glance at him. "While you are still young, it is not too late to change your path. Have you forgotten our agreement?" The youth placed his hand on Qin Mo's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "You lost to me this season. You promised that next season you would surely defeat me." Qin Mo remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The young man began to feel anxious. "Your complexion appears quite unwell. Are you ill?" He reached out to touch the other's forehead, only to have it stiffly evaded. "Xiao Han," Qin Mo raised his head to interrupt him, meeting his gaze with calm determination, and said, "I have my own reasons for this decision. Please refrain from inquiring further. Focus on your competition. Farewell." With that, he turned swiftly and departed, seemingly eager to avoid lingering for even a moment longer.